Dong dong dong. The door was being knocked. Ye Kai rose from his bed and glanced at his phone. It was 9:30 in the evening, and the air was tinged with a faint, unsettling scent of blood. When did I fall asleep? He wondered, feeling a touch of strangeness. Around 9 in the evening was his usual time for leisure, normally lingering on his phone until about 11. Perhaps he was simply too tired. Without overthinking, he walked to the door and asked, "Who is it?" Only a successive forceful knocking answered his call. This made Ye Kai grow cautious. A halting, strange voice from outside mumbled, "Op. Open." Its tone reminiscent of creaking rusted gears. Pressing his face against the peephole, he peered out to see a thin, tall figure standing outside. No, this was no ordinary human. In the weak light of the corridor, Ye Kai discovered that the figure was covered in numerous mouths on its chest, abdomen, arms, hands, legs, and even its facial features were dotted with mouths of various sizes. Those mouths opened and closed incessantly, revealing stark white teeth. And from the largest mouth at the center of its chest came the voice, "Open. The door, open the door, open the door." Ye Kai drew a chill breath and immediately retreated, shoving a sofa in front of the door as a barricade. He wasn't sure what was happening, but one thing was clear: he must never allow that thing at the door to come in. At that moment, a line of text appeared at the top left of his vision. Announcement 302 Lee, he has died. Fear has been unleashed, giving rise to the calamity Warren. Eliminate the Warren or survive for 48 hours to avert the calamity. Note: do not stay alone with the Warren. Calamity to Shage, remaining time 18 hours 20 minutes. Eliminate the Tashage, or once the countdown ends, the calamity will be nullified. Warning: do not die. Lee was Ye Kai's neighbor, living in room 302, directly below him. Had he died, would his death unleash fear and spawn a calamity? And what exactly were the Warren and the so-called Tashage? Wasn't that supposed to be a work of fiction? Without time to ponder further, Ye Kai dashed to the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife for defense, and seized his phone to investigate. At that moment, several messages began popping up on WeChat. On the WeChat group for Building 6, Unit 1 of Tianhai Community 602, Sun Yuan wrote, "That thing from 302, does anyone know what it is?" 101 Sure Peng, I know. The Warren are monsters that closely resemble humans, yet have subtle differences that let you tell them apart if you're cautious. 101 Sure Peng added, they may disguise themselves as us, but following typical game logic, as long as we prevent them from entering our homes, we'll be safe. Then 501 Huang Jian remarked, they are probably akin to the Tashage, we simply need to stay indoors. 601 Wang Guifan, life has become unbearable, one misfortune after another. My little grandson keeps insisting on going out. Then she added, Xiao, sure you think it's safe for him to get a breath of fresh air, don't you? 602 Sun Yuan, Auntie, please don't go out, the Tashage is still at large, and it's too dangerous. 601 Wang Guifan replied, I'm just saying. I know it's hazardous outside, but my grandson just won't stop fussing. 501 Huang Jian, just remain indoors, as long as the calamity can be resolved, supplies will be provided. Stay home for 48 hours. He then added, unless there's a mission. 401 Zhao Yaoyang, it's been so long. Why hasn't anyone come to rescue us? Even the emergency number won't connect. 202 Lu Ming replied, forget rescue, we have no way to reach out to the outside, and they can't contact us either. Then 401 Zhao Yaoyang exclaimed, what are we to do? So many have perished. Please someone find a solution. Ye Kai scrolled through his earlier chat history and found that he hadn't sent a single message in the past 2 days. The older messages were nowhere to be found on his phone, as if they had been wiped clean. According to the information from the chats, the apocalypse had arrived. The entire world had shattered into countless fragments, each harboring its own calamities. With every successfully overcome disaster, survival supplies could be obtained. Moreover, when someone dies, their fear transforms into a new calamity, just as with the Warren. Gradually the knocking and calling outside ceased, and through the peephole, Ye Kai could no longer see that creature. Had it left? Without rashly checking further, Ye Kai inspected his home's doors and windows to ensure everything was secure. Looking out the window, he saw only utter darkness outside. The community's street lamps and adjacent buildings were nowhere in sight. In the distance, structures and plants floated in the sky, likely fragments of other worlds. Some of these world fragments resembled his building in the night, while others existed under the light of day. When he checked his phone again, he noticed that the signal was full, even though the carrier's name appeared as rather than Unicom or mobile. He tried dialing the emergency number, but only a busy tone greeted him. As he inspected further, he noticed dim blotchy stains on the walls and ceiling, as if someone had splashed dirty water there. Had someone entered since he crossed over? Rubbing his face, Ye Kai pondered the situation. It appeared he had traversed to become his future self, 3 days ahead. His phone showed the date as April 4th, 2025, though his memories only extended up to April 1st, and he was sure that everything had been normal in his last recollection. Thus it could be deduced that the world shattering and other uncanny phenomena had all occurred within just 3 days. Judging from the group chat, everyone had come to terms with the situation, no longer panic-stricken, but rather actively following the given instructions. Yet if no new calamity were to arise, would the so-called instructions still provide supplies? This might pose a hidden risk. Suddenly his phone rang. 401 Zhao Yaoyang asked, have any of you seen the Warren? Could someone take a photo? 202 Lu Ming replied, I'm right at my door, I haven't seen any Waren. Has anyone seen one? Then 501 Huang Jian added, someone is knocking at my door, I'm going to check. After a brief silence in the group, 501 Huang Jian sent a video. The video showed exactly the same figure that Ye Kai had witnessed earlier. However, many of the mouths on its body had vanished, leaving only the largest ones while the smaller ones had completely disappeared. It mumbled, open the door, IITs me. Then 401 Zhao Yaoyang asked, can someone describe exactly what it looks like? I dare not open it. 202 Lu Ming then sent a screenshot. 202 Lu Ming stated it has extra mouths, its skin is very dark, and its speech is slurred. It's unmistakable. He then reassured, do not be afraid. 401 Zhao Yaoyang responded, thank you dear brother, you're so kind. Afterwards 202 Lu Ming sent a smiley emoji. 501 Huang Jian urged, everyone please check your door for any other Waren. Soon after, messages began to trickle in. 602 Sun, Yuan, none at my door. 101 Shipeng, I didn't see any on the first floor. 401 Zhao Yaoyang, I dare not look, can someone check for me? 601 Wang Guifan remarked, what's the harm in taking a look? You're so timid. 202 Lu Ming replied, there are none on the second floor. 401 Zhao Yaoyang, don't be afraid. A glance is all it takes. It seemed surprising that Zhao Yaoyang was so timid, as it hadn't been apparent before. Deciding to check for himself, Ye Kai mentioned it in the group chat. In Building 6, each floor has 2 apartments arranged door to door, so from the peephole of his security door, he could see the entire corridor. He leaned closer to the peephole and noted that the hallway was still empty. Apparently there was only one Waren. Indeed, it had appeared on the 5th floor, and its absence on the 4th was understandable. Just as he was about to reply in the group chat, he noticed another message from Zhao Yaoyang across the hall, I dare not. 402 has been dead for 3 days, and I am frightened. Finally 401 Zhao Yaoyang added, just now. I faintly heard someone knocking at his door. Note 402 is Ye Kai's room number. Am I dead? Ye Kai certainly didn't believe it. He was perfectly fine here. How could he be dead? He had clearly traveled through time just 3 days ago. 202 Lu Ming, don't be afraid. Send me a video call on WeChat. If there's danger, I'll come protect you. 101 Shipeng, the calamity caused by his death, the smiling ghost, has already been eliminated. There's nothing to fear. 601 Wang Guifan, what's there to be afraid of? What's so scary about a dead person? 601 Wang Guifan, he was eaten by a ghost, not even a corpse left. What's there to fear? 601 Wang Guifan, young people nowadays can't even match an old woman like me. 501 Huang Jian, take a quick look. The pseudo-human at my door just turned around. After a while, Zhao Yaoyang replied. 401 Zhao Yaoyang, not on the 4th floor. 101 Shipeng, it seems there's only one pseudo-human. As long as we don't open the door, we should be fine. 501 Huang Jian, the pseudo-human is going upstairs. Everyone on each floor keep an eye on it, and report in the group. Ye Kai let out a breath and deleted the reply he had typed word by word. Obviously, it was best not to let the neighbors know of his existence right now. The chat group was his only source of information. If the neighbors discovered that he who had died 3 days ago was still active in the group, whether he was kicked out or they created a new group behind his back, it would cut off his supply of information. Moreover, based on the known information, if a neighbor died, a new calamity would be unleashed. Not only that, but the death would also reduce the information available in the group, greatly increasing the danger. He had some impressions of the few neighbors still alive. On the 6th floor lived Wang Guifan, a difficult old woman. Her grandson often ran around on the stairs late at night, and whenever someone complained, she would brush it off with excuses like, children don't understand, or, is the staircase your property? Items left outside neighbors' doors would occasionally go missing, and the missing items would often coincidentally be brought out by her little grandson. The other neighbors in the building didn't think much of her. Only Sun Yuan from 602, who was soft-spoken and thin-skinned, rarely refused Wang Guifan's requests. Across from Ye Kai lived Zhao Yaoyang, a live streamer. Every night after 10 p.m., a graceful dancing silhouette would appear on her bedroom window, accompanied by a sweet voice calling out, brothers help me win the PK. Huang Jian from 501 was a game developer. Lu Ming from 202 had just moved in and wasn't well known. Shipeng from 101 seemed to be a homebody rarely seen going out. As for the deceased Li He from 302, he was an artist. Ye Kai always thought he was a bit crazy. Maybe that's what all artists were like. These neighbors were generally reliable, and they said he was dead. Could it be that he had actually traveled to a parallel world? It must be so. 601 Wang Guifan, 602 Sun Yuan, take a look. Has that thing come up yet? 602 Sun Yuan, I see it. It's knocking on my door. Pretty scary. 602 Sun Yuan, auntie, you should take a look yourself. 601 Wang Guifan, am not looking. If something so frightening happens to me, what about my little grandson? Sun Yuan didn't reply further. The other neighbors in the group said nothing either. Everyone was used to it. 501 Huang Jian, take a photo. 602 Sun Yuan sent a photo. In the photo, the pseudo-human's facial features were beginning to take shape, at least no longer a gaping maw of white teeth. Its eyes had huge pupils, while the other features were compressed into a small area, like a grotesque alien. Its eyes, through the phone screen, met Ye Kai's gaze. No, it wasn't looking at Ye Kai. It was looking through the peephole. It was looking at Sun Yuan, who was taking the photo through the door. It knocked. If someone opened the door, it would kill them. And if no one opened the door, it would observe the person inside and adjust its form. Peng from 101 was wrong to think that the pseudo-human would not actively enter the room. The pseudo-human was just waiting for the right moment. Perhaps after it chose a target to mimic, it would disguise itself as that person, break into the house, and replace the target. Fortunately, it was still observing for now. Then what about the other one? The substitute ghost. Did it have a similar method? And where was it? 601 Wang Guifan, why is this thing knocking on my door? It scared my precious grandson to death. 601 Wang Guifan, how do we get rid of it? Yi Kai quickly scrolled up in the chat history to find information about the substitute ghost. Last night. 302 Li He, everyone keep an eye on the substitute ghost. I received a real-time mission. 302 Li He, I need to leave home for 10 minutes within an hour. 501 Huang Jin, the missions are tightening again. Hurry up. The substitute ghost is on the 5th floor. 501 Huang Jin sent a photo. A pale gray mist floated in the corridor on the 5th floor. 302 Li He, if the substitute ghost comes down to the 4th floor, you must tell me. I'm counting on everyone, please. Then he died tonight, and from his death, a new calamity was born. Even until shortly before his death, Li He was still sending messages in the group. Timing-wise, he died 24 hours after confronting the substitute ghost. Clearly his death was related to the substitute ghost, but strangely the chat logs didn't straightforwardly reveal this. So the substitute ghost must not be in the form they knew. Very likely that mist was just a decoy put out by the substitute ghost. No. Yi Kai continued scrolling up. Before Li He went to do the real-time mission. 601 Wang Guifan, that person from 201, is really a pain dying at such a time. What a bad omen. 501 Huang Jin, the calamity generated this time is the substitute ghost. If anyone sees it, speak up. 302 Li He, scared me to death. Just now I was in the hallway and suddenly got a notification that the person from 201 died. 302 Li He, when I closed the door, I thought I saw mist rising on the stairs. 302 Li He, luckily I finished the mission. I didn't actually encounter it. That shouldn't count as contact, right? 501 Huang Jin, probably not. This was the point. Li He had come into contact with the substitute ghost. But he didn't die immediately. And during that time, the substitute ghost continued to act. At least the neighbors could still see that mist until 3 hours before Li He's death, when the mist disappeared from the corridor. It was as if it first planted a seed, and someone then harvested it. When Yi Kai woke up, he didn't receive any prompt about the substitute ghost, so he had to deduce on his own. He guessed that the substitute ghost's true form only needed to come into contact with someone during the implantation phase, but not during the harvest. At the same time, the contact range of the substitute ghost was much larger than its body. After Li He's death, the 3rd floor had no living people, forming a gap. For a weird or calamity, that was a safe island. Since the substitute ghost hadn't been eliminated, yet it must be hiding there. And hiding there, it must have already planted a new seed just waiting to harvest. Phone vibrated. 602 Sun Yuan, and it's going downstairs. 601 Wang Guifan, that scared me to death. That thing is finally gone. 601 Wang Guifan, Xiao Sun, my grandson's mission just came out. Can you watch him for a while? My stomach is acting up. 101 Peng, just stay in the hallway for 10 minutes. No need for someone to watch him, Andy. Just leave the door open and let him come back home. 601 Wang Guifan, that won't do. Neighbors should help each other, shouldn't they? 501 Huang Jin, it's fine, we can wait. The real-time mission just needs to be completed within an hour. 601 Wang Guifan, my grandson, is making a huge fuss. Yi Kai knew at a glance that Wang Guifan's grandson definitely hadn't just gotten the mission. Obviously earlier when Wang Guifan said her grandson wanted to go out, it was because of a mission requirement. Now it seemed there wasn't enough time left, and she had to go out. She was too scared to go out herself, so she wanted someone else to watch her grandson. As a result, no one in the group paid her much attention. 501 Huang Jin, the pseudo-human, didn't stop at my place. It went straight down. After a moment, Yi Kai saw through the peephole that the pseudo-human, now more human-like, passed by his door and glanced at him through the door. Then the pseudo-human stopped in front of Zhao Yaoliang's door. 202 Lu Ming, did you see the pseudo-human? 401 Zhao Yaoliang. 401 Zhao Yaoliang, I'm afraid to look. It's going downstairs, so you should see it soon. 401 Zhao Yaoliang, the photo sister Sun sent earlier was way too scary. Zhao Yaoliang was too scared to look, and Lu Ming had no objection to that. 202 Lu Ming, it's okay, I'll keep watch. 202 Lu Ming, if it reaches the 2nd floor, he'll let everyone know. He said this, and the others in the group had nothing more to say. However, Yi Kai noticed that the pseudo-human parked opposite the door did not knock. It appeared very hesitant, constantly pacing between the stairway and the door of 401. Since Zhao Yaoliang was not at the door, she failed to notice this. Similarly, the other neighbors in the group could not know what was happening on the 4th floor. It wants to observe Zhao Yaoliang, it wants to knock. Yi Kai understood. But it's hesitating over something. At this moment in this fragmented world, the only thing that could make it hesitate was the scapegoat. The residents in the building could not cause the pseudo-human to hesitate. Knocking, observing, and imitating were the behavioral traits of the pseudo-human. This trait had been verified by 4 households, and its sudden change at 401 must have a reason. Only another calamity could make it alter its behavior. That means Zhao Yaoyang has been marked by the scapegoat. She is the next to die. When was she marked? Ye Kai recalled that in the chat logs at first Zhao Yaoyang, like the other neighbors, would report the scapegoat's location in the group. Her timidity only appeared after the pseudo-human showed up. In appearance, the pseudo-human was certainly more terrifying than the scapegoat. But both were equally lethal. It was impossible to fear one and not the other. This must be the effect of the mark. According to the situation of Li He in 302, from the moment the scapegoat planted the mark to his death, it was about 24 hours. It's impossible to determine the exact time Zhao Yaoyang was marked, but it must be less than 24 hours. Perhaps it was the scapegoat's mark that affected her, causing her to fear the calamity. Facing the calamity directly would certainly lead to no good end. But the calamities also feared each other. The pseudo-human's hesitation must also be present in the scapegoat. Perhaps this could be a point to exploit. After hesitating for a while, the pseudo-human outside the door left the 4th floor and continued downward. After checking the room again, Ye Kai went back to bed to rest. If a calamity could directly invade the room, staying up would be useless. 601 Wang Guifan, where is the pseudo-human? My little grandson needs to go out. Her grandson's task was to stay outside the door for 10 minutes within 1 hour. Now the remaining time for this task was less than 20 minutes. If he didn't go out soon, it would be too late. 202 Lu Ming not yet reached the 2nd floor. 601 Wang Guifan, then has it gone down to the 4th floor? 401 Zhao Yaoyang, 401 Zhao Yaoyang, I don't know, I'm afraid to look. 601 Wang Guifan, oh dear, what can I do? If my darling grandson encounters that pseudo-human, he'll be in danger, right? 601 Wang Guifan, and that scapegoat. She grumbled in the group for a while, but no one responded. 601 Wang Guifan, never mind, they'll let my grandson go out. And take a look. Ye Kai still said nothing in the group and went straight to sleep. A line of text projected onto his retina. Real-time task, stay outside the door for 15 minutes. This task must be completed within 1 hour. Ye Kai woke up. The time on his phone showed 6 in the morning, and the sky outside was much brighter. The world fragments he had seen last night were still floating outside. Perhaps, because of the better light, there were many more than what he saw at night. Where does the light source in the world fragments come from? A thought flashed through his mind, but Ye Kai did not dwell on it, and opened the group chat. Last night, Wang Guifan's little grandson nervously completed his task, and another resident of 501, Huang Jian, also received a task and completed it. According to the chat logs, the pseudo-human made 2 more rounds in the hallway last night, but no one died. No one dies, so no new calamity appears. Ye Kai breathed a sigh of relief. 101 Shipeng, I accidentally fell asleep. Where is the pseudo-human now? 501 Huang Jian, I fell asleep too, been too tense these days. 501 Huang Jian, not on the 5th floor. Ye Kai took a piece of bread from the fridge and ate it, then observed the corridor through the peephole. The corridor was empty, no fog, no pseudo-human. The task required completion within 1 hour, so he had at most 45 minutes to observe. 202 Lu Ming, on the 2nd floor, the pseudo-human just came down from upstairs. According to the movement pattern shown last night, the pseudo-human should patrol from bottom to top once, and then from bottom to top again. It stayed on each floor for about 57 minutes. If this pattern still held. Real-time task, 54 minutes remaining, 15 minutes stay time remaining. Ye Kai grabbed a kitchen knife from the kitchen and opened the door. Since waking up last night, this was his first time outside his apartment. The situation in the hallway was exactly as he remembered. Even the mottled walls were perfectly reproduced, except for some blackish red stains. Timing starts after locking the door. Ye Kai glanced at the group chat to confirm there were no new messages, then turned and locked the door, holding the key in his hand. To open the door again would take about 5 seconds at best. Real-time task timing starts. 1459, 1458, 1457. The neighbors in the group were monitoring the pseudo-human. The greatest danger was the scapegoat on the 3rd floor. Ye Kai did not have enough time to confirm the scapegoat's location. There were still more than 9 hours until the calamity scapegoat was resolved. Ye Kai stared at the stairs on the 3rd floor, nerves taut. 1435, 1420, 1359. Buzz buzz. The phone vibrated. Ye Kai kept his eyes fixed on the stairway, pulled out his phone and glanced at it with his peripheral vision. 101 Shipeng, the scapegoat, seems to have disappeared for a long time. 601 Wang Guifan, why mention such unlucky things? 601 Wang Guifan, it's definitely gone. The 3rd floor already has a death right. 501 Huang Jian, indeed, we must be careful. Since Li He died, the scapegoat hasn't appeared. 501 Huang Jian, it might show up at any time. 401 Zhao Yaoyang, is it possible that we've already resolved it? 101 Shipeng, no notification, no supplies distributed, meaning it's not over yet. 501 Huang Jian, everyone be careful, check for any abnormalities at home. It seemed the neighbors had also realized this. The task time had progressed to nearly half, remaining 735. 101 Shipeng, the pseudo-human, has reached the 1st floor. Perhaps he could finish the task in one go. Ye Kai thought, but then suddenly froze. At the stair corner between the 3rd and 4th floors, a hazy mist had appeared out of nowhere. In the mist was a figure dressed in red, head tilted, grinning. It vaguely resembled the face of his downstairs neighbor, the deceased, Li He from 302. Bang! Inserting the key, opening the door, Yi Kai retreated into his home at the fastest possible speed. Only after locking the door and leaning against it did he let out a sigh of relief. Was that Li Hie? No. Li Hie is already dead, isn't he? Yi Kai was filled with uncertainty. The content of the notification was very clear with no room for wordplay. Announcement 302: Li Hie has died. Fear has been released, generating the calamity simulacrum. Yi Kai glanced again at the notification in the corner of his vision, confirming he had not misread it. Li Hie was dead, and the calamity simulacrum had been generated. So had he become a scapegoat, or had he been merged with one? According to the information provided in the group, the original form of the scapegoat was merely a mist. It was very likely that Li Hie had been absorbed into it. This was a clue that had not been obtained before. The question now was whether he himself had already been marked by the scapegoat. Forcing himself to calm down, Yi Kai patted and examined his own body. He could not see any abnormality, nor did he feel anything amiss. But the scapegoat was a calamity, and the mark it left might not be easily detected. After Li Hie encountered the scapegoat up until his death, he had shown no abnormality in the group chat. He speculated that Zhao Yaoyang had also been marked, and she had not mentioned any anomaly on herself either. Thus it was very likely that such a mark was imperceptible. This realization weighed heavily on Yi Kai's heart. If he had obtained an undetectable mark. Real-time task remaining 40 minutes, stay duration remaining 7 minutes 25 seconds. Hint: if you fail to complete the task within the allotted time, you will be forcibly ejected from the room for 1 hour. If he could not complete the task during the forced ejection from the room, he would lose all protection. Although the task was difficult, at least he could still choose the time to return indoors. He must find an opportunity to proactively complete the task. Yi Kai looked through the peephole. There was nothing outside the door. It was daytime now, and the corridor was much brighter than at night, clearly showing the dirt on the walls and floor. No scapegoat, no simulacrum. The peephole at my house cannot directly see the stairs. The position where the scapegoat appeared earlier was the corner of the stairs. Whether it will wait there or retreat to the 3rd floor, I must judge that myself. Unless the scapegoat descended to the 2nd floor, he could not obtain useful clues from the neighbors. Buzz. The phone vibrated. 401 Zhao Yaoyang, did you guys hear that? 401 Zhao Yaoyang, I just heard a door slam very loud. 401 Zhao Yaoyang, who went out? 501 Huang Jian, I didn't go out, you wouldn't hear other people's doors slamming. 202 Lu Ming, maybe you misheard. I didn't go out either. 101 Sure Peng, check outside, it's definitely not a simulacrum, the simulacrum is still on the 1st floor. 401 Zhao Yaoyang, I am scared. 601 Wang Guifan, what's the harm in looking? Scared to death, I suppose. 202 Lu Ming, it's okay, it's definitely not a simulacrum. 101 Sure Peng video. 101 Sure Peng, the simulacrum looks like this now, everyone be careful. Yi Kai opened the video. Inside was a person of ordinary appearance holding a takeout bag, looking just like an ordinary delivery driver. The simulacrum was knocking on the door while saying, "Open up, your food is here." After a night of evolution, the simulacrum was now almost indistinguishable from a normal person except for its stiff expression. 501 Huang Jian, good thing it hasn't turned into someone from the building. 101 Sure Peng, the simulacrum could turn into someone we know. If any neighbor knocks, don't open the door casually, make sure to confirm first. 601 Wang Guifan, of course I won't open the door casually. How dangerous. Even if my little grandson gets close to the door crack, I pull him back. 101 Sure Peng. 401 Zhao Yaoyang, how is it? Is there anything outside? 401 Zhao Yaoyang, nothing now. 401 Zhao Yaoyang, the scapegoat came up. Yi Kai also saw the scapegoat through the peephole. That pale gray mist spread up from downstairs and stopped at his door. In the mist, Li Hie, dressed in red, was staring at him through the door with a strange smile. Li Hie raised his hand as if to knock, then lowered it again. Yi Kai noticed that his fingers were very long. Did Li Hie's fingers used to be this long? Yi Kai recalled, and was certain they were not. Moreover, although Li Hie's behavior had been somewhat peculiar before, he had no preference for wearing red. Now the Li Hie in the mist was wearing what seemed to be ancient-style clothing. That's right, now it shouldn't be Li Hie, but the scapegoat. Real-time task remaining 32 minutes, stay duration remaining 7 minutes 25 seconds, calamity scapegoat remaining time 8 hours 12 minutes, calamity simulacrum remaining time 39 hours 52 minutes. According to previous group chat information, the scapegoat stays on each floor for 57 minutes, so the time to complete the task is tight. After it leaves, I must go out to complete the task. According to past patterns, the scapegoat patrols between floors like the simulacrum and does not turn back. After the scapegoat killed someone, its behavior pattern changed, but I don't have the spare time to gamble. 401 Zhao Yaoyang, the scapegoat, is in front of 402's door. 401 Zhao Yaoyang video. Yi Kai no longer paid attention to the scapegoat at his door and opened the video. In the video, a pale gray mist surged, as if alive, pressing against his door. That was definitely not the normal form of mist. 501 Huang Jian, watch its movements. The scapegoat has 8 hours left, but its behavior is very abnormal. Now 202 Lu Ming. 401 Zhao Yaoyang, don't be afraid. Observing through the door is safe. 401 Zhao Yaoyang, am not afraid of it, thanks. 202 Lu Ming. 602 Sun Yuan, isn't 402 dead? What is the scapegoat doing at his door? Yi Kai frowned. Zhao Yaoyang was not afraid of the scapegoat, which confirmed his suspicion. She had been marked by it. But there was a problem with the video. The scapegoat in the video was vastly different from what he saw. In the video, it was just a surging gray mist with not a trace of red. If Zhao Yaoyang could see Li He inside it, she would definitely have mentioned it. So, she did not see it. Was it because she was marked by the scapegoat, and thus couldn't see it, or because he had just been marked, and could see it? Li He in the mist opened his mouth as if saying something, but no sound came out. Then he left the 4th floor, and headed toward the 5th. Real-time task remaining 27 minutes, stay duration remaining 7 minutes, 25 seconds. 401 Zhao Yaoyang the scapegoat went upstairs. After a moment, a photo was sent to the group. 501 Huang Jian photo 501 Huang Jian, it's at my door. In the photo, a pale gray mist blocked the peephole. There was no figure of Li He. Yi Kai took a deep breath. So, was it I who had been marked? Yi Kai waited a little longer until the mission time dwindled to 25 minutes before opening the door again. He lingered for these 2 minutes, because Zhao Yajing might still be near the door, giving her time to leave. At least for now, he didn't want to be discovered by the neighbors. The neighbors all thought he was dead. If he were discovered, he might be kicked out of the group chat, or they might create a new one. That would cut off his source of information. He gently closed the door, and the real-time task restarted its countdown. Real-time task begins timing. 0724, 0723, 0722. 101 Shi Peng the fake human is going up 202 Lu Ming. Based on the speed of the fake human, Yi Kai judged that he had enough time to complete the real-time task. Now the greatest danger came from the scapegoat. After lingering on the 3rd floor for so long, it had started moving again, and its behavior pattern was unpredictable. 0655, 0654. 202 Lu Ming the fake human's appearance changed again. 202 Lu Ming photo. In the photo Lu Ming sent, the fake human had transformed into a woman about 30 years old, heavily made up, wearing a fitted small suit, and carrying a small bag. 202 Lu Ming looks like a door-to-door service. 202 Lu Ming, it's still knocking, quite patient. 202 Lu Ming video. Yi Kai kept an eye on the activity upstairs while lowering the volume and opening the video. Sir, are you home? The fake human asked while knocking. Your delivery. Its voice already sounded quite real, but the stiff expression remained unchanged. As long as you saw its face, you could tell it was a fake human. 101 Shi Peng, don't open the door for it. 202 Lu Ming, I'm not stupid, I didn't order any door-to-door service. 202 Lu Ming has recalled a message. 202 Lu Ming got it. Door-to-door service. I didn't expect Lu Ming to have such a hobby. Understand, respect, call the police. A 110 can't get through, so let's not call the police for now. 401 Zhao Yajing the fake human is so scary. 202 Lu Ming, don't be afraid, it's okay. 401 Zhao Yajing, yeah. 401 Zhao Yajing, brother, if the fake human comes up, let me know, I'll hide first. 202 Lu Ming. They've hit it off. Yi Kai complained inwardly, and then suddenly thought of something. His heart stirred. He needed to take a risk. But since he was already marked by the scapegoat, it wasn't really that risky. Real-time task remaining 053304400330. Real-time task completed. Yi Kai stopped at the door, not going home. Now there were 2 calamities in the unit, the scapegoat and the fake human, and their positions could be tracked. So he was relatively safe now. No need to rush home. He was waiting for a piece of information. 501 Huang Jian the scapegoat is going up. The scapegoat went to the 6th floor, so there was even more time now. Yi Kai still didn't go home, and another 2 minutes passed. 202 Lu Ming the fake human is going up. 202 Lu Ming 401 Zhao Yajing Liang. Be careful, never open the door if someone knocks. 401 Zhao Yajing, yeah, he'll only open the door when you come up. 202 Lu Ming 401 Zhao Yajing the fake human finally started going up. Instead, Yi Kai took 2 steps forward, arrived at Zhao Yajing's door, and stared at his phone. It was known that under the influence of the scapegoat, Zhao Yajing was afraid of the fake human, and when the fake human reached the 4th floor, she wouldn't easily approach the door. So, he watched the time, and at 4 minutes and 45 seconds after Lu Ming's message, he knocked on Zhao Yajing's door. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. I'm your neighbor across the hall, he said with a stern face. Open the door quickly. I need to talk to you. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Don't hide inside and stay silent. I know you're home. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Through the door, Yi Kai heard Zhao Yajing let out a scream. After a few seconds, Zhao Yajing sent a message in the group. 401 Zhao Yajing. Yi Kai decisively stopped and quickly retreated to his own home. This move was risky, but worth it. He was sure that Zhao Yajing had heard his voice. The fake human stayed on each floor for 57 minutes, and he timed his knock to be just before the 5-minute mark so that it would connect with the fake human's arrival. 401 Zhao Yajing, someone is knocking. 501 Huang Jian, did the fake human come up? 501 Huang Jian, what did the fake human turn into? 401 Zhao Yajing, I didn't dare to look, but I heard the voice from across the hall. It told me to open the door. 202 Lu Ming, don't open it at all. 401 Zhao Yajing. 501 Huang Jian, it seems the fake human has turned into the appearance of 402 this time. 101 Shi Peng, everyone be careful. If a neighbor knocks, always confirm in the group chat. It's likely a fake human in disguise. 602 Wang Guifan, I want open the door for anyone who knocks. 401 Zhao Yajing, he knocked for a while then stopped. 501 Huang Jian, take a look, is the fake human still outside the door? 401 Zhao Yajing, I am scared. 202 Lu Ming, don't be afraid, the fake human should have gone up. 202 Lu Ming. 501 Huang Jian, let's see. If the fake human hasn't reached our floor, it means it's still on the 4th floor. 501 Huang Jian hasn't reached the 5th floor. Yi Kai waited behind the door for a while, and the fake human slowly came up from the 3rd floor. Just like last night, the fake human glanced at the door of 401, hesitated for a moment, and then didn't knock. Instead it came to Yi Kai's door. Then it knocked on his door, just as he had knocked on the door of 401 earlier. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Open the door. That was Yi Kai's own voice. 401 Zhao Yajing, I hear the fake human knocking, it seems to be knocking on the opposite door. 501 Huang Jian, take a look. 202 Lu Ming, she's scared, don't make it hard for her. Besides, what's the use of looking? 501 Huang Jian, haven't you noticed? The calamities never go to the rooms of the dead. Has any calamity ever gone to your opposite neighbor? 501 Huang Jian, after the scapegoat came up just now, it didn't even look at my opposite neighbor, but it did look at 402. 501 Huang Jian, now the fake human is also knocking on the door of 402. What does that mean? 501 Huang Jian. 401 Zhao Yajing, hurry up. This of course meant that he wasn't dead. Yi Kai complained inwardly, but he still didn't speak in the group. The problem now was, according to the previous speculation, the reason 401 was not targeted by the fake human was that she bore the mark of the scapegoat. So why was the fake human still paying attention to him? Could it be that the scapegoat's mark had not taken effect? Or had the scapegoat spared him? But why? There was no reason. 101 Sherpeng, but the fake human and the scapegoat, neither of them bothered 401 this time. 101 Sherpeng, from last night until now the fake human seems to have never knocked on the door of 401. The group chat instantly fell silent, dead quiet. Yi Kai never anticipated that his actions would trigger such a chain of consequences. He had merely intended to show his face among the neighbors, ensuring that for the next few dozen hours, if anyone spotted him, their first thought wouldn't be of a corpse rising from the dead, but rather of a relatively plausible explanation. This way he wouldn't be expelled from the group chat and his source of information wouldn't be severed. Of course he knew that Zhao Yaoyang from room 401 was certainly not dead. It was impossible for everyone's memories to be flawed. So the question remained, why did the imposter treat him and Zhao Yaoyang with such a stark difference? The best answer was that the scapegoat's mark had failed to take effect on him. It also seemed to be the only answer. This led to two possible explanations. Either there's something special about me that prevents its mark from affecting me. Only I can see Li He, which also suggests I might possess some peculiarity. As a transmigrator, having some uniqueness was only natural, and Yi Kai fully accepted this. Drawing from his vast experience reading web novels, he knew that transmigrators always carried some kind of cheat or advantage. The reason he hadn't awakened a system was simply because he hadn't met the trigger conditions yet. Perhaps while yawning or picking his nose, he would suddenly hear a ding. The other possibility is that the scapegoat's mark can only exist on one person at a time. Since Zhao Yaoyang already has the mark, it can't mark me. If this were the case, then the mark on Zhao Yaoyang shouldn't have been there for more than 12 hours. Because Li He had just died last night at around 9. Regardless of which possibility it is, I can be sure that I'm safe for now. At least when it comes to facing the scapegoat. This brought Yi Kai some slight relief. Meanwhile, in the group chat, after a brief moment of silence, Lu Ming from room 202 said, "Didn't the imposter just go knock on her door?" She also mentioned it in the group. Zhao Yaoyang replied, "I'm really scared, and please don't pressure me, okay?" She then sent a video in the group showing her face streaked with tears, hair disheveled, huddled under the covers with only her face visible. The video revealed that even though it was broad daylight, her bedroom curtains were drawn and the lights were on. Lu Ming commented, "Seeing you like this breaks my heart. Don't worry, just take a photo for us." He added, "Go to the door, point your phone camera at the peephole, and take a picture." Sun Yuan from room 602 noted, "The scapegoat is still on the 6th floor." Huang Jian from room 501 said, "Last night the imposter never knocked on her door. And this time when the scapegoat came up, it didn't go to her door either." He continued, "She's acting very strange now. She's never been this scared before." He added, "Also she seems only afraid of the imposter, but not the scapegoat. Why is that?" Sherpeng from room 101 asked, "Are you suggesting that she might already be dead or has already turned into a cult?" Sherpeng then said, "But I didn't see any notification in the history. Did any of you?" Lu Ming responded, "It's normal to be afraid of something. Isn't it said that a deceased person's fear turns into a calamity? If she weren't afraid of anything, how could a calamity emerge?" Sun Yuan agreed. "You don't pressure her. I can see she's genuinely terrified." Yi Kai watched Zhao Yaoyang's video again and noticed that when he looked at it with his peripheral vision, he could see a faint reddish shadow on her. Strangely, even though her body was covered by the blanket, he could still perceive this shadow. It was as if he had X-ray vision. The shadow had already engulfed about half of her body. In terms of shape, it could be described as covering or perhaps devouring. Yi Kai shuddered and quickly checked his own body again. No problem. There was no reddish shadow. "Open the door, open up." The imposter outside who had been knocking persistently suddenly stopped. Ye Kai didn't bother to check. After a moment, the knocking resumed. Open up, it's me. Zhao Yaoyang sent a photo in the group along with the message, I don't know why they don't knock on my door. In the photo, the imposter, having taken on Ye Kai's appearance, was raising its hand to knock on the door of room 402. Its head was twisted 180 degrees to face the camera, wearing a stiff wooden smile, as if greeting both sides simultaneously. Huang Jian instinctively held his phone a little further away. If he hadn't been certain that the resident of 402 was already dead, he would have absolutely mistaken the imposter for the real one. It was too similar. Practically identical. If he hadn't known the truth, and this Ye Kai came up to knock on his door, he would definitely have thought it was his downstairs neighbor. Even though the neighbors didn't interact much, he would still open the door to see what was going on. This is getting more and more terrifying. He muttered to himself. Sun Yuanyuan commented, it really looks exactly like the person from 402. She added, it's so scary. If I were Zhao Yaoyang, I'd be scared too. Shipeng warned, everyone don't open the door no matter who it is. Don't open it. Wang Guifan from room 601 stated, I definitely won't open the door, not even for my little grandson. Sun Yuanyuan then said, the scapegoat is starting to head downstairs. I'm going out to do my mission in a bit. Everyone please keep an eye on the Calamity's location for me. Wang Guifan replied, I won't be able to watch for you. Better ask someone else. Shipeng asked, what are your mission requirements and duration? Sun Yuanyuan answered, I need to stay outside my door for 15 minutes within an hour. Huang Jian advised, wait until the imposter comes down from the 6th floor before you go out. There should be enough time. Sun Yuanyuan acknowledged, okay. Ye Kai roughly calculated the timing and figured that she indeed had enough time. Under the current rules, the closer one was to the middle floors, the more dangerous it was. The 1st and 6th floors were the safest when facing missions. They had the most buffer time. The imposter's knocking ceased. Ye Kai peered through the peephole and saw it turn and walk up the stairs. It would meet the scapegoat on the 5th floor. Zhao Yaoyang said in the group, the knocking seems to have stopped. She speculated the imposter might have gone to other floors. Huang Jin corrected, it's probably coming to the 5th. Wang Guifan grumbled, ugh, this imposter turning into a dead person. What bad luck. She added, it's a pity we can't kick it out of the group. So awkward. Shipeng sighed, this is the system's doing. We can only have this one group. Only one group. This meant that even if Ye Kai was lost in thought, Huang Jin announced, the imposter and the scapegoat have met. Ye Kai pulled himself together. It was the first time the doppelganger and the scapegoat met in the presence of an observer. Earlier on the 3rd floor, with no one watching, no one knew the nature of their relationship. Now they encountered each other on the 5th floor. From the previous group chat records, Ye Kai could tell that among his neighbors the most reliable was Huang Jian from 501. Whether it was analyzing the situation or coordinating the other residents of the building, he was subtly the central figure. The next was Shipeng from 101. Sun Yuanyuan from 602, though somewhat overly compassionate, still provided decent support and assistance to the neighbors. The least reliable were Wang Guifan and her little grandson. They were nothing but a burden. 2 calamities meeting on the 5th floor is the best scenario. I should be able to get the most information. 101 Shipeng, brother, Huang, you must record it. 101 Shipeng, it might be useful. 202 Lu Ming 401 Zhao Yaoyang, are you still scared? Do you want me to come up and keep you company? 202 Lu Ming, or you can come down. There are no calamities below the 4th floor now. Being certain that the 4th floor and below were free of calamities emboldened him considerably. Evidently Huang Jian had already started recording and remained silent. 101 Shipeng, brother, Huang once said we should try to have someone on every floor or things could go wrong. 202 Lu Ming, let 602 Sun Yuanyuan come down then. No one was on the 3rd floor, and we were fine. 202 Lu Ming, Liang is so scared. Aren't you all concerned? I am. 602 Sun Yuanyuan, huh? Me come down. 601 Wang Guifan, no, we can't let Xiao Sun come down. If she leaves, what about me and my grandson? 401 Zhao Yaoyang, thanks bro. 202 Lu Ming, but they have a point. Tisk, she was getting manipulative. Ye Kai knew, of course, that as a streamer with many older brothers, Zhao Yaoyang's manipulative skills were ingrained in her nature. Earlier she might have been genuinely scared and unable to play her game, but now, clearly she was no longer afraid. The doppelganger was being suppressed. Ye Kai was certain. The scapegoat was stronger than the doppelganger. 501 Huang Jian video. Ye Kai opened it immediately. In the video, a mass of gray mist and a doppelganger bearing Ye Kai's appearance were confronting each other. Neither approached Huang Jian's door. The mist churned incessantly. The doppelganger's face remained wooden, but the fingers, teeth, and eyes that kept emerging from its body betrayed its agitation. Hello, hello. The doppelganger spoke. I hear. Apparently, it was trying to communicate with the scapegoat. In the video, Li He in his red clothes was not visible, but when Ye Kai looked away from the phone screen, he caught a glimpse of Li He in the mist scrutinizing the doppelganger. Suddenly Li He smiled and looked beyond the phone screen. Ye Kai had a feeling he was looking at him. He wasn't looking at the person filming, he was looking through the phone screen from tens of seconds ago at the present Ye Kai. Was the scapegoat's power truly that strong? Had it chosen him as its next target? That didn't make sense. Calamity, scapegoat, remaining time 7 hours 22 minutes. Once the countdown ended, the scapegoat would be eliminated. The scapegoat's mark needed 24 hours to kill a person. If it could only maintain one mark at a time, even Zhao Yaoyang across the hall might not die. Her mark had only spread halfway, so she had about 12 hours left. Perhaps when the scapegoat Calamity was eliminated, its mark would be erased too. It didn't have enough time to mark him. Ye Kai was puzzled, but didn't intend to delve deeper. He needed more information to continue his reasoning, and besides, the scapegoat situation might not be what he assumed. More likely the scapegoat had just happened to glance toward the camera. 501 Huang Jian, the scapegoat went downstairs. 501 Huang Jian, the doppelganger, is at my door. Its appearance has changed. 501 Huang Jian video. 501 Huang Jian image. Ye Kai opened the image first. The image showed a distorted, shifting humanoid shape. Its face was completely twisted beyond recognition, and various features emerged across its body. The doppelganger was changing form. Then came the video. In the video, both the scapegoats missed, and the doppelganger's body rippled and twisted violently. The doppelganger, having shed Ye Kai's appearance, first took on Zhao Yaoyang's form for a second or two, then continued to change. Then the gray mist curled around it and surged down the stairs. 101 Shipeng, the scapegoat, went downstairs so quickly. Indeed, this time the scapegoat had stayed on the 5th floor for less than 2 minutes, barely enough for the group to exchange a few words. Compared to its previous patterns, this stay was significantly shortened. 501 Huang Jian, the scapegoat, didn't even come near my door. 501 Huang Jian, maybe I was wrong. The Calamity's behavior isn't necessarily tied to life or death. 501 Huang Jian, it's possible that when two calamities coexist, their behaviors conflict and interfere, leading to anomalies. 202 Lu Ming, exactly. I said Liang should move in with me. It'd be safer. 202 Lu Ming, if not, let 602 come down. There are 2 people on the 6th floor, Aunt Wang and her grandson. That was ridiculous. According to what the neighbors knew, 7 people were still alive, living in 6 units, just enough to have 1 person on each floor. If every floor had a guard, then in the best case, everyone could avoid the roaming calamities and maximize their chances of survival. All of this depended on everyone cooperating sincerely. Lu Ming's current behavior was no different from increasing everyone's risk. 202 Lu Ming 401 Zhao Yaoyang Liang, if you're scared, just come down quickly. Ye Kai shook his head and decided not to pay attention to the group chat anymore. He didn't want to get involved in the neighbors' affairs for now. If the situation turned unfavorable, he could always pretend to be the doppelganger and force them to cooperate. If every floor had a guard, then in the best case, everyone could avoid the roaming calamities and maximize their chances of survival. All of this depended on everyone cooperating sincerely. Lu Ming's current behavior was no different. That meant people in the building couldn't send private messages. All information had to be shared through this single group chat. He looked up, intending to check the situation outside through the peephole. He saw wisps of red mist seeping through the gaps of the security door. Was the room no longer safe? Ye Kai shuddered, but when he looked again, the mist had vanished, as if it had been just an illusion. He cautiously approached the door and peered through the peephole. He saw the scapegoat shrouded in gray mist, and Li He in his red robe with long, slender fingers slowly descending the stairs. Li He had his back to him. He seemed to be doing nothing. I might be too tense, Ye Kai laughed at himself. Just then his phone buzzed with a message. 302 Li He, who are you? Ye Kai gasped, dropping his phone to the floor as he stumbled back 3 steps to the window. Li He wasn't dead. How could he still be sending him WeChat messages? Was the Li He mentioned in the notification not the one who lived downstairs? And besides, weren't he and his neighbor unable to communicate via WeChat? Were the others aware he was alive, or were they simply colluding in an act to deceive him? Had the world truly shattered, or had humanity really entered the apocalypse? Everything he had learned and deduced since waking up seemed to be shattered by these simple 3 words. He hesitated before turning to look out the window. Not far away was an endless void in which floated fragments of varying sizes, both near and far. Some fragments were shrouded in night, others bathed in light. Among them were buildings, forests, grasslands, oceans. All manner of scenes. In the nearest fragments the details were clearer, but Ye Kai couldn't yet determine if there were signs of human activity within them. Perhaps it was all an illusion, perhaps he was merely dreaming, perhaps a simple pinch would wake him from it all. He opened the window for the first time. There was no wind outside, and the distant scenery remained unchanged. He tentatively reached out his hand, only to be pushed back by a gentle yet firm force. A line of text appeared in the upper left corner of his vision. Calamity not yet eliminated cannot travel to other areas. So it's like a dungeon instance. Ye Kai calmed down a bit and turned back to pick up his phone. The calamity was certainly terrifying, but Li He's sudden WeChat message was equally unsettling. Yet it was only a matter of fear. He opened WeChat, thought for a moment, found 501 Huang Jian in his contacts, and began composing a message. Just woke up. Saw you guys talking in the group about some fake humans and scapegoats. What's that about? He hit send. A red exclamation mark. Message failed to send. He copied the text and sent it to 101 Shipeng. Sending failed. Sun Yuan sending failed. Wang Guifan sending failed. Zhao Yaoyang sending failed. All these people were on his friends list. If a message to one person failed, it might mean he was unfriended. But there was no reason for everyone to have unfriended him simultaneously. The restriction was real. He copied the text into the group chat window, hovered his finger over the send button for a moment, then deleted the words one by one. His phone buzzed. 302 Lee He, you saw me. An unequivocal tone. Yes, this was Lee He, or rather the scapegoat. Those two sentences confirmed his identity to Yi Kai. I am Yi Kai, he replied. Since things had come to this, there was nothing to fear. 302 Lee He, smile, who are you? 302 Lee He, I am Lee He. Not the scapegoat. 302 Lee He, you are not. 302 Lee He, opened the door. Yi Kai typed a question mark in the chat box. Then deleted it. Then you aren't either. He sent it. 302 Lee He, the process was entirely wrong. The process was entirely wrong, meaning the conclusion might be correct. Lee He wasn't Lee He, so he was the scapegoat. No, the other party said he himself wasn't Yi Kai, and his reply of then you aren't either meant he wasn't Lee He. In this case, the conclusion was right, but the process was wrong. What the other party meant was probably that his entire judgment of the other's identity was wrong. He was neither Lee He nor the scapegoat. Then who was he? His own existence was undeniable, as was his vulnerability as an ordinary person in the face of calamity. Lee He had no reason to entangle himself with him. Even a calamity about to be eliminated posed a real threat to him before it disappeared. If it could infiltrate his phone, it would naturally have ways to kill him. But it didn't do that directly. Instead, it asked him to open the door. Under the current circumstances, opening the door voluntarily would be suicide. Was it asking Yi Kai to kill himself? How could he possibly agree? Except for one possibility. Yi Kai narrowed his eyes. Perhaps he, as Yi Kai, was truly dead, and the one now resurrected was not a human being. Instead, he was some kind of existence similar to Lee He, neither human nor calamity. That made it even more impossible. Yi Kai pinched his arm and touched his face. He himself was a human being, a transmigrator. Undoubtedly. 602 Sun Yuan, where is the fake human now? 501 Huang Jian, just left my doorstep heading downstairs. 501 Huang Jian, I'll let you know if it comes back. 602 Sun Yuan, thanks, I'm so afraid it might suddenly return. 101 Sherpung, it shouldn't. It's been less than 18 hours since it appeared, so its movements should be regular. 501 Huang Jian, don't be careless. They don't always follow previous patterns. 202 Lu Ming, has anyone seen the scapegoat? Is it on the 4th floor? 401 Zhao Yaoyang, I checked, didn't see it. Yi Kai stood guard at his door. Zhao Yaoyang certainly hadn't been watching her door the entire time, so she missed Lee He, who had actually only stayed on the 4th floor for a very short time. After sending that last message, Lee He sent nothing more. If this were a game, Lee He was clearly one of those crucial, yet cryptic hidden NPCs. When not triggered by a player, he was just an elite monster easily dealt with and forgotten. Now Yi Kai had triggered the NPC's storyline. The WeChat conversation should have served as a cutscene meant to explain the plot. The problem is there's no plot here either. It was all riddles. Clearly the other's storyline was related to him, but, dude, you only have a few hours left to live. Even if you're leaving a final message, you should at least make yourself clear, right? Forget it. The world was ending anyway. There was no point in chatting with an NPC who couldn't speak plainly. Even if the other party wanted him to become a calamity, Yi Kai wasn't entirely opposed to that idea. After all, being transmigrated into a doomsday world without any cheat abilities was already unfortunate enough. Living in constant fear wasn't much of a life either. Perhaps being a calamity would be more comfortable. Tap tap tap. Soft footsteps approached. Yi Kai pressed his eye to the peephole. Coming down was Sun Yuan, or rather the calamity, disguised as Sun Yuan, the fake human. Whether due to something Lee He had done to it, or the fake human's evolution over time, its expression was now much more natural. It wore a look of panic on its face, glanced around, then seemed to make up its mind, and approached Yi Kai's door. Knock knock knock. Is anyone home? The fake human's voice was identical to Sun Yuan's. I need to talk to you. Can you open the door? I can't get back to my place. Knock knock knock. Its gaze fixed on the peephole, locking eyes with Yi Kai through it, its expression sincere. If Yi Kai didn't know it was a fake human in disguise, he might have wavered slightly. Can you hurry? I'm afraid it will catch up. Buzz. Yi Kai was watching the fake human's performance when his phone vibrated. Lee He, kill it. Why? This was Yi Kai's first reaction. Even if the facsimiles and the scapegoats were in competition, it wasn't a fight to the death. Lee He, being a scapegoat, held a peculiar attitude toward the facsimiles and the neighbors. He didn't seem to be a pure calamity. Yi Kai felt he had the demeanor of a spectator. Earlier on the 5th floor, he must have done something to the facsimile, which is why it evolved so rapidly. Originally just mimicking human appearance, its speech lacked conviction, only stiffly demanding the door be opened. Now outside his own door, the facsimile, disguised as Sun Yuan, had a fully plausible reason and rhetoric to demand he open up. But in the eyes of the neighbors in the building, he should be a dead man. Only a facsimile would rely on some instinct or perception to determine he was alive, and tirelessly came to try and deceive him. What would happen if he opened the door? Yi Kai didn't attempt it. He tapped on the avatar of 302 Lee He on his phone. Why? Lee He, interesting. Are you even still Lee He? Lee He, kill the facsimile, and you'll get some clues. Kill the facsimile. Ye Kai didn't think he was capable of it. So far none of his neighbors had ever directly resolved a single calamity. This was evident from their attitudes. If they had dealt with 1 or 2 calamities they wouldn't be so lacking in confidence, only resorting to avoidance. They would have at least tried to attack and resolve the calamities. But from the content of the notification the entity that issued it believed they had the potential to resolve them. Calamity, facsimile, remaining time 36 hours 55 minutes. Eliminate the facsimile or after the countdown ends the calamity can be resolved. Calamity, scapegoat, remaining time 6 hours 55 minutes. Eliminate the scapegoat or after the countdown ends the calamity can be resolved. At least he should try. Ye Kai steadied himself and approached the security door. The facsimile, disguised as Sun Yuan, was still dutifully playing its role. They won't answer me at all. Please open the door. Through the peephole, Ye Kai saw her face, full of panic. As if it were real. He thought for a moment then spoke. Don't be afraid. How come you can't get home? As if it was the first time someone had answered, the facsimile stumbled. The facsimile, Sun Yuan, paused. I lost my keys. Too fake. Ye Kai said, you haven't come downstairs these past few days, how could you lose your keys? Even if you lost them they'd be nearby. Look carefully and you'll surely find them. But, Sun Yuan said, but there's a facsimile in the hallway, if I run into it I'm dead. Indeed the facsimile is dangerous. Ye Kai said, do you know where the facsimile is right now? It should be on the 6th floor. No, the 5th floor. The facsimile's evolution was clearly incomplete, it couldn't yet read the chat group's messages. Otherwise it should have shared the neighbor's understanding and believed he was a dead man. This was even with the acceleration provided by the scapegoat Li He. Going from a formless mask to a relatively perfect disguise as an ordinary person had taken about 8 to 9 hours, after which it could read impressions from human memories and disguise itself as someone familiar. At this rate of evolution, reaching the point of reading chat logs and even sowing discord in the group wasn't just possible, it should be said. It was inevitable. So Huang Jian and the others' belief that they could just hide and wait it out was wrong. The entity that issued the prompts and real-time tasks didn't want them to simply survive the calamity. Ye Kai didn't voice his thoughts, but changed the subject. To be honest, I'm not sure if you're really a facsimile or not. He said, but 501 said that as long as we don't go out we can safely survive 48 hours and resolve the facsimile calamity. I think that's fine. I'm definitely not going to risk opening the door for you, but the 2 units downstairs are empty. I saw their doors open. You can stay there. Of course Ye Kai was lying, he hadn't even left the 4th floor. Or you could try other places, but they probably won't open their doors for you either. You knocked on their doors earlier, right? Try 401 across the hall. Sun Yuan lowered her head. Then I'll check downstairs. Ye Kai watched her turn and leave. Sun Yuan didn't knock on 401's door. 401 remained the scapegoat's prey. In the WeChat group. After a while Lu Ming sent a photo. In the photo was Zhao Yajing. Then a video. Zhao Yajing was knocking on Lu Ming's door, her face filled with panic, hair, disheveled eyes red, and swollen tears streaming down her face. Open the door, the facsimile is chasing me. Just her real-time task, it's definitely not. 101 Sherpeng, can you take a photo? 202 Lu Ming, she's scared of the facsimile, why do you want her to take a photo? 101 Sherpeng, we need to confirm if there are 2 facsimiles. 202 Lu Ming, well no, when it comes down. Sherpeng didn't reply further. After a while Lu Ming sent a photo. In the photo was Zhao Yajing. Then a video. Zhao Yajing was knocking on Lu Ming's door, her face filled with panic, hair, disheveled eyes red, and swollen tears streaming down her face. Open the door, the facsimile is chasing me. It even said it went to the neighbor across the hall. How could you possibly go there, right? 401 Zhao Yajing, you're so kind, brother. 101 Sherpeng, it's starting to look like us now. Everyone must stay in touch in the group. So had actually created a flaw. 202 Lu Ming, this is obviously a facsimile, even though it looks a lot like Liang 401 Zhao Yajing. 202 Lu Ming, do you think I'm an idiot? I'm definitely not opening the door for it. 202 Lu Ming, of course, if Liang came down herself, I'd definitely open the door. 401 Zhao Yajing. 202 Lu Ming, 401 Zhao Yajing, Liang, look, this facsimile dares to disguise itself as you. How hateful. It even said it went to the neighbor across the hall. How could you possibly go there, right? 401 Zhao Yajing, you're so kind, brother. 101 Sherpeng, it's starting to look like us now. Everyone must stay in touch in the group. 501 Huang Jian, is there a second facsimile? 202 Lu Ming. 202 Lu Ming, no, I took a video, didn't I? There's only one facsimile. 601 Wang Guifanug, this thing is terrifying. Let me say this in advance, don't come to my place, alright? I've got a little grandson to deal with, it's already chaotic enough. I'm definitely not letting anyone in. 501 Huang Jian, if there's no second facsimile, then who was the facsimile talking to when 401 heard it? 501 Huang Jian, 401 Zhao Yajing, are you sure you heard the facsimile chatting with someone? 401 Zhao Yajing, I think so. It sounded like a conversation. 401 Zhao Yajing, the facsimile seemed to answer some questions. I heard it knock on the door for a while, then say it lost its keys and mention the 6th floor and 5th floor. 501 Huang Jian, so it was definitely talking to someone. Who was it talking to? 101 Sherpeng, probably the scapegoat. 501 Huang Jian, if they're working together things get much harder for us. 202 Lu Ming, it must be the scapegoat. Who else could it be? That dead guy in 402. The group chat fell silent once more. 602 Sun Yuan it. It shouldn't be someone chatting with 402, right? Today marks the 4th day since 402 died. 601 Wang Guifan, who can say for sure? Maybe he's turned into a ghost. 202 Lu Ming, don't talk nonsense, there are no ghosts in this world. 101 Shirpeng, the world has become like this, and you still believe there are no ghosts. How could I possibly be a ghost? Ye Kai thought, exasperated. His body temperature was 37 degrees Celsius, his motor functions were normal, he neither floated nor could pass through walls, and he cast a shadow in the light. How could he be a ghost? He shook his head, dismissing the chat, and began rummaging through the room. The current pseudo-human, despite its progress, still posed no real threat to the neighbors. Its movements were highly predictable, tracking its trajectory was enough to identify it. More importantly, even if it mimicked a neighbor's appearance perfectly, the real person could simply speak a few words in the group chat to instantly verify the truth. For the time being, the two sides remained deadlocked until the pseudo-human achieved a breakthrough. So he decided to probe for the pseudo-human's weaknesses. He found a lunchbox and took out some stored provisions from the fridge, slices of bread, ham, and even some fruit and pre-cooked meals. These were all rewards obtained after dispelling previous calamities. Ye Kai had tried some before, and they tasted quite good. This suggested that the entity issuing tasks and creating calamities wasn't stingy. Then he concealed over a dozen razor blades within the bread and ham and pierced several needles into the fruit. He also heated up the pre-cooked meals and placed them in the lunchbox. Had initially wanted to add some poison but found none at home, so he settled for mixing copious amounts of salt, laundry detergent, and disinfectant into a few of the dishes. After finishing, he set the lunchbox outside his door. Meanwhile, the pseudo-human, now transformed into Wang Guifan's likeness, had descended to the first floor, but Shirpeng wasn't fooled. 101 Shirpeng, the pseudo-human, has left the first floor and is heading up. 202 Lu Ming, it's coming up. It's disguised as Liang Liang, but it only glanced at me and didn't stop to knock. 501 Huang Jian, its movement patterns are changing already. That was quicker than expected. Ye Kai checked the time. Calamity, pseudo-human. Remaining time 36 hours, 03 minutes. Resolve the calamity by eliminating the pseudo-human or waiting for the countdown to end. Calamity, scapegoat. Remaining time 6 hours, 03 minutes. Resolve the calamity by eliminating the scapegoat or waiting for the countdown to end. It had only been 12 hours since the pseudo-human appeared. The change in the calamity's behavior patterns made it harder for the residents to avoid it, especially during real-time tasks. They couldn't predict when it would strike and had to rely entirely on warnings from others. But people get tired and need rest. Imagine if you received a real-time task while all your neighbors were asleep. That would be the most dangerous scenario. Combined with the erratic behavior, it became completely unpredictable. 501 Huang Jian, everyone needs to be extra cautious. The next 36 hours will be tough. 501 Huang Jian, especially since there are only 6 hours left for the scapegoat. Its movements are already completely erratic. This period will be the hardest to manage. 101 Shirpeng, I've received a real-time task. I need to stay outside my door for 15 minutes within the hour. Everyone please keep an eye out for me. 202 Lu Ming, help me watch for the scapegoat. 202 Lu Ming, don't worry. It didn't come down last time, probably won't this time either. 202 Lu Ming 401 Zhao Yaoyang Liang Liang, keep an eye out. Ye Kai glanced at his phone, but his focus was on the hallway outside. He wasn't too worried about Shirpeng. The scapegoat, Li He, should currently be focused on him. What interested him was himself. If he failed to kill the pseudo-human in the next 6 hours, how could he obtain the intelligence Li He had promised? After all, as a calamity, the scapegoat would be resolved in 6 hours. The pseudo-human appeared. This time it took the form of Sun Yuan. Through the peephole, Ye Kai saw Sun Yuan trudging up the stairs. Her face was a mask of terror and exhaustion, as if she had been rejected countless times and had lost all hope. Ye Kai silently applauded. The evolved pseudo-human's acting skills were indeed formidable. It could easily land a role in a TV drama. Sun Yuan passed by his door without looking over, but her steps faltered slightly at the sight of the lunchbox. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't bend down. Ye Kai knocked on the door. Thump thump. Don't leave just yet, have a bite to eat first, he said with feigned concern. Eat. The pseudo-human glanced at the lunchbox, then at the closed security door. Can you open the door and let me in? I want to open the door, Ye Kai replied. But whether you're Sun Yuan or not, you need to eat. You haven't had breakfast, have you? Eat your fill at my door, and then go try your luck elsewhere. The pseudo-human wore a grateful expression. It opened the lunchbox. 401 Zhao Yaoyang, I can hear the pseudo-human's voice. 401 Zhao Yaoyang, it sounds like 602. 602 Sun Yuan, that's not you, is it? 602 Sun Yuan, and it's not me. It must be the pseudo-human in disguise. 501 Huang Jian, what is it saying? 401 Zhao Yaoyang, not much. I don't feel scared now. Let me try taking a photo. 401 Zhao Yaoyang, image 101 Shirpeng, it's eating at 402's door. 101 Shirpeng, where did it get food? 501 Huang Jian, did someone leave a meal on the 4th floor? The moment he asked, he knew it was a foolish question. In the current climate of fear, who would deliberately go to the 4th floor just to leave a lunchbox? But where did that lunchbox come from? The scapegoat should be on the 3rd floor, and the pseudo-human had just passed the 3rd floor. Could it be from the scapegoat? 501 Huang Jian, do ghosts exchange gifts with each other? 101 Shipeng, probably not. Ye Kai heard a startled cry from outside his door. It was Zhao Yaoliang's voice. Normally with 2 security doors between them, normal conversation wouldn't be audible. But Zhao Yaoliang must have been so alarmed that she cried out loudly. 401 Zhao Yaoliang, that lunchbox. 401 Zhao Yaoliang, I've seen it before. 501 Huang Jian, where? Whose lunchbox is it? 202 Lu Ming. 401 Zhao Yaoliang, it belongs to 402. 401 Zhao Yaoliang, he used to bring lunch to work. I saw him a few times when he was leaving, and he always used this exact lunchbox. 401 Zhao Yaoliang, he carried it in a plastic bag, I saw it. 101 Shipeng, are you sure? 202 Lu Ming, impossible. He's dead, how could he have set out a lunchbox? 501 Huang Jian, could he have turned into a ghost? Oh dear, he can't turn into a ghost. The world is already hard enough as it is. If he becomes a ghost, what will happen to an old woman like me and my little grandson? Wait, didn't the person in 402 release a calamity when they died? That smiling ghost. Could it be that he didn't transform? Who knows? The notice didn't say that releasing a calamity prevents you from becoming a ghost. Then, could other dead people also become ghosts? Liang, don't be scared. You can move in with us. With more people around, we won't be afraid of ghosts. According to novels, after becoming a ghost, they retain memories from their life and only go after those who wronged them. But reality is definitely different from novels. We can't follow them exactly. We don't need to worry too much. Oh dear, I haven't wronged you. There's a debt to pay and a culprit to blame. Go after whoever wronged you and leave an old woman alone, please. And my little grandson, he's such a good boy, you mustn't harm him. Ye Kai hadn't been paying attention to the group, chat, his eyes fixed on the imposter eating at his door. Sun Yuan ate quickly without pausing. The razor blades and needles hidden in the food seemed to have no effect. The drug pre-made meals didn't affect the imposter either. It seemed that killing an imposter this way was not realistic. The phone vibrated from the mentions, pulling his attention back to the group chat. They've already noticed my existence. That actually provides a more convenient explanation. Whether he appeared as a ghost or an imposter made little difference to Ye Kai. He wasn't human anyway. His original hope was just to find a way to get information from the neighbors after being discovered. But since Head learned the group chat was the only means of communication and no one could be kicked or the chat disbanded, his previous preparations were largely unnecessary. Head treated as a spare move. If I suddenly spoke up in the chat, I'd scare them half to death. But there's no need for that yet. The imposter at the door had finished the meal, placing the lunchbox back exactly where it was. Thank you, Sun Yuan said in a low voice. They'll go upstairs to see if I have a chance to get home. It was too human-like. The previous imposters wouldn't have gone this far. Were they now learning to use emotional tactics? Ye Kai replied, then suddenly asked, why didn't you stay on the 3rd floor? 3rd floor. The imposter said, the walls on the 3rd floor are covered in blood. I'm afraid to stay there. As if the hallway on the 4th floor was spotless. Forget it, go on up. A while later, only after Huang Jian from upstairs reported in the chat that the imposter had reached the 5th floor, did Ye Kai open the door and retrieve the lunchbox. The contents weren't completely finished. A significant amount remained, especially near the edges. The disposable chopsticks showed no signs of use, but the spoon had teeth marks on it. That was a stainless steel spoon. Ye Kai clicked his tongue in disbelief. Getting bitten by a mouth like that would be an extremely painful experience. Only such teeth could chew and swallow razor blades and steel needles without flinching. Judging by the bite marks, the imposter's mouth probably didn't contain normal human teeth, but rather rows of tiny sharp teeth similar to certain fish. This was one of the imposter's current traits. Whether future evolution would remove this feature remained to be seen. The imposter still looks like the person from 602. No, the clothes on its back have changed. Image in the picture, the imposter disguised as Sun Yuan had just reached the top of the stairs and was turning around. The photo was a bit blurry, but one could vaguely make out that the color of the clothes on its back differed from the front. When it came up just now, I noticed something off. When it was calling at my door, it turned sideways a few times, and I'm sure the clothes on its back were different. Can you guys see anything? Lu Ming sent 2 photos, one of his front and one of his back. If he cleaned himself up, Lu Ming would be passable, but his expression always made him seem a bit too slick. See how the color is similar to my clothes? It does look similar. What's exposed on its back looks just like your clothes. According to the established pattern, the imposter would change its appearance on each floor. This time it seemed to be trying to transform into Lu Ming, but ran into some problems and had to revert to Sun Yuan's form. However, it left a flaw on its back. So the things he had added weren't ineffective, they just only showed their effect when the imposter changed form. This also meant the damage was real, but the imposter might not be able to perceive it at its current stage. Ye Kai pondered this silently. Could it be because of the lunchbox on the 4th floor? Is the lunchbox still there? After a moment, Zhao Yaoliang replied. Brother, can you open the door for me? He'll come down in a bit. No problem. When you come down, just take a picture at my door to prove you're here. Okay. Why are you suddenly coming down? What happened? There really is a ghost. The person from 402 really turned into a ghost. Did the person from 402 leave the lunchbox? Don't come down first. The scapegoat ghost is on the 3rd floor. You can't get through. I took a video. What should I do then? I'm scared to stay on the 4th floor. Send the video first so we can see. Video, what should I do? Yikai opened the video. It clearly showed him opening his door and taking the lunchbox. Counting it, this is the first time they've seen me since 4 days ago, he thought. So it's true. Could there be 2 imposters? Has he really become a pseudo-human? Peng from room 101 asked. But we've never seen 2 pseudo-humans appear at the same time. Could it be that it's actually the scapegoat who transformed? Huang Jian from room 501 replied. The scapegoat should be on the 3rd floor. Room 401 saw it go down earlier. Wang Guifan from room 601 chimed in. Oh, who can say for sure? That girl from 401 is irresponsible. She doesn't even look outside. Who knows when the scapegoat might have slipped up while she wasn't paying attention? Sun Yuan from room 602 wondered, has the scapegoat ever transformed into a person before? Zhao Yaoyang from room 401 cried out. It's definitely a ghost. It has to be a ghost. There's a pseudo-human upstairs, a scapegoat downstairs, and a ghost across the hall. What am I supposed to do? Why is this happening to me? Why am I the only one so unlucky? What do I do now? Yi Kai's presence threw the group chat into chaos, leaving the neighbors at a loss. After all, they had been living according to the prompts. He was an anomaly outside those prompts. According to the notifications I've received, I should be dead by now, he mused. And I've never spoken in the group chat. Yi Kai finished inspecting the return meal box, confirming there was nothing unusual except for the teeth marks. No residue on the box. At least nothing I can detect. Then he opened the window and tossed the meal box out. In the past, that would have been an act of public indecency. But now, it was the apocalypse. In this fragment of the world, only the few people in his unit remained. Who would care? As with his previous attempts, the meal box thrown from the window was intercepted by something in midair. It then stuck to what seemed like an air wall, remaining suspended as it was gradually broken down. Is there a recycling system here too? Then what about the bodies of the dead? Huang Jian from room 501 said. We haven't left our floors for days, have we? Let alone going to others' homes. There's a lot happening in this building that we don't really know about. Peng from room 101 asked. Are you suggesting there might be many hidden dangers in the building now? Lu Ming from room 202 retorted. Why worry about so much? If they wanted us dead, we'd be dead already. We live one day at a time. Why overthink it? Wang Guifan from room 601 countered. You can't say that. My little grandson is going stir crazy at home, and I'm too afraid to let him go downstairs. Just as I thought. Yi Kai noted. The neighbors, paralyzed by fear, dared not leave their homes. Even for real-time tasks, they only dared to complete them at their doorsteps, never venturing further. To them, active exploration was suicide, while staying home was a slow death. At least it bought them more time. Yi Kai, however, refused to accept this. If this was a transmigration, he should be able to go back. Right? Returning to an ordinary life was far better than this bizarre apocalypse. And if this was a rebirth, then he had to explore actively. His own uniqueness had been confirmed by the reaction of the scapegoat Li He. To survive in this disaster-ridden world, hiding was useless. He needed the power to fight back, even if it was weak. This all pointed to one thing. There was nothing left to explore in his own home. He had to go outside. Having made up his mind, Yi Kai grabbed his cleaver, glanced at the group chat to confirm the pseudo-human had just left the 5th floor heading to the 6th, and opened the door to leave. It was nearly 8 in the morning and sunlight streamed through the corridor windows, making the hallway bright. The calamities aren't afraid of sunlight, and they don't seem to tire. I can't just treat them as mere ghosts. Peng might provide some information, but that doesn't mean it's all correct. The bloodstains in the hallway, as when he last went out, hadn't faded. Room 401's door was closed, and he could faintly hear a woman's sobbing through it. That was Zhao Yaoyang. The stairs leading to the 3rd floor seemed somewhat dimmer, with faint shadows flitting across them, vanishing when he looked closely. Since it hasn't attacked me before going to its territory, probably won't be a problem. Yi Kai encouraged himself, mustering his courage as he stepped onto the stairs. A faint lingering stench of blood filled his nostrils. The air on the 3rd floor felt eerily cold. Deep claw marks were etched into the walls. The door to room 301 hung wide open, while room 302's was shut. The resident of 301 was dead, and 302 had been Lihi's place. Now it was probably the scapegoat's. Would it watch him from behind the door, or suddenly appear? Yi Kai didn't dwell on it. He stepped into room 301. As he crossed the threshold, a line of text materialized in the upper left corner of his vision. This place is uninhabited and lacks protective capabilities. Expel the calamity within the room and remain for 2 hours to restore it. 2 hours. Not long, but in the current era of rampant calamities, staying in a room without protection for 2 hours was incredibly dangerous. Unexpectedly, the room was spotless. The decor was rustic wood style, with no clutter on the coffee table or dining table. Everything was in its rightful place. A few potted plants on the windowsill were wilting, likely from lack of watering. An ink-wash landscape painting hung on the wall with a line of poetry inscribed at its edge. The bright moon over daunting shines for 1,000 miles, cool wind, wild geese, cry the sky reflected in the water. Probably just for decoration. Ye Kai tried lifting it, but found nothing behind it. The original resident Ye Kai recalled was a woman named Xie Shiqing, a literary, somewhat aloof young woman who kept her distance from the neighbors. The atmosphere in her home was quite fitting for her. He did another round of the house, but found no body. Maybe it was eaten by a calamity. Or decomposed. Sun Yuan from room 602 reported, the pseudo-human has gone down to the 6th floor. Still had time. Ye Kai searched a bit more and found a diary in a drawer in the bedroom. He started reading from the last entry. March 29th. Nothing happened today, hope nothing else does. Huang Jian said if no one dies during the calamity, maybe it'll be safe after. Hope so. Peace. March 28th. Almost got caught off guard by a calamity during a task, scared me to death. Isn't it enough that it killed the person in 102? March 27th. Got some supplies, quite a lot, but I can't choose what I want. I suggested we trade, but everyone was scared and no one responded. March 26th. The neighbor across the hall gave me a painting. It's pretty. I hung it in the living room, and it makes me feel better. I've never heard the poem on it. He said he wrote it himself. I made him lunch as a return of courtesy. March 25th. The supplies included a lot of vegetables, no idea where they came from. Stir-frying works too. The real-time task was safe. March 20th. When I tried to go to work today, I found I couldn't leave the building, and neither could anyone else. The outside looked strange, and I saw some text too. I thought it was a hallucination, but it turns out everyone has it. The notification says calamities will start refreshing tomorrow. Is no one going to do something about this? I tried calling the police, but the line was dead. No one answered. So the world shattered and calamities descended. Starting from that day, Ye Kai let out a breath. He had no memory of these events. His phone buzzed. Huang Jian from room 501 warned, the pseudo-human is coming downstairs. He had to leave immediately. Ye Kai tucked the diary away and turned to leave. Suddenly, he noticed a small green pixelated block on the inside of room 301's security door frame. Time was of the essence. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Kai snatched the green block and dashed back into his home. Just as he was about to close the door, he came face-to-face with the mimic who was descending the stairs and turning at the landing. The mimic, disguised as Sun Yuan, froze for a split second, its head splitting open to reveal an abyss-like maw. Within it lay endless layers of densely packed teeth. Ye Kai heard a roar that seemed to emanate from the depths of its very soul as the mimic charged straight at him. Bang! He slammed the door shut. You are now alone with the mimic. Only then did Ye Kai notice a new line of text flashing in the upper left corner of his vision. Thankfully the mimic wasn't fast, and thankfully he hadn't lingered. Thud! The security door shuddered violently from the impact. The sound was so loud that Ye Kai guessed Huang Jian upstairs must have heard it clearly. A faint, barely perceptible dark light rippled across the door, which remained completely unscathed. Peering through the peephole, Ye Kai saw that the mimic had abandoned all pretense. Its head had split entirely into 4 segments resembling a bizarre mini-petaled flower with limbs. Its face had shifted to its abdomen, and that face identical to Sun Yuan's was speaking. You? Why did you close the door? I'm hungry, so hungry. I need to eat. Let me in, please let me in. The massive black flower perched on its shoulder, its center steaming, was its hollow, cavernous maw. Ye Kai remained silent. The mimic's danger was starkly evident. If he were to step out from behind the protection of the security door now, he would undoubtedly be killed and devoured in an instant. He couldn't gamble on his own special trait. It might work on a proxy, but it was by no means guaranteed to work on a mimic. His phone vibrated as the chat group buzzed with activity. 602 Sun Yuan, what was that sound? 501 Huang Jin, you heard it too. Sounded like it came from downstairs. 202 Lu Ming, I vaguely heard it from upstairs. 501 Huang Jian, is it from the 4th floor? 401 Zhao Yajing, are you okay? 401 Zhao Yajing, I'm fine, just really scared. 202 Lu Ming, is the mimic on the 4th floor? Didn't it knock on your door? 401 Zhao Yajing, so that was the mimic. Zhao Yajing felt she was still quite diligent. Earlier this morning, she had suppressed her terror, staying by her security door to observe the outside situation and relay information to her neighbors. Even though she was sobbing with fright, she hadn't retreated under her covers like last night. 3 monsters had surrounded her with no escape above or below and facing the ghost from 402 every time she went out. It had utterly terrified her. Any one of those 3 monsters could easily take her life. After the extreme fear, a spark of reckless courage ignited within her. Since each of them could kill her, she had to think of every possible way to escape. Otherwise, even if the monsters couldn't get in, she would lose her protection upon failing a real-time task. And then she'd die anyway. It's okay as long as I don't open the door, those things outside can't get in. She repeated this mantra to comfort herself. When the loud bang came from outside her door, she nearly jumped out of her skin. Luckily, it was from across the hall. Lucky my ass. She could almost picture her own death at the hands of the monsters. She didn't dare look through the peephole directly. Trembling, she raised her phone and started recording. 401 Zhao Yajing video 401 Zhao Yajing photo 601 Wang Guifan, what is this you filmed? It's so blurry. Can't a young girl even take a proper picture? 501 Huang Jian, is that the mimic? What was it doing just now? 602 Sun Yuan, why is my face on its stomach? Is it coming to kill me? It would have been one thing if the mimic had merely transformed into her, as everyone had been mimicked before. But seeing her own face on a monster's belly filled her with dread. 602 Sun Yuan, what should I do? 101 Shipeng, take more pictures. Ye Kai opened the video. It showed the mimic prowling and shouting in front of his door. Due to the shaky camera, the video was blurry, offering little useful detail beyond what he had already witnessed. Useless. The group chat was noisy but devoid of valuable information. Ye Kai shifted his attention to the item he had retrieved. The small green pixelated block. A prompt appeared in the upper left corner of his vision. Seed of Calamity Zombie. Upon use, choose one of two effects lasting up to 3 hours. Summon a zombie that acts on instinct when not under your control. Overlay all zombie stats and traits onto your current state, excluding weaknesses. Note created from the Calamity Zombie. This calamity has been naturally resolved. The Seed of Calamity has been downgraded to a one-time item, with remaining uses 33. Unclaimed Seeds of Calamity will gradually dissipate. The entity behind all this, the one responsible for turning the world into this nightmare, wasn't entirely bloodthirsty. It also provided a means to combat the calamities. The green block vanished from Ye Kai's hand, reappearing in the upper right corner of his vision, marked with A33. Stealing his resolve, Ye Kai attempted a summon. He could sense that his summoning range wasn't too far limited to what he could see. Looking through the peephole, he soon saw a zombie appear beside the rampaging mimic. The zombie's head was tilted at an odd angle, its teeth protruding, its limbs twisted. Its clothes were soaked through with dark crimson blood, though just looking at it was enough to almost smell the thick stench of gore. After the successful summon, Ye Kai discovered he had gained a new perspective, that of the zombie. Under his control, the zombie limped towards the mimic. The face of Sun Yuan on the mimic's abdomen shrieked, its expression one of utter terror as it looked at the zombie, desperately pleading for help. Open the door. Please open up. Save me. At the same time, its head slowly turned towards the zombie, raising a hand. That hand had completely transformed into a pitch-black tentacle. The tip of the tentacle morphed into a blade, flashing with cold light as it slashed at the zombie. The zombie was slow. Ye Kai tried his best to dodge, but the blow still landed. An arm was cleanly severed. The zombie's defense and speed are utterly inadequate. Fighting the mimic heat-in with this thing is definitely out of the question. But the loss of limbs doesn't seem to affect its movement. And the zombie feels no pain, so maybe. Ye Kai commanded the zombie, ignoring the attacks, charging straight at the mimic. The mimic's maw let out a bestial roar. Sun Yuan's face on its abdomen wailed, and its arm kept swinging wildly at the zombie. The distance was short, and Ye Kai made no move to dodge, only twisting the zombie slightly to shield its remaining arm. SHHK. CRK. The zombie stumbled as one leg was severed. Then the other leg was severed as well. But as long as its head wasn't destroyed, it wouldn't die. Ye Kai directed it, and the zombie grabbed hold of the mimic's roar. The imposter let out a guttural shriek, thrashing its arm violently, yet failing to shake off the zombie. Not bad strength, Ye Kai remarked. He then commanded the zombie to sink its teeth into the imposter's torso. I've been bitten by a zombie, Sun Yuan's face contorted in agony as she screamed. But Ye Kai observed clearly that no blood flowed from the imposter's wound. The zombie bit down as if on a rubber tire, exerting force yet causing little harm. This was evident from the imposter's reaction as well. It didn't fly into a rage, instead it merely shook itself a few times, and upon failing to dislodge the zombie, it used another tentacle to slice and shred the attacker. Dark red blood oozed from the zombie's body. Its grip on the imposter loosened and fell away, but its head remained clamped onto the imposter's form. Yes, it was still alive, even though its body was in pieces with severed parts lying starkly on the ground. Its head, however, remained intact. Your summon has sustained severe damage. The text in the upper left corner displayed the zombie's current status in real time. In its humanoid form, the imposter can be harmed by sharp objects, but the damage is quite limited. Ye Kai summarized the information gathered, but if one is alone with the imposter, it will transform. In that state, its speed, defense, and attack power increase dramatically. A zombie cannot fight against the imposter in that form, it can only slightly restrict its movements. Furthermore, he glanced at the scattered zombie parts beside the imposter. The pieces were still twitching, a severed hand clawed at the air. The imposter doesn't seem interested in eating the zombie, but judging from its form and its reaction to seeing me earlier, it might be very interested in eating humans. So being alone with the imposter is a no-go. 401 Zhao Yaoyang video 401 Zhao Yaoyang help me. 501 Huang Jian 202 Lu Ming 101 Shipeng. The video captured the zombie's appearance and the confrontation with the imposter. 501 Huang Jian, don't panic, as long as you don't open the door you'll be safe. 202 Lu Ming, don't be scared, Yaya. That thing looks scary, but as long as you stay inside you'll be fine. 202 Lu Ming, it will probably leave soon. 101 Shipeng, a zombie. 101 Sherpung weren't the zombies already dealt with. 601 Wang Guifan Buddha protect us. 601 Wang Guifan, that zombie scared my little grandson. 501 Huang, Jian has anyone seen an official notice about the zombies? 101 Sherpung no. 602 Sun Yuan number 101 Sherpung no notice about the zombies. Is it because the entity behind all this has altered the rules? 501 Huang Jian hard to say, but there should be a notice eventually. 501 Huang Jian, it's also possible that the calamities we've been avoiding weren't truly resolved. They might still be in the building. If that's the case, we're in real danger. 202 Lu Ming, who gives a damn? Live it up while we can. We're all in this mess anyway. After a while, the imposter gradually calmed down. Its split head knitted back together, reverting to Sun Yuan's appearance. It glanced at Ye Kai, then turned and headed downstairs. Ye Kai closed his eyes. However, a zombie's head still hung from its lower back. The zombie's jaws were clamped tight, and the imposter didn't seem inclined to remove it. This at least shows the imposter lacks awareness of its own body. If it can't see something, it treats it as non-existent. This also explains why it ate the drugged food earlier. Its intelligence also seems somewhat lacking. As the imposter departed, the zombie's remaining limbs on the ground gradually disintegrated. Ye Kai closed his eyes, shifting his attention to the feed relayed by the zombie. The third floor looked the same as before. From the zombie's perspective, the door of 301 appeared dimmer than his own, while the door of 302 was shrouded in a deep, profound darkness. Within that darkness, there was a dense patch of crimson. That was Lihi. Ye Kai glanced at the countdown. Calamity imposter remaining time 34 hours, 45 minutes. Resolve the calamity by eliminating the imposter or waiting for the countdown to end. Calamity scapegoat remaining time 4 hours, 45 minutes. Resolve the calamity by eliminating the scapegoat or waiting for the countdown to end. With over 4 hours left, what would Lihi do? The second and first floors were similar to the fourth. The doors of the occupied 202 and 101 were relatively bright, while the doors of the units confirmed to have no survivors were notably dim. The door to 201 was wide open, and the room was in obvious disarray, as if it had been searched. Ye Kai recalled that a woman in her 20s lived there. 20 minutes later, the imposter returned to the fourth floor. Ye Kai opened Lihi's WeChat. What will happen to you when the countdown ends? Lihi smiled. Lihi, you'll find out. Was there some secret to this? Ye Kai didn't believe it, he saw it as a dodge. But he didn't dwell on the matter. I need to lure 401 down, and he'll need your cooperation. Lihi, and you think he'll cooperate? Yes. Ye Kai paused, but Lihi didn't reply. Initially, this question was just a test. He was probing Lihi's limits, testing how far his curiosity about Ye Kai would allow him to tolerate. Unexpectedly, Lihi's silence was a tacit agreement. Can you leave the third floor? Go to the first floor. Just 10 minutes is enough. Lihi arrogant. Another tacit agreement. Ye Kai recalled his relationship with Lihi when he was alive, which didn't seem to justify this level of cooperation. It must be due to his own special nature. What kind of special nature, he wondered. He switched to the building's neighbor group chat. In the group, Lu Ming and Sun Yuan were comforting Zhao Yaoyang. Zhao Yaoyang was looking for a chance to go down to the second floor to stay with Lu Ming, who had been consoling her. Sherpung objected, arguing that it would leave the fourth floor unmonitored, cutting off intelligence from both the third and fourth floors, which would be too dangerous for everyone else. Huang Jian's real-time task had refreshed, and he needed to find time to complete it. Ye Kai typed a message and sent it. 402 Ye Kai, you can go down. 402 Ye Kai, will keep watch on the fourth floor. The group chat fell silent for a very brief moment. Then everyone from the first to the sixth floor heard Zhao Yaoyang scream. Ah-ee! Ah-ee! The group chat was silent, and so was the outdoors. At this moment, no one cared about the false human nor the scapegoat. All people, because of Ye Kai's appearance, fell into a brief state of shock, terror, and confusion. Zhao Yajing shrank tremblingly under the covers. Wang Guifan hugged her little grandson and kept chanting, Bodhisattva bless us. Sun Yuan was at a loss. Huang Jian, Lu Ming, Sherpung. All were momentarily unsure how to respond. After a while, someone finally sent the first message. 501 Huang Jian, are you Ye Kai himself? 501 Huang Jian, you're not dead. 402 Ye Kai, of course it's me. 501 Huang Jian, but according to that entity's announcement, you should be dead. 401 Zhao Yajing, are you even human? Are you even human? 402 Ye Kai, if I say, I am, would you dare to stay on the fourth floor? 601 Wang Guifan, Bodhisattva bless, Xiao Yi, I have no grudges with you, please don't come to me. 601 Wang Guifan, whoever offended you, go find them, okay? 101 Sherpung, the calamity released after your death has been resolved. 202 Lu Ming, are you a ghost? 402 Ye Kai, instead of worrying about me, you should think about how to deal with the calamity outside. 402 Ye Kai, 401 Zhao Yajing, do you want to stay on the fourth floor or leave? Zhao Yajing's fear reached its peak at this moment. The scapegoat on the third floor was certainly terrifying, but if she endured for a while longer, it would disappear. The false human was not always on the fourth floor, but this neighbor of hers would always be on the fourth floor. He even had a good relationship with the false human, providing it with food. Just now the false human killed zombies at the door, perhaps to protect him. He was even more terrifying than the false human. 402 Yi Kai, you don't have to leave if you don't want to. I won't move. Zhao Yajing shrank a little further into the covers. 402 Yi Kai will give you a chance. 401 Zhao Yajing will go. He'll go to the second floor. 402 Yi Kai, okay. 101 Sure Peng, don't go down. The scapegoat is still on the third floor. You'll encounter it if you go down. 401 Zhao Yajing then. He'll go to the fifth floor. Sixth floor. 402 Yi Kai, don't worry, the scapegoat will go down. 202 Lu Ming, let me know when you see it. The false human vented for a while at Yi Kai's door, but didn't catch anyone and left resentfully. Then Lu Ming saw a mass of gray mist float down from the staircase on the third floor. It came down. It came down. Could it be? Lu Ming was so shocked by reality that he dared not think. What exactly was Yi Kai? 202 Lu Ming image. 202 Lu Ming, the scapegoat has come down. He dared not say more. Through the security door, something in the gray mist of the scapegoat seemed to glance at him. Then it slowly drifted away. 202 Lu Ming, the scapegoat, is moving down. Li He had complied with his request. But why? Yi Kai looked at the upper right corner of his field of vision. There were no new notifications. What was the relationship between Li He and the entity behind? He suppressed his doubts. Since Li He said that killing the false human would yield some clues, he would see then. 402 Yi Kai, you can go down now. Zhao Yajing instead hesitated. She had never been a decisive person, especially in the face of life and death. She felt uncontrollable fear. She gritted her teeth and slowly crawled out of the covers. Originally, only one calamity existed in the unit at a time, occasionally two. But in the extremely short time past, she discovered that a calamity that had been confirmed eliminated reappeared, and the neighbor opposite her door who had died was actually a ghost. Moreover, a ghost that could control other calamities. He was forcing her to leave. Zhao Yajing dawdled to the door. She wanted to beg for mercy, but didn't know how. If she begged, would the ghost spare her? She suppressed her fear and looked through the peephole. The door opposite was closed, and there was nothing in the corridor. Only the still wet black red blood smeared on the wall's floor and security door. 401 Zhao Yajing, should I open the door? Yi Kai did not reply. 501 Huang Jian, just do as he says. 501 Huang Jian, he probably won't do anything to you. Huang Jian recalled his previous speculation about Yi Kai's state. A ghost or a second false human. Now he had to add a calamity that could influence other calamities and also enter the chat group. Apart from face-to-face communication, the chat group was now the only channel for the neighbors to communicate. Private chats or creating new groups were not allowed. This meant that everyone on their side was transparent to Yi Kai. If he wanted to do something, they had almost no ability to resist. They could only bet on Yi Kai's good or evil. He shouldn't strike at us. If he wanted to, we wouldn't have survived until now. Even if Yi Kai was a false human that had just spawned this morning with just the information gap, he would have the opportunity to direct other calamities to cause casualties among them. So it should be safe for now. Then he felt a sense of helplessness. Zhao Yajing is so scared, staying on the fourth floor is useless. Actually, as long as she stays at home, she is still safe. This point was the initial explanation given by that entity. It was also the biggest source of security. After the world shattered up until now, this rule had proven to be correct. In this way, the third and fourth floors are all lost. The danger we face will be greater, even if we are more cautious. Those who survived until now were all quite cautious. Those who were not so careful had all died one by one in the past days. 401 Zhao Yajing, am leaving. He'll go to the second floor. Through the peephole, Yi Kai saw Zhao Yajing. This was the first time he had directly seen his neighbor. Without the camera's built-in beauty filter, Zhao Yajing looked even more haggard now. She was wearing pajamas, her hair was messy, her skin was dull and rough, and the area around her eyes was somewhat red. She carefully looked around, stole a glance at Yi Kai's door, and then rushed downstairs in panic. Yi Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Sending her down meant that he was the only source of information on the fourth floor. For the other neighbors, since he was a ghost, the third and fourth floors were black on the map. And as the task time extended, the pressure of the task would cause them to expose more and more problems. For them to survive smoothly, they must win my support, not turn against me. I don't need to face other calamities alone either. 401 Zhao Yajing, 202 Lu Ming, bro, and coming down, open the door. 202 Lu Ming, jump twice to prove it's you. 202 Lu Ming, turn around. 202 Lu Ming, then do a big dance. 602 Sun Yuan, don't make things difficult for her. The false human is on the sixth floor, the scapegoat is on the first floor. What are you worried about? 202 Lu Ming, maybe she's the false human from 402 in disguise. 401 Zhao Yajing, I'm really not, bro. He told me to come down. 101 Sure Peng, the scapegoat, is about to go up. 501 Huang Jian, why don't you come to the fifth floor? Don't waste time. Seeing that Zhao Yajing was on the verge of tears, Lu Ming finally opened the door and let her in. His earlier talk about worrying about the mimics was all just an excuse. He had long since come to terms with the fact that the world had changed, and that one should live for the day, savoring every pleasure before death. After all, no calamity was something he could ever hope to fight. And in this shattered world, what could give Lu Ming the ultimate thrill? Naturally, it was Zhao Yajing, the streamer he used to watch. He had followed her live streams before. Though she wasn't a top-tier host, it would still cost 100 or so yuan to get her to dance. That was money Lu Ming would never spend. Why pay when others' generosity allowed him to watch for free? Of course, he often fantasized about doing things he liked with famous streamers. But those were just fantasies as streamers only catered to their big spenders, and he wasn't even on their follower leaderboards. Yet when the apocalypse struck, he was trapped in the same world fragment as Zhao Yajing. This was his golden opportunity. Earlier, due to the calamity, no one dared to leave their homes, so he could only scavenge for small advantages in the group chat. Since no one else paid her any mind, Zhao Yajing had no choice but to rely on Lu Ming, the only one willing to speak up for her and occasionally offer advice. Without spending a single cent, he enjoyed privileges that surpassed even the biggest spenders. From yesterday, when Zhao Yajing showed her vulnerability, he began scheming to take things further. There was once a scapegoat on the 3rd floor, but now he was gone. Zhao Yajing was at his door, and she was coming in. Just thinking about the future filled Lu Ming with glee. The apocalypse was great. The apocalypse was wonderful. If there was one flaw, it was that the apocalypse hadn't come sooner. He never intended to keep such a beauty locked out. He only wanted to give her a hard time to intimidate her. Seeing a woman like her cry and beg him filled Lu Ming with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Haha, even heaven is on my side. After entering, Zhao Yajing was profusely grateful to Lu Ming, who was so consumed by his own good fortune that he ignored the group chat and paid no attention to the scapegoat, who had already reached the 2nd floor. If Ye Kai were there, he would have seen that the gray mist had grown even fainter, and Li He, clad in red, was almost ready to break free from within it. Li He gently stroked the security door of room 202 and smiled. Calamity mimic, remaining time 34 hours 15 minutes. Eliminate the mimic or wait for the countdown to end to resolve the calamity. Calamity scapegoat, remaining time 4 hours 15 minutes. Eliminate the scapegoat or wait for the countdown to end to resolve the calamity. In the group chat, 501 Huang Jin, the mimic, went to the 4th floor. I'm heading out to do my task. His real-time task's remaining time was running short. The recent events had cost him precious time. He had to seize the moment and complete the task immediately. If he ran out of time. Previously, someone had ignored their task, and as a result their home lost its protective barrier. In short, that person died. He used to have the 4th floor as a buffer, but now danger could strike at any moment. Huang Jian steeled himself and opened his security door. Ye Kai was also waiting. He watched the mimic through his peephole. Earlier on the 6th floor, the mimic had transformed into Shi Peng, claiming he was taking Wang Gaifen's grandson out to play. On the 5th floor, it had become Lu Ming, tearfully claiming Zhao Yajing was the mimic and that he had been deceived. But everyone communicated in the group chat, and no one was fooled. Now on the 4th floor, the mimic had taken on the form of Sun Yuan. Perhaps it was because Ye Kai had previously offered food to Sun Yuan. It decides whether to change its form or stick with the current one based on the target's reactions. I showed weakness towards Sun Yuan, so it keeps using her form to deal with me, looking for an opening. It's a decent strategy, but it won't work. To trick someone into opening their door, it needs to exploit the weaknesses in each person's heart. And it needs the right timing. The mimic hadn't managed to trick anyone yet, mainly because it lacked a suitable opportunity. As long as survivors can still communicate with each other, and as long as it cannot influence the group chat, its only chance is to encounter someone who has to leave home at an inopportune time to complete a real-time task. And it would have to change its current behavior pattern to do so. The scapegoat Li He wants me to kill the mimic. That means he might offer help at certain times, just like before. At the very least, he won't hinder my actions. Now Huang Jin upstairs is doing his task. Ye Kai thought, watching the mimic. The scapegoat Li He wants me to kill the mimic. That means he might offer help at certain times, just like before. At the very least, he won't hinder my actions. Now Huang Jin upstairs is doing his task. Ye Kai thought 202 Lu Ming 401 Zhao Yajing. After a while, there was no reply. Huang Jin stared at the stairwell, his hand gripping the key, starting to sweat. He still needed to stay outside for 10 minutes. Without any intel on the mimic, he could only assume it was probably leaving the 4th floor by now. Most likely heading down. Based on past experience, when the countdown passes the halfway mark and the calamity has claimed a life, its behavior patterns can change. But who's to say the mimic isn't an exception? In previous calamities, there's never been something that could change its appearance like this. The sudden appearance of 402, the reappearance of the zombie, and the scapegoat starting to move again, all signal danger. Now, without information from the 4th floor, I'm afraid. He was quite pessimistic about how much longer he and his neighbors could survive. In the past, when every floor had a source of information, there was no guarantee everyone would survive. Now 2 floors were already overtaken by calamities, and the required time for tasks was getting longer. Every time he left his home, the probability of death increased dramatically. The sound of footsteps approached, and Huang Jian immediately aimed his key at the lock. But he didn't open the door to go back inside. There were still over 8 minutes left for his task. Going back now would be tantamount to giving up. Giving up meant his home would be unprotected for a full hour. That would be essentially a death sentence. But what kind of being didn't need to be avoided? He couldn't think of one. Unless by some chance it was a neighbor. Don't be nervous, the newcomer said. I'm here to negotiate. Huang Jian saw his downstairs neighbor Ye Kai, or perhaps it was more fitting to call him a calamity now, appear on the stairs. There are some things that aren't convenient to say in the group chat, Yikai said. After all, if they knew, it would only bring more trouble. Huang Jin had already opened the door, but Yikai's words made him halt. Your task time is running out, isn't it? You should know the consequences of stubbornly avoiding me. Huang Jin certainly knew. Now was his last chance to complete this task. After all, having to time the calamity's appearances every single time was indeed too thrilling. If he failed to react, even once, it would be over. A continuous block of time, on the other hand, offered a higher tolerance for error. But then Yikai spoke in the group chat. This way it continued. After all, having to time the calamity's appearances every single time was indeed too thrilling. If he failed to react, even once, it would be over. A continuous block of time, on the other hand, offered a higher tolerance for error. But then Yikai spoke in the group chat. This way a continuous block of time actually brought more risk. Pausing the timer and going home was fine. He believed that Yikai, as a calamity or an evil spirit, could not breach the protection of the security door. But in that case, the task would not be completed in time, and he would lose the protection of the security door within the next hour. Yikai was vastly different from other calamities. He possessed extremely high autonomy, and his actions were unpredictable. There was no trace of him in the public announcements either. The entity behind the announcements seemed to have overlooked him. Are you a calamity? He stared intently at Yikai and asked cautiously. At the same time, he felt some regret. He should have turned on the group video. Now it was definitely too late. If I said no, would you believe me? Yikai smiled. Maybe I'm a fake human. I ate the original. Yikai then turned into his appearance, used his phone. Isn't that reasonable? Of course it was reasonable. Because this was the goal of all of Yikai's actions, the information he had revealed all pointed to this outcome. Except for himself, who firmly believed that he was human, no one else. Not even those who had watched him resurrect since last night could believe it. Huang Jin shook his head. Why haven't you made a move on me? That was his question. From the video Zhao Yaoyang had sent, he could see the ferocity of that fake human. Zombies which ordinary people could not resist were casually sliced to death. And the fake human's head had transformed into a terrifying four-lobed shape with rings of sharp teeth and a steaming cavity. He didn't believe it was just for show. Yikai smiled, revealing his teeth. Maybe I'm full. It seemed that this calamity was as harmless as his former neighbor. He couldn't gamble, nor could he trust. Huang Jin's face twitched, knowing he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. Real-time task remaining 7 minutes, 32 seconds completion deadline, remaining 13 minutes, 27 seconds, still far from enough. Can't let the silence linger, find a topic, find a topic. Huang Jin's eyes darted, his mind racing. What is this negotiation you mentioned? Do you want me to kill someone for you? That was the only possibility. Yikai had already exposed himself, and the neighbors were highly vigilant against him. It would be extremely difficult for him to kill anyone. He needed a ghostly accomplice. Huang Jin looked at Yikai's smile, his heart turning cold. Yikai could influence calamities. After a person died, calamities would be released. Wasn't it clear what he intended to do? No. Yikai shook his head. Kill the fake human. Huh. 101 Sherpeng. Has the fake human reached the second floor? 202 Lu Ming. 602 Sun Yuan. Did something happen to them? 601 Wang Guifan. What happened? They're rolling together. 601 Wang Guifan. I've long seen they were hooking up. Isn't this perfect? 601 Wang Guifan. At a time like this, only thinking about what's in their pants, no sense of propriety. The group fell into an awkward silence for a moment. 602 Sun Yuan. Have you completed your task? No reply. At this moment, Huang Jin's phone was ringing frantically in his hand, but he dared not look, because Yikai was right across from him. Yikai took out his phone and glanced at it. Aren't you going to reply? He asked kindly. What if they think you're dead? 601 Wang Guifan. Oh no, Xiao Huang hasn't been killed, has he? 601 Wang Guifan. 401 Zhao Yaoyang. 202 Lu Ming. Stop fooling around. Xiao Huang has been killed by you. 101 Sherpeng. The fake human has reached the first floor. Huang Jin licked his dry lips and swallowed. He took out his phone and replied with a message. 501 Huang Jin. I'm fine. He wanted to reveal that Yikai was on the 5th floor, but seeing Yikai's faint, almost imperceptible smile, he gave up. 501 Huang Jin. The real-time task is over. I was too nervous and left my phone at home. 602 Sun Yuan. Good, we thought something happened to you. 101 Sherpeng. 401 Zhao Yaoyang. 202 Lu Ming. Keep it down, the soundproofing here is pretty bad. Huang Jin put down his phone. I roughly understand. Just now Yikai had explained to him that he wanted to kill another fake human and did not give a reason. Huang Jin filled in the gaps himself, guessing it was an internal matter among calamities. For example, killing another calamity would make him stronger. As a trade, Yikai would provide the people in the group with information about the 4th floor, so they wouldn't fall into excessive danger. This was exactly what Huang Jin needed. If he couldn't get information about the 4th floor, the danger on the 5th floor would increase dramatically. He judged that Yikai had no need to deceive him on this matter, unless as a calamity, Yikai had a fetish for tormenting prey. Even then, he had no way to deal with it, did he? How do you need me to cooperate? At the time, I will tell you, Yikai said. It depended on the situation with the fake human. If the fake human could find a good opportunity to trick the door open, that would also be the time for Yikai to kill the fake human. The prompt said not to be alone with a fake human. It couldn't be groundless. Being with the fake human in the presence of 2 or more people should provide a certain degree of safety. Even if not, he could convert the remaining 2 chances to summon zombies into enhancing his own physical attributes instead. Perhaps he would have a fighting chance. You didn't tell anyone about me, good. Keep it up. Huang Jian nodded solemnly. Then I. Go back. Ye Kai nodded, watching Huang Jian carefully open the door and return to his home without any extra movements. He opened the door to Unit 502. Just like the 3rd floor, after the room had been empty for a while, the door had lost all protective capability. It could be opened with a push. He still had time left for zombie summoning. Even if the 2 in 202 were in the heat of passion, he could use the zombie's perspective to determine when he should return. Behind the security door of Unit 501, Huang Jian stared at Ye Kai, then glanced at the group chat, sighing inwardly. He hadn't called him along. This made him feel much more relaxed, but also gave him a vague unease. At home, after all, it was much safer. But he was also very curious about what Ye Kai was going to do in 502. It definitely wasn't to kill someone. There was no one inside. The owner of that household had not been home on the day the apocalypse began. Ye Kai wasn't familiar with the owner of apartment 502, knowing only that he worked in pre-sales for some industrial equipment. The kind who was always on business trips. Basically, he was away from home for about half of every month. Hopefully I can find some clues, Ye Kai thought, also preparing himself for the possibility of finding nothing. After all, not everyone keeps a diary. He didn't even like writing one himself. Nowadays everyone is glued to their phones, and few people even write by hand. Many households don't even have a single pen. The apartment was filled with anime and manga elements, with 3 game consoles lined up beneath the TV, an Xbox, a PS5, and a Switch, along with their respective controllers. Inside the glass cabinet beside the TV stand, various figurines were neatly arranged alongside rows of game cartridges. Tisk, if this guy were trapped in the building, he definitely wouldn't be bored. Just playing games, he could last a whole year. My neighbors really can hold out. They've been cooped up inside for nearly half a month without raiding anyone else's supplies. Even Huang Jian, his neighbor across the hall, apparently hadn't been in here. Otherwise, even just to relieve boredom, he would have taken a game console home. Wang Guifan really keeps her grandson on a tight leash. Muttering to himself, Ye Kai put down the game cartridge. The cabinet in the living room only contained a few utility bills, yielding no clues. He meticulously searched every room and opened every drawer, but aside from a few work documents, a stack of newspapers, and some novels and self-help books, he found nothing. While searching for clues is just a matter of luck anyway. Finding something on the 3rd floor was good fortune. My luck is average now, so it's normal to come up empty-handed. Besides, even if I found clues, they probably wouldn't be of much use. The only clues one could find in an ordinary person's home would likely be about the events surrounding the apocalypse's onset. It would be ideal to find the calamity seed left behind after a disaster was resolved. But that would be hitting the jackpot. If a calamity seed isn't picked up after it forms, it gradually dissipates. Finding the calamity seed of the zombie was already remarkably lucky. Ye Kai turned on the switch to test it. It had power and booted up fine. Since there were no more clues to find, and since it was the apocalypse anyway with the owner's whereabouts unknown, he hesitated for a moment, then packed up the switch's power adapter dock and game cartridges. He grabbed a newspaper from the top of the pile, hastily wrapped up his loot, and left the 5th floor with a twinge of guilt. The vision relayed from the zombie's head had grown considerably dimmer. It seemed even a zombie couldn't survive indefinitely on just a head, though it was surprisingly tenacious. From the relayed vision, he could see the mimic was about to leave the 2nd floor. What did he take? Wrapped in newspaper. Huang Jian muttered to himself. He had been watching Ye Kai's movements ever since he returned indoors. This calamity, if one could call it that, acted in ways he couldn't comprehend. It seems he doesn't have much interest in killing. Since the apocalypse began, many calamities had appeared in their fragment of the world. These calamities were all different, but their one common trait was their obsession with killing. If they discovered you, they would relentlessly pursue you. Being pursued almost certainly meant death. The calamities would roam the hallways trying to open the doors of occupied apartments. They seemed to possess a special sensory ability, only interested in homes with people inside. Most importantly, calamities displayed a certain level of logical reasoning, yet lacked anything resembling human intelligence. Ye Kai defied all these characteristics. So he's a ghost after all. Huang Jian hesitated before making his judgment. But not necessarily. The mimic also defied some of those traits. Forget it, thinking about it won't do any good. After pondering for a while, Huang Jian decided to give up. Our greatest advantage against the calamities was our ability to cooperate. His access to the group chat is the worst-case scenario. We can't just create a separate group. Everything being public is a foregone conclusion. There's no point overthinking it. I just need to be more careful with what I say in the chat. Messages like this old woman has little life left in her, not much young energy to spare, and my little grandson is still a virgin. His boy urine won't do you any good. Her grandson was still in kindergarten, where she came up with the term virgin to describe him, and why she Messages like this old woman has little life left in her, not much young energy to spare, and my little grandson is still a virgin. His boy urine won't do you any good. Her grandson was still in kindergarten, Where she came up with the term virgin to describe him, and why she applied it to her own grandson was anyone's guess. Lu Ming and Zhao Yaoyang were busy with their own affairs, so they didn't count. Sun Yuanyuan was a bit scatterbrained and didn't say much either. Shi Peng remained completely silent except for relaying essential information. We can't keep on like this. The chat group is our only means of communication. If it stays so oppressive, everyone will crack. Huang Jian sent a message. 501 Huang Jian, what's everyone having for lunch? 602 Sun Yuanyuan, I'm making tomato scrambled eggs and rice. 602 Sun Yuanyuan, we still have a lot of supplies from the earlier distribution. The tomatoes will go bad if we keep them much longer. 601 Wang Guifan, oh little son, why didn't you say so earlier? We don't have much left at home. My little grandson eats a lot. In reality, the two of them couldn't eat that much. She was just habitually asking others for things. Wang Guifan figured that the food might run out eventually, so she had to ration her own supplies carefully. Her plan was to hoard her own provisions and eat everyone else's first. 602 Sun Yuanyuan, is that so? 101 Shi Peng, I'll open a can of luncheon meat. For 02 Yikai, I don't eat people. The chat went cold again. Huang Jian smiled wryly. You pop up now, are you reminding us that you're always watching? And also, how long until you this calamity are resolved? Or will you ever be? Yikai of course didn't have the leisure to just sit and watch the chat. He was checking it for intelligence, searching for that ever-elusive opportunity. Replying in the group was just a casual afterthought. Consider it desensitization training. I can't have them clamming up just because I'm in the group. Only if they keep talking will I have a chance to find an opportunity. He organized his Switch and game cartridges, planning to find a game to play in the meantime. Online multiplayer was out of the question, but single-player games were still an option. As he was choosing, he suddenly caught sight of the date on the topmost newspaper. March 25th. Wait, what? Yikai frowned and grabbed the diary he had taken from the third floor. It can't be March 25th. According to the diary, the apocalypse had clearly started on March 20th. Since the morning of March 20th, Xie Shirqing from the third floor had been unable to leave her apartment or call the police. The diary explicitly recorded this. So how did the newspaper get there? Yikai tossed his Switch aside and picked up the newspaper with a grave expression. He hadn't considered this possibility before, so while searching he hadn't paid particular attention to the date on the paper. It can't be from last year, can it? But the date printed on it shattered his speculation. It clearly read this year. Or perhaps, it's a problem with the timing of my travel. If he had traveled 1 year, or even several years into the future, it wouldn't be impossible to see a newspaper from this year, as he remembered it. Write the phone calendar. The phone calendar is accurate. He opened his phone. April 5th, 2025. The date on the newspaper was March 25th, 2025. Yikai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. No mistake, it clearly read 2025. Right, I saw it last night, the phone said 2025. But let me just confirm. He switched to WeChat. For 02 Yikai, what year is it? For a moment no one replied. What does he mean by asking that in the group? Huang Jian pondered Yikai's intention. Could there be a problem? 2025, 2025. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that number, it's just a normal year. Sun Yuanyuan felt a shiver of fear. I've read novels like this, you can't just answer a ghost's questions casually. Otherwise the ghost will haunt you until it kills you. Wang Guifan pulled her young grandson, close, keeping him away from the phone. Bodhisattva protect us, Bodhisattva protect us. Fake human Bodhisattva protect us, substitute ghost Bodhisattva protect us, doomsday Bodhisattva protect us. Buddha, Jade, Emperor Taishang, Laojuan, God Jesus. Come quickly and take these ghosts away, I will burn incense for you. Zhao Yajing, lying naked on the bed, glanced uneasily at the phone on the nightstand. Are they looking for us in the group? She turned her head to ask Lu Ming, who was taking aim. Should we take a look? Who cares about them? Lu Ming was in high spirits with only one thing on his mind, conquering Zhao Yajing again. Damn, I've finally made it. Lu Ming's blood boiled with excitement. He slapped Zhao Yajing's buttocks and said, lift up a bit. Zhao Yajing, using the skills praised by her big brother, looked back with feigned shyness. Be gentle, I'm scared of pain. Shi Peng pried open a can and glanced at his phone. He's asking about the year. Definitely not human. Replying might be dangerous. Whatever, we're already at this point, what's there to fear from a reply? 101 Shi Peng, 2025. 402 Yikai smile, so it really is 2025. Yikai opened the newspaper. The newspaper he had wasn't complete. The outer pages were missing, leaving only the inner sections. It was a local daily, and the content was mostly local news. 1 million found on a bus, they search for the owner together. 100 people search all night for a missing elder, turns out he was beaten while gaming with elementary schoolers. Maternal and child health hospital launches mental health courses, accelerating the formation of an industrial ecosystem, jointly building a new blueprint for industrial development. Medical miracle, blind man regains sight after 10 years. City to launch large-scale sewer cleaning operation. Save water, start with you and me. Apart from some everyday news, it was filled with various oddities, anecdotes, and public service information. Nothing seemed too out of the ordinary. Not many people read newspapers these days. Yikai only caught glimpses of it occasionally at the company front desk. This kind of reporting matched his impression of the local daily. It was hard to verify other news, but he clearly remembered that at the end of March the city did organize a large-scale sewer cleaning. At that time their property management had notified them that the sewer cleaning for their area was scheduled to begin on April 8th. Today was April 5th. Logically, if the apocalypse had started on March 20th, the work originally planned for April 8th would surely be impossible to carry out. Even if some form of human social organization remained, no organization could cross the world fragments to complete such a task. Is that really so? Yikai looked to the upper left corner of his vision, where 2 countdowns lingered. Calamity, fake human, remaining time 33 hours, 45 minutes. Eliminate the fake human, or after the countdown ends the calamity can be resolved. Calamity, substitute ghost, remaining time 3 hours, 45 minutes. Eliminate the substitute ghost, or after the countdown ends the calamity can be resolved. In the upper right corner of his vision, there was a small green square with a line of text following it. Calamity Seed Zombie 23. Outside the window of vast nothingness held numerous world fragments of varying sizes floating within. Downstairs there was another special calamity, his neighbor Leahy. Given that such a bizarre apocalypse had already occurred, even if someone really did come to clean the sewers 3 days later, Yikai wouldn't find it too hard to accept. After all, it was a matter for 3 days later. He flipped through the newspaper, confirming there was nothing else of value. This expedition to the 4th floor hadn't solved any problems, but had instead added new mysteries. He wondered if he would live to see the day all puzzles were solved. A knock sounded at the door. Yikai, are you home? It wasn't Sun Yuan, but another voice Yikai knew very well. Meng Jingyu. Meng Jingyu had been his classmate since high school, and worked at the same company after graduation, albeit in a different department. Their families also knew each other. Consequently, they had a good relationship, often chatting on WeChat, and playing games together every few days. But it can't be Meng Jingyu. Yikai approached the peephole, already forming a judgment. It must be a fake human in disguise. 402 Yikai, the fake human, has reached the 4th floor. Through the peephole, he saw Meng Jingyu dressed in a small suit raising her hand to knock. You still alive? Say something if you are. That was something Meng Jingyu would say, but the small suit. She would never wear that unless her job required it. The first thing she did after work was change into loose, drab, casual clothes. Meng Jingyu had complained to him more than once that wearing such clothes was uncomfortably tight on her chest. Although he couldn't empathize, Yikai wholeheartedly agreed. After all, Meng Jingyu was definitely well endowed. No way. I finally found your place, and you're pulling this playing dead act on me. Meng Jingyu banged on the door. Open up. What a pity if only it really were Meng Jingyu. Yikai shook his head regretfully. You're not her. There's no point in lingering here. He said, get lost. The expression on Meng Jingyu's face froze. You don't believe even me. After lingering at the door for a moment, she turned and left. Her emotions were rich, sincere, a truly good actress. Unfortunately, Yikai wasn't fooled. He picked up his phone and sent a message to the group. 402 Yikai, the fake human, is heading upstairs. 402 Yikai, quite the performer, isn't it? 501 Huang Jian, the doppelganger, has reached the 5th floor. Huang Jian leaned against the security door, looking outside. The doppelganger had transformed into his mother's appearance, recounting how difficult the journey had been and how much she cared about him. It was very similar. Or rather exactly the same. Except for one thing, his parents lived in a distant province and would not make a special trip to visit him. Has the doppelganger's transformation reached such an extent? He was horrified. He believed he could distinguish the doppelganger, but he didn't have as much confidence in his other neighbors. Especially the 2 households on the 6th floor. Sun Yuan was indecisive, Wang Guifan was selfish, and Wang Gaifan's little grandson was too young. They all had obvious weaknesses. These weaknesses might not be a problem against other calamities, or even against the previous doppelgangers. But against the current doppelganger they might be exploited. The doppelganger can now transform into someone the target cares about. He looked at the doppelganger outside, disguised as his mother, and worry rose in his heart. Yikai downstairs has also become a calamity, and I don't even know his characteristics, or what to watch out for. I haven't received any notice about him. Now we have to rely on him, otherwise the 4th floor will be a vacuum. Fortunately, even as a calamity, he is much stronger than the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor has completely lost contact now. Since Zhao Yaoyang went to the 2nd floor, the group has never received useful information from them. Maybe this is Yikai's purpose to make us rely on him. But why? 501 Huang Jian, the doppelganger, can now transform into other people. You know, everyone be careful. 501 Huang Jian, image 501 Huang Jian, it has now transformed into my mother's appearance, and the voice is exactly the same. 101 Sherpeng, there are still over 30 hours. How can the doppelganger evolve so fast? According to past experience, calamities will be strengthened after a period of time. For example, the zombies were strengthened in speed and perception, being able to sense someone leaving their apartment from a floor away. Therefore, the risk of completing real-time tasks in the later stages will greatly increase. 101 Sherpeng, if it evolves further, it will be even harder to distinguish. 602 Sun Yuan, oh, be careful. 601 Wang Guifan, if you see the doppelganger, please let me know. 501 Huang Jian, just don't go out. Normally, he would be too lazy to remind Wang Guifan. But now it's different. Dead people release calamities which are already difficult to deal with. If another calamity appears, it will be even more dangerous. The situation with one calamity and two calamities at the same time is completely different. The latter would greatly reduce their opportunities to complete tasks. After hesitating for a while, he still Ed, Yikai in the group. The doppelganger's stay on the 4th floor was not long, about 2 minutes. But this was significantly different from before. Previously, the doppelganger's stay on the 4th floor was 56 minutes, which was normal. Now the doppelganger at his door also stayed at the door, seemingly still staying for 56 minutes. 501 Huang Jian 402 Yikai. The doppelganger only stayed on the 4th floor for 2 minutes, just now. Did you make it leave? His words were cautious. 402 Yikai telling the doppelganger to scram is also making it leave, right? Actually, Yikai had a guess that at least at this stage communicating with the doppelganger should change its behavior. If there was no communication, it would keep demanding to open the door. Unfortunately, the neighbors didn't have the courage to try. After receiving Yikai's answer, Huang Jian sighed. It's over. Mom, open the door. I'm here to take Xinshin back. Dong dong dong. Mom, it's too dangerous here. Don't let Xinshin stay. In Wang Gaifen's home. She had already checked and locked the door. When she heard the knocking, she grabbed her precious grandson and hurried to the room farthest from the door. My dear grandson, don't make a sound. When that thing at the door leaves, Grandma will give you some candy. She had always spoiled her grandson, stuffing whatever good things she had into his mouth. As a result, her precious grandson Xinshin, though young, was quite heavy. I don't want candy, I want chocolate cake, chips, fried chicken. Xinshin muttered discontentedly. Since everyone couldn't go out more than 10 days ago, he had been suffering from a severe snack shortage. Originally, his grandma took him to the supermarket every day, and whatever he wanted she would buy for him. But now even a piece of candy had to be saved. After resolving the calamity, the supplies obtained were vegetables, grain, and a small amount of fruit, but no snacks at all. So now only when he made a big fuss would Wang Guifan take out a piece of candy for him. Without snacks, Xinshin couldn't eat his meals, and he had lost a lot of weight these days. Seeing Xinshin like this, Wang Guifan felt a pang of heartache. Oh, my dear grandson, Grandma can't do anything about it. Don't run around, people really die out there. Every time she said the same thing. When she really couldn't persuade him, Wang Guifan would show him photos on her phone, which were pictures of calamities taken by the neighbors. She wouldn't let Xinshin go to the door himself, but it was too terrifying. She herself didn't dare to look much, and if her precious grandson got scared, she would be very distressed. But is that thing outside really a monster? Xinshin blinked. I heard it sounds like Dad's voice. The doppelganger's knocking paused for a moment. Is that Xinshin? His voice was very surprised. It's Dad, open the door and let Dad in. It's Dad, it's Dad. Xinshin jumped up and tried to run to open the door. Wang Guifan quickly grabbed him. Don't go. That thing at the door is a monster. If you go, it will eat you. Look. She struggled to find the photo Zhao Yaoyang had taken earlier showing the doppelganger's head transformed into a black man-eating flower. It looks like this. Trust Grandma, that's definitely not your dad outside. I want to see. Xinshin struggled desperately. Wang Guifan held him down desperately. Wow. Grandma is bad. I don't want Grandma, I want Dad. Xinshin, what's wrong? Mom, open the door. What's wrong with Xinshin? Open the door. Wang Guifan was both scared and angry. She didn't dare to speak too loudly, afraid the doppelganger would hear. She had to cover Xingxin's mouth, refusing to let go no matter how he struggled. Not until the doppelganger's knocking stopped and Huang Jian confirmed in the group that the doppelganger had reached the 5th floor did she release her hand. Grandma is bad. Xinshin sobbed breathlessly. I don't want Grandma anymore. Wang Guifan quickly grabbed a few pieces of candy and stuffed them into his mouth, coaxing him gently. It's okay, she muttered. There are still over 30 hours, how can we get through this? At the same time, she felt aggrieved that the doppelganger didn't go after others. Doppelganger Bodhisattva, please take someone else. Take someone else, and don't come for us, grandmother and grandson. He'll offer incense to you. 2nd floor. Lu Ming and Zhao Yajing had finished their exertions a while ago, and both had already cleaned themselves. Now they lay on the bed exchanging sweet nothings. One said her honey was too formidable, while the other patted his chest and vowed to protect his darling. Honey, now that we're together, you can't bully me like you did today anymore. Zhao Yajing burrowed into Lu Ming's chest. You almost killed me. As she spoke, she traced circles on his body. Though she appeared infinitely tender, she was secretly rolling her eyes inside. Zhao Yajing might not be a major streamer, but she still had a few big spenders. Normally, she wouldn't even spare Lu Ming a second glance. But given the current situation, everyone was looking out for themselves, and she had no choice but to rely on him. In this building, only Lu Ming was infatuated with her looks. Don't worry, living together is much safer than them staying alone. Lu Ming said smugly. We can take turns watching the door, which is much easier than doing it alone. If something really goes wrong, 2 people are always better than 1. Don't worry, he'll protect you. Zhao Yajing hummed in agreement. Suddenly Lu Ming remembered something. Hasn't your real-time task been refreshed for a while? I did my task yesterday morning, so it has been a while, Zhao Yajing thought for a moment. No tasks mean I don't have to go out. Dong dong dong. Both heard the sound of knocking at the door again. Oh, the false human has come down. Lu Ming picked up his phone and checked. Sure enough, not long ago someone in the group chat had mentioned the false human coming downstairs. 402 Yikai, the false human has gone downstairs. Should we also say something in the group? Zhao Yajing watched Lu Ming's expression. If we never say anything, they'll start complaining. Who the hell cares about them? Lu Ming blurted out, then paused, and sent a message in the group. 202 Lu Ming, the false human, is knocking on the second floor door. He was just venting verbally. He knew that the two of them hadn't provided information in the group for a while, and that wasn't good. They also had to go out for tasks, and if the neighbors gave them wrong information, the danger would be great. What the hell is that thing on the fourth floor? He muttered. A ghost being so kind. Have you seen him? I. Zhao Yajing was about to speak when she heard shouting from outside the door. It was the voice of one of her top donors. Damn it, are you dead? Dong dong dong. Get out here. Damn it, you're not home hiding at your lover's place, huh? He sounded like he'd been drinking. Damn it, you cheap slut, taking my money to keep a man, huh? Zhao, get out here. Lu Ming looked at Zhao Yajing suspiciously. You know him? Even though he knew about Zhao Yajing's past, that didn't mean he had no reservations. Especially with someone showing up at their doorstep. Not really familiar. Zhao Yajing felt a bit guilty. She did know this patron, a new one she had hooked in early March. They'd chatted passionately on WeChat, and even met up a few times in real life. She did have some genuine feelings for the patron and his money. But just when she had found a new benefactor, an old customer suddenly popped up. Wasn't that just causing trouble? Then don't blame her for cutting ties cleanly. After all, as long as she didn't open the door, the false human couldn't do anything to her. Calamity, false human. Remaining time 30 hours 25 minutes. Eliminate the false human, or when the countdown ends, the calamity can be resolved. Calamity, scapegoat. Remaining time 0 hours 25 minutes. Eliminate the scapegoat, or when the countdown ends, the calamity can be resolved. Yikai still hadn't found the right opportunity. He thought for a moment and sent a message to Li He. You're about to be resolved. Li He smiled. What's with the newspaper on the 5th floor? Why is it the March 25th edition? Li He smiled. Do I have to kill the false human to find out? Li He, killing the false human only gives you the right to know. Li He, what you can learn depends on your luck. Luck. Well, so it wasn't full disclosure. If he could choose what to know, of course, he most wanted to understand how to travel back. What sane person would enjoy staying in the apocalypse? Even stepping out of the room was dangerous. I want to travel back to. Yikai typed a line in the input box, then deleted it character by character. Even though the other party was a calamity, even though Li He was about to be resolved and eliminated, he didn't want to reveal his secrets. What if something unexpected happened? For instance, if the calamity was brought back to the original world, wouldn't that mean he'd gone back for nothing? But you're about to die. Only 20 minutes left. Li Hio, you're actually lying to me, right? I'm different from the neighbors. You can't do anything to me, so you're tricking me into confronting the false human, and then use the false human to kill him. As for the so-called, kill the false human, and you'll know, could a dead person come back to seek revenge? Besides, by then the scapegoat Li He would have vanished without a trace. Wait. Yikai suddenly realized something he hadn't considered before. You're actually afraid of me. If he followed the line of thinking that Li He was deceiving him, perhaps Li He was indeed afraid of him. That's why he stayed hidden on the 3rd floor, not coming out. Because the thing that rendered the scapegoat powerless was Yikai, the special trait in Yikai that naturally countered the scapegoat. So he acted like a riddle speaker, pushing the hope of solving the mystery onto the false human. It was highly possible that Yikai couldn't counter the false human, but Li He as the scapegoat could influence the false human. Was that the case? Yikai wasn't sure. Li He, interesting. Is that what you think? Li He, then you can give it a try? Li He, come kill me. Yikai glanced at the top left corner of his vision. Calamity, scapegoat. Remaining time 0 hours 15 minutes. Eliminate the scapegoat, or when the countdown ends, the calamity can be resolved. Killing the calamity and waiting for it to resolve itself. The rewards were different. Was it worth it? Yikai looked at the group chat. Now the false human had just reached the 2nd floor. According to its normal movement pattern, it would return to the 2nd floor from the 1st in about 10 minutes. In 15 to 18 minutes, it would return to the 3rd floor. Time wasn't abundant, but the scapegoat's remaining time was even shorter. Anyway, the scapegoat couldn't mark him. If there was danger, it would have come already. Let's do it. He gritted his teeth and grabbed 2 kitchen knives. He had nothing else to use. If these couldn't harm the scapegoat, he'd retreat immediately. Having made up his mind, Yikai didn't hesitate. He opened the door and went downstairs. The 3rd floor was shrouded in mist. In the gray fog, the scapegoat, Li He, dressed in red, was already waiting outside the door. He stretched out a hand with extremely long fingers. He bared his teeth at Yikai and smiled. You used this? Calamity, scapegoat. Remaining time 13 minutes. Yikai brandished 2 cleavers, parting the mist as he swung toward Li He. No matter the outcome, he would strike first. Li He merely extended his palm. Silently, the cleavers halted midair. Yikai struggled violently, but to no avail. His own body felt bound by some invisible force, trapped in the gray, hazy mist, unable to advance or retreat. This is... No matter how slow-witted, he should have understood by now. Li He had never intended to deal with him before. Perhaps it was true that he could not mark him, but that did not mean Li He had no other means. He only needed to immobilize him and let other calamities take care of the rest. Li He the scapegoat was utterly different from the other calamities Ye Kai had learned about through chat records. He clearly surpassed the level of other calamities, possessing far more abilities and mastering their application as well. Ye Kai had certain peculiarities, but so did Li He. Faced with this situation, realizing Li He's power exceeded his estimation, Ye Kai instead grew calmer. Indeed, the stronger Li He was, the more easily he could deal with him, which only proved that he must have another purpose. You are not a calamity. You are not the scapegoat. What are you then? Li He chuckled. When did I ever say I was the scapegoat? Then why me? You have already guessed, haven't you? Li He turned around. Otherwise, how would you have the audacity to face me directly? As for what I am, you are not qualified to know until a certain moment. Until a certain moment. It was not a specific point in time. Perhaps it was close, or perhaps far. What if I killed a pseudo-human? Li He shook his head and walked downstairs. Almost there. With two clangs, the cleavers fell to the floor. Then Ye Kai stumbled, his freedom restored. Calamity scapegoat, remaining time 8 minutes. Eliminate the scapegoat or wait for the countdown to end to resolve the calamity. His phone vibrated. He frowned and pulled it out. 401 Zhao Yajing, the pseudo-human, has reached the second floor. The pseudo-human had reached the second floor now. A little earlier than expected, Li He was also heading to the second floor. 401 Zhao Yajing, the pseudo-human, has retreated. 501 Huang Jian, what's going on? Ye Kai followed behind Li He, arriving at the stairwell landing between the second and third floors. From this position, the peephole on the second floor could not see him. But he could see through the wall that behind the security door of 202, there was a dense human-shaped patch of red. He recalled a photo he had seen earlier. That was Zhao Yajing. She was already completely consumed by the red, not still needing time as Ye Kai had speculated. The gray mist coalesced into a mass, and Li He, standing within it, made no move, as if waiting for something. Calamity scapegoat, remaining time 5 minutes. Ye Kai suddenly understood. Li He was waiting for the countdown to end. He intended to make Zhao Yajing the scapegoat. He wanted to survive after the countdown. Was that possible? 401 Zhao Yajing, image 401 Zhao Yajing, the scapegoat, is here. The scapegoat's time is almost up. Why is it here? Huang Jian was puzzled. Based on past experience, the resolving the calamity mentioned in the prompt meant making the calamity disappear. Originally, they thought they could directly eliminate calamities that exceeded a certain time, but from the reappearance of the zombies this morning, Huang Jian felt it might be reclaiming. Clearly, the calamities originated from the entity that issued the prompts. To it, the calamities that terrorized humans might just be pets. When it was in a good mood, it would let its pets out for a walk and eliminate those that were unqualified, those that humans could kill. This speculation made Huang Jian's blood run cold. No, perhaps it was only here, only in this world fragment of Tianhai Community Building 6 Unit 1, that his speculation held true. Humans cannot be this weak. It must not be as I think. He pushed the thought aside. 501 Huang Jian, the scapegoat's time is almost up. Film how it disappears. Since the world shattered and the apocalypse began, no one in the unit had ever fully captured the entire process of a calamity being released and resolved. No one knew how calamities appeared or how they vanished. They were like monsters spawning in a computer game, appearing where players could not see, and by the time their perspective turned, there was already a calamity waiting. At least we need to see how they disappear. Ye Kai heard Lu Ming's voice from inside 202. 501 said to film how the scapegoat vanishes. Keep an eye on it. Calamity scapegoat, remaining time 3 minutes 30 seconds. Zhao Yajing was also a bit annoyed. What was a calamity about to disappear doing at her doorstep? It had been motionless for several minutes, and even the mist churning was less active than before. Filming this thing is useless. What's the point? She couldn't help complaining. Lu Ming came over and put his arm around her waist. Just do him a favor. We have only a few neighbors left in the building. When it's a bit safer, we'll have the 5th and 6th floors moved down. Why let them come down? Zhao Yajing was puzzled and a bit displeased. She also cared about face. Hearing Shipeng say in the group that they were making too much noise had already made her lose face. Lu Ming had been too rough, and she had deliberately increased her volume to please him, but it was heard by Shipeng downstairs. If the 3rd floor had occupants, wouldn't they be eavesdropped on every day? She couldn't lower her volume either, or Lu Ming would be unhappy. We're safer in the middle. Lu Ming explained, noticing her expression change. What's wrong? I feel a bit tired. Zhao Yajing did feel weak, with dark spots flashing before her eyes. She found it strange being a dance streamer who practiced every day, but she shouldn't be like this. Even after a session, it wasn't that exhausting for her. The so-called can't get out of bed was mostly an act to please Lu Ming. Lu Ming, unsuspecting, gently took the phone from her hand. They'll film it. You go rest. He was secretly proud. What a man he was. Zhao Yajing agreed and swayed back to bed. Damn, that was intense. Lu Ming forced his attention back to the phone. Through the screen, he could see the mist outside the door dissipating. The scapegoat's countdown in the upper left corner was down to just a few seconds. If it just disperses, that would be boring. Lu Ming counted down silently. 3, 2, 1, 0. The mist suddenly contracted. He felt a chill run through him, as if something had passed through his body from behind, through the door and into the mist. Then the mist dissipated and a patch of red appeared. Oh, Ly. Shit. Lu Ming's mouth fell open, and the phone slipped from his hand with a slap. He stumbled back in terror. Li he. Damn Li he. Human herd instinct kicked in, and Lu Ming rushed unconsciously to the bedside wanting to be with the other person in the room. He only saw a deathly gray fading face. Announcement 401 Zhao Yajing is dead. Fear has been released. Generating calamity, mirror demon. Announcement Zhao Yaoyang from 401 is deceased. Fear has been released. A calamity mirror demon has been generated. Eliminate the mirror demon, or after 48 hours if the calamity can be resolved. Hint, keep your movements consistent. Hint, the calamity scapegoat has been resolved. Calamity doppelganger, remaining time, 29 hours, 58 minutes. Calamity mirror demon, remaining time, 47 hours, 58 minutes. Lines of text materialized in the upper left corner of his vision. His phone vibrated wildly. Messages from the neighbors in the group chat. Ye Kai paid them no mind. What he saw as the mist dissipated was Li He clad in red. At the moment the countdown ended, a flash of crimson light had surged from room 202 and plunged into Li He's body. Li He walked toward him. Scapegoat. Scapegoat, so it's really about making someone else die in your place. Ye Kai said you were supposed to be erased, but you used Zhao Yaliang's life to cancel the erasure, so you're still alive. Li He brushed past him without a pause. What are you going to judge me? No. Ye Kai shook his head. I'm just curious what you are now. Li He was certainly no longer human. But could he be considered a calamity? Perhaps not. Ye Kai felt a flicker of confusion. A muffled roar came from downstairs, and he suddenly remembered there was still a doppelganger on the first floor. Also, there was a mirror demon possibly spawning somewhere unknown. Problems could be solved slowly, but he needed to get back to the safe zone immediately. Ye Kai glanced at the second floor, saw no sign of the pixel-style cube, and wasted no more time. He returned directly to his home on the fourth floor. 101 Sure Peng, the doppelganger, has left the first floor. After a long while, Lu Ming used Zhao Yaliang's phone to send a video to the group. 202 Lu Ming, help. How did Liang Liang die? 202 Lu Ming, she died in her room. 202 Lu Ming, the scapegoat at the door has turned into Li He. 202 Lu Ming, I knew it. I knew that artist wasn't a good person. 202 Lu Ming, what do we do? Zhao Yaliang's death before his eyes and the fact that the supposedly deceased Li He had become a scapegoat. These two events dealt him a tremendous shock, leaving him incoherent. The neighbors in the group were also stunned and bewildered. 501 Huang Jian, how did Zhao Yaoyang die? 202 Lu Ming, she turned to ash in front of me. 101 Sure Peng, don't panic. Let's watch the video first. 202 Lu Ming, we're done for. We're all finished. A moment of silence fell over the group. After a while, 601 Wang Guifan, this is terrifying. How did Xiao Li turn into this? 601 Wang Guifan, I always thought Xiao Li wasn't a good person, always so weird and mysterious. 601 Wang Guifan, you can't abandon me and my grandson. You're all young people. Without your help, an old woman like me with a child in tow really doesn't know what to do. 602 Sun Yuan, and 302 has become like this too. 501 Huang Jian, don't be afraid. The prompts haven't changed. It's still safe at home. 202 Lu Ming, it's lying to us. If it's safe at home, then how did Zhao Yaoyang die? 202 Lu Ming, and the zombies. It said the zombies had been resolved, so how did they still appear? Earlier in the group, Lu Ming had claimed to be at peace with it, but when the moment came, he was the most terrified. 202 Lu Ming, no. Li He died at home and turned into a ghost. Now Liang Liang died at home too. Is she going to turn into a ghost as well? 202 Lu Ming, I can't stay here. I need to change rooms. Staying here will kill me. 101 Sure Peng, where can you find a room that hasn't had a death in it? 202 Lu Ming, you'll go to 401, to Liang Liang's old room. 101 Sure Peng, what if she turns into a ghost and comes back to her own home? 101 Sure Peng, besides, it's not necessarily that you die at home to become a ghost. Look at 402, for example. 402 Ye Kai, tell me, how did I die? Sure Peng couldn't help but slap himself. He had forgotten that Ye Kai, who was neither human nor ghost, was still in the group. Why did he have to bring him up? Now he had no choice but to reply. Since Ye Kai had asked, if he didn't answer he would only incur resentment, and then he would truly be doomed. 101 Sure Peng, you were doing a real-time mission when a chainsaw murderer targeted you. You didn't manage to close the door in time, and you died in the hallway. 101 Sure Peng, room 401 saw it. His died in the hallway. So it turned out those bloodstains in the corridor were from his predecessor. Though it was his predecessor, Ye Kai still felt a measure of empathy, as if he had been killed himself, through a dull ache spread through his body. He couldn't help but scratch himself. 501 Huang Jian, let's focus on the other calamities for now. Does anyone know anything about this newly generated mirror demon? 101 Sure Peng, there are many versions of it, but they all involve mirrors. 101 Sure Peng, sometimes it appears when you look in a mirror at midnight and kills you. Other times it mimics your movements when you're looking in a mirror. If you notice its movements are different from yours, it drags you into the mirror. 101 Sure Peng, based on the prompt, it's probably the latter. 501 Huang Jian, it doesn't seem like there are any mirrors in our hallway. 101 Sure Peng, glass counts. Anything that can reflect a person's image can be considered a mirror. 501 Huang Jian, so it doesn't have a physical form. 101 Sure Peng, according to common lore, the mirror demon only has a physical form within the mirror. Huang Jian typed, then we should stay inside, but hesitated and didn't send it. Zhao Yaoyang had clearly been killed by the scapegoat. So had Li He. Both of them had been indoors, and the security doors hadn't protected them from the scapegoat's harm. Could the security door block the mirror demon? Not looking in mirrors. Ye Kai shook his head. Simply not looking in mirrors wouldn't make one immune to the mirror demon. After all, phone screens were also reflective surfaces. No one could avoid using their phones. They were the only means of communication. Just looking at a phone could trigger an attack. But the phone was indispensable. Without the information from the group chat, the building was a maze of danger. He sent a message to Li He on WeChat. Do you still need to kill? Li He killing is useless. No direct answer. Li He killing the mirror demon works too. Obviously, he meant that Ye Kai's question could be answered not only by killing the doppelganger, but also by killing the mirror demon. So killing any calamity is enough. Li He, yes. What if I kill you? Li He didn't reply immediately. Through the screen, Ye Kai could almost see the eerie smile spreading across his face. Li He, I am immortal. Li He, but if you can kill me, you will get all the answers. Li He, if you can. Kill Li He. Ye Kai, however, harbored not a shred of confidence. His neighbors might have taken him for a calamity, but in truth he was merely an ordinary man, albeit one with a few peculiar quirks. He possessed neither Herculean strength nor an indestructible body. Forget such calamities as the fake human or the scapegoat. Even a zombie appearing before him would require careful handling. Yet in the imaginations of his neighbors, he was indeed no different from a disaster. After the mirror demon emerged, Ye Kai and his neighbors endured a nerve-wracking afternoon. Looming terrified of his own house, tried to swap rooms. He dared not go to the third or fourth floor, and the door opposite his own required a 2-hour wait to regain its protective ability. Seizing an opportunity, he ran downstairs to knock on Shipeng's door, but Shipeng simply ignored him. In the end, he had no choice but to remain inside his own home. Meanwhile, the fake human's movement slowed unexpectedly. Originally, after a failed knock, it would have rushed to the next door without pause. But until nightfall, its knocking frequency dropped considerably. It was as if it were searching for a breakthrough. Ye Kai paid it no mind. The mirror demon had yet to appear. Aside from the countdown, there was no sign of its existence. Huang Jian, however, did probe him a few times in the group chat. 501 Huang Jian, do you know what's going on with Li He? 402 Ye Kai, that's not something you need to know. 501 Huang Jian, if Lu Ming goes to the third floor, will he be in danger? 202 Lu Ming, no, I'm not going to the third floor. I won't go up. 402 Ye Kai, why don't you try it yourself? 501 Huang Jian, then about the mirror demon, could you give us some hints? 402 Ye Kai, no. Most of his replies were vague. After all, Ye Kai himself was uncertain. He could neither confirm Li He's current state nor determine how to deal with the mirror demon. Even concerning the fake human, he was merely waiting for the right moment. A moment he himself did not know when it would come. The metal and foreign objects inside the fake human would restrict its ability to transform. The fake human would attack zombies, and it would also actively attack humans. The fake human feared Li He or the scapegoat, but this was likely because Li He's own power far exceeded the fake humans. Additionally, one must never be alone with the fake human. This was all the information he knew about the fake human. Killing the fake human with only this knowledge. The only chance was to create a scenario where multiple people were with the fake human. That would require someone to fall into the fake human's trap and yet survive. Ye Kai turned off his phone screen, gazing at the faintly trembling reflection on the glass. The mirror demon hasn't appeared yet. Then would the opportunity he was waiting for come. Calamity fake human remaining time 18 hours 22 minutes. Calamity mirror demon remaining time 36 hours 22 minutes. The night grew deep. Though the fake human still prowled the hallway, and the mirror demon lurked somewhere unseen, the building's residents began to retire one after another. They were all ordinary people unable to escape the need for sleep. Every creature on Earth followed an activity cycle. Periods of activity and periods of dormancy. Only calamities never rested. Calamities never sleep. 202 Looming, please help me, I'm so scared. 601 Wang Guifan, don't shout in the group, everyone's sleeping. 601 Wang Guifan, if you're scared, go talk to the fake human. Wang Guifan turned off her phone screen, thought for a moment, then switched it off entirely. What kind of people are those going on about that trivial matter all day long? Don't they see what time it is? She checked the security door, ensured it was locked, and wedged a mop handle against it. Outside the window, it was pitch black. No streetlights, no moon, no stars. She glanced out, and quickly drew the curtains. Terrifying beyond words. Buddha protect me, Bodhisattva watch over me, let all demons and monsters flee, she muttered incessantly. Before, when there were no demons or monsters, she knew such beliefs were futile superstition. But now that demons and monsters had appeared, surely the gods and bodhisattvas must exist too. The gods couldn't just stand by and let evil spirits bully people, they had to do something right. Since the third day of the apocalypse, Wang Guifan had tidied up her home. She specifically cleared out the south-facing bedroom, draped a few yellow garments over a small table, used a lunchbox as a makeshift incense burner, and stuck 3 chopsticks in it, as incense sticks, to worship the gods. On the wall she pasted several sheets of paper listing all the deities she knew. The Jade Emperor Supreme, Lord Laozi Tathagata Buddha Guanyin Bodhisattva, Jesus Christ. If not for the fact that Cthulhu and the flying spaghetti monster didn't sound like proper deities, she would have written them down too. She had heard those two names from Sherpung a few times. In this apocalypse, even people's hearts had gone bad. In the past, the young people in the building would let her have her way. But now even an old woman couldn't sleep in peace. Not to mention, they didn't even care to look after her. When she asked for a little help or to keep an eye on things, no one responded. That Xiao Sun next door, he's no good either. The world's hearts have turned rotten. Wang Guifan muttered, then went to the altar to bow again. On the altar were a few pieces of fruit supply she had just received after the scapegoat's countdown ended. The best fruits were offered to the gods first, the rest were for Xinshin. Without snack, Xinshin would only eat fruit and refuse meals. If not for another death today, the fruit would have run out. She couldn't let her precious grandson go hungry. Grandma, when can I go out? Xinshin, rubbing his eyes, mumbled from the doorway. Ah, don't worry, don't worry. Wang Guifan finished her bow, picked up Xinshin, and carried him away. When all the demons and monsters outside are dead, Xinshin listened half-comprehendingly, offering no rebuttal this time. But over Wang Guifan's shoulder, he stared at the fresh fruits on the altar. Cherries, strawberries, mangosteens. He hadn't eaten such things in a long time. When the fruit arrived today, he had wanted some, but Wang Guifan slapped his hand away. Don't touch, little child. That's an offering for the gods. He didn't understand what gods were, he only knew that once something was placed on that table, it was no longer his. Grandma wouldn't let him eat what was on the table. Xinshin, it's time to sleep. Wang Guifan carried Xinshin to another room, the bedroom where she and her grandson usually slept. She laid Xinshin on the bed, then lay down beside him, patting him gently. Baby, go to sleep. After a while, soft snores arose. Sure that Grandma was asleep, Xinshin carefully slipped out from under her arm, crept out of the bedroom, and silently closed the door behind him. He had been craving the fruit offerings in the next room all day. Grandma is so silly, the gods won't come to eat them. Things spoil so quickly, if he didn't eat them, wouldn't they be wasted? Besides, Grandma would surely forgive him. The two bedrooms were separated by the living room, which was quiet now. As Xinshin passed through the living room, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Xinshin, Xinshin, can you hear me? Was it Dad? Is that you, Dad? The voice outside the door grew cheerful. It's Dad, Xinshin. Your grandma locked the door so I can't get in. Quick, open the door for Dad. Xin remained somewhat vigilant. His grandmother had told him that the outside world was full of demons and monsters, and he must stay put at home. She also said never to open the door, and if someone knocked while she was not around, he must go find her. But now he was doing something not quite right, and dared not call his grandmother. Otherwise he would not get to eat the fresh fruit. But Grandma said I cannot open the door, Xin said hesitantly. Grandma said the outside is full of demons and monsters, and there are many bad people. Grandma is lying to you. The voice outside suddenly grew anxious. Did Grandma also tell you that you cannot go downstairs? Yes. Wang Guifan had indeed told her precious grandson that. Apart from March 20th, when she took Xin to the first floor only to find they could not leave, she never let him leave the sixth floor. She always accompanied Xin during his real-time tasks, forbidding him to run around and pulling him back home when time was up. That was the only opportunity Xin had to go out. Now everything outside has returned to normal, otherwise why would Dad come over? The voice outside said, Dad finally managed to come after everything was safe. Did you forget that Dad promised to take you out to play, eh? Had Dad ever said that? Xin could not quite recall, but he felt an overwhelming desire to go outside and play. For a moment, even the allure of the fruit faded. Dad? It really is Dad. Xin jumped up. Grandma is asleep. They'll go wake her. The voice grew urgent, tinged with sternness. Don't wake Grandma. The voice outside continued, Grandma is already terrified. If she wakes up, she won't let me in. Then Xin won't be able to go out. But. Xin felt something was wrong, yet could not articulate what troubled him. Xin, why did you get up in the middle of the night? Can you tell Dad? The voice turned gentle and coaxing. If I tell you, you must not tell Grandma. Xin cautiously approached the door and said, Today, Aunt Zhao downstairs died, and that God sent us fruit. If Xin were older, he would have noticed the problem. His voice was already lowered as if whispering, and with the security door in between, the other party could still hear him clearly. But he was just a child, a spoiled child. Grandma took all those fruits to offer as sacrifices, but I wanted to eat them. Now Grandma is asleep. I sneaked out to eat them secretly. Dad, you won't blame me, will you? The voice outside was very gentle. Of course not. Fruit is meant for Xin to eat. Xin hasn't had snacks for a long time, right? Dad brought you lots of snacks. What? Well, there's chocolate chips, cream cake, preserved plums, pork jerky, grilled fish slices. Wow. And also shrimp crackers, wafer cookies, finger biscuits, bear cookies. Xin had already started swallowing saliva. As long as Xin opens the door, all these are yours. Okay, he'll try. Xin tugged hard at the mop wedged in the door, but it would not budge. Grandma used the mop to block the door. It's okay, Xin. Just unlock the door and open it a crack. Dad can manage the rest. Dad's strength is much greater than Xin's. Xian agreed. With a click the lock was released, and the security door opened a crack. A black thing slithered through the gap, hooking onto the door. Boom. At the sound of the explosion, Yi Kai was about to put his phone to sleep. Huang Jian on the 5th floor and Sun Yuanyuan on the 6th were also about to sleep after reporting the Wyron's whereabouts. Only Lu Ming on the 2nd floor kept sending messages in the group, hoping for a reply. From the messages sent it was clear Lu Ming was truly terrified. 202 Lu Ming, are you asleep? Asleep. 202 Lu Ming, talk to me please. 202 Lu Ming, 101 Sure Pong, can I stay at your place? I beg you. No one responded. Lu Ming would probably be too scared of ghosts to sleep. Yi Kai, however, did not think Xiao Yaoyang could become a ghost. The neighbors thought he was a ghost, but he was not. Li was certainly not a ghost either, but some other life form unknown to Yi Kai. Perhaps it was something more advanced than the calamity. If death could turn one into a ghost, especially a terrifying and powerful ghost, then no one would fear death. They could just send a wave of people to die, become ghosts, and defeat the calamity. If you cannot defeat it alive and cannot defeat it as a ghost, then you died in vain. At least as a ghost you could escape. The Weiren is on the 6th floor, chose Wang Gaifan's house instead of knocking on Sun Yuanyuan's door. Wang Gaifan said she turned off her phone and went to sleep. She shouldn't open the door. Against the Weiren, just sleeping is a good choice. She shouldn't open the door for the Weiren. Boom. Yi Kai immediately stood up. Such a loud noise meant something had gone wrong. The Weiren was on the 6th floor. He summoned a zombie, opened the door, let the zombie go first, and followed upstairs. At the same time, he Huang Jian in the group. 402 Yi Kai, 501 Huang Jian, come out, and check 501 Huang Jian, okay. When Yi Kai reached the 5th floor, Huang Jian opened the door. A zombie just went up to the 6th floor. Yi Kai nodded. I did it. This neighbor from the 4th floor could indeed control calamities. Huang Jian showed no expression on his face, but his heart was shocked. It seemed his judgment was correct. Yi Kai was indeed planning to recruit other calamities as his subordinates. Earlier Yi Kai had said he wanted Huang Jian to cooperate in killing the Weiren. So, Huang Jian followed Yi Kai upstairs with trepidation. Bloodstains spotted the floor and walls. Door 601 was wide open. The sturdy security door had been torn apart by immense force, leaving only a huge hole in the wall. The Wyron's head split open into 4 segments like it had earlier that morning, and one of its arms had turned into a sharp hook gripping one side of the security door. The other arm had transformed into a sharp blade-like shape pointing at the zombie that had come up earlier. Its head was closing, and from the distorted face it had taken on the appearance of Wang Gaifan's son, Xian Zin's father. But its lower body had already transformed into the size of a 5 or 6-year-old child's legs. The extremely disproportionate ratio was filled with a sense of eeriness. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Dad is here, Dad is here. Grandma, Grandma, I'm scared. It emitted 2 voices simultaneously, looking up at Yi Kai and Huang Jian. The zombie that had come up earlier than Yi Kai just stood aside. Without further instructions from Yi Kai, it would not act. Huang Jian instinctively shielded himself behind Yi Kai. What should we do? Wait a moment. Yi Kai observed for a while and noticed that since he and Huang Jian came upstairs, the Weiren had not changed anymore. When the zombie came up, it had turned one arm into a blade attempting to kill the zombie. I see. You cannot be alone with the Weiren because when there are many people, the Weiren's transformation is locked. Being able to lock the transformation means the entity behind it is not just killing for pleasure. There really is a way to kill the Weiren. It was right to call Huang Jian up. Even if he has no power, his mere presence can help. Yi Kai summoned another zombie. The 2 zombies coordinated from left and right to restrict the Weiren's movements. Just as he was planning the next step, a wail came from inside. My precious grandson. My precious grandson. Wang Gaifan collapsed on the ground, sobbing as if she might break. How could you open the door? The mimic thrashed violently, its blade-like arms flailing as its head twisted from side to side. Mucus and undigested blood splattered everywhere, a truly horrifying sight. My precious child, how could you, how could you? Wang Gaifan sobbed, her breath hitching. She had thought her precious grandson was safe at home, having told him not to go out. As long as he stayed inside, nothing would happen. Who could have imagined he would leave? How had that mimic managed to deceive her grandson? Grandma, Grandma, help, please help me. It hurts so much, so much. Xingxin's voice came from within the mimic. At the same time, another voice spoke. Mom, don't be afraid, I'm here to take you away. It's safe outside now, come with us. It was her son's voice. Hearing these 2 voices, Wang Gaifan's heart felt as if it were being twisted. She swung her fist at the mimic. You damned mimic, I'll fight you to the death. Yi Kai did not stop her. The mimic was already restrained, and he was curious to see its current state. It had been confirmed that when a mimic held a foreign object within its body, its shape-shifting abilities were affected until it digested the object. Furthermore, its power significantly decreased when surrounded by multiple people. Moreover, judging from its reaction to Wang Gaifan's blows, she could indeed harm it. It could be killed. Mom, stop hitting. Grandma, stop, it hurts. Wang Gaifan was both furious and frantic. I'll beat you to death. Grandma. Grandma, you're hitting me. Yi Kai stopped Wang Gaifan. Why are you stopping me? She snapped, her anger overriding her fear. In that moment nothing else mattered, her blood boiled, and she dared to defy the very monsters she feared. Ye Kai said something seemingly unrelated. Did you get the notification? Huang Jian was startled. The mimic had broken through the security door. They heard the noise. Ye Kai called them up. Wang Guifan appeared. The events had unfolded so rapidly that he had overlooked this detail. Every death triggers a notification and releases a calamity. But now no new notification appeared in the upper left corner of his vision, and no new calamity had been released. Huang Jian's voice was hoarse, as if his throat had suddenly failed him. He's still. Ye Kai let out a sigh. Huang Jian, stay here. He pointed at Wang Guifan. You go find knives, as many as you can. Wang Guifan stumbled away in a daze. Ye Kai crouched beside the struggling mimic, and took out his phone, sending a WeChat message to Li He. Someone was eaten by a mimic, but hasn't been declared dead yet. Can they be saved? Li He dream on. Just as he thought the child was already dead, it was only a matter of time. Perhaps Li He had a way, but he had no reason to help. Why would a calamity bother saving a human? Can't save him. Ye Kai put away his phone and said, even if he's still alive, he's already inside the mimic's stomach. Ye Kai said, given the mimic's current size, what state do you think Xin is in? Huang Jian's gaze fell upon the mimic. Its upper body still resembled a normal adult male, but its lower half had completely transformed into that of a small child. A moment of calm observation revealed that the mimic's not yet closed head was the tool it used to devour Xin. From any perspective, after being swallowed, it was impossible for Xin to remain intact in human form within the mimic. So what state was the not yet dead Xin entrapped inside? It hurts so much it hurts. The child's voice emanated from the mimic, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The mimic's teeth are very sharp, capable of biting through steel, Ye Kai said. Crushing human bones is not difficult. He didn't say that perhaps the only reason Xin was still alive was that they had arrived quickly enough before the mimic had time to fully digest her. If Xin was unconscious, it would be a mercy. But if she was conscious, you people killed my precious grandson. Wang Guifan reappeared holding 2 kitchen knives. She had regained some clarity while going back home, realizing the situation at her doorstep. The ghost from the 4th floor and the mimic were both right at her doorstep. Her security door was destroyed and her home was left defenseless. In other words, she was going to die too. And with those 2 monsters was Xiao Huang from downstairs. Xiao Huang was with them. Just as she suspected, Xiao Huang was no good either. He must have brought these monsters here. Acting all tough in the group chat, pretending to be important, ordering everyone around. It was all to harm her precious grandson. They'll make you pay with your lives. She swung her cleaver at Huang Jian, but was blocked by the zombie and the mimic on the ground. Give it to me. Ye Kai reached out and took the cleaver from her hand. Not enough. Bring everything you have. Scissors too. I. Wang Guifan stammered, unable to speak, but a glare from Ye Kai sent her back inside. She was afraid of Ye Kai. More accurately, she was afraid of anything terrifying, so she could only brandish her knife at Huang Jian. In her eyes, Ye Kai was a demon. If he reached out his hand, she couldn't even hold onto her knife. What follows might be a bit bloody. Ye Kai let out a breath, didn't tell Huang Jian to look away, and brought the cleaver down on the mimic. Wah, ow, ow. It hurts so much. Several different cries of pain sounded simultaneously as the mimic struggled violently. From the gash it had cut, not yet formed eyeballs, teeth, fingers, and other organs along with a black liquid oozed out before the wound slowly wriggled and healed. He struck again. The mimic let out a mournful wail. Ye Kai, what are you doing? Untie me. It was Meng Jingyu's voice. Unfortunately, the mimic couldn't shapeshift now, or Ye Kai might not have had such an easy time. Don't just stand there. Ye Kai handed a knife to Huang Jian. Help out. Oh. Huang Jian took the cleaver stunned and joined in. However, he still had a question. Could a mimic really be killed with a kitchen knife? If a calamity could be killed with a cleaver, then all the people who had died before, hadn't they died in vain? Perhaps it was because of Ye Kai. After all, Ye Kai was a ghost, not an ordinary person. Maybe only knives that had been processed by Ye Kai could kill calamities. Seeing that he could also inflict wounds on the mimic, Huang Jian felt this was the real answer. His phone vibrated, but neither of them paid attention. They didn't notice someone watching all of this through a peephole. 602 Sun Yuan image 602 Sun Yuan video 602 Sun Yuan. They're right outside my door. 602 Sun Yuan. What should I do? 202 Lu Ming. Ha. It's all fake. They're all ghosts. They're all dead. 202 Lu Ming, you're all dead, and I'm going to die too. Everyone's dead. 101 Shipeng, keep your door closed. 101 Shipeng, I can't do anything either. Ye Kai felt that as the knife struck the mimic, something besides his physical strength was being consumed. He wasn't sure what it was, only that his spirit felt like it was struggling through a thick layer of glue. It wasn't fatigue, but a deeper sense of depletion, a lack. He didn't show it. After struggling for a while, the mimic gradually dissipated. You have resolved the calamity mimic and obtained the ability mimicry. Mimicry, select a target to copy its appearance or its abilities. After canceling the copy or maintaining it for a certain period, mimicry enters a cooldown. The greater the difference in size between you and the target, the longer the cooldown. The greater the target's power compared to yours, the longer the cooldown. Conversely, the cooldown is shortened. You have obtained a memory fragment which will dissipate after being read. At the same time, there was another notification. Announcement 601 Shinshin deceased fear released generating calamity, ghost call. Tip: not every call is valuable. Shinshin died along with the calamity, but throughout the process of hacking the mimic to death, Ye Kai and Huang Jian had not found anything that looked like a child's limbs. So he had guessed correctly. She had died upon being swallowed, her life force merging with the mimic. Ye Kai shook his head slightly, sighing inwardly. Even if he disliked Wang Guifan, the child was at least innocent. Unfortunately, in this post-apocalyptic world of fragments, calamities did not discriminate between young and old. He then turned his attention to the ability he had gained. Trading the limited-use zombie for the mimicry ability, Ye Kai felt was a pretty good deal. Logically, Huang Jian, who had fought alongside him to kill the mimic, should have gained some kind of ability too. If that were the case, he could reveal some things to Huang Jian and make him a teammate. After all, dealing with the calamities in this world fragment or exploring other fragments was not something he could do alone. What ability did Huang Jian get? Looking at Huang Jian beside him, Ye Kai used mimicry, choosing to copy his ability. Target has no special abilities, cannot copy. Huang Jian was unaware of Ye Kai's probing. He looked at the dissipated mimic and the zombie that was still there and asked hesitantly, "Why hasn't Aunt Wang come out yet?" Ye Kai also noticed this. They had been killing the doppelgangers for quite some time, long enough for Wang Guifan to have fetched some knives. Yet the doppelgangers were all dead, and she still hadn't appeared. Clearly something had gone wrong. But there was no death announcement for Wang Guifan. "Do you want to look for her?" Ye Kai asked. Huang Jian nodded, then immediately shook his head. "No, it's too dangerous for me to stay outside. Now that you've had me help you kill the doppelgangers and they're dead, can I go home?" Huang Jian's heart was pounding. While they had been working together to kill the doppelganger, he had been caught up in the excitement of harming a calamity, even killing one. But after the doppelganger's death, he quickly calmed down. The outdoors was fraught with danger. Now he was with a ghost capable of killing doppelgangers. He had probably figured out his own role in the process. After all, the earlier prompt had already said that one couldn't be alone with a doppelganger. Perhaps Ye Kai had brought him along precisely to lock the doppelganger's transformation, and a doppelganger that couldn't change had weaknesses. But the Ye Kai before him, he didn't know what weaknesses he might have. He was too human-like. That was precisely what made him dangerous. If before Ye Kai had no reason to harm him because they needed to kill the doppelganger, now that need was gone. He was still in the corridor without the protection of a security door. The mirror demon roaming outside and the newly appeared ghost call could claim his life at any moment. As for Wang Guifan, she could only fend for herself. He couldn't risk death to save another person, especially when from the current situation such a rescue would likely be futile. Ye Kai controlled a zombie to enter Wang Guifan's apartment as a camera while another zombie escorted him back home. Alright, they encountered no calamity. 101 Sherpeng, how is the situation on the 6th floor? 602 Sun Yuan, they all went downstairs, but there's a zombie that didn't come down. 101 Sherpeng, don't open the door. Keep quiet. 602 Sun Yuan, what if there's a task? 101 Sherpeng, do your best. Huang Jian looked at the group chat feeling bitter. Things had happened too fast, he hadn't had time to consider the aftermath. Now in all likelihood, in the eyes of Sun Yuan and Sherpeng, he had already become Ye Kai's accomplice. The only good news was that Ye Kai, unlike other calamities, wasn't simply intent on killing people. He had even killed a calamity. But did that make a difference? From Sun Yuan's footage, anyone could see the relationship between those two zombies and Ye Kai. After all, zombies had appeared at Ye Kai's doorstep before, and they had even fought a doppelganger. It was at most just a conflict between calamities. As for Huang Jian, who had followed Ye Kai upstairs and helped him kill the doppelganger, in the eyes of others he must be a zombie lackey. He sighed. 501 Huang Jian, the doppelganger is dead. 202 Lu Ming, ha. You're all ghosts. You're all ghosts. 202 Lu Ming, what doppelganger? It's all a lie. 101 Sherpeng, that's good news. No one else spoke. After a while, Sherpeng sent another message. 101 Sherpeng, why? 101 Sherpeng, what is he exactly? 501 Huang Jian, he helped me gather intel on the 4th floor, and I helped him kill the doppelganger. Quite reasonable. 501 Huang Jian, we can't let both the 3rd and 4th floors go dark. As soon as he said that, he regretted it. Regretted not saying it sooner. Perhaps if he had spoken up earlier, this misunderstanding wouldn't have happened. But before, he had been wary of Ye Kai being in the group and hadn't dared to be too explicit. And now this had led to the current rift. Lu Ming on the 2nd floor was mentally unstable. Counting on him for useful information was unrealistic. Sherpeng on the 1st floor and Sun Yuan on the 6th had developed a strong distrust of him, likely to be on guard. Wang Guifan's grandson was dead, and she herself might have already fallen into the hands of calamities, who otherwise she wouldn't have stayed silent in the group chat for so long. Given her past behavior, she would have demanded to go to someone else's home by now. Most likely Sun Yuan's. As for Ye Kai on the 4th floor, there was no need to say more. Even if he had been able to report danger points in the group before, what about now? Though everyone was still in the group, trust between them had been shattered. They would likely be picked off one by the calamities. 101 Sherpeng, that's not an equal exchange. 101 Sherpeng, killing the doppelganger. He didn't need you at all. 501 Huang, Jian, do you still remember the prompt about the doppelganger? When multiple people are present, the doppelganger can't transform. Sure, Peng didn't reply. What Huang Jian said was indeed reasonable, but he wasn't fully convinced. The reason was simple: he didn't believe Ye Kai was human. How could a person come back to life after death? Ye Kai didn't join the group chat. After returning home, he sent a message to Li He. I killed the doppelganger. Li He, congratulations. I got a memory fragment. The answer you mentioned, is it inside? Li He, if you're lucky. Ye Kai frowned. What's inside? Does everyone who kills a doppelganger get these things? Li He, how would I know? Li He, no. When killing the doppelganger, Ye Kai actually didn't need Huang Jian's involvement. He just wanted to test if killing a doppelganger would yield a part of the answer or some ability. If so, having another person meant additional gain. He chose Huang Jian because Huang Jian was nearby, and because he was a smart man. Smart people weigh pros and cons and don't cling to absolutes. He had a chance to persuade Huang Jian. Even if Huang Jian was convinced he was a calamity, he would consider the risk of opposing him. But as it turned out, he didn't gain any ability, nor did he get a memory fragment. Are you lying to me? Li He, how interesting. Li He, originally you only had potential, but now I'm certain you're the same kind as me. The same kind. What are you? Ye Kai waited a few minutes, but received no answer. The same kind. From the neighbor's perspective, Ye Kai had clearly died and come back to life. In a sense, Li He had also died and revived. Was that what being the same kind meant? But Ye Kai knew that he was a transmigrator, definitely not a calamity. Li He obviously wasn't going to answer. Ye Kai manipulated the zombie he had left on the 6th floor to patrol Wang Gaifen's apartment. After confirming that Wang Gaifen was nowhere to be found, he turned his attention back to the memory fragment. He chose to read it. After a momentary blur, he found himself in another place. A man dressed in ancient robes was staring at him with a grave expression. Changji, is what you said true? Indeed. Ye Kai heard a voice say. I went to Liangshan to enjoy the scenery yesterday, and I saw it with my own eyes at dusk. In the mountains. The voice hesitated slightly. Not necessarily. Ye Kai tried to observe his surroundings, but found his viewpoint fixed, unable to change. This was someone's memory. So this was what a memory fragment was. Judging by the clothes and speech of the person before him, this was likely ancient times. From the voice, his perspective belonged to a young man named Changji. Changji glanced around and lowered his voice. Ziming'll tell you, but you must not spread it. Oh. Ziming's face turned solemn. I shun Ziming, a gossip. Speak your mind. I saw the hollow of Liangshan turn blood-red, countless trees seeming to come alive, their branches streaked with black and red. Changji swallowed hard. Countless blood-red monsters charged out. Dragons, serpents, tigers, wolves, swani. Ziming, you know I've read extensively since childhood, and always scoffed at the classic of mountains and seas, but this time I feel. The classic of mountains and seas might be real. Shin Ziming burst into laughter, clapping his hands and shaking his head. Li Changji, oh Li Changji, I thought you had something truly strange to tell me, but it's only this. If what you say is true, how did you escape with just one servant and one horse? Li Changji sighed. I knew no one would believe me. I could only tell you. When I tried to mount my horse to flee, it was utterly limp, foaming at the mouth, collapsed, and unable to move, while several blood-red beasts circled it, tearing at its flesh. And my book boy had vanished. At that moment I called to heaven and earth to no avail. Even the date tree I tied my horse to stretched out its branches to strike me. Just as I awaited death, the world suddenly cleared, everything returned to normal. The book boy was beside me again, and only my chestnut horse lay on the ground, just as before. The book boy said. I stared blankly at the sunset, not snapping out of it until the sun had set. Oh, so yesterday you rode up the mountain, but walked down. That's the reason. Shin Ziming said. Your family told me the horse suddenly fell ill. To others, wasn't it a sudden illness? Li Changji said. If we weren't close friends, I wouldn't dare tell you this. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing his arm. Look, yesterday that date tree scratched me, leaving this wound. Shin Ziming abruptly stood, all trace of a smile gone. Ye Kai saw that on Li Changji's arm were several crimson marks glowing faintly like molten lava. The perspective shifted. The streets were bustling. Vendors' cries rose and fell as hawkers laid out an array of pastries, fruits, fish, shrimp, and meats along the roadside, their aromas wafting through the air, drawing passers-by to linger. Banners of every hue jutted from the shops on both sides, while eager waiters called out from the doorways with great enthusiasm. A scene of prosperity. Yet Ye Kai's view was unsteady, and pedestrians on the road hurriedly dodged aside. Hey he. It was Li Changji's voice. Don't go out, he muttered incessantly. Outside are jackals, tigers, leopards, swani, yayu, everywhere. They devour people. Passers-by whispered among themselves. Is that Li Changji? Yes, ever since he was dismissed from office, he's been like this. Was he really a Jinsher? How could it be false? That year he passed the imperial exam riding a fine horse in red robes, parading through the streets with flowers pinned. I saw it myself. Alas! What a pity, what a pity. Li Changji paid them no heed, merely murmuring to himself. They will come out, they will. A maidservant pushed through the crowd and grasped his arm. Master! The maidservant clung to Li Changji's arm. Let's go home. I've packed the valuables. We should set off. Set off? Leave the capital. Li Changji let out a bitter laugh. Xiong Hui devour men's souls frost, and snow break men's bones. Hounds yelp and sniff, licking their paws. The maidservant, terrified, clamped her hand over his mouth. Say no more, say no more. Li Changji fell silent, and followed the maidservant out of the market. As far as the eye could see, blood-red monsters emerged one by one from the crowd. Blood-red vines, ferocious beasts, even snakes, rats, and insects. They clung to the passers-by, some sucking, some tearing, some burrowing in. The crimson spread, yet the pedestrians remained utterly unaware. The view darkened. Li Changji closed his eyes. The nobleman ventures not out, ventures not out. Gifted since childhood, he must have incurred heaven's jealousy. Li Changji lay in bed listening to the voice outside. Could it be that he's been disturbed by specters throwing his mind into chaos? A female voice said. That shouldn't be. I've employed every method to ward off evil, repel ghosts, and pray for blessings. I've invoked the 6 Ding and 6 Jia spirits, the 5 direction revealers, and the 4 duty officers. All to no avail. This is beyond our power to resolve. Or perhaps. The voice paused, then shifted the topic. I hear the lady has invited many eminent monks and great masters, yet they too have accomplished nothing. Is that so? Yes, the female voice said. Because they proved ineffective, they must lack real spiritual power, which is why I've come to invite you, Taoist master. I have read the layman's poetry and prose, which is rife with tales of ghosts and gods, and the wording is rather obscure. My husband has always been talented but envied by villains. His official career has been fraught with setbacks. The Taoist pondered for a moment. This kind of situation has been spoken of by the patriarchs. If one is not born with immortal bones, then one is resented by ghosts and gods, which is why no spell or technique can take effect. Then, what should be done? The sights described in the layman's poems. Even with my heavenly eye opened, I have never seen such things, let alone so many demons and monsters. It would be as if a ghost kingdom had descended upon the world. But without such visions, he could never have written such magnificent and bizarre verses. Wealth and glory are mortal affairs. A lifespan is governed by heaven. If the lady is willing, I, a poor Taoist, would be glad to hold a grand celestial ceremony. Whether invoking the 3 pure ones or emulating Marquis was 7-star right to extend fate. Perhaps it may work wonders. Through the bed curtain, Li Changji saw amid the crimson and deep black a Taotai, with its maw gaping wide. Was this the origin of the calamities? Clearly Li Changji was an ancient man, though Ye Kai's scant knowledge of history made it hard to pinpoint the era. But if those were calamities, the world should have been destroyed long ago. Was this the origin of the calamities? Clearly Li Changji was an ancient man, though Ye Kai's scant knowledge of history made it hard to pinpoint the era. But if those were calamities, the world should have been destroyed long ago. How could it have survived to 2025? Someone had resolved the calamities. What a joke. A single fake human unknown was already terrifying enough. The other calamities were no pushovers either. He had only managed to eliminate a fake human by relying on hints, a summoned zombie skill had gotten by sheer luck, and teaming up with another person. What about the ancestors? Could they have done anything with just monks and Taoists? Those charlatans who only knew how to deceive. They couldn't even see the calamities. Still, Li Changji's words, "Don't go out," seemed quite similar to the currents. Spring was in full bloom, the breeze gentle. A slender willow branch reached in through the window of the study, and an apricot blossom drifted down onto the letter paper. Li Changji unfolded the letter. It began with some words of greeting. Brother Changji, seeing your words is like meeting you face to face. Last year I heard you had suffered from hysteria, and I was deeply worried from 1,000 miles away, but truly it was too far to look after you. I am relieved and delighted to hear you are much better. From a young age you excelled in poetry and prose, but since you went to the capital I have not heard any new works from you for a long time. A great regret. Then at last he came to the main matter. Brother, you asked about local affairs. I know little, only a slight understanding of this region. Since Emperor Dizong's reign, the number of monks and Taoists here has grown daily, especially the swift expansion of temple estates. Many people have placed their families under the protection of temples to escape taxes, making local taxation difficult. The chief officials are often troubled by this. Moreover, since His Majesty ascended the throne, eunuchs have dominated the court, just as in the later years of Emperor Dizong. The current emperor favors his inner courtiers, blocking the channels of speech. Memorials from the provinces must be filtered and presented by the inner court, and many never receive a reply. Now local officials are struggling in their duties, hampered by powerful gentry and princes, and beset by countless hardships that cannot be told to outsiders. Seeking a post, brother, may not be wise. Li Changji shook his head, slightly smiled freely, and continued reading. However, as for the matter of lifespan that you mentioned, it is not within my purview, and I have not paid much attention to it. I have only heard that in various counties many elderly people who lived long lives have died in recent years. Also, homicide cases have increased, and the common people are filled with a great deal of hostility. Among my circle of acquaintances, many elders have passed away before reaching the age of 50. I had not noticed it before, but after your mention, I sensed something unusual. Please enlighten me, brother. Your humble brother Shin Zimming bows again. Li Changji thought for a moment, drew out a sheet of paper, and began to write a reply. Ziming, seeing my words is like meeting me face to face. Since childhood, I have read the classics believing I could aid the world and comfort the people. But after my career was thwarted due to my father's name, I began to reflect. Since leaving the capital, I no longer have such aspirations. Yet I often witness the suffering of the masses and cannot bear it. Ziming, you should remember that I once told you about my experiences at Liangshan. After I went to the capital, I never spoke of it with you again. In truth, what I saw in the capital was even worse than Liangshan. All kinds of ghosts, monsters, and demons, as if the gates of the underworld had opened, appeared in great numbers, acting with cruelty and violence. I saw them tearing at commoners in the streets, yet the bitten were completely unaware. Even after leaving the capital, I still saw them frequently, though less than in the capital, yet in every city and town. This phenomenon grew more frequent to the point of dozens of times each day. I thought it was merely my hallucination until one day last year. Li Changji paused, then blacked out the unfinished sentence. Fortunately, since this year, I have been much better. However, I still cannot help but doubt what I saw before. I thought if such things appear in the world, they must have some effect, must they not? But I hold no official position, making investigation difficult, so I thought of you, Ziming. Emperor Dizong valued ghosts and spirits over the people, and I hear the current emperor is even worse, repeatedly seeking immortality from monks and Taoists. But now magical powers are not manifest, and impostors abound which may invite disaster. As for poetry, it is but a minor art. I have not written any since leaving the capital. Only the Peace Gong Wu Chu Men remains to fulfill your expectations, Ziming. As for the matter of the common people's lifespan, I have also asked various friends and teachers to assist. If it is convenient, Ziming, please continue to keep an eye on it. Your brother Li Changji bows again. Changji. Changji. A voice called from outside the study. Li Changji blew on the paper he had written, pressed it with a paperweight, and rose to leave. At this time, Li Changji was probably already cured. How had he escaped the influence of the calamity? Ye Kai could not figure it out. The half-sentence he had not written should have revealed the one who cured him. Why had he erased it? From the previous and current memories, it was clear that Li Changji had not been cured by monks or Taoists. The Taoist earlier had said he had an immortal bone. Was it true or false? What was an immortal bone? The perspective shifted, and a new memory surfaced. He was in the wilderness. The sun hung high, the vegetation withered. On the distant horizon, a blood-colored mist rose, twisting cities and mountains into terrifying giants. Master, are you there? Li Changji looked up and spoke. He waited for a while, but there was no reply. Suddenly the eastern sky trembled. A blood-red giant tree rose from the ground, accompanied by countless faint wails. Then a black dragon holding a candle flew around the tree. The blood mist surged. A white tower of skulls appeared, then collapsed, transforming into a golden city. The golden city instantly turned to ash, becoming a burning forest. Piercing cries entered his ears. Ye Kai felt a sharp pain, and then realized it was not real pain. This came from Li Changji's memory. It was the pain that Li Changji had felt upon seeing these sights. Ye Kai was merely affected by it. Are you calling for help? Li Changji murmured. No one answered. This memory was very short. Ye Kai could not describe what he saw. It was like an apocalyptic scene, something that could only exist in fantasy. But what about the pain? In the memory, Li Changji did not show any panic, meaning this was not the first time he had seen such a scene. Or perhaps he had seen even stranger things. What Ye Kai was more concerned about was the master that Li Changji had mentioned. This master had not appeared in the memory, so there was no way to determine his identity. What was certain was that this master was definitely not Li Changji's childhood tutor. Even less likely was his teacher on the path to civil service examinations. Then it must be the teacher who had helped him resolve his calamity. But the calamity had not actually been resolved, or it seemed the problem had grown even worse. What had this master done? Husband, what are you doing? A woman in ancient attire appeared before Li Changji, asking with concern. This was a garden in a residence. In the center was a brazier in which several sheets of paper were burning. Li Changji held a long sword, and flames licked at its blade. The sword gleamed coldly, and the fire left no mark on it. Forging a sword. Husband, you. Don't worry, I haven't relapsed. Li Changji threw the last few pages into the fire and watched them burn to ashes. Just passing the time playing around. The woman nodded. Husband, that's not how you forge a sword. I have heard that one must melt the metal with intense fire, then hammer it repeatedly. I know, so it's just for fun. Li Changji sheathed the sword. The physician has already examined me, why worry? Husband, you recovered so suddenly, and the doctor could not explain it, so naturally I am concerned. Enough, I am fine. Li Changji suddenly said, seemingly out of nowhere. I have lived 27 years, and though I have some talent for poetry, I have achieved nothing. Wife, do you resent me? The woman shook her head. Of course not. Brother Changji, reading your letter is like seeing you in person. The poem Gong Wu Chu Men you sent I have shared with my colleagues and mentors, and all have expressed profound admiration, believing your talent rivals that of Li Tai Bai. Your poetry is uniquely its own, unlike any other. To cease writing at the tender age of 27 would be a great loss to this flourishing era. Ziming urges you for the sake of all literati to take up the brush once more. Li Changji smiled, skipping past these pleasantries. He scanned the letter, quickly finding the part that concerned him. The matter you previously entrusted to me has shown progress. Upon reviewing the county records over the years, I found that during the reign of Emperor Dizong the common folk lived to 65, whereas now they barely reach 57. I consulted the provincial governor on this, and he attributed it to the damages of the rebellions and the subsequent pacification efforts. However, my discussions with colleagues have led us to believe otherwise. I sense there is something amiss, but my duties leave me with no time to investigate further. The rest of the letter was filled with complaints about his busy schedule, leaving him no time for poetry. Respectfully yours, Shen Ziming. Li Changji put the letter away without replying immediately. He lowered his head, lost in thought. Outside the window, cicadas chirped incessantly, the fragrance of flowers wafted in, and in the distance, sounds of reading and playful laughter drifted over. It was already summer. Why would Li Changji care about the lifespan of the common folk? Ye Kai didn't ponder it, deeply intuitively feeling it was related to the calamity. Was that calamity stealing people's lifespans? But what could Li Changji do about it? A calamity capable of affecting the lifespans of all under heaven was not something easily destroyed. Besides, in his memories, Li Changji had also refrained from mentioning what he had seen for a long time. Was what he had seen before the same as this calamity? Probably not. Ye Kai recalled a vision from a vast wilderness, a towering tree on the horizon, and a black dragon, holding a candle in its mouth, circling its trunk. Ziming, reading your letter is like seeing you in person. Li Changji wrote his reply with incredible speed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he got to the point. What you said is indeed correct. Even if my official career has been unsuccessful, I should still be remembered for my literary talent. These past days I have compiled my past poems and essays into a collection totaling 232 poems over 27 years. Living in obscurity, I have few old friends, so I entrust this collection to you, hoping you will spread my name. You mentioned I became lazy after leaving the capital, unwilling to compose. But true literary works are born of nature. Without divine inspiration, why force it? As I write this reply, a poem has come to me, and I shall record it as the 233rd in the collection. The title is The Bitter Shortness of Day. O fleeting light, I offer you a cup of wine. I know not the height of the azure sky, nor the thickness of the yellow earth. I only see the cold moon and warm sun coming and going, cooking away human life. In Ye Kai's mind something exploded. This line, he knew it. He had seen it on Douyin. The author of this line was Li He. Li He, the ghost of poetry. He hadn't read much poetry, his knowledge mostly from textbooks. But this line, even though he knew little about Li He, had seen it in short videos. He remembered the video's caption saying Li He was only 27 years old. The cold moon and warm sun cooking away human life. Also, that's it. He followed Li He's gaze to the words he was writing. In the east of heaven stands Ruomu, beneath it lies the candle dragon. I shall sever the dragon's feet, chew the dragon's flesh, so that it may not return at dawn nor rest at night. Li He. Ye Kai couldn't help but look at Li He's hands, a detail he had never noticed before while viewing his memories. His fingers were extraordinarily long. Of course, those who passed the palace examination and were awarded the Jinshi degree would be paraded through the streets in red robes and adorned with flowers. Lu Che lies in Maoling with his stagnant bones. Ing Zheng's coffin reeks of salted fish. Li He finished the poem, then thought for a moment and added a few more lines. I have achieved nothing in life save for taking pride in the minor art of poetry. Yet lately I feel I have squandered my spirit, and though I wish to emulate Tai Bai's carefree wanderings, I lack the strength. Perhaps my time is short. Should the unspeakable come to pass, I entrust my wife and children to your kind care. Respectfully, Li Changji. Ye Kai wasn't sure about Lu Che, but he knew a bit about Ing Zheng. He knew Ing Zheng sought immortality. For eternal life, Ing Zheng was willing to build great ships for Su Fu and give him 3,000 boys and girls to sail the seas in search of the elixir of life. And in Li He's earlier memories, he had also mentioned that Emperor Dizong venerated ghosts and spirits and sought immortality. The current emperor is even worse. In his reply to Shen Ziming, he had also subtly hinted that the calamity he witnessed would have consequences. He had also said that the current emperor might face misfortune. Shen Ziming clearly hadn't paid attention to this, and even if he had as a local official, his memorials might never reach the emperor, so he was powerless. The black dragon was likely the projection of an emperor seeking immortality in the inner world. Or perhaps it was the deceased Emperor Dizong. He was using some method to plunder the lifespans of the people. If this continued, draining the world to nourish one man, he would achieve eternal life. So Li He forged his sword to slay the dragon, to kill the emperor. Memory jump. When his vision cleared again, Li Changji was already standing before the colossal tree. Countless blood-red vines covered the ground, densely blocking the path. He looked up. The black dragon holding the candle slithered through the sky, circling the tree. The candle in its mouth burned with fierce flames as if it would never be extinguished. Ye Kai heard Li He chuckle softly. Master, your teachings I have fulfilled. The view rose and rose. The black dragon grew closer and closer. From this angle, Ye Kai could see the colossal body of the wandering dragon nearly blotting out the sky. Each of its scales was like a shield gleaming with an ominous light. As if noticing this tiny insect, the dragon's eyes turned filled with contempt. It snorted and 2 long streams of black smoke shot from its nostrils. The smoke was ignited by the candle flame streaking across half the sky. The very air seemed to ignite. The searing heat scorched Lihi's hair, and the smell of burning filled his nostrils. Lihi did not retreat or dodge, but pressed forward until he reached the black dragon's side. He drew his sword. A brilliant sword, light sharp as frost and snow, unfolded. The black dragon seemed to sense something, its massive body shuddering, but it was too late. The unstoppable sword light tore through layer upon layer of scales, plunging deep within. Its formidable defenses seemed to vanish before that sword light. The black dragon let out an agonizing cry, and with it the giant tree seemed to tremble, shedding countless blood-red leaves. Black blood rained down, and one of the dragon's legs was severed, crashing straight down towards Lihi. Huff huff. Ye Kai bolted upright, realizing the memory was over. He felt like he had learned many things, yet also only one thing. Are you Lihi? Lihi, of course. I told you that. It's him. Lihi, the ghostly poet. Ye Kai was momentarily speechless. His neighbor Lihi was actually the ghostly poet Lihi. Are you the Lihi who wrote the sun and moon are cold and hot, grinding away human life? Lihi, so that's what you saw. Lihi, well, can it dispel your doubts? Of course it can. How could it possibly? Instead of diminishing, Ye Kai's doubts only multiplied. How did Lihi become a calamity? Did he succeed in slaying the dragon? Who was the master he mentioned? And does a mortal bone truly exist? He said we were kindred spirits. What did that mean? A little. Did you transmigrate? I mean, you were in the Tang dynasty, but after death you appeared directly in the modern world. Lihi, you need not explain these terms to me. Lihi, as I said, I am immortal. Are you human or ghost? Lihi, since I am immortal, how could I be a ghost? A ghost is what a person becomes after death. If Lihi truly never dies naturally, he cannot become a ghost. The title ghostly poet merely describes his style and achievements. In the memory fragment, I saw a Taoist saying you might possess a mortal bone. What is a mortal bone? Why did you become a calamity? This was another question Ye Kai couldn't figure out. After all, Lihi was from the Tang dynasty, over 1,000 years removed from the modern era. Historical records say he died at 27. If he didn't die, did he leave no trace in that millennium? If he had been immortal in the form of a calamity, he should be far more famous. Lihi, a mortal bone. So you saw that part. Lihi, since you've asked, I'll explain. Lihi, immortals exist. Huh. Ye Kai lifted his phone, held it farther away, then brought it back to his face. The words on the screen hadn't changed. Immortals exist. This struck Ye Kai, who had always been educated in materialism, as utterly unbelievable. True, the entire world had now been shattered into countless fragments, each containing unimaginable events. But that was all caused by the apocalypse of unknown origin. Before that, didn't the world still operate according to objective physical laws? The phone in his own hand was proof of that. A rigorous logical system built from billions of transistors, the pinnacle of human technology, capable of running games like Honor of Kings, Peacekeeper, Elite, Gold Scavenger, and Egg Party smoothly. It could also be used for scrolling Douyin and chatting. The immortals you speak of, are they gods? Lihi, not gods in the ordinary sense, but immortals among humans. Lihi, immortals come from mortals, but not through morality or cultivation. Lihi, immortals are born. Am I also an immortal? Ye Kai was taken aback. He had lived this long having accepted that he was just an ordinary person. Now you're telling me I'm an immortal? On second thought, it was actually quite acceptable. Lihi, you are not yet worthy. What must I do to become an immortal? Do I need the help of the master you mentioned? Lihi had originally been a somewhat eccentric scholar. Despite his remarkable talent and earning a Jinshur degree, his memory showed that the decisive turning point came on a certain day in his 26th year after he left the capital. That day he met the master. The master cured his illness, and the following year Lihi slew a dragon. Lihi, it depends on fate. Lihi, if you only wish to become an immortal, there is no need to trouble the master. Immortals are born but require fate. No guidance from the master is needed to become an immortal. That seems somewhat contradictory. Ye Kai couldn't grasp the key point for a moment. Then you also said we are kindred spirits. Lihi, of course. Lihi, I have said enough to you. You should know that the more you learn, the farther you are from becoming an immortal. Isn't that just an excuse because you don't want to tell me? He had deliberately skipped many questions, leaving them unanswered. Ye Kai decided not to press further. All in all, Lihi's attitude was still friendly. Perhaps he could find a time to meet him in person. Then through his ability imitation, he could copy Lihi's ability. But he didn't know if Lihi would stay in the building. Given his nature as an immortal, the rules of passage through world fragments might grant him a backdoor. Ye Kai glanced at the group chat. Apart from Lu Ming posting occasionally, everyone else remained silent. Well, it was late at night, too late. Even though Xin had just died, and Wang Gaifan's whereabouts were unknown, people still needed to sleep. The neighbors in the unit were all ordinary people caught between fear and exhaustion. They would probably have nightmares all night. The only good news was that the two current calamities had nothing to do with dream invasion. And they didn't require constant monitoring. Or rather, there was no good way to monitor them. Calamity Mirror Demon, remaining time 35 hours, 04 minutes. Calamity Ghost Call, remaining time 47 hours, 12 minutes. Only 5 residents remained in the building. You have received a real-time task. Yi Kai was woken by the notification of a real-time task. The time was 5:30 in the morning. Does the entity behind this not let people get a good night's sleep? He yawned and rubbed his eyes. Working 996 was bad enough. Now that I don't have to work, it's worse than 996. Despite his complaints, he got up. No choice. Real-time tasks were urgent. Failing a real-time task would truly bring danger. This real-time task offers a choice between 2 options. Option 1, stay outdoors for 20 minutes within 1 hour. Option 2, stay outdoors for 10 minutes within 1 hour and receive 1 phone call opportunity. If you choose option 2, you will be unable to speak in the chat group until your call is connected. Your call will be encrypted. The other party will not know your identity until they answer. There's a change. Clearly, this change in the real-time task was caused by the Calamity Ghost Call. If a call came directly, everyone knew they couldn't answer. But if someone out of fear of the outdoors or for other reasons chose option 2, then before he could make a call, he might be beaten by the ghost call. What if no one ever answered the phone? Then fewer and fewer people would be able to speak in the group chat, further reducing the already scarce exchange of information. At that point, the chance of survival would become even slimmer. Don't forget, other calamities were lurking. To say nothing of the fact that when you left your home to do the real-time task, you might see a calamity coming upstairs, but because no one answered the phone, they couldn't warn you. Yet the benefits of option 2 were obvious. The extra phone call opportunity meant the possibility of private contact. Especially now when the neighbors in the group generally didn't trust him and Huang Jian private communication was extremely valuable. Yi Kai didn't hesitate and chose option 2. Before that, he also posted the real-time task information in the group. 402 Yi Kai, the real-time task has changed. Now it's a choice between 2 options. 402 Yi Kai, the second option grants an extra phone call opportunity. After I complete the task, I'll call you. 402 Yi Kai 101 Shipeng. He planned to call Shipeng. Haven't slept this well in days. Shipeng stretched his limbs. The corridor was completely devoid of any calamity activity, a sight that had become rare. It's only been half a month since Doomsday, yet it feels like months have passed. He got up and instinctively reached for his phone. This habit seemed unchanged from before the apocalypse. The difference was that before, reaching for the phone was for entertainment. Now it was to check the group chat first thing to avoid any lurking danger. 402 posted in the group. His heart sank. Yi Kai from the 4th floor coming back to life after death was already highly unusual. His continued presence in the group chat after his revival was even more terrifying. Could it be that, like 302, a calamity has taken over his body to bring him back? It's not him who revived, but the calamity. Shipeng had solid reasons for this suspicion. After all, Lu Ming from 202 had fully captured on video the calamity's scapegoat transforming from a wisp of smoke into Li He. The only oddity was that the manifested Li He wore a bizarre red outfit. Li He had died before, and Yi Kai had died too. Now both had returned with one clearly identified as a calamity. What were the odds the other wasn't? Moreover, Yi Kai's behavior since his revival has been quite strange. He even killed the pseudo-human last night. Which calamity could he be? Shipeng pondered while checking Yi Kai's message in the group. 402 Yi Kai, I will call at 7:00 a.m. You should be awake by then. He's going to call me. Shipeng drew in a sharp breath. 101 Shipeng, I want answer. 501 Huang Jian, he probably won't reply to you. 501 Huang Jian, he should have finished his task by now and can't speak in the group until after you receive the call. 101 Shipeng, so you want me to answer? 501 Huang Jian, yes. 501 Huang Jian, if we lose our source of information on the 4th floor, the danger ahead will be immense. 101 Shipeng, the danger is already immense. Do you truly trust him? 101 Shipeng, have you considered the possibility that he might be a revived calamity? Huang Jian gave a wry smile. He knew, of course, but what good did knowing do? From the very beginning, Yi Kai forcing Zhao Yaoyang down the stairs was to create the current situation. They had to rely on Yi Kai to monitor the 4th floor. Otherwise, he himself was in grave danger. The only silver lining was that Yi Kai wasn't a conventional calamity. He perhaps had grander schemes, and at least the information head provided so far had been accurate. 501 Huang Jian, at least he can help us monitor the 4th floor, and the intel he gave before was accurate, wasn't it? 101 Shipeng, I'll grant that his claim about needing your help to restrain the pseudo-human's transformations to kill it might be true. 101 Shipeng, since the pseudo-human is dead, why would he still provide us with intel, or even true intel? 101 Shipeng, 302 was a calamity in disguise. Clearly he is one too. We just don't know which calamity he corresponds to. 501 Huang Jian, he's different from 302. 202 Lu Ming, ha ha ha, call me. I'll answer. If you won't, I will. 202 Lu Ming, don't call me. Call Liang Liang. Yeah, call Liang Liang. 602 Sun Yuan, are you sure you're not in league with 402? 602 Sun Yuan, you're not helping him deceive us, are you? 602 Sun Yuan, you helped him kill the pseudo-human. What's to stop you from helping him kill us? 101 Shipeng, don't you dare answer that call. 501 Huang Jian, wry smile. Shipeng glanced at the time. 6:57 a.m. The time Ye Kai had specified for his call was fast approaching. Should he answer? Sun Yuan's words echoed his own fears. After all, Huang Jian had a prior record of cooperating with the calamity. Ever since Sun Yuan posted the video from the 6th floor last night, Shipeng had been wary of him. But now there were so few people left in the building. It was an old building, and not everyone had been home when doomsday struck. Over these days, one by one they had died, leaving only 4. Lu Ming on the 2nd floor had gone mad. If he also ruled out Huang Jian on the 5th floor, had only have one reliable ally left. He had just one helper. Outside there were 2. No for calamities. And judging by the state of the 2nd floor, Lu Ming could die at any moment, making it 5. If he continued to alienate the 4th and 5th floors, it would be a complete dead end. 501 Huang Jian, I know you don't trust me, just as I don't trust Ye Kai. 501 Huang Jian, but our options are limited. 101 Shipeng, what else did he give you? 501 Huang Jian, nothing. The time on his phone read 6:59 a.m. Shipeng knew Huang Jian was right. In this fragment of the world within this building, he didn't have many choices. It was as if a game was being orchestrated behind the scenes with humanity on the defensive. Their living space was constantly shrinking, their room to maneuver growing smaller with each passing moment. Every choice, even if correct, was merely a struggle for survival. Because calamities could afford countless mistakes, but humanity had only one. He had escaped many calamities, but now he faced his own single chance to err. Answer the call or not. Answering might mean instant death, but not answering was just a desperate dance within an ever-shrinking space. Until he made a fatal mistake. The phone rang abruptly, the screen displaying unknown caller. At that moment, Shipeng had made his decision. Just as he was about to press accept, he suddenly noticed. The time was still 6:59 a.m. It hadn't yet turned to 7:00. It wasn't 7 yet. Did Ye Kai call early? The time ticked over, becoming 7:00. Another call came in. Again, unknown caller. Shipeng hesitated for a second, then chose to answer the second one. Since he said he'd call at 7, it might be a little late, but it couldn't be early. There was silence on the line for a few seconds. Shipeng could only hear a faint static and a slight breathing. It was the stillness of a predator before it strikes. Did I answer wrong? Should I have taken the first one? Through the phone, Shipeng could almost smell a foul stench rushing towards him. His heart began to beat faster involuntarily. Huh? Ye Kai's voice came through the line. Congratulations, you made the right choice. Shipeng felt he had regained his composure, but when he spoke he realized how hoarse his voice had become. You? Are you a calamity? He swallowed. Do you still need to ask that now? Ye Kai laughed. If you must know, I am a pseudo-human. Pseudo-human. So it was a pseudo-human. Indeed, a pseudo-human. Shipeng thought he would be afraid, but when the moment came he was surprisingly calm. Then why help us? You think I'm helping you, eh? As if hearing something amusing, Ye Kai laughed. Don't you think that the world fragments are actually a kind of prison? After bamboozling Shipeng for a while, Ye Kai hung up the phone. It was only after obtaining the imitation ability that Ye Kai confirmed his identity as a pseudo-human. Putting himself in the neighbor's shoes, saying he was actually human would be impossible for anyone to believe. Especially after the process of the scapegoat's demise and Li He's emergence from it was recorded on video, they would inevitably speculate that he had come into being in the same way. Adopting the identity of a calamity and wrapping it around himself would actually make him appear quite sincere, putting the other party at ease. Moreover, the fact that he had previously fed the pseudo-human, although in reality it was a test in the eyes of others, wasn't it also proof of his close relationship with the pseudo-human? Last night, when dealing with the pseudo-human on the 6th floor, the zombies he summoned also fully demonstrated his uniqueness. Based on these facts, Ye Kai's words carried a high degree of credibility. In the previous phone call, Ye Kai told Shipeng that from the moment the pseudo-human appeared there had been 2 of them. But each one was incomplete. Compared to the pseudo-human outside, he had retained more intelligence. After killing the other, he would become complete. You ask why? Of course it's to escape eradication. Didn't the scapegoat also use a similar method to escape eradication? As for his goal, he claimed that for a calamity like himself who had awakened self-awareness, the world fragment was a prison and his goal was to go to other world fragments. Anyway, this set of ideas was logically flawless and fully consistent with the information Shipeng and others could obtain. Except that the identity could not be verified. In the end, this story successfully convinced Shipeng. After all this, basically everyone on my side is a double agent, Ye Kai said helplessly. Huang Jian had been forced onto the boat from the beginning and later, because of the situation, had to continue down this path. The same was true for Shipeng. He had fabricated a story that was logically sound and tricked him into coming along. Lies always have an end. That going to other world fragments, he mentioned, once realized these 2 would likely become unstable factors. That was a matter for later, he would deal with it then. Regardless of his considerations, Ye Kai could not stay in the current world fragment for long. On one hand, there was the issue of supplies. Currently, the only way to obtain supplies was through the resolution of calamities provided by the entity behind the scenes. But not to mention the danger of calamities, the only way to refresh calamities currently was through the release of residents' deaths. The number of humans here was small. Even if they managed to survive to the end, there wouldn't be many supplies, so it was impossible to survive here forever. Secondly, there were the mysteries surrounding him. Having traveled to the apocalypse, then discovering the newspaper from after the apocalypse, and Li He's mention of innate immortal. No matter which one, Ye Kai wanted to figure it out. Finally, there was Li He. He himself was at least human, pretending to be a pseudo-human. What about Li He? The mysteries surrounding him were even greater than his own. Forget it regardless, he had now formed an unstable 31 team. Huang Jian and Shi Peng could cooperate with him to a certain extent. Li He might also provide some help. The last one not yet recruited was Sun Yuan. Let Huang Jian and Shi Peng convince her. As for Lu Ming, in Ye Kai's view, he was basically hopeless. The only difference was when he would die. In a world rife with calamities, without sufficient rationality and calmness, one couldn't survive long. Ye Kai glanced at the countdown in the upper left corner and opened the group chat. Calamity, Mirror Demon. Remaining time, 28 hours, 00 minutes. Calamity, Ghost Call. Remaining time, 40 hours, 08 minutes. 602 Sun Yuan, I received the real-time quest. Option 1 takes 20 minutes. Option 2 only requires staying for 10 minutes. 602 Sun Yuan, I want to choose option 2, but after completing the quest, I need to make a phone call to continue speaking in the group. 501 Huang Jian, then why not choose 1? 501 Huang Jian, you know there's a ghost call now, right? 101 Shi Peng, if not necessary, it's better to choose 1. 501 Huang Jian, you didn't answer the phone. 101 Shi Peng, I did answer. 101 Shi Peng, before he called, there was another call that came in just a few seconds earlier. I almost answered it in advance. Huang Jian knew that the earlier call was the ghost call. If he had answered the wrong one, the consequences would likely be dire. 501 Huang Jian, ghost call, good thing you didn't answer the wrong one. 602 Sun Yuan, don't we have the protection of the security door? 501 Huang Jian, the security door didn't block 402 from using WeChat. 101 Shi Peng, yes, I confirmed on the phone just now. He said he is a pseudo-human. Huang Jian sighed. When Ye Kai said he wanted to call Shi Peng, he knew that the other party was going to drag Shi Peng into the water. Although he didn't know what he said to Shi Peng was too young and impulsive, directly exposing the matter in the group. He didn't know how Ye Kai would react. 101 Shi Peng, he said the world fragment is a prison and he wants to escape. 501 Huang Jian, what he said may not be the truth. Don't trust him too much. 101 Shi Peng, I know. Next time there's a mission, either you call me or he'll call you. Are you talking about me so openly? A playful thought suddenly arose in Ye Kai's mind. He sent a message in the group. 402 Ye Kai, what are you chatting about so enthusiastically? The group instantly fell silent. After a while, Huang Jian sent a message. 501 Huang Jian, we were just discussing 602's quest. Do you have any suggestions? Then he suddenly remembered, as a calamity, would Ye Kai also face real-time quests like ordinary people? That didn't make sense. Even if calamities had quests, they should be something like, kill someone within 48 hours, and their quest rewards would definitely be different from ordinary people's. After all, once the 48 hours were up, the calamity would inevitably be resolved. Perhaps the differences between calamities could be significant. Li He in 302, also a calamity acting in the guise of a neighbor, had completely different characteristics from Ye Kai. So where did Ye Kai get the opportunity to call Shi Peng? 402 Ye Kai, oh, making phone calls, do as you please. 402 Ye Kai, you can call me too, it's fine. Even Sun Yuan, slow as she was, could sense the unnaturalness of her neighbors. After Ye Kai's resurrection, everyone had been extremely wary of him. Then Huang Jian suddenly changed his stance, claiming it was because they needed to monitor the 4th floor, and Ye Kai was the only one who could provide information about it. The repayment he offered Ye Kai was to help him eliminate the pseudo-humans. Though it seemed an unequal exchange with the two parties in completely different positions, it still appeared to be a transaction. At that time, no one believed he could play any significant role in destroying the pseudo-humans. The problem arose last night. She had witnessed with her own eyes as Ye Kai and Huang Jian killed the pseudo-human. The information from the bulletin could not be falsified. Wang Gaifan's grandson Xin was dead, the pseudo-human was dead, and Wang Gaifan's whereabouts were unknown. She thought she understood Ye Kai's method, using the surviving neighbors under the pretext of eliminating other calamities to find opportunities to kill. She found this explanation perfectly reasonable. Before the apocalypse, Sun Yuan's hobbies were watching movies and reading novels, with a particular fondness for horror. One of her favorite tropes was a person encountering a ghost late at night, barely escaping with the help of another. Just when he thought he was safe, the other person suddenly changed its appearance, speaking in a sinister tone. Now there's no one left to compete with me. Whenever she read such scenes, her heart pounded, her breath quickened, a mix of fear and anticipation. It never failed. After the apocalypse, the advantage of having frequently consumed horror works was that she became extremely cautious, making bold guesses about calamities while adopting the most conservative countermeasures. The downside was that due to the abundance of terrifying plots in such works, she often dwelled on the worst possibilities. Huang Jian had already sided with Ye Kai, and now even Shi Peng has joined him. Sun Yuan thought pessimistically. It's very likely that the real condition Ye Kai offered them is not to kill them, or even to share some benefits. It's like how tiger demons raise a few ghost minions to help them deceive people. Ye Kai's killing of pseudo-humans is real, because he won't allow them to snatch food from his mouth. This thought made Sun Yuanyuan tremble all over, half from fear, half from an inexplicable thrill. It was like reading a horror novel, both afraid and eager, the more afraid the more anticipation. Though she was already too scared to sleep, she still wanted the author to write something even more terrifying. So what Ye Kai said in the group chat must be part of his plan. He said he doesn't eat people, which must be false. Pseudo-humans and zombies both eat people. Or there's another possibility. He doesn't eat people, but he eats calamities. Hiss. Maybe he even has hypnosis or something hypnotizing both Huang Jian and Shipeng, so they obey him blindly. Shipeng didn't believe him at first, but after one phone call he was convinced. So, I can't speak recklessly in the group chat. Now there are only 4 people in the building, 2 have been won over by him. It's not safe to call them. I can only call Lu Ming. Sun Yuanyuan also considered choosing option 1, staying outside for 20 minutes. But that was too dangerous. Wang Guifan from next door 602 was still in an unknown state. Perhaps she had been pulled into the mirror by the mirror demon and was being tortured mercilessly. Ye Kai on the 4th floor and Li He, who had been silent since killing Zhao Yaoyang yesterday, were both great dangers. Although Lu Ming has gone a bit mad, I have to try talking to him, calm him down, and make him stay put at home. After all, calamities would be eliminated within 48 hours of their birth. Sun Yuanyuan planned to keep Lu Ming alive as much as possible so that in 2 days she could leave this place. No matter how dangerous it was outside, it couldn't be worse than here. Having made up her mind, she sent a message in the group chat and directly chose option 2. 602 Sun Yuanyuan, they'll call you later. 202 Lu Ming. Even if the call didn't go through, it didn't matter. She could still see the messages in the group. She was on the top floor. According to the typical behavior of calamities, the first and top floors were the safest, and she wasn't so dependent on the group chat. Ye Kai was already playing games, and indeed single-player games were quite enjoyable. He was playing a save file from before where the protagonist had already paid off the mortgage and had good affinity with the animals. The upstairs neighbor was about to enjoy the game when the apocalypse struck and the excellent save file fell into Ye Kai's hands. Playing someone else's save file is always satisfying. Ye Kai cast a fishing line in the game and glanced at his phone. 402 Ye Kai, did anyone call me? 501 Huang Jian, I don't think we need to trouble you yet. 202 Lu Ming, don't call him. Don't call him. 202 Lu Ming, calling will get you killed. Ye Kai felt a slight disappointment. Sun Yuanyuan didn't call Huang Jian or Shipeng, nor did she choose to call him. Instead, she called Lu Ming. Given Lu Ming's current mental state, what could Sun Yuanyuan possibly say to him? It contributed nothing to the cause of improving neighborly relations and jointly fighting calamities. Perhaps Sun Yuanyuan simply wanted to reduce her own task difficulty by choosing the person most likely to answer the phone. From previous group chat records, Sun Yuanyuan was not a very active participant. More often, she served as a background figure following others' guidance to cooperate. The fact that she made her own choice without consulting Shipeng or Huang Jian indicated she no longer trusted these people. I hope they don't die, or the difficulty will increase. Ye Kai glanced at the countdown in the upper left corner of his vision and thought to himself, the ghost call has already shown its modus operandi, but the mirror demon has yet to appear. The person most likely to have encountered it, Wang Guifan, has also gone silent. He thought for a while and sent a WeChat message to Li He. Do you know anything about the mirror demon? Li He, what, not afraid of me anymore? Indeed. Ye Kai had once been somewhat fearful of Li He, but since confirming that Li He was indeed the ghostly poet Li He, that fear had faded significantly. It had turned more into curiosity. After all, when a poet from over 1,000 years ago appears before you, and he is a straightforward scholar with the intent of establishing a mandate for the people, it's hard to be afraid. Even if he hadn't yet shaken off the suspicion of being a calamity. Should I be afraid? Li He, indeed. I want a drink. Coming. Sun Yuanyuan endured 10 minutes outside the door and returned home, her heart pounding with fear. The 6th floor corridor, once clean, was now covered in bloodstains. The walls bore marks of blades and claws everywhere. The security door of Wang Guifan's apartment next door had been completely destroyed, tossed aside carelessly. Although Wang Guifan's home wasn't too chaotic, it exuded a bone-chilling cold, as if any moment a ghost might emerge and drag her inside. Good thing I chose 10 minutes. She wondered if she could have endured if she had chosen 20 minutes. After recovering a bit, without pausing, she directly called Lu Ming. It didn't matter if he didn't answer, as she would just have to endure a little longer. Her call was immediately answered, and Lu Ming's voice came through. Hello, why are you calling? I have no money. Am not buying anything. Though the words were rude, they somehow reassured Sun Yuanyuan. Lu Ming, this is Sun Yuanyuan from the 6th floor. She hurriedly said, don't hang up yet. I have something to tell you. Oh, it's Sun Yuanyuan. Lu Ming spoke slowly. I thought it was the ghost call, and I was about to curse it away. Sun Yuanyuan was speechless. Lu Ming was truly insane. Could the ghost call be cursed away? Was that even a calamity? Listen to me, don't. Lu Ming interrupted her, his voice steady and clear. I saw what you said in the group chat, he said. They'll ask you just one thing. After half a month, do you think there are still living people in this building? Do you believe they are human? Sun Yuanyuan stood dumbfounded. She had never considered this possibility before, perhaps due to subconscious fear. But after Lu Ming pointed it out, she realized. Such a possibility indeed existed. How can you be sure? There's been no notification. Sun Yuanyuan stood dumbfounded. She had never considered this possibility before, perhaps due to subconscious fear. But after Lu Ming pointed it out, she realized. Such a possibility indeed existed. How can you be sure? There's been no. Sun Yuanyuan stated her purpose. You must not leave the room. As long as we wait out the calamity period, and there's no calamity in the building, we can leave. I'm not leaving. I want to stay with Liang Liang. Did you understand? Never leave the room. Leave? What's the point of leaving? I want to go out. Will you come? If you come, I won't go. Sun Yuanyuan felt helpless. Seeing Lu Ming still showed no signs of recovery, she had no choice but to hang up. I hope he listens to me. After witnessing the scapegoat transform into Li He right before his eyes, and seeing Zhao Yaoliang die in front of him, Lu Ming had suffered too much shock, and was now beyond communication. Was his seemingly lucid words just now real clarity, or mere raving? Sun Yuanyuan felt a chill run through her. She opened the WeChat group, intending to say something. But recalling that everyone in the group might be dead, she quickly locked her phone. On the darkened screen, her reflection trembled faintly, as if something was about to shed its skin from within. 402 Yi Kai, I'm going to the 3rd floor. Don't bother me for anything. Huang Jin frowned. Li He was on the 3rd floor. What was Yi Kai going there for? Was he planning to fight Li He? He was actually pleased at the prospect. If one of these two special calamities could be eliminated, the remaining one would be easier to deal with. Huang Jin, having worked for several years, was familiar with this situation. It wasn't that a single demanding boss was scary, but having multiple bosses calling the shots was troublesome. Fortunately, Li He has been quiet and never spoke in the group. 501 Huang Jin, okay. Sure. Peng, on the other hand, thought Yi Kai was going to negotiate with Li He. He mainly wants to leave this place and has no intention of killing. Perhaps as long as the other party doesn't hinder his departure, he won't make a move. I just wonder if Sun Yuanyuan made the call. If she didn't, then it might be. 101 Sure. Peng, okay. 202 Lu Ming, fight. Ha, you guys fight. 202 Lu Ming, kill him. 101 Sure. Peng, did 602 call you? 202 Lu Ming, 202 Lu Ming, phone. Someone called me. I scolded him away. He couldn't even speak after I cursed him. 101 Sure. Peng, was it 602? Was it Sun Yuanyuan? 202 Lu Ming, it's her. She pretended to be a ghost caller, but I saw through her. Yi Kai glanced at the group chat. Seeing no one else speaking, he put his phone into his pocket and opened the door. Once out of the room, he would not look at his phone again. Both current calamities had the potential to trigger when using the phone. Playing with the phone outside the door was definitely dangerous. He descended the stairs, keeping his head down. If he had looked up, he would have seen that on the window at the stairwell corner a piece of glass was blocked from the outside, creating a mirror-like effect. Vaguely reflected in it was not the corridor, but a desolate and ruined scene. Soon he reached the 3rd floor. He checked the room number and knocked on the door of 302. The door opened, but Li He was not at the entrance. The interior decoration was completely different from everyone else's, or rather it was not even the same thing. Before Yi Kai lay a rather large courtyard with a hedge dividing the entrance path from the spaces on both sides. On each side was a vegetable plot planted with various greens. Looking ahead, there was a small pond with willow and apricot trees planted by its edge and a small clearing with a low table set up. Beside the clearing stood an ancient-looking house with its windows open. A faint breeze brushed past Yi Kai. He turned around in astonishment, confirming that behind him was indeed a security door. And behind the door was indeed the concrete corridor and stairs. This was unreasonable. The size of the units in this building was roughly the same. Yi Kai's home was only a few dozen square meters, and so were the neighbors. But Li He's home. How could it possibly hold so many things? Yi Kai was skeptical. And this space? The only explanation is that this is Li He's ability. After all, he claims to be an immortal. Having some special abilities is normal. Li He, dressed in red, pushed open the door. Yi Kai was skeptical. And this space? The only explanation is that this is Li He's ability. After all, he claims to be an immortal. Having some special abilities is normal. Li He, dressed in red, pushed open the door of the hut and walked out holding a jug of wine and sat down at the small table. What are you standing there for? Come over. Yi Kai followed the instruction, his shock unabated. Is this place real, eh? What's still clinging to that? Li He poured wine as he spoke. Materialism, or so-called science. Yi Kai shook his head. Transmigration, the shattered world calamity supplies appearing out of nowhere. He felt he had long stopped believing in science. But there had to be some explanation, even if it was an immortal using celestial arts. Celestial arts were at least an explanation. Did you create this with celestial arts? He asked. Celestial arts. Li He shook his head slightly and smiled. If you think it's celestial arts, then let it be. He had no intention to explain further, handing the wine cup to Yi Kai. The wine was clear and exuded an exotic fragrance. Yi Kai took a sip gently. A wave of cool air flowed down his throat, spreading throughout his body, like downing a bottle of ice-cold cola on a scorching summer day. No, the sensation was more refreshing, and it made him feel light all over. far beyond what cola could compare. Excellent wine. He couldn't help but praise. Of course it's excellent wine. Lee also drank a sip. I haven't had this in many years. This wine tastes just as I remember. Is such wine even rare for someone with your abilities? Could it be some kind of spiritual wine? If it really was spiritual wine, Ye Kai felt he didn't deserve it since he had done nothing. The wine is just ordinary wine, Lee said. What's rare is the state of mind at this moment. All my life I was either seeking official rank or worrying about illusions. Later by chance I became an immortal, but I never relaxed. This state of mind has only occurred once before when Han Wengong wrote the refutation of the taboo for me. His words made Ye Kai somewhat embarrassed. His knowledge of history was limited. He didn't know who Han Wengong was nor the story behind the refutation of the taboo. You came here now, so you must have questions to ask me in person. Lee said, you may ask, but I don't guarantee to answer. Ye Kai thought for a moment, and then spoke. Immortal, can one achieve immortality? Lee paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Immortality? How could that be possible? Aren't you immortal? Doesn't that count as eternal life? Of course not. You've probably been fooled by the immortals from folk tales. Lee took another drink and smiled. No immortal has ever achieved eternal life, at least not that I've heard of. For an immortal, dying of old age is a blessed, and sudden death is the norm. Sudden death. Ye Kai found it hard to believe. Do immortals bear curses or pay the price of celestial arts? He probed cautiously. That is not something you should know now. Riddle speaker. Then let me ask another question. What about that sword you used to slay the dragon? That sword. Lee had once forged it by lighting paper on fire. Ye Kai did not believe those actions were meaningless. If he could obtain the forging method of that sword, perhaps he could replicate it to use against the calamities. That sword. Lee sighed. Enough. It seems you are only interested in things you are not meant to know yet. Then let me tell you some things you are allowed to know now. Ask no more. What concerns you most now is probably whether the things I saw in my memories are the same calamities you face today. The calamities you now face are extremely complex, Lee said. Some of them might be ones I have seen. I am not clear about the entities behind these calamities. Then have you been to other world fragments? Ye Kai asked. I haven't, but drinking wine, wielding a sword, roaming as a chivalrous hero, emulating the tales of Li Bai, I quite enjoy that. Also, I have no objection to your copying my abilities, but using them on me is rather impolite. Despite saying this, Lee did nothing to Ye Kai. He drank and chatted with Ye Kai as usual, then saw him out. If you go to another world fragment, remember to take me along. Lee watched Ye Kai leave, then closed the door and took a piece of paper from the table. A line of words emerged on the paper. Changji, I know of this matter. Has he shown any abnormality? Lee thought for a moment. A brush floated up from the table, and he caught it. As far as I can see, he is no different from the others. Back home, Ye Kai turned his attention to the ability he had copied. You used the ability Imitate on Lee, he copying his ability. You have obtained the ability Devour Ghost, duration 5 minutes. Devour Ghost, mark a non-identical target. When you face a negative effect, you can devour the target to avoid the negative effect, including death. If the mark is not removed, it will be triggered passively after 24 hours. You use the ability Devour Ghost on Lee. The target is your identical kind, cannot mark. You have received permission from the imitated target. The duration of your simulated ability Devour Ghost is extended to 48 hours. Since permission was granted, the cooldown of Imitate will not be extended. I can't mark Lee, which confirms his earlier statement that we are indeed of the same kind. Does that mean I am not human? Ye Kai couldn't help but doubt himself. Lee was either a calamity and immortal or a combination of both, but certainly not human. Right? What a perplexing question. However, the ability Lee provided did solve a great trouble for him. Now he had room for error. He could lure out the two calamities, the mirror demon and the ghost call, and deal with them. He just needed to choose a suitable target to mark. What a pity that the zombies are all used up. Otherwise I could have marked one directly. Ye Kai felt a pang of regret. Perhaps he should have kept one zombie. Using all his summoning charges last night had indeed allowed him to eliminate the pseudo-man smoothly, but now he thought it was somewhat wasteful. No calamity had appeared, and Lee could not be marked. What should he do? He couldn't just mark a neighbor, could he? Though death was normal in the apocalypse, there was still a difference between a calamity killing someone and him doing it. He'll wait and see. If a calamity really comes for me, he'll have no choice but to drop a mark. Finally, he made that decision. A WeChat group notification sounded. 602 Sun Yuan, is everyone okay? 602 Sun Yuan, we haven't seen each other in a long time. How about we meet up? This was Sun Yuan's idea. It was impossible to completely rule out the possibility that some neighbors had already died just by communicating through phones. In Sun Yuan's eyes now, every neighbor could be like Ye Kai, someone who had already died. The horror novel plots she had once read were awakened by Lu Ming's words. Sun Yuan no longer trusted anyone. If the dead could be resurrected, and even speak in the group, who knew how many of the seemingly alive neighbors were actually real? Previously, she could confirm through her peephole that the next-door neighbors Wang Guifan and Xin were themselves when they were doing real-time tasks. But the neighbors downstairs, she hadn't seen them in a long time. She had to meet them in person to feel at ease. 101 Sherpeng, are you crazy? Meet now. 501 Huang Jian 602. What's wrong with you? Why suddenly make such a request? 501 Huang Jian, there are still 2 calamities outside. It's too dangerous to go out. 501 Huang Jian, if you want to confirm everyone's status, just have everyone send a video to the group. Huang Jian casually recorded a video and sent it to the group. In the video, he waved at the camera and said, I'm Huang Jian from 501, currently in good condition. 602 Sun Yuan, are you really Huang Jian? 101 Shipeng. 101 Shipeng video. In the video, Shipeng took a tomato from the fridge and ate it. You don't recognize me anymore. 602 Sun Yuan, maybe some of you are already dead. 202 Lu Ming, right? You're all dead, all of you are dead. Huh. 202 Lu Ming, you finally realize it. Everyone here is dead. 602 Sun Yuan, didn't we think 302 and 402 were dead before? And now, 602 Sun Yuan, just because someone is alive, does that make them human? 402 Yikai video. In the video, Yikai shrugged helplessly at the camera. See, I'm alive. You keep saying I'm dead. I'm alive and kicking. The group fell silent for a moment. 602 Sun Yuan, if we gather in person, any ghost will surely reveal itself. 101 Shipeng, how do we gather? Should I go up and die on the way? 402 Yikai, I don't mind. Come on up. 501 Huang Jian, don't tease him. 501 Huang Jian, how about this? My real-time task just refreshed, so we'll go out. 602 Sun Yuan, check the stairwell. We'll meet briefly and confirm that the 2 of us are fine. 501 Huang Jian, deal. Sun Yuan gritted her teeth. 602 Sun Yuan, deal. If I don't come back, it means he's a ghost. Then a wave of fear washed over her. If Huang Jian really was a ghost and killed her with the remaining people in the building, a madman and a normal person, avenge her. But the words were already out. Backing down now would make her seem untrustworthy. 202 Lu Ming, hee, they took the bait. Huang Jian grabbed his phone and left the apartment. After a moment, Sun Yuan from the 6th floor cautiously descended the stairs, stopping at the landing between the 5th and 6th floors. She clutched the railing tightly, peering toward him. The light streaming in from the window cast a sharp shadow of Huang Jian. Huang Jian spread his hands toward her. See, I'm not a ghost, am I? If I were a ghost, I wouldn't have a shadow. Sun Yuan nodded slowly. Based on her knowledge of horror literature, almost all ghosts lacked shadows. Being active in daylight didn't rule out being a ghost, but having a shadow was nearly conclusive. Still, she wasn't entirely reassured. Don't move. They'll come over and check. Almost all inanimate things lacked body heat. She intended to feel for warmth on his body. Alright, I won't move. Huang Jian glanced at the upper left corner of his vision. The task timer had just passed 3 minutes, so he remained still. He harbored some suspicion toward Sun Yuan, but quickly convinced himself otherwise. After all, the prompt had indicated that Sun Yuan had never died, and there was no calamity disguised as a human nearby. Contacting her theoretically posed no risk. Yikai and Li He had already been declared dead by the entity behind the scenes. Sun Yuan was clearly different from them. Moreover, he had fallen into a somewhat resigned state of mind. Things were already this bad. Could they get worse? Sun Yuan, on the other hand, grew more frightened as she descended halfway down the stairs. She had seen similar scenarios in ghost stories. Some ghosts set traps, springing out when the protagonist thinks everything is safe. She reached for her phone. Wait, let me say something in the group. A voice interrupted her. If I were you, I wouldn't use that phone. Yikai's voice came from the stairs below. Sun Yuan froze. Yikai unhurriedly climbed to the 5th floor and greeted Huang Jian. You? Sun Yuan's body went rigid, already regretting coming downstairs. Just to check if someone downstairs was human or ghost, she had provoked a real ghost. No, the group had already said he was a pseudo-human. She wanted to run, but dared not move. Yikai stood beside Huang Jian. The mirror demon has no physical form, but it can exist in any mirror. Unfortunately, when your phone screen goes dark, no, even if it doesn't, it's still a reflective surface. Were you waiting for it to come to you by looking at your phone in the stairwell? These words terrified Sun Yuan even more. She had unknowingly walked a circle around the gates of hell. But her fear stemmed more from Yikai and Huang Jian standing before her. Sun Yuan's eyes darted back and forth between them. Her voice trembled as if she were about to cry. You planned this, didn't you? Huang Jian, you sided with him. It was over. She was really going to die. Just wait. I've already told the group. If I die, Shipeng and the others will know you're a ghost. Oh, Yikai chuckled. A madman and an ordinary person. Why don't you let them come try? He didn't intend to harm Sun Yuan, but suddenly thought that since she already distrusted the neighbors, he might as well scare her into joining them. That would also achieve unity across the entire building. As expected, Sun Yuan's vision went dark at those words. Even if Lu Ming weren't insane, she didn't believe he and Shipeng could defeat any calamity. And Huang Jian had defected to Yikai. Li He on the 3rd floor, possessed by a calamity, seemed to be on good terms with Yikai too. Yikai had even visited the 3rd floor today. With a thud, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed limply on the stairs. You seem to have scared her. Huang Jian felt a pang of sympathy and whispered to Yikai, what do you think? Shall we let her join too? Not that. She was way too easily frightened. Ye Kai laughed inwardly, but only nodded slightly. Explain it to her. Huang Jian agreed, walked up the stairs, and helped Sun Yuanyuan up. It's like this. He began to explain while Ye Kai noticed a prompt suddenly appear in the upper left corner of his vision. Devour Ghost. There is a marked non-same target nearby. So this ability also had a passive detection effect, probably triggered after spending some time together. No, a target that could be marked had appeared. Where? He scanned the surroundings without moving. The phone hadn't rung, so it wasn't ghost call. The window at the stairwell landing had glass. 3 people had 3 phones, all reflective surfaces. Could it be the mirror demon? Ye Kai could only mark targets within his observation range, so the markable mirror demon had to be at the window glass. He activated Devour Ghost on the glass. Target area has no markable target. The mirror demon wasn't there. Or had it already left the window glass in the moment he thought? The worst possibility was that the mirror demon was his own kind. Li's kind. That would mean most of his previous deductions were wrong, even his own identity was in question. It couldn't be. If he wasn't human. Ye Kai sighed inwardly and shifted the target to Huang Jian. You have used Devour Ghost on Huang Jian. Target is your same kind, cannot be marked. He breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Jian couldn't be marked. Huang Jian was human, so he himself was human. But there were no other suspicious targets in the stairwell. Sun Yuanyuan had suspected earlier that some neighbors might no longer be human. It couldn't be a case of the ghost crying catch the ghost. With a what's the harm in trying attitude, Ye Kai selected Sun Yuanyuan as the target. You have used Devour Ghost on Sun Yuanyuan. Meets marking conditions. Mark. Ye Kai froze, staring at Sun Yuanyuan as Huang Jian helped her up. Target marked. She still wore a look of terror, and Huang Jian continued explaining. He's been out for so long and hasn't done anything to us. If he were dangerous, I'd be dead by now. Ye Kai cut him off rudely. Enough. Stop explaining. Believe it or don't. He stepped forward, pushed Huang Jian aside, and stood in front of him. You go back. Oh. Sun Yuanyuan stumbled back a few steps, looked at him in disbelief, then at Huang Jian before turning and charging up the stairs without looking back. Ye Kai followed a few steps, keeping his eyes fixed on her until he saw her pull out a key, tremblingly unlock the security door, and slip inside. Being able to pass through a security door like that. Not a calamity. But not human either. Could it be that Sun Yuanyuan was a previously unknown type of calamity that identified itself as human? Through the security door, Ye Kai could see a humanoid shape inside Unit 602. A small part of the shape was already stained red. Now he knew that was the mark of Devour Ghost. But what was going on? Frowning, Ye Kai turned around, glanced at the bewildered Huang Jian, gave a slight nod, and walked back to his own apartment. Ye Kai's behavior unsettled Huang Jian. After the task timer ended, he called Peng at the agreed time and recounted what had just happened. His attitude shifted drastically. Could he have discovered something? Peng said, it must be something unfavorable to him, otherwise there's no way he'd changed so much. You also mentioned he kept watching Sun Yuanyuan return home. Could she pose a threat to him? Impossible, right? Huang Jian didn't believe it. Sun Yuanyuan is just an ordinary person. Perhaps there's something special about her. Peng also thought it unlikely that Sun Yuanyuan herself threatened Ye Kai. But he couldn't think of what special item she might have. Ridiculous. In the first few days after the apocalypse began, the neighbors had already tried countless rituals and objects. Consecrated talismans, Z-bead bracelets, supposedly imported Thai spirits, crosses, holy water, virgin boy's urine, and all sorts of prayers to gods and Buddhas. They tried everything, and nothing worked. Even the hanging ghost, a calamity that sounded like a traditional folk monster, remained completely unaffected. Let's ask in the group later. Don't ask in the group, Huang Jian cautioned. They'll go to the 6th floor and ask Sun Yuanyuan if she has anything special on her. It could also be his own problem, Peng continued. He told me he wasn't a complete pseudo-human originally, only becoming whole after killing another pseudo-human. Or perhaps something went wrong when he killed that pseudo-human. Huang Jian added. By the way, he killed the pseudo-human on the 6th floor. At that time, the pseudo-human had already eaten Wang Gaifan's grandson Xin. When he came down, one of the zombies he controlled stayed on the 6th floor. They'll go to the 6th floor and look for more clues. Huang Jian said, if only we could find his weakness. They agreed and hung up. Back home, Ye Kai sent Li He a WeChat message, am I still human? Li He barely. Li He, it's not hard if you don't want to be human. He was still human. Ye Kai felt slightly reassured. Since he was still human, Li He, who was his kind, must also be human. So what about Sun Yuanyuan? Can Devouring Ghost make a mistake? Like judging a person as non-human. Li He, no. Are any of our neighbors not human? Li He, you've noticed. Ye Kai, had he, a fake pseudo-human, encountered a real ghost? Are they stronger or weaker than me? Li He, you're not much different. When did they appear? Were they arranged by the entity behind? Li He smiled. Li He, I'm drunk and want to sleep, you may leave. It seemed he would get no more information from Li He. Li He was always like this. Ye Kai wondered whether he truly knew but couldn't tell, or he simply didn't know. It felt like since he had crossed over he had been facing one mystery after another. They'll go downstairs and take a look. He sent another message to Li He. Li He didn't reply, as if he had really gone to sleep. 402 Ye Kai going downstairs for a stroll. Anyone want to join? Smile, no one replied. Right, Huang Jian and Shi Peng were probably on the phone. Lu Ming was now delirious, so it was normal for him not to check WeChat. Sun Yuanyuan, based on her usual behavior, was probably scared and dared not speak. If she was human, that was her personality. But she wasn't human, so it was just an act. Who would perform when no audience was watching? Even pseudo-humans wouldn't waste such effort. The key question was, what exactly did these non-human neighbors intend to do? It shouldn't be murder, or else Sun Yuanyuan would have had plenty of chances to kill Wang Guifan and her grandson Xinxin. The pseudo-human killed Xinxin, and the mirror demon made Wang Guifan disappear, proving they were ordinary humans. They received real-time tasks and had to go out. Sun Yuanyuan faced no obstacles in killing them. Since she didn't strike, it showed she was different from the calamities released after ordinary neighbors died. From the group's behavior, Ye Kai even suspected that perhaps the non-human neighbors like himself could receive various prompts from the entity behind everything. After all, they could also use the chat group. Ye Kai opened his security door, cautiously observed the surroundings, and listened carefully to ensure no sound came from upstairs. Then, with his head slightly lowered, he headed downstairs. He lowered his head to avoid seeing the reflective surface of the window glass. The third floor was unchanged. Alihi's security door looked no different from the others. Just by looking at the door, who would believe there was a Celestial's courtyard behind it? The second floor also appeared the same as before. Unit 202's door was tightly shut, with faint sounds of crying and laughter occasionally seeping through. Lu Ming was still mentally unstable. You're all fake, all fake. Don't come near, don't come near. Liang, they killed you. Go find them, not me. Stinking mark, rotten slut, what do you think you are? If you're a man. Ye Kai stopped at the door of 202. From his earlier experience, devouring ghost would be passively triggered after a pause of about 2 to 3 minutes. He wasn't sure of its passive detection range, but getting closer couldn't hurt. So he stood very close to the security door, almost touching it. Baby's tummy is thundering. Tummy baby is thundering. The phone ringtone blared abruptly. Ye Kai ignored it. At this time and place, it could only be ghost call. The noise inside suddenly stopped. There's a game that makes you younger the more you play. The ringtone kept ringing. Up. Lu Ming's cry came from behind the door. Don't come near, he sobbed. I haven't offended you. Go find someone else. Go find them. Why me? Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Go downstairs. Yes, go downstairs. Really? He had only wanted to quietly wander around, but ghost call made it seem like he had come to hunt someone for a meal. Judging by the calamities countdown, there was enough time, and he was close enough, but devouring ghost wasn't triggered. Perhaps Lu Ming was fine. Or maybe it was because the security door offered protection. Ye Kai said nothing, turned, and went down to the first floor, stopping at the door of 101. In less than a minute, a prompt appeared in the upper left corner of his vision. Devouring ghost nearby, non-identical target detected. Devouring ghost target is protected. Marking possible after protection is removed. Ye Kai's pupils contracted. Lu Ming was fine. The problem was Shi Peng. Shi Peng was not his kind either. 202 Lu Ming ghost. 101 Shi Peng. Is Ye Kai coming down? 202 Lu Ming, haha, ghost. He's a ghost. You're all ghosts. 101 Shi Peng, he said he's a mimic. 501 Huang Jian, is he at your door? 202 Lu Ming. 202 Lu Ming image. Shi Peng opened the image. The picture didn't show his whole body. The phone had only captured a large face through the peephole. It was indeed Ye Kai's face, but it looked truly eerie. To shorten the distance, Ye Kai had indeed used a rather strange posture. Shi Peng thought for a moment. 101 Shi Peng, he's pressed against the door right. 501 Huang Jian, he's probably just leaning on the door, not doing anything. 602 Sun Yuanyuan, ID, be scared too. 602 Sun Yuanyuan, he's a mimic. 501 Huang Jian, don't worry, you're at home. Just keep the door closed, and you'll be fine. 602 Sun Yuanyuan, you knocked on my door earlier, and scared me half to death. I thought a mimic had come up. 501 Huang Jian. 602 Sun Yuanyuan. 602 Sun Yuanyuan, withdrew a message. 501 Huang Jian, withdrew a message. 101 Shi Peng. 501 Huang Jian. 501 Huang Jian. 101 Shi Peng. 501 Huang Jian. 101 Shi Peng, you should be careful. Since Ye Kai's appearance, this was his first time on the first floor. For Shi Peng, it was also the first time he had observed Ye Kai up close. This neighbor who called himself a mimic and resurrected 3 days after death. He watched Ye Kai slowly descend the stairs and approach his door. This time, however, Ye Kai didn't press against the door, and Shi Peng's phone captured his full figure. 101 Shi Peng image. 101 Shi Peng, it's different on the first floor. Maybe it has some special meaning. 501 Huang Jian, maybe it's for some purpose. After a moment, Ye Kai's expression suddenly changed. He cast a deep glance in Shi Peng's direction, then turned and left. 101 Shi Peng, he's gone. 501 Huang Jian, huh? That fast. 602 Sun Yuanyuan, he just went down for a stroll. Shi Peng felt something was wrong because he had witnessed the change in Ye Kai's expression. It seemed like he had discovered something ominous. Shi Peng knew he was just an ordinary person and didn't believe Ye Kai left because of him. Is there something else on the door? Or did Ye Kai discover something even more terrifying? Something that even as a mimic he couldn't handle? 101 Shi Peng, I think something's off. 101 Sherpeng 402 Yi Kai, is there anything in the hallway on the first floor? 202 Lu Ming, hee hee, they're all dead. Returning home, Yi Kai felt uneasy. In the current situation, Lu Ming, Huang, Jian Li, he and himself belonged to the same kind. A madman, an ordinary person, an immortal, and himself. Sun Yuan, and Sherpeng on the other hand were not of his kind. Meanwhile, on the surface, only Huang, Jian, Lu Ming, Sherpeng, and Sun Yuan were the sole surviving humans. It was also evident from the group chat that the four of them stuck together. From Lu Ming and Huang Jian's perspective, both he and Li He were dead and had become calamities. Yi Kai never imagined that with only 6 people things could become so complicated. In this situation, I need to force their hands, or at least figure out what they're trying to do. But it was difficult. Sherpeng and Sun Yuan had been lurking in the unit group chat for too long. From what had seen these past 2 days, they had never slipped up. If they never exposed themselves, then it's as good as them being human. Even if Yi Kai were to tell everyone right now that these two weren't human, no one would believe him. Because he himself was resurrected from the dead, he had no solid evidence. What he saw with his own eyes, and what his ghost-devouring ability detected, was only known to him, and couldn't be explained to others. Li He must know too, but he already said there's not much difference between you all, which means he won't interfere in this matter. Or if I can figure out that they truly mean us no harm, I could leave them alone for now. The entity behind all this hadn't classified them as calamities. Perhaps that meant they were ultimately different from calamities. He glanced at the group chat, and saw that Sherpeng had just DM. After thinking it over, he replied in the group. For 02 Yi Kai, some people aren't human. 101 Sherpeng. 101 Sherpeng, can you be more specific? 202 Lu Ming, haha, die for me. All of you die. 202 Lu Ming, the task wants me to go out. Ha ha ha, I'm going out. Come join me. Yi Kai ignored Sherpeng's further questioning, and went upstairs to knock on Huang Jian's door. Since there was no immediate way to break the deadlock, finding a way to resolve the visible calamity was also a path. Once he was capable of leaving the current world fragment, any schemes at play would surely be revealed. When it came to resolving the calamity, there were only 2 people who could help him, Li He and Huang Jian. Regarding the calamity, Li He's attitude had always been passive. Not only had he never proactively helped Yi Kai, but he often played riddles when Yi Kai asked him questions. This was probably a test for him, much like the time will come an opportunity he had mentioned before. Many novels had similar situations. After all, profound arts are not easily taught. Cultivation or secret techniques had their thresholds, so there was nothing to complain about. So he needed to bring Huang Jian along. Why do you suddenly want to go to 601? Huang Jian asked, cautiously, feeling a bit guilty. His original plan was to explore 601 alone. Earlier he had asked Sun Yuan from 602 through the door, mentioning that she might have something on her that made Yi Kai the mimic wary. Apart from her usual clothes and phone, Sun Yuan only had a silver bracelet. In previous calamities, zombies and the undead were affected to some extent by silver items. Maybe it had a similar effect on mimics. So they tentatively concluded it was the silver items effect, and agreed that if they ever got a chance to make a phone call, whoever survived would contact Sherpeng and give him this crucial information. After settling that, Huang Jian finally made up his mind to explore 601 alone. But just as he was about to leave, Yi Kai came looking for him, also wanting to go to 601. Wang Guifan hasn't made a sound for so long, we should go check on her. Yi Kai said, if we get the chance, we can deal with the mirror demon too. Oh, I'm afraid I won't be of much help. Huang Jian felt a sense of retreat. You can at least scout the way for me. Then, let me get ready. Huang Jian didn't close the door. He went back inside, fetched a silver ring, and put it on his finger. Yi Kai gave him a strange look. It's a protective charm. Huang Jian deliberately raised his hand to show him the ring. It's made of pure silver. A protective charm. You think it'll work? Yi Kai shook his head. Forget it, let's go. Huang Jian turned to close the door, his expression stiff. What? Wasn't he afraid? Last night Yi Kai had already used a zombie to scout Unit 601. Upon entering this time, Unit 601 had not changed much. After the door frame was violently torn by the false human, last night the security door was deformed and Yi Kai squeezed through sideways. The first thing that caught his eye was the living room with furniture like sofas and coffee tables that looked old-fashioned, clearly a style from long ago. On one side of the living room was a room with an open door, which from the layout should be a bedroom. But when he looked inside, he saw a makeshift altar built with a few pieces of yellow cloth, using a wide-mouthed bowl filled with rice as an incense burner. There was some incense ash on the rice, and 3 incense sticks had burned out. Some fruits were placed on the altar, and the objects of their worship were very extensive. Jade Emperor, Supreme Lord Laozi, Tathagata Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Jesus God. Sheets of paper with different deities written on them were pasted on the wall behind the altar, showing how eclectic the worshipper was. Or perhaps it could be said that worshipping so many deities at once was cost-effective. At the bottom of the sheets, Yi Kai even saw a false human bodhisattva, scapegoat bodhisattva, and the most absurd of all, spirit tablet of Yi Kai Unit 402, with a line below, may he soon attain nirvana. If Wang Guifan were present, Yi Kai would definitely ask her why she had set up a spirit tablet for him while he was still alive and well. The living room, bedroom, kitchen, and other rooms showed signs of being searched. All the kitchen knives were gone, and in the open drawer of the bedroom the sewing kit had also been opened. Clearly these were the traces left by Wang Guifan when Yi Kai had asked her to fetch scissors, kitchen knives, and other items last night. But Wang Guifan obviously wouldn't have met with trouble in these places. Yi Kai, Huang Jian suddenly spoke. Although Yi Kai had not specifically emphasized it after entering Unit 601, Huang Jian still actively walked ahead of Yi Kai. By now he had searched the bathroom. Because it was an old house, the apartment layout was not very good. For example, the bathroom had no window, so it was very dark. And the bathroom in Unit 601 was particularly dim. Even with the light on, it remained very dark. Just as Huang Jian was about to step inside, he stopped abruptly. What is it? Seeing this, Yi Kai followed. He only saw a patch of blood red in the mirror. The red light spread slowly in the air like flowing blood. Yi Kai's heart tightened, and he pulled Huang Jian back. Come back. That blood-red light reminded him of the red beast's cup. He only saw a patch of blood red in the mirror. The red light spread slowly in the air like flowing blood. Yi Kai's heart tightened, and he pulled Huang Jian back. Come back. That blood-red light reminded him of the red beasts covering the mountains and fields that he had seen in Li's memories. It was also like the crimson leaves falling from a towering giant tree. Had the mirror goblin come into this mirror? What did it want? What was it? Yi Kai glanced at the upper left corner of his field of vision. Calamity, mirror goblin. Remaining time 20 hours, 13 minutes. Calamity, ghost call. Remaining time 32 hours, 21 minutes. In the upper right corner of his field of vision, his current skills were displayed. Devour ghost. Remaining 42 hours. Mark target Sun Yuan Yuan. Sun Yuan Yuan was next door. If he encountered danger or even faced death, as long as he activated Devour Ghost again, consuming the mark on Sun Yuan Yuan, he could nullify all negative effects, including death. He tried to actively use Devour Ghost targeting the bathroom mirror. No markable target. The worst possibility was of course that the mirror goblin was of the same kind as him, but that was unimaginable. So it was confirmed the mirror goblin was not here. Yi Kai relaxed a lot. Don't make a sound, he said to Huang Jian. If you find anything wrong, pull me back. Huang Jian nodded in agreement, feeling a strange sensation. He felt that Yi Kai did not seem like a false human at all. Even if they had some cooperation and reached a certain understanding, they were not of the same kind and would not actively behave like this. Indeed, when he called him out earlier, Yi Kai had said to let him scout, but in reality, when faced with such a bizarre and seemingly dangerous situation, he stepped up himself. Was he really a false human? No, he must be a false human. How could an ordinary person resurrect after being reported dead? Wasn't Li He from the third floor in the same situation? That was the Calamity scapegoat. However, if he were a false human, it could also be explained. False humans play the role of humans, or perhaps Yi Kai had overplayed his role. Then he recalled the scene he had seen in the mirror just now. That should be a person. Yi Kai cautiously took a small step forward. The reason he went himself instead of letting Huang Jian go was simple. He possessed the immortal potential and could perceive some anomalies. Now with the Devour Ghost ability active, he had at least one extra life. If his speculation that Devour Ghost could mark calamities was correct, then 2 extra lives. In any case, he was far more reliable than Huang Jian. The blood-red light had already shone on him, and Yi Kai felt an uncomfortable aura like being immersed in filthy ice water. He prepared to activate the Devour Ghost mark at any moment and looked into the mirror. The glaring red light gradually faded, revealing the scene within. It was a desolate and ruined landscape. Broken buildings lay everywhere with bizarrely shaped and abnormally colored plants sprouting from the cracks. In the bloodstained sky, dark clouds drifted by. At the center of the mirror were a few relatively intact walls outlining the shape of a room. There was a wash basin, a toilet, a broken mirror, and a person standing in front of the mirror. A mirror. This seemed to be the same as the bathroom he was in. Realizing this, Yi Kai saw the scene in the mirror rapidly zoom in until he was looking directly into the eyes of the person in the mirror. It was like looking in a mirror. But that was definitely not himself. The person had graying hair, a face full of wrinkles, a sorrowful expression, and trembling lips, as if muttering something. Most importantly, it was a woman. Yi Kai frowned thought for a moment and matched her with someone in his memory. That was Wang Guifan, who had disappeared, was once untraceable, but had not been reported dead. Had she entered the mirror? Wang Guifan raised her hand and pressed it against the mirror, as if wiping it, or as if trying to break free from it through a pane of glass. Her current state was indeed somewhat eerie. With her movements, Yi Kai sensed a faint yet persistent force pushing him toward the mirror. A line of text appeared in the upper left corner of his field of vision. You are being affected by the mirror goblin. So this is the ability of the mirror demon, to pull people into the mirror. Yi Kai suddenly understood. But where was the mirror demon? No markable target. No markable target. The feedback from the ghost eater constantly reminded him that the mirror demon was not nearby. Was it absent, or could it not be detected? Could it be that Wang Guifan was the mirror demon? Just like Li He was previously a substitute ghost, and then turned back into a human. Was it possible that Wang Guifan could transform from a human into the mirror demon? It was possible but unlikely. Yi Kai abandoned this thought. After all, Wang Guifan and the mirror demon had coexisted for a considerable period. Li He, however, had not exhibited such a situation. Imitating Wang Guifan's movements, he also extended one hand and pressed it against the mirror. The force pushing him weakened. When the mirror demon appeared, the hint from the entity behind mentioned that one must pay attention to keeping actions consistent. That is, as long as the movements were kept consistent, the mirror demon's power would diminish, and if it diminished to a certain extent, one would not be pulled into the mirror. The reduction in force was limited, probably because his imitation was not precise enough. Although his feet had not taken a step on the ground, the distance between him and the mirror had already shortened by several centimeters. Ye Kai carefully observed Wang Guifan, imitating her expression and the way she seemed to be speaking about something. The force disappeared. Wang Guifan's eyes shifted to the side. Suddenly, she became agitated, grabbing at the mirror with both hands, her face twisting violently as she madly screamed something. The pushing force immediately reappeared, and Ye Kai hurriedly tried to keep up. Perhaps Wang Guifan's movements this time were too large and too fast. He still missed many details and did not fully match them. Under the influence of the pushing force, the distance between him and the mirror grew smaller and smaller. No markable target. You are under a negative effect. Confirm consumption of one mark item to avoid all negative effects. The ghost eater could not penetrate the mirror, or perhaps Wang Guifan on the other side of the mirror was also of the same kind as itself. But the mirror demon had hidden itself. Ye Kai still wanted to make one last attempt. He strained to watch Wang Guifan's expression and movements, trying to keep up with her speech. Go back. Go back. No. Home. Go home. Xin. Not dead. Fake. Fragmented words came out of his mouth, but the pushing force did not disappear. Ye Kai was about to be pushed to the wash basin. You are under a negative effect. Confirm consumption of one mark item to avoid all negative effects. A tremendous force suddenly struck from the side, knocking Ye Kai to the ground. His concentration broke, and he realized something. What I just said was not what I wanted to say. It was Wang Guifan's words. Wang Guifan's words from the other side of the mirror. Then he noticed that the one who had knocked him over was Huang Jian. Cough. Hurry, leave. Huang Jian whispered, eyes closed, groping his way up and walking out. Ye Kai walked out with his head slightly lowered, following behind Huang Jian. In the corner of his eye, he noticed that the red light emitted by the mirror had weakened considerably. Wang Guifan seemed to still be in front of the mirror, unaffected by his departure. Leaving the bathroom, Huang Jian dared not open his eyes until he was about to hit the wall, when Ye Kai grabbed him from behind and patted his shoulder. Only then did he cautiously. Ah, damn it. He sat down on the ground with a thud, glancing fearfully at the bathroom door, then shuffled backward. Scared me to death. What were you thinking bumping into me? I saw you moving toward the mirror, muttering strange words, and I didn't dare to pull you. Huang Jian, feeling he had narrowly escaped death, became much less polite. Who knows if that thing would stick to you if you touch it? Anyway, you're tough enough not to get hurt. Who would believe that a pseudo-human could be injured by an ordinary person? Ye Kai nodded and said nothing. He himself could have used the ghost eater to escape at any time, but since Huang Jian had helped him get away, it saved him one ghost eater mark. In the unit, only 2 people could be marked by the ghost eater, and Shipeng had not yet been marked. Saving a life was always good. He just hadn't expected that Huang Jian would actually come to save him. He hadn't counted on Huang Jian's help. He was more concerned about avoiding being alone with the calamity. Well, Huang Jian rested for a moment and slowly stood up from the ground. What did you mean by the words you said in front of the mirror? Just those fragmented words like, go back, not dead. And what's inside the mirror? Inside the mirror is Wang Guifan. Ye Kai answered his second question first. Those words were spoken by Wang Guifan. You were possessed by her. Huang Jian involuntarily stepped back. A ghost that could possess a pseudo-human. Its resentment must be immense. No. I imitated her movements and lip movements, and the mirror demon's power acting on me weakened, but it still existed. Ye Kai said, perhaps the imitation was not precise enough. Or perhaps such imitation could never be precise. Static movements could be kept consistent, but Wang Guifan was constantly speaking, her facial expressions changing, so imitation would always have a delay. She was pulled into the mirror world by the mirror demon. She should be wanting to come back. Is there a way? Huang Jian asked. Indeed, Wang Guifan was usually not well liked by the neighbors, but in the current situation, there were only 4 people in the building and 4 calamities. Having one more person would be good. At least it would provide some psychological security. Ye Kai glanced at him. If you go in, maybe you can exchange her out. Then forget it. Matching Wang Guifan's lip movements, the words he got were too few and too fragmented. Ye Kai couldn't figure out how to piece them together. Apart from the frequently appearing go back and home, from which he could infer that Wang Guifan wanted to return home, Ye Kai was more concerned about the 2 negative words she used. No. Home. And not dead. Fake. Was not dead referring to Xin? Impossible. Xin had been reported dead, her body devoured by the pseudo-human. Unless she could travel through time like Ye Kai, there should be no possibility of resurrection. Then how to explain fake and no? Since Lu Ming had gone mentally unstable, he often used such words like they are all fake, and they are not human. Wang Guifan's mind had also gone wrong. So she refused to believe in Xian Zin's death. That was quite possible. Apart from that, what Ye Kai cared most about was the underlying color of that world. A blood-red scene. Was it related to the scene in Li He's memory? He looked around again, confirming there was no clue left, then left the 6th floor and returned home. Then he immediately sent a WeChat message to Li He. I saw a blood-red world in the mirror. What connection does that world have with the world you saw? Li He replied quickly. Li He, perhaps there is. Li He, you said before that in my memory you saw a blood-red world with giant trees and black dragons. Those things don't actually exist. But I saw you forging a sword to slay a dragon. Li He slaying a dragon. The literary courage can slay ghosts and gods, but unfortunately, it cannot slay dragons. Literary courage must be the name of Li He's sword. Li He, what the mirror demon created was an illusion. It reflects what is in the heart of the person looking into the mirror. You should ask yourself. Li He, the divine tree, the black dragon, the red clouds shrouding the sky, and vines covering the land. These are all things I saw. You only caught a fleeting glimpse, so why did you see the same things? Why did he see the same things? Of course it was because he had only seen that scene once. Ye Kai wanted to say that, but suddenly stopped. Yes, no matter how grand and stunning Li He's memory fragment was, it was just a short memory. He had lived for over 20 years, and he had seen plenty of special effects in films. Many special effects when first encountered had brought him no less shock. Why would such a short memory from Li He produce such an effect? Meanwhile, the world behind the mirror had many differences from Li He's world, except that both had red clouds filling the sky, casting an ominous red glow. At first glance they looked very similar. Because you are an immortal, and I have the potential to become one. Li He. It seemed that was not the reason. Ye Kai knew that if he wanted to figure this out, he would have to fall into the trap of the mirror demon. If I am pulled into the mirror by the mirror demon, can the devourer of ghosts pull me out? Li He, just kill it. This Li He had a rather strong killing intent. After all, he was a great poet immortalized in history. But considering his admiration for Li Bei's chivalrous swordplay, it was understandable. If I die, would there be any difference from an ordinary person's death? Li He, no. Huang Jian returned home, still somewhat shaken. He even regretted a little that he had saved Ye Kai earlier. Why not just let the two calamities fight each other? Why risk saving him? But deep down he felt that although Ye Kai was a pseudo-human, he was somehow different from other calamities. Was he more reasonable? Less obviously dangerous? Or had Ye Kai's behavior of going to the bathroom himself instead of making him step on the landmine caused some hesitation? What's done is done, regret is useless. Huang Jian let out a breath and stopped thinking about it. By the way, I need to tell Sun Yuan and Shi Peng that silver items have no effect on Ye Kai. There's no real-time task for now, so we'll have to wait until next time. If it weren't for the mirror demon guarding the 3rd and 4th floors, he could have mustered the courage to cross 4 floors and contact Shi Peng alone. Ghost call as long as you don't answer the phone. It's probably not that dangerous. Even if Ye Kai wouldn't hurt him, there were still 2 other calamities. In this situation, leaving home to go to a floor 4 stories away wasn't courage. It was suicide. Calamity mirror demon, remaining time 18 hours, 13 minutes. Calamity, ghost call, remaining time 30 hours, 21 minutes. He glanced at the remaining time of the calamities. Mirror demon might have already passed the point of behavioral change, but ghost call probably hadn't. As a human in this shattered world of doomsday, the space for survival was truly small. Even in a world fragment the size of a single apartment block, there were more calamities than people. His phone suddenly rang. With a start he realized it was Ye Kai ing him in the chat group. 402 Ye Kai 501 Huang Jian, what did you see in the mirror? What he saw in the mirror. He recalled. 501 Huang Jian, there was no one in front of the mirror, but there was a person inside the mirror. Later you said it was Wang Guifan. 402 Ye Kai, anything else? 501 Huang Jian, the bathroom was very dark. I didn't see much. It seemed like she was in a pile of construction debris. Ye Kai didn't reply. Huang Jian thought about it, but still didn't understand why he was asking him these things. Ye Kai had stood in front of the mirror for so long. He should have seen much more clearly than he did. Was he trying to assert his presence in the chat group? Since his appearance, the neighbor's desire to chat had already decreased. Wasn't that enough presence? After thinking about it and getting nowhere, he casually scrolled through the previous chat and found that Lu Ming had said he would call him. The time Lu Ming mentioned was 1510, which was almost upon him. Without much hesitation, he skipped the call that came at 1509 and answered Lu Ming's call exactly at 1510. Although Lu Ming was crazy, as long as he was alive, he could still be useful. At worst, if he heard Lu Ming's ravings, he could just hang up. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming's first sentence sounded quite normal, not like he was having a fit. Someone told me dead, ha ha ha. His voice suddenly changed pitch and the madness returned. Who told you? Huang Jian asked with a frown. Earlier when Lu Ming talked to Sun Yuan, according to someone told me dead, ha ha ha. His voice suddenly changed pitch and the madness returned. Who told you? Huang Jian asked with a frown. Earlier when Lu Ming talked to Sun Yuan, according to her, he also alternated between madness and lucidity. It was reasonable that a madman might occasionally be clear-headed. He wanted to know if Lu Ming, when lucid, would say something slightly useful. Haha, Shi Peng is dead, Xie Shiqing is dead, Zhao Yaoyang is dead, Sun Yuan is dead. Lu Ming giggled. You ask who told me. Who was it? Oh right, it was me, I told myself. Ha ha ha. Everyone is dead. Huang Jin hung up. He shouldn't have wasted time on a madman. Ye Kai asked Huang Jian to describe what he saw, just to confirm again. Indeed, Huang Jian had not seen the red light. He only saw Wang Guifan, so he would have to go in himself. Ye Kai took 2 kitchen knives from the kitchen and carried them, then removed the mop head and held a mop handle in his hand. He walked to the door. Before opening the door, he took out his phone to send a message to Li He. I'm going to take a look inside the illusion. But he didn't send it and deleted the line. Since this was a test, how could the examiner let the examinee cheat? So he put away his phone, opened the door, and headed to the 6th floor. This time he intended to enter the mirror demon's illusion, so he walked with his head up, making no attempt to avoid the mirrors. Just as he passed the corner of the stairs between the 5th and 6th floors, he noticed his reflection in the window glass. The reflection of himself was speaking with a manic expression. You used the ability Devourer of Ghosts on the mirror demon. Target cannot be marked. A force acted upon him, pulling him toward the window. Ye Kai did not resist, only carefully mimicking the other's mouth movements. Just as he was about to press against the window glass, he understood what the other was saying. You fell for it. Calamity, mirror demon. Remaining time 17 hours of 53 minutes. Calamity, ghost call. Remaining time 30 hours, a 01 minute. Skill, Devour Ghost. Acquired via imitation. Remaining 28 hours. Ye Kai glanced at the notifications situated at the top of his field of vision, steadying his nerves. He found himself in a stretch of wilderness. To call it wilderness was perhaps inaccurate, it was more akin to a ruin. A field of shattered building remnants where twisted steel bars of varying lengths jutted out fiercely from collapsed concrete walls, curving and pointing toward the sky. The sky was a crimson hue, the clouds a deeper, darker red than the sky itself, as if they were wounds torn open on skin. The wind howled, interspersed with faint, indistinguishable sounds. Perhaps they were the chirping of insects. Not far away stood withered shrubs and small trees, their branches all black and skeletal and gaunt. In contrast, some bizarrely shaped plants had emerged from the crevices of the buildings, just as he had seen in the mirror earlier. Now that he was inside the illusion, he could see more clearly. Those plants seemed to be rooted in the concrete blocks themselves. On the ground lay several puddles of varying sizes filled with shallow reddish water. Whether it was stained by the light or inherently red was uncertain. Blood. The thought surfaced unbidden in Ye Kai's mind. How could it be blood? If such a world truly existed, the blood would have dried long ago. When he looked into the mirror, the reflection of himself that Ye Kai had seen vanished after he entered this ruin. No target markable in the target area. No target markable in the target area. Ye Kai attempted to use Devour Ghost on the empty space, but found it ineffective. The mirror demon was not in the area he aimed at. Perhaps he should try elsewhere. The text at the upper right of his vision suddenly flickered. Skill, Devour Ghost. Acquired via imitation. Remaining 26 hours. After using the skill twice with no results, the remaining time of Devour Ghost had decreased by 2 hours. One use cost 1 hour. Ye Kai's eye twitched as he suppressed the urge to scan the entire space with Devour Ghost. He couldn't use it recklessly. There were no obvious landmarks around, so he chose a random direction and walked forward. The bizarre plants growing in the concrete cracks had extremely sharp leaves. His clothes barely brushed against the edge of one, and he heard a faint tearing sound finding a rip. Carefully avoiding the edges, Ye Kai plucked a leaf and brought it closer for examination. First he caught a strong smell of blood. The leaf did not feel cold in his hand, instead it held a slight warmth as if it were a limb freshly severed from some animal. This thought was not far-fetched. The leaf writhed feebly between his fingers like a creature in its death throes. The wind suddenly quieted. No, it wasn't the wind that had grown silent. It was the countless indistinct sounds that had been interwoven within it. Silence like a cicada in winter. No. The leaf turned cold, gradually losing its color and vitality, morphing into a grayish, somewhat elastic mass, flesh. Ye Kai tossed it away abruptly, staring at the nearby plants in shock and suspicion. Was it an illusion? The plants that had been swaying in the wind just moments ago now stood motionless. No target markable in the target area. Skill, Devour Ghost. Acquired via imitation. Remaining 25 hours. 602 Sun Yuan, what's going on? I've received another real-time task. 501 Huang Jian. The interval between real-time tasks has shortened. I suspect it's because of Ghost Call. 101 Shirpeng. Ghost Call still has 30 hours left. It's unlikely to cause changes. 101 Shirpeng, but Mirror Demon hasn't made a move yet. By all accounts, it should have changed its behavior pattern. 501 Huang Jian. It might have already changed. 602 Sun Yuan. By the way, Wang Guifan, who was pulled inside, lives right next to me. I'm a bit scared. 501 Huang Jian. It should be fine. Just don't look in the mirror for the remaining time, and don't look at your phone in the hallway. Keep your head down, and you'll be okay. 101 Shirpeng, can you help us deal with these two calamities? 402 Ye Kai. Huang Jian frowned. Shirpeng really spoke without thinking. Ye Kai had almost been tricked by the mirror demon earlier. If he became angry, the mirror demon might not be the only issue. Shirpeng would be in danger. 501 Huang Jian, could you tell us what dangers the mirror demon and Ghost Call will bring later? After a while Yi Kai didn't reply. 101 Shipeng, is he asleep? 501 Huang Jian, he shouldn't need to sleep right. 202 Lu Ming, haha, everyone's dead. Corpses everywhere. Yi Kai studied the plants for a while, but couldn't figure out what they were, or what those faint sounds had been trying to convey. He carefully maneuvered around the plants, stepping over concrete blocks as he searched and observed. Before long he was blocked by an invisible wall. He could see ahead, but he couldn't pass through. Feeling along the wall he discovered that it was long and slightly curved as if forming an enclosed space. There's an invisible wall here dividing different areas. Why would there be divisions in an illusion? After entering, I didn't see my own reflection or Wang Guifan. Could it be that each person is sent to a different area? This calamity is too gentle. Since last night Wang Guifan had been trapped in the illusion by Mirror Demon for over 12 hours, yet no death had been reported. Of course if she couldn't escape death was only a matter of time. It seemed there was no food or water here. If he ate those plants, that would likely be a quick way to meet the King of Hell rather than prolong his life. If he could use Devour Ghost to mark those plants, Yi Kai was confident he could survive until Devour Ghost ran out. Unfortunately he couldn't. In the illusion, every use of Devour Ghost consumes its remaining duration. I can't use it casually. Moreover, these plants, like the entire world, are not real. Perhaps that's why Devour Ghost can't find any markable targets. Yi Kai's thoughts churned as he continued exploring the ruins along the invisible wall. Among the concrete, steel, and eerie plants, there were still some broken remnants that hinted at their former functions. He spotted a shattered toilet, a wash basin, kitchen countertops, and fragments of ceramic tiles. This seemed to imply that the illusion simulated a destroyed residential complex. Suddenly, Yi Kai noticed something familiar. Beyond the invisible wall, there was a relatively intact circular concrete structure. The edges were lined with broken tiles, and its shape and color resembled the flower beds in the old residential complex where Yi Kai lived. At the same time, he heard a sobbing, intermittent voice. Fake, it's all fake. How could he be dead? He's not dead. The voice was hoarse and distorted, as if the person had been crying and shouting for so long that even the original characteristics of the voice had been lost. Yi Kai gripped the cleaver and tightened his hold on the mop handle following the sound. He found a few relatively intact walls propping each other up. Peering through the gap between them, he saw a wash basin, a toilet, and a shattered mirror. It was a bathroom, one he had seen before. In the mirror of Unit 601's bathroom, he had witnessed this scene along with Wang Guifan muttering to herself. Let me go back. I want to go back. I want to go home. I want to go home. Xin isn't dead. The notice was fake. They're deceiving me. Wang Guifan slumped before the mirror, speaking feebly. Yi Kai attempted to use Devour Ghost on her. You have used the ability Devour Ghost on Wang Guifan. The target is of your kind, cannot be marked. Skill Devour Ghost, acquired via mimicry, 24 hours remaining. This result eased Yi Kai's tension somewhat. Wang Guifan was real within the illusion, and she was human. Safe. So those fragmented words I saw her speak in the mirror. This is what she meant. Perhaps Xingxin's death was too much for her to bear, leading to this state. Yi Kai could understand this well. Human mental fortitude has its limits. When struck by an unbearable tragedy, the mind instinctively recoils, preferring to hypnotize itself into denial rather than accept the truth. But there's a contradiction here. In the world, Fragment Xin was unequivocally dead. Returning there would force one to confront that reality. Yet Wang Guifan wasn't avoiding it, as she still wanted to go back. Perhaps she hasn't fully processed it yet. She wants to flee the illusion due to danger, yet cannot accept Xingxin's death, so she clings to the belief that Xin is alive. Yi Kai stowed the cleaver, cleared his throat, and stepped out from behind the wall. Wang Guifan shuddered. You. How did you get out? How can you get out? Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, she rose unsteadily. You can take me back, right? Surely you can. I need to go back, take me back. Her face was etched with anxiety and pleading, yet she dared not approach Yi Kai too closely. Get out. A slip of the tongue. Yi Kai frowned. Don't worry. Have you seen anything strange here? Perhaps something related to the mirror demon. Wang Guifan hesitated, thinking for a moment. There's nothing here. You mean that mirror demon, the thing Xiao Zhao created? Yi Kai nodded. The mirror demon was the calamity unleashed upon Zhao Yaliang's death. How were you pulled in? How long have you been here? Pulled in? Wang Guifan hesitated. You asked for scissors. I was searching the house, and when I got to the bathroom, I looked up and saw Xin inside waving at me. It felt like someone pushed me from behind, and then I was dazed and came in. But I don't know how long it's been. I didn't bring my phone. You didn't see Xin after entering? No. Once I was in, my mind cleared up instantly like a gust of wind, and Xin was gone. Lured in by the illusion, realizing it too late. Yi Kai glanced around and casually asked, this bathroom corresponds to the one in your home, right? Ah, yes. The layout is just like mine. The bathroom structure was simple, with little to see. Yi Kai's focus was on the shattered mirror. It was exactly as he had seen before, and what it reflected was precisely the bathroom of Unit 601. Just now did you see me in the mirror? Wang Guifan looked utterly bewildered. You can be seen from here. So the images he saw differed greatly from what others saw. Huang Jian couldn't see the red light filling the sky or the broader perspective, and Wang Guifan couldn't even see the world fragment that existed behind the mirror. Indeed, just now, whether Wang Guifan had seen him or Huang Jian, she should have called for help, not muttered those words to herself. Just now Huang Jian and I saw you in the mirror on the 6th floor. Ah, and we heard what you said. Ye Kai continued. You said Xin isn't dead, the notice was fake. Do you truly believe that? Wang Guifan's expression turned awkward, her gaze darting away. Ah, well, I was just rambling. Really? Wang Guifan turned her head away. I miss Xin so much. How could such a good child be killed by those pseudo-humans? She was lying. Ye Kai made the judgment. But there was no reason for it. She had no motive to lie to him now. Even though his public identity was a pseudo-human, he was still the only one who could get her out. She must have a significant reason to lie to him, or perhaps to conceal certain things. Could it be that if you kill the mirror demon, I can go back? Ye Kai suddenly noticed that Wang Guifan's voice seemed to come from two directions, one from the front and one from the left. Wang Guifan's wandering gaze froze and her expression turned fearful. Ye Kai slightly turned, following her line of sight. There stood another Wang Guifan. You who are you? You who are you? The two Wang Guifans pointed at each other, demanding. From their faces, clothes, expressions to their movements, they were identical. One of them must be the mirror demon. Ye Kai looked at the newly appeared Wang Guifan and used Devour Ghost on her. Skill Devour Ghost, acquired via mimicry, 23 hours remaining. You have used the ability Devour Ghost on the mirror demon. The target is linked with your kind, cannot be marked. This is the mirror demon. But it still can't be marked, meaning it needs to release its transformation, or the mirror demon must leave the illusion before Devour Ghost can be used to mark it. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you mimicking me? Are you mimicking me? How to make the mirror demon release its transformation? Ye Kai recalled the information obtained when the mirror demon first appeared. There was a line. Keep movements in sync. Earlier, when he saw Wang Guifan in the mirror, he had also lessened the force pushing against him by mimicking her movements. Watch her actions. Ye Kai whispered in a low voice. You must keep your movements in sync with it. What? The mirror demon, staring directly at Wang Guifan, spoke. What? Wang Guifan turned her head to look at Ye Kai. It might have been an illusion, but the corner of the mirror demon's mouth curled up for a brief moment before returning to normal. Amidst the sound of grinding gravel, the distance between it and Wang Guifan closed slightly. 602 Sun Yuan, am heading out for the task. He'll call you in 15 minutes. 101 Shipeng, 101 Shipeng, okay, stay safe. Wang Guifan screamed. The mirror demon screamed in unison. The mirror demon will weaken as you mimic its movements, Ye Kai explained quickly. The more accurately you imitate it, the weaker it becomes. If you mimic it long enough, it might revert to its original form. Then hurry up and kill it. Wang Guifan was both furious and terrified. She wanted to flee, but her feet felt nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. Ye Kai's presence here was the last thing she had expected. Logically, he shouldn't have been able to appear. Yet there he was. Wang Guifan knew all too well that in this godforsaken place no one else could be relied upon. Ye Kai was the only person who might possibly help her. Others were even less dependable. Even if they were here, who could possibly defeat the mirror demon? Only Ye Kai, this fake human. Perhaps Li He from the 3rd floor could too, but that artist had such an odd temperament, and Wang Guifan never liked to deal with him, fearing he'd be a bad influence on her precious grandson. Not to mention that he was currently possessed by that scapegoat ghost. Only Ye Kai could assist her, could save her. Don't just stand there. Hurry up. Wang Guifan shouted at Ye Kai. Don't just stand there. Hurry up. The mirror demon shouted back at Wang Guifan. The distance between them had shrunk again. Don't look at me, look over there. Ye Kai instructed. When you look at me, it doesn't, so your movements differ. Just kill it, please kill it, and he begs you. Forced by Ye Kai's words, Wang Guifan turned her face towards the mirror demon, though her gaze still flickered towards Ye Kai. Just kill it, please kill it, and he begs you. The mirror demon stared directly at Wang Guifan. Its expression seemed identical to hers, yet Ye Kai felt it was smiling. Its movements and reactions initially mirrored Wang Guifan's, but then subtle differences began to emerge. Yes, it was mimicking her, but Wang Guifan also needed to mimic it. This was a turn-based game. Ye Kai realized. The mirror demon had created an illusion within the mirror. When a person looks into the mirror, the reflection mimics their actions, but under the mirror demon's influence, when the illusion performs a different action, the person must then mimic it. This was a turn-based game without a stated time limit for each turn. The mirror demon knew when the turn switched, so it would change its actions on its own turn and mimic the person on theirs. Wang Guifan was unaware of this, so she remained tense, passively imitating the mirror demon. Both physically and emotionally, humans have their limits. She was bound to fall behind eventually. This wasn't a viable strategy. It's mimicking you, and you must mimic it too, Ye Kai said. Don't move or speak, just look at the ground. He intended to buy some time, using the most energy-efficient method. With the sound of scraping gravel, the distance between Wang Guifan and the mirror demon drastically shortened, then stopped. Wang Guifan breathed rapidly, her heart pounding, afraid to look up. Yi Kai pulled out his cleaver and walked towards the mirror demon. Shipeng received a call from Sun Yuanyuan. Her voice was urgent. Shipeng, listen, I just saw. What? A distinct gulp sound came through the phone. It was Sun Yuanyuan swallowing hard. The glass. On the 6th and 5th floors, the glass at the stairwell corner. The glass has turned into a mirror. Inside it looks like a battlefield, all ruins. It's the mirror demon. Shipeng reacted instantly. Are you okay? No, I'm fine, Sun Yuanyuan said. But I also saw. She paused. Room 402. Is it Yi Kai? Shipeng asked instinctively. Right, he hasn't spoken in the group chat for a while. In the chat group. 101 Shipeng, the mirror demon seems to have changed. 101 Shipeng just talked to 602 on the phone. She saw the glass between the 5th and 6th floors turn into a mirror with room 402 inside it. 602 Sun Yuanyuan, yes, I also saw it was in ruins like after a battle. 101 Shipeng, 402 Yi Kai, are you still there? 501 Huang Jianyu. Psi 501 Huang Jian, it's about time the mirror demon showed some changes. Just wonder what it looks like now. He had an unspoken worry, if the mirror demon underwent too bizarre a transformation, could they still cope? The window glass turning into a mirror was somewhat manageable. They had anticipated that glass would also be within the mirror demon's sphere of influence. He hoped its changes weren't too powerful or strange, otherwise even leaving for tasks would be extremely perilous. After all, unlike previous calamities, the mirror demon had no physical form. 101 Shipeng, 501 Huang Jian, he hasn't spoken in the group for a long time. Huang Jian was stunned. Indeed, Yi Kai hadn't spoken in the group for over an hour and hadn't replied, even when Shipeng DM'd him. 101 Shipeng, I think. Maybe he's dead. 501 Huang Jian, that's impossible. 101 Shipeng, he could kill a fake human, why couldn't something else kill him? 202 Looming, the dead are talking. Yi Kai swung his cleaver at the mirror demon. The blade passed through the calamity, wearing Wang Guifan's form to no effect. Like previous attempts, it was useless. The mirror demon's current state was utterly impervious, ghost devouring didn't work, and it was immune to physical damage. That meant he could only catch it during its transformation process. But he looked at Wang Guifan. Wang Guifan was trembling on the verge of collapse. Yi Kai didn't know her exact age, but she had to be in her 50s or 60s. From last night, when Xin died, and she was pulled into this illusion, until now nearly 10 hours had passed without food or drink. And now she faced the mirror demon, as well as himself, a fake human. Grief, shock, and fear had long since drained her physical strength. I'm afraid there's no way, Yi Kai sighed. I can't even touch this mirror demon. Wang Guifan swayed and began to collapse to the ground. The mirror demon did not mimic this action. It was its turn now. Wang Guifan was supposed to mimic it. Amidst the sound of grinding sand and stone, the distance between them closed rapidly. Actually, Wang Guifan said, actually that side is the fake one. Yi Kai's gaze followed hers. Everything in the apartment building is fake. Xin died long ago, you died long ago. This place is the real one. The mirror demon had reached Wang Guifan's side. It spread open like liquid mercury, and like a devouring slime swallowed her whole. We're all dead, I should have died long ago. Wang Guifan's voice faded away. The mirror demon writhed, shifting its form, gradually morphing into Yi Kai's likeness. You have used the ability Ghost Devouring on the mirror demon. Marking successful. As the mark was successfully applied, a red blotch appeared on the body of the mirror demon, putting Yi Kai at ease. Successfully marking the mirror demon meant he now had 3 lives at his disposal. He could also directly slay the mirror demon. Li Yi's ability was undeniably formidable. A notification flickered in the upper right corner of his vision. Announcement: Resident 601 Wang Guifan has died. Fear has been released. A new calamity, the Faceless One, has been born. To dispel this calamity, slay the Faceless One or survive for 48 hours. Warning: Shu. So Wang Guifan was confirmed dead and a new calamity had spawned. The number of active calamities had now reached 3. One of them could be dealt with at any moment, so there was no need for excessive urgency. However, the words Wang Guifan had spoken before her death still weighed heavily on Yi Kai's mind. What did they mean? Why were they so similar to what Lu Ming had said? Especially the fact that Wang Guifan had been perfectly lucid when she spoke, unlike Lu Ming. Moreover, she was his kind, and so was Lu Ming. If such words had come from Sun Yuanyuan or Shipeng, Yi Kai would have immediately questioned them, but coming from his kind, he felt compelled to take them seriously. The apartment unit is fake. Xian died long ago. And what did she mean by you died long ago too? In the eyes of the neighbors, Yi Kai had died 4 days ago. Clearly Wang Guifan's long ago couldn't refer to that time, it must have been much earlier. Maybe she was just delirious. Yi Kai could only think this way. If Xian had truly died long ago, and the Unit 1 in the world fragment was fake, then why had Wang Guifan been so desperate to return there? Also, entering this place from the fragment world should be described as coming in, yet Wang Guifan always seemed to say coming out. Gazing at the fully transformed mirror demon, Yi Kai decided to set this question aside for now. You've been tricked. The mirror demon, now in Yi Kai's form, stood opposite him and spoke. You've been tricked. Yi Kai echoed its words. The sound of grinding sand and stone drew slightly closer. Indeed, as an ordinary person it couldn't mimic in real time, there would always be a delay. This delay would cause the mimicry to be imperfect, allowing the mirror demon to close the distance between them. She was right. You died long ago, and so did XIN. She was right. You died long ago, and so did XIN. The distance closed again. You are under the influence of a negative effect. Confirm consumption of 1 mark to negate all negative effects. The Devourer skill was ready primed to activate at any moment. Yi Kai changed his strategy. Head gamble, worst case head blow it up. It wasn't him who would die, so why be afraid? What have I been tricked into? As expected, the mirror demon drew closer, but unexpectedly it answered his question. This place is real, and I should trust you. A maniacal grin spread across the mirror demon's face as its entire body began to twist and deform. It was almost upon him. There was no time for more questions. Yi Kai activated Devourer, consuming the mark placed on the mirror demon. The red patch on the mirror demon's body flashed, rapidly expanding to cover its entire form. Then Yi Kai felt something intangible surge into him, leaving him instantly refreshed and clear-headed. You have consumed 1 mark. All negative effects have been removed. The illusion trembled as if something terrifying beneath the ground was breaking free from its seal and awakening. The strange plants growing from the concrete curled inward. Yi Kai could have sworn they were trembling. If this doesn't break the illusion, something's wrong. Could the mirror demon still be alive? Crack. As the thought crossed his mind, the sound of shattering glass echoed. Yi Kai's vision went black, and when he was standing in the corridor facing the window. Lines of prompts appeared in the upper left corner of his vision. Calamity Mirror Demon has been resolved. You have acquired the ability Mirror Leap. Mirror Leap. You can move through mirrors, consuming stamina and energy. Movement is impossible through mirrors that are too small or in restricted spaces. You have obtained Memory Fragment. Mirror Leap has no cooldown, no distance limit, and only consumes a certain amount of stamina and energy. That's quite a useful ability. If Head had this ability before the apocalypse, he could have made a fortune in courier or delivery services. He attempted to activate Mirror Leap. His vision shifted instantly with all nearby and distant mirrors marked within his sight. Yi Kai noticed that the closer the mirror, the greener its marker. Mirrors inside apartments like 501 and 402, which still had functional security doors, were marked, but shown in red, indicating they couldn't be used for leaping. He chose the window glass at the stairwell landing on the 4th floor as his destination. The moment he confirmed, he felt his body become light, and found himself standing on the 4th floor landing. At this distance, his stamina hadn't been depleted much, though it was clear that it cost significantly more than simply walking down the stairs. Long-distance leaps could potentially drain his stamina entirely, so caution was still necessary. The newly spawned Faceless One was still lurking somewhere, and the corridor wasn't safe. Yi Kai didn't linger, and immediately returned home. 501 Huang Jian, has the Mirror Demon been resolved? 501 Huang Jian 402 Yi Kai, was that you? No one responded in the group chat. After a while, Shipeng sent a message. 101 Shipeng, it should be him, but what is he trying to do? 501 Huang Jian, he said before he wanted to leave this place, but with other calamities around there's no way to leave. 602 Sun Yuan, well, there's also the ghost call. Could you take care of that too? 402 Yi Kai? 101 Shipeng, and there's the newly spawned Faceless One. 501 Huang Jian, maybe he hasn't come out yet. 101 Shipeng, I'm starting to believe he'll cooperate with us. 101 Shipeng, but we don't have much to offer him. Hey, do you think he brought 302 along for this mirror demon hunt? 501 Huang Jian, as long as we don't die and don't create new calamities, that's enough. We can't really help in resolving them anyway. 402 Yi Kai, don't die. 501 Huang Jian, you're back. Are you alright? 402 Yi Kai, yeah. Yi Kai merely skimmed the group chat, getting a general sense of his neighbor's activities. The key thing was to monitor Sun Yuan and Shipeng's movements. However, they didn't seem to be acting abnormally. How could they be so good at pretending? Yi Kai sighed inwardly and used the memory fragment he had obtained. Within a swirling mist, he heard a grand resonant voice. I ask you, what is the most fragile, yet also the most resilient? I ask you, what is the most yielding, yet also the most unyielding? The voice rippled through the mist, stirring layers of echoes. Yi Kai's gaze wandered, yet within his field of vision there was nothing of substance. The voice seemed to emanate from all directions. It is water. He heard another voice say, I believe it is water. Yi Kai pondered for a moment and found some logic in the answer. Water has no fixed form, able to seep into the narrowest of spaces and spread across surfaces, making it the softest substance an ordinary person can touch. Yet when accelerated to extreme velocities and fashioned into a water jet, it can cut through the hardest of materials, earning it the title of the most unyielding. The grand voice sighed softly, and the gray mist undulated its layers, obscuring Yi Kai's vision. Yi Kai felt a sense of confusion. Was that not right? Memory shifted. A large sheet of paper unfurled before Yi Kai, bearing a lengthy poem. An extremely long finger pointed at a line, and Yi Kai followed it downwards. The fire god in his crimson cap and trousers, his flesh lacquered, his thighs and hips exposed. His chest sunken, his belly swollen like a cart with a broken axle, his face red, his legs tattooed, leopard skin quivers on his thighs. Cloud chariots and rainbow rains, sun-hubbed wheels, red tassels, and crimson canopies fluttering. The finger paused. Li's voice said, "Han, you ensure this poem." His voice held a note of hesitation. "Changji, speak freely," another voice said. "I see that your poetry is similar to mine, so I invited you to take a look." "Then I shall speak." Li offered a slight bow of apology. "You ensure, have you perhaps seen something?" "Perhaps I have. The imagery described in this poem bears a striking resemblance to what I have witnessed. The writing also subtly conveys a concern for the people, perhaps speaking of the troubles caused by Buddhism. Furthermore," he looked towards his side where a middle-aged man stroked his beard and smiled, his expression one of encouragement. "Is there more? Furthermore, there may be a veiled criticism of the current emperor." Li lowered his voice. "The mountain fire is a heavenly punishment, a sign of heaven's wrath at lost virtue. Changji is bold, but you ensure this poem of yours might be somewhat inappropriate, not fit for public eyes. A masterpiece is born of heaven. Now that it is completed is like an awl in a sack. How could I be unwilling to show it?" Han Sherlang laughed heartily. "This poem is called The Fire at Luhan Mountain. Only my old friend Huangfu Shi and Changji have seen it, yet you upon first sight can speak my very heart. You and I shall be friends across the ages. If Changji does not object, you may call me by my courtesy name, Master Tweezy. How about it?" Li clasped his hands in salute. "Li Changji pays his respects to Master Tweezy." Ye Kai snapped back to wakefulness. The memory fragment he had received this time was very short. Apart from a segment that was undoubtedly from Li, there was a strange, inexplicable memory. Could that also be Li's? Up until now, all the memory fragments Ye Kai had received were related to Li, so he guessed that the earlier inexplicable memory was also from Li. Mysterious, fleeting, and incomprehensible. Could that not be the master Li had spoken of? Ye Kai opened his phone and found Li's WeChat chat. "I killed the mirror demon. Li How could he not be surprised at all? Though there really was nothing to be surprised about. If with the Ghost Eater ability and an extra life, he couldn't kill the mirror demon, then he would be beyond unqualified. It would be utterly useless." Ye Kai let out a breath and sent another message. This time the memory was very little. "There was a segment where you were talking with Han Yuanshi. He showed you a poem called The Fire at Luhan Mountain. You gave your interpretation, and he was very pleased, asking you to call him master. Is this master the same one you mentioned at the World Tree and the Black Dragon's place?" "Li, you should call him Han Wengong." "Okay." Li smiled. Across the screen, Ye Kai felt a wave of sinister energy wash over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "Ah, so is Han Wengong the master you spoke of before?" "Li, no. Then is Han Wengong also an immortal?" "Li, no. He has seen the ghostly realms of the mortal world, but he never had the fortune, so he did not become an immortal." "What is Han Wengong's real name?" "I've never heard of this poem." After sending this, Ye Kai felt a pang of embarrassment. It seemed he had become an illiterate. Li the world is ignorant, unable to recognize true gold. Remember this well, Han Wengong, whose given name is you, I call him Master Tweezy. Han Wengong, given name you, courtesy name Tweezy. Han Yu. Ye Kai was suddenly enlightened. Han Yu was so famous, and even had the potential to become an immortal, yet in the end he did not. I don't understand. Han Wengong is so famous, why isn't he an immortal? Li, immortality has nothing to do with fame. Many immortals are famous, but not all who are famous are immortals. Li Taibai was also not an immortal. It seemed his previous understanding of immortals was somewhat flawed. Ye Kai fell into thought. Since he said many immortals are famous, that means there are also some immortals who aren't famous. Immortals without fame. In that case, he would certainly be completely in the dark on this matter. Are there any other immortals now? Like you? Li, yes. You will meet them. Li, what else did you see? There was another short segment set in a thick fog. Ye Kai recalled his experience and described what he saw. Apart from the fog, I couldn't see anything else. I only heard a voice ask what is the most yielding, yet also the most unyielding. I heard another voice, presumably the owner of the memory, answer, saying it was water. The first voice sighed, and then the memory ended. Li, I see. It was the master. Master. Who is he? Is he also an immortal? Li, the master is naturally an immortal. As for who he is, you will know when the time is right. That was almost like saying nothing at all. Is this a memory of you meeting the master? What should the answer to the master's question be? Li, no. Li, you must find the answer yourself. Perhaps one day the master will ask you to. After a moment, Li sent another message. Li, this is only the first question. If I answer it, will the master grant me the qualification to become an immortal? Like. Ye Kai thought for a moment, then tentatively typed out a line of poetry. The immortal strokes my head, and I receive eternal life as my hair is tied. Li, you're overthinking it. A low rumble echoed, and Ye Kai's home shook violently. Ye Kai stood up, startled and uncertain. An earthquake. It was already the apocalypse. How could there be an earthquake within a world fragment? If this had been before the apocalypse, he would have run, but now in the post-apocalyptic world, running outside would just be a death sentence. However, it was just that one tremor. Ye Kai waited for a while, but found no follow-up. There was no earthquake, and nothing else happened. There was also no notification in the upper left corner of his vision. Did something just happen? Li He, the Faceless One. The Faceless One, the calamity released after Wang Gaifen's death. It could cause such a commotion. Then it was quite formidable. Ye Kai clicked his tongue in awe, then asked Li He his final question. The mirror demon's attitude towards me was a bit strange. It said I was fooled, and Wang Gaifen said everything in the unit was fake, that Xin had died long ago. Is this true? Li He, if you believe it, it can be true. It was still a very vague answer, essentially no comment. But recalling what Wang Gaifen had said at the final moment, a thought suddenly struck Ye Kai. Perhaps those anomalies among his neighbors weren't necessarily malicious calamities, but could there be another possibility? The remaining time for the calamity, Ghost Call, is 26 hours and 13 minutes. The remaining time for the calamity, Faceless Man, is 47 hours and 15 minutes. The skill Ghost Devourer, acquired through imitation, has 18 hours remaining. The current situation was displayed at the top of Ye Kai's vision. Ghost Devourer still had considerable time left. If he could mark the Ghost Call, or the Faceless Man, he should still be able to achieve a one-hit kill. However, he needed to hurry. He could not wait for an opening as he had before. Once the remaining time of Ghost Devourer expired, his acquired imitation ability would also enter cooldown, leaving him with significantly fewer trump cards. He had to take the initiative. If my hypothesis holds, then the current situation must be reconsidered. Ye Kai opened the group chat and scrolled idly, silently pondering. Since the apocalypse has already occurred, the number of neighbors in the unit at the start seems somewhat excessive. Currently, including Ye Kai and Li He, there were 6 people in the unit. When he first regained consciousness, the number had been 9. But bear in mind, 9 was the number of survivors half a month after the apocalypse began. Moreover, from the perspective of the other neighbors, only 7 should have remained at that time. Ye Kai and Li He were both dead and had spawned calamities. Unit 1 had 6 floors and 12 apartments. Ye Kai did not know how many people were present on the day of the incident, but he remembered that the entire unit housed a total of 18 residents. Even if everyone was home when the apocalypse struck, only 11 people died in 15 days. That was not too many, it was too few. The power of calamities was beyond human resistance. They could almost always kill on first sight. And the dead would release new calamities, creating a vicious cycle. The more calamities, the harder it became to avoid. With real-time tasks forcing people outdoors, the calamities were ensured ample opportunities to kill. Given this setup, the most likely scenario on the 15th day would be that everyone had already died, leaving only calamities here. Clearly, the current situation is the result of some behind-the-scenes control. The anomaly protected by the security door must also be related to that existence. There are 2 possibilities. First, for some purpose it provided limited protection to the humans trapped in the apocalypse, which is why so many have survived. This was highly illogical, but based on the information obtained, this conclusion could be drawn, though a strong motive still needed to be added. Given the immense power of the behind-the-scenes existence, any motive would be hard to justify. What benefit could human survival bring to it? Moreover, if it truly wished to protect humans, there was no need to let the calamities in nor to turn some people into anomalies. Second, it deliberately resurrected some who had died as anomalies and altered everyone's memories. If that is the case, then many previous events can be perfectly explained. For instance, the newspaper with a post-apocalyptic date, the origin of the apocalypse. The only prerequisite for this possibility was that the existence behind it all was an ultimate troll. A troll god for the sake of amusement created an apocalypse, tore the world apart, and then pulled Ye Kai from another timeline. Lu Ming's madness, the scapegoat, becoming the immortal Li He, the resurrected neighbors, as anomalies. All for the fun of it. Wait, if that's really the case, am the only time traveler here? Am I the protagonist of some novel? Ye Kai felt a hint of doubt. After reading so many books where the protagonist enjoys a life of luxury, was it finally my turn to be the hero? Haha, this guy. Facepalm, then he dismissed the idea. How many web novels could there be? Not everything could be from a web novel. And if he were the protagonist, this book would not be called Weird Apocalypse, a snap of the fingers turns calamities into idiots. Ye Kai would not accept that. As a transmigrated novel protagonist, was it too much to ask for invincibility? At least give him a system. Couldn't even spare a system. Did the author skim off the protagonist's system for a kickback? The troll god hypothesis was of course impossible, but memory alteration, resurrection of the dead. Wang Gaifen's behavior, however, fit the characteristics of memory alteration. Li He said that the illusion of the mirror demon depended on the mirror gazer's heart. Ye Kai had originally thought it depended on his own mind. But the first to look in the mirror and be pulled into the illusion was not himself. It was Wang Gaifen. Because the illusion reflected her heart, it stimulated her spirit, causing her to remember that some people had already died. It was even possible that this building had been destroyed and rebuilt, which explained Wang Gaifen's reaction. Similarly, Lu Ming, due to the mental shock in his derangement, also recalled some things. If that was the case, Ye Kai gradually formed an idea. However, he had to eliminate the ghost call and the faceless man first. Huang Jian pulled all the curtains shut and retreated to the spot farthest from the windows and closest to the security door, finally letting out a sigh of relief. It was already night, and the room was dark with no lights on. Only the faint glow of his phone screen illuminated his face. He hoped this would work, that the monster would not notice him. It was too terrifying. Just now, when his eyes swept across the window, he had seen a bizarre head occupying most of the pane. The head was pale bald with no eyes, nose, or ears. Its sheer size was already terrifying. At first, Huang Jian thought he was looking at a giant back of a head until he saw a mouth with no lips full of stark teeth. A feeling like bloodline suppression surged over him. His blood seemed to turn to ice water, and he could not run, could not resist, could not move. All his previous fears became a joke. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He tried to look away, but found his body completely out of control. Before him, there was nothing but the enormous monster and an expanse of darkness. After an unknown amount of time, the monster's head moved away, followed by a few thuds as arms and hands appeared in the window, then legs and feet. Only when the monster had completely left did Huang Jian feel as if he had come back to life, letting out a huge breath. He had genuinely thought he was about to die. What was that thing? Was that the faceless man? It was too terrifying. He sat with his back against the security door for a while, finally calmed down, and opened the group chat. 501 Huang Jian, I think I saw the faceless man. 101 Shipeng, what did it look like? 602 Sun Yuan, is it going upstairs or downstairs? 501 Huang Jian, it was terrifying. It almost scared me to death. 101 Shipeng, did you take a picture? 501 Huang Jian, no, it was too terrifying, I didn't dare. 501 Huang Jian, it was outside the building. Through the window. 602 Sun Yuan, outside. Not in the hallway. 501 Huang Jian, no, it was crawling on the exterior wall. 402 Yikai image. Yikai put down his phone and looked at the faceless man outside his window. The faceless man's mouth was wide open, split to the ears, filled with densely packed teeth, as if grinning. Its head turned slowly. Yikai knew it was searching for him among all the sounds. He casually tossed a ghost devourer at it, and a red patch appeared on one of the faceless man's arms. Mark successful. The target size difference is too great for the skill to take full effect. The corresponding limb must be severed before devouring can occur. Because the faceless one was too large, the devourer of ghosts couldn't directly consume it. This caught Yikai off guard. Li Yi's ability, it seemed, had its limitations after all. Of course, it was also possible that Yikai was simply too weak, or that the copied skill carried hidden restrictions. This didn't mean Li Yi was weak. After all, he possessed other abilities, at the very least his literary courage sword capable of slaying ghosts and gods was something Yikai deeply envied. In contrast, Yikai's abilities were rather scarce. The mimicry ability, while flexible, was heavily restricted, and the newly acquired mirror leap only enhanced mobility, offering no direct means of attack. As if provoked by the devourer of ghosts, the faceless one opened its mouth wide, as if roaring. The window rattled as if struck by a strong gust of wind, and a cold, putrid draft seeped through the cracks. It can affect the window, which means this window isn't particularly secure, not like the security door that offers complete protection. However, the window's defensive capability is still considerable. Yikai had no doubt that if it were an ordinary window from before the apocalypse, it would be no more durable than paper in front of the faceless one. It might even break with a mere exhaled breath. The faceless one's own strength was visibly increasing. At the same time, the window defending against it wasn't sturdy enough. Was it because calamities inherently grew stronger within the world fragment, or because it was released upon the death of the human Wang Guifan, making it stronger? Provoking it now was unwise. Yikai switched his phone to silent mode, then right in front of the faceless one tiptoed to the bedside and turned off the alarm clock as well. The hint regarding the faceless one was a single word, shu, indicating it was undoubtedly highly sensitive to sound. Sure enough, the faceless one crawled away after a while. Seizing the opportunity, Yikai photographed other parts of its body and sent them to the group chat. 101 Shipeng, truly terrifying. 602 Sun Yuan, just looking at the photo was scary enough. If it came outside my door, I wouldn't know what to do. She had previously been quite afraid of Yikai and kept her messages in the group brief. However, now that Yikai had resolved the mirror demon incident, the situation was different. She spoke more naturally in the group now. 501 Huang Jian, seeing it in person is even scarier. I was so frightened just now that I could barely stand. He wanted to say he almost wet his pants, but, well, it wasn't quite that bad. He'd save himself some face. 501 Huang Jian, do you know anything about this? 101 Shipeng, 101 Shipeng, there are many similar terrifying figures, but I've never seen one exactly like this. 101 Shipeng, this faceless one we encountered can climb walls, which is quite frightening. 501 Huang Jian, can you tell us what we should do? 402 Yikai, 402 Yikai show. 101 Shipeng, based on the hint, it's very sensitive to sound. Not sure about other aspects though. I wonder if the windows can hold up. 602 Sun Yuan, I wonder if it will enter the building. Many apartments are empty. 202 Lu Ming, it came to my place. It's looking at me, it's looking at me. 202 Lu Ming video. In the video, Lu Ming, sent the faceless one, was roaring silently at the camera. A little doggy, you can't catch me, you can't catch me. Lu Ming shouted towards the outside. The faceless one clearly heard his voice. Its palms slammed against the window, producing loud banging sounds. The window pane vibrated violently, groaning under the strain. Eek, so scary. The footage shook as the distance to the window closed, capturing the faceless one's facial features in greater detail. Saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth, its cold breath condensed into a thin layer of frost on the glass, and its sharp teeth glinted menacingly, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Ming, despite his mental instability, wasn't foolish. Seeing the faceless one's strong reaction, he wisely shut his mouth. Sure enough, once he quieted down, the faceless one, now pressed against the window, lost its target. After a while, the faceless one left. The video ended. Some details in the phone footage weren't clear enough to determine if Lu Ming's window had sustained any damage from the attack. However, it was certain that its current attack power couldn't directly break through the window. 202 Lu Ming, he 501 Huang Jian, great, we're still safe indoors for now. The windows can withstand its attacks. 602 Sun Yuan, does that mean as long as we stay hidden at home and stay quiet it won't actively attack us? 501 Huang Jian, seems like it for now. Ye Kai watched the group chat, but didn't post. Indeed, the faceless one couldn't breach the window's defense, and it only attempted to attack the window when a certain volume was reached. Its aggressive tendencies seemed low. However, these calamities gradually grew stronger and would suddenly change after a certain point. What if by then the faceless one's senses became sharper? Remember, human breathing and heartbeat make sounds, it's just that everyone tends to ignore their own heartbeat. Ye Kai sent Li He a WeChat message. I just used Devourer of Ghosts on the faceless one, but found I couldn't completely devour it. Is this? Li He, you were still too weak. So it was indeed a matter of strength. Ye Kai wasn't bothered, he already had a preliminary plan. He was aware of his own weakness, but that didn't mean he couldn't defeat the faceless one. His Devourer of Ghosts could only consume a marked part of the target, and only after severing it. He would first test if he could inflict effective damage on the faceless one. After some time, Peng spoke in the group chat. 101 Peng, it's so terrifying, the faceless one is truly horrifying. 101 Peng, I was just too scared to speak. 101 Peng, luckily it's not in the hallway. We should be safe to do our tasks. 402 Ye Kai, why don't you go fight it then? 101 Peng. 101 Peng, please don't joke. I can't beat it. Ye Kai closed WeChat. If Peng was an aberration, a conflict with the faceless one would inevitably force him to reveal his trump card. Whether he had a trump card or not could also offer a glimpse into the attitude of the force behind his resurrection towards humanity. No trump card meant a simple resurrection, and his identity would need another explanation. If he did have one, even if Peng and Sun Yuan were currently unaware, there would inevitably come a time in the future when they would be called upon to do something. That would mean they were potential hidden bombs. Of course, Peng wouldn't charge at the faceless one just because of his words. He probably wasn't even aware of his own problem yet. Ye Kai found 2 mirrors, keeping one on him and placing the other on the floor next to the security door. He grabbed his cleaver, opened the security door, stepped into the hallway, and activated Mirror Leap, aiming at the mirror placed on the floor inside his apartment. All the mirror surfaces in the entire building materialized in his vision. This operation wouldn't take long, and to facilitate his return, he had no intention of closing the security door. After all, if the security door were closed, he couldn't directly leap back home. Ye Kai selected his target, Unit 301, which was directly opposite Li He's apartment. Leap. Ye Kai landed on his feet, appearing in Unit 301, Xie Shiking's home. The room's arrangement was no different from what he had seen before. He went directly to the window and opened his phone. He had to wait for a while. Faceless Man had already left the first floor. It would wait outside Lu Ming's window on the second floor for a while. What about the third floor? The Calamity would prioritize waiting or testing outside rooms with people. However, Faceless Man probably wouldn't go to Li He's side. Li He was an outlier, so it would pass by the third floor outside window 301. Ye Kai opened the living room window, and a gust of rancid wind rushed in, pushing him back step by step. It was hard to describe the smell, like rotting flesh, or perhaps the pure scent of death. A scraping sound came, which was Faceless Man moving on the wall. Its movement stirred up wind. Ye Kai gripped the kitchen knife in his hand, wanting to cough twice to attract its attention, but felt a bit awkward. So he opened his phone. Depicio, 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 Depicio. Drink white wine, drink red wine, drink beer, drink foreign wine. The cheerful music echoed in the pitch-black room. The wind stopped. The sound outside the window also ceased. Ye Kai knew that Faceless Man was waiting, confirming. He activated Mirror Jump, ensuring he was in a state ready to retreat at any moment. Thump, 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 thump. Extremely fast footsteps came from outside. Faceless Man had already found his location. A pale figure suddenly appeared outside the window, its huge head split open with a mouth full of sharp teeth stretching all the way to its ears. Then a fierce wind rushed in, carrying a stench and cold, striking Ye Kai. It was too fast. Faceless Man was pressed against the window glass, one arm reaching through the open window towards Ye Kai. This was not the arm marked by Ye Ghost, but it didn't matter now. Ye Kai swung the kitchen knife with all his might, chopping down against the wind. He felt as if he had chopped into a tree stump. No, perhaps a concrete pillar. Faceless Man's body was probably much stronger than a pseudo-human's by a whole tier. The kitchen knife bounced back, flying out of his hand, while Faceless Man's arm didn't stop at all. The pale arm was about to grab him. Jump confirmed. Yi Kai instantly disappeared, leaving only a mirror behind. The arm grabbed empty air. Bang! Yi Kai landed, and immediately closed the security door. The faceless man's speed and defense are far beyond those of a pseudo-human. It seems to have no obvious weakness. And I lost my kitchen knife. He shook his right hand. The force of the rebound from chopping faceless man had numbed his arm. Depicio Sawadika eats spicy big watermelon. At that moment, he noticed the music on his phone was still playing. He had been too tense, and things happened too fast. He completely forgot the phone was still playing music. Yi Kai casually turned off the music. It's not a big deal to lose the kitchen knife, though other neighbors must have more. I can always snatch some. But they might not be effective. I need to think of another way. Bang! 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 A light tapping sound came from outside the window. Faceless man had already appeared outside his window, grinning, tapping the window unhurriedly. Calamity, ghost call. Remaining time 24 hours, 13 minutes. Calamity, faceless man. Remaining time 45 hours, 15 minutes. Skill, eat ghost, acquired from mimicry. Remaining 16 hours. There were still 45 hours, and with no interference from Li He in between. According to the progress, it shouldn't change its behavior pattern. So it remembers me. At the current time, the window's defense should be fine. Even in the uninhabited 301, it didn't break the window, it only attacked me through the window I had opened. Yi Kai glanced at it for a while, and didn't pay much attention. He opened the switch he had taken from upstairs, and turned off the sound. Since things had come to this, he might as well play games. Lu Ming felt he had woken up. When Zhao Yajing died, fear overwhelmed his reason. All his past and present memories, like after a flood, were piled together, indistinguishable between truth and falsehood sequence. Even if he occasionally recalled some, he would forget others. Now, after a long effort, he had cleared a small path from the garbage. Although most memories were very blurry, what he could recall was abstract, and he couldn't even tell if it was a dream or reality. But at least he could think smoothly, no longer completely controlled by memory fragments and emotions like before. Let me think. Let me think. He rubbed his head. I was scared by Zhao Yajing's death and Li He's resurrection, and then I told Sun Yuan. I told Huang Jian too. I said in the group they were all dead. He quickly opened the group chat, scrolled for a while, and found that was indeed the case. Bad. If they are really dead, then I've poked a hornet's nest. They'll all come to kill me. Have I fallen into hell? What to do? Lu Ming tried hard to think, hoping to find a solution from the chaotic memories. Right, I don't know about others, but Huang Jian. I know Huang Jian. Huang Jian must not be dead. I can find him. In the last memory he could confirm, he was with Huang Jian. What were they doing at that time? Can't remember. Anyway, the emotion at that time was fear. Right, fear. If Huang Jian died after that, then I must be dead too. So it's right to find him. Lu Ming made up his mind, and opened the WeChat group. 202 Lu Ming 501 Huang Jian. Bro Huang, I have something to ask you. 501 Huang Jian. I've remembered everything. Everyone in this building is dead, only you and I are still alive. You. He was about to send, but shuddered, then deleted the text he had just typed character by character. Can't say that. Maybe only the two of them are alive in the group. 202 Lu Ming. Bro Huang, can you come down? 501 Huang Jian. Third floor. On the third floor, Li He, who had been taken over by Scapegoat Ghost, was there. Huang Jian couldn't go downstairs. If Yi Kai said it was safe to go downstairs, he might go down. Otherwise a madman. Unless Huang Jian himself was also crazy. Lu Ming scratched his hair. That won't work. Going up there himself was absolutely out of the question. Two calamities on the third and fourth floors, ghost call hiding somewhere, and faceless man clinging to the outside of the building. Any one of them could take his life. Alright, it seemed the current task allowed two people to make a phone call. But he didn't have a task now. Inside 302, Li He, who was writing and drawing on paper, suddenly sensed something, looked down through the floor, and smirked. After a while. 202 Lu Ming, I received a real-time task. He'll call you after I finish. 501 Huang Jian. 202 Lu Ming. 20 minutes later, you must answer, bro Huang. This is very important. Huang Jian found it utterly bizarre. Lu Ming's insanity was a universally acknowledged fact. Yet at this moment, he seemed surprisingly lucid, claiming he needed to make a phone call. There was even a hint of pleading in his tone. Huang Jian couldn't recall a time when Lu Ming had ever addressed him as Brother Huang. They were neighbors, true, but merely acquaintances who exchanged nods when passing on the stairs. A madman indeed was inexplicable. If he's just going to repeat his ravings, it's not worth answering. Still, for the sake of maintaining a source of information on the second floor. Right about this matter. He opened the WeChat group and sent a message. 501 Huang Jian, I'll take the call from 202 shortly. After I'm done, I'll report the situation to you. 402 Yi Kai, he needed to secure a fallback plan. Huang Jian had already resolved that in this apocalypse with calamities rampant, no place was absolutely safe. In the dozen or so days since the apocalypse began, the building's residents had dwindled to a mere handful. This was despite everyone cooperating, doing their utmost to avoid giving the calamities any opportunity. Yi Kai had already stated he intended to leave this world fragment. What would happen after that? With only a few stragglers left, would they still have the strength to defend against future calamities? By then the missing intelligence would be impossible to fill and the calamities would strike with deadly precision. Furthermore, even if they managed to evade the calamities or Ye Kai eliminated them all before he left, without subsequent calamities being resolved, no new supplies would appear and death would be inevitable sooner or later. Following Ye Kai was their only chance at survival. Whether Ye Kai was a ghost, a doppelganger, or some other calamity mattered little. What mattered was that he hadn't killed anyone, or in fact he seemed intent on protecting them. Moreover, his power was formidable. He had slain the doppelganger and the mirror demon. The survival of so many people was largely thanks to him. Without Ye Kai, the neighbors might have been wiped out by now. Huang Jian's only concern was whether Ye Kai would be willing to take him along. Would an ordinary person just be a burden? But what if Ye Kai had grown accustomed to having him around? It was time to prove the value of his extensive work experience. How to aggressively showcase his presence in front of the boss, without any actual workload. After waiting anxiously for a while, he received a reply from Ye Kai. 402 Ye Kai. Okay. Ye Kai put down the game controller, glanced at the group messages, and casually replied to Huang Jian. Huang Jian's choice was understandable. After all, an ordinary person in such a situation couldn't survive without attaching themselves to a group or a powerful ally. Who was the true pillar of strength in this world? Fragment. Li He, obviously. But Huang Jian wasn't aware of that, so choosing Ye Kai as fake pillar was also a normal decision. Ye Kai had originally hoped someone would coordinate with him, so naturally, he wouldn't refuse Huang Jian. What truly concerned him was Lu Ming's real-time quests. Wasn't the interval between Lu Ming's two real-time quests too short? Even if these quests had some randomness, one shouldn't be so unlucky. Judging from his messages in the group, he seemed much more lucid than before. Although his plea for Huang Jian to answer the phone was filled with obvious fear and desperation, it didn't show any signs of confusion. Previously, he couldn't string together a few coherent sentences in the group, often descending into chaos after a word or two. According to Ye Kai's speculation, after his mental trauma, Lu Ming's memories had become disordered, causing him to recall certain sealed events. Last time he called Huang Jian, and this time he chose to call him again. Of course, it's possible it was a random choice made in his confusion. But judging from the emotions he displayed, it's more likely he genuinely has something specific he needs to tell Huang Jian. Because in his eyes, only Huang Jian was human. As for Sun Yuan and Shi Peng, and even himself, and Li He, they were all dead in the memories of Lu Ming and Wang Guifan. At this rate, the mystery might be unveiled soon. What were Sun Yuan and Shi Peng, the aberrations, truly up to? Were their memories simply altered, or did they have another purpose? Then I need to hurry and gather some useful things. Ye Kai picked up a mirror for emergencies and opened the security door. Mirror face shift. Lu Ming suppressed his terror, struggled to lock his security door, and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Although the quest duration was only 10 minutes for him, who now knew the truth, it was unbearable. This building was either filled with monsters or ghosts. While staying in the corridor, he couldn't control his mind from racing with terrifying thoughts. He even imagined what Sun Yuan and Shi Peng, who seemed normal in the chat group, actually looked like. Perhaps they were covered in blood or bloated, rotting with tongues lolling out. In any case, they couldn't possibly look like normal people. As for Ye Kai and Li He, if Sun Yuan and Shi Peng were evil ghosts, then they were ghost kings, malevolent spirits. Perhaps this entire building was conjured up by them to toy with him and Huang Jian. The faceless man the ghost called the doppelganger, the mirror demon. They were all just their underlings. Maybe the building itself was a ghost. Lu Ming was almost scared witless by his own imagination, and just when his fear peaked, his phone rang. It was the ghost call. He absolutely didn't dare to answer it, but he also lacked the courage to hang up directly. Lu Ming even hated himself. Why had he summoned that female ghost Zhao Yaya? Scaring himself into a mental breakdown and recalling those things he shouldn't have remembered. Living in blissful ignorance would have been far better than being trapped in this endless fear now. Was it possible that the quests were also fabricated by the ghosts, just a deception? He didn't dare to gamble. Both sides of the scale held his life. He didn't want to die, so he could only wait for the other party to hang up. And it only occurred to him after he got home, if the entire building was conjured by ghosts, was returning home even safe? He pressed his back tightly against the security door, feeling as if each second stretched into an eternity. Finally, the appointed time to call Huang Jian arrived, and he dialed the number impatiently. The call connected. Brother Huang. Lu Ming clutched the phone desperately, like grasping at a lifeline. Brother Huang, it's me, Lu Ming. I'm not crazy. No, wait, I was crazy before, but I'm fine now. Yes, I just want to tell you they're all dead. In this building, only the two of us are alive. They've altered our memories. No, don't hang up. I'm not spouting nonsense. I have proof to back up my words. Proof. That's right, proof. Lu Ming knew that to gain Huang Jian's trust, he had to reveal some of Huang Jian's secrets. The kind of secrets Huang Jian had only ever shared with him in his memories. Fortunately, he had some of those memories. You're a virgin. Oh no, brother Huang, I'm not insulting you. You told me this yourself. Really, truly, I swear. If I'm making this up to deceive you, may I die a horrible death. Other proof. Alright. You told me the receptionist at your company is a real slut. Your college girlfriend wouldn't let you touch her, and later you found out she was doing tasks for her master on the side. And. Oh, alright, brother Huang, he'll stop. They'll stop talking. Oh, my dear brother, please don't curse at me first. Yes, I know I'm being indiscreet, but this matter is truly important. Ye Kai put away a small folding knife. Though the blade was short, it was quite sharp. He tested it, and found it could easily cut through paper. Earlier, he had gathered various kitchen knives and sticks of considerable length and strength from uninhabited houses. In addition, he collected mirrors from various homes that were small enough to carry. With his mirror leap skill, he could teleport between different locations, avoiding detection by his neighbors and deftly evading the faceless ones. The only downside was the significant drain on his stamina. This mechanic of directly deducting physical energy could easily lead to overexertion if he wasn't careful. After shuttling between several households, Ye Kai was already slightly out of breath. Unfortunately, my neighbors aren't fond of collecting blades. These things have too short a reach and don't feel great in the hand. Kitchen knives, after all, weren't designed as proper weapons. They were just barely adequate. At least there are plenty of them. If worst comes to worst, I can throw them from a distance. The only real problem is their lack of lethal power. This was an issue he couldn't solve for the moment. Alright, I can also gather some phones. After the neighbors died, all their belongings were left behind. After searching, Ye Kai found 3 phones that could power on. Since the faceless ones were sensitive to sound, using phones to divert their attention was a viable tactic. At the very least, it could buy him some time to close windows or retreat. Of the 3 phones, 2 had lock screen passwords. Only the one found in Wang Gaifan's home had no password set. Ye Kai returned to his own place, rested for a bit, and opened Wang Gaifan's phone. The phone contained some photos, mostly of Xingxin's daily life, along with some staged pictures taken at a nearby pharmacy while collecting free eggs. Her text messages were all advertisements, and the dates were normal. At least there were no messages from after the apocalypse. WeChat was the same, and her chats with others all ended before March 20th. Ye Kai scrolled through a few, finding only everyday conversations with nothing strange. So she was perfectly normal right up until March 20th. But that wasn't necessarily true. The post-apocalyptic newspaper and the behavior of Wang Guifan and Lu Ming constantly reminded him. If memories could be altered, and if the newspaper's content was real, then everything else could have been tampered with too. The phone let out a ding-dong sound as someone spoke in the WeChat group. Right, he hadn't muted the phone yet. Ye Kai quickly set it to silent, then opened the group chat. It was a message from Huang Jian. 501 Huang Jian, I just got off the phone with Lu Ming, should I report to you? 402 Ye Kai instinctively started to reply. Wait, why was it on handwriting input? Let me switch it back. 601 Wang Guifan, okay. 601 Wang Guifan opened the door and coming over. Huang Jian was stunned, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Wait, Wang Guifan. What's going on? Is she also? Is there even any hope of survival? He cautiously replied with a, in the group. 402 Ye Kai, wrong account. 402 Ye Kai opened the door. Wrong account. Were you just pretending with us before? Not even bothering to keep up the act now? Huang Jian's scalp tingled, and he dared not think too deeply. 501 Huang Jian, the door's open, but you're not at the entrance. Turn around. He heard Ye Kai's voice from behind him. He turned and saw Ye Kai standing by the living room window. Go ahead and speak. Lu Ming mentioned some of your secrets, so you think he's trustworthy? Huang Jian's call with Lu Ming wasn't long, and since Head summarized Lu Ming's words, it only took a few sentences for Ye Kai to grasp the situation. Not entirely trustworthy. Huang Jian sat on the sofa opposite Ye Kai, not fully seated, carefully watching Ye Kai's expression. But those things he mentioned, very few people besides myself would know. Oh. Ye Kai nodded, then suddenly asked, what secrets were they? Well, Huang Jian steeled himself. I am still Chu. Ye Kai waved his hand. Forget it, I'm not really interested. Huang Jian felt a wave of relief. What he told you was this: the apocalypse happened first, everyone except you and him died, and then you all appeared here, everyone revived, and their memories were altered. In everyone's memory, they believed they were living a normal life when the world suddenly shattered and calamity struck. But in truth, from the very beginning, only the 2 of you were alive in this building, so he wants you to escape with him. Yes. No, I mean that's what he meant. Huang Jian nearly misspoke, quickly correcting himself. I see. Ye Kai nodded. What do you think about it? The information Lu Ming provided offered some support for his own speculations. Conversely, his speculations served as a validation of that information's accuracy. Huang Jian said without hesitation, I plan to follow you. Follow me. Ye Kai chuckled. Aren't you afraid of me? I am. But staying here is dangerous too, and you haven't made a move against me all this time, so. Huang Jian was of course terrified. Ye Kai was definitely a calamity. He possessed the ability to control multiple calamities, could transform into other people, could kill other calamities, and had just demonstrated a teleportation ability never seen before. But the stronger Ye Kai was, the more at ease Huang Jian felt. The stronger Ye Kai is, the more useless I am. If I'm that useless and still manage to survive, what does that mean? It means he doesn't want to kill me. I said I'd follow him, and he didn't object. That proves even more that this is a powerful ally I can latch onto. You can come with me when we leave this place. Ye Kai promised. What I'm asking is, what do you think about the fact that only the two of you are alive? I think he might not have told the whole truth. Huang Jian said. Even though it sounds plausible and those secrets he mentioned are real, the mimic could take the form of my mother, so I can't trust him based on that alone. Besides, even if what he said is true, the entity behind all this might not necessarily harbor ill intentions toward us. At least here, with more caution, we can still survive and the apartment is safe. Ye Kai nodded. That's a sound way of thinking. But what he said isn't entirely wrong either. There are indeed some people here who died long ago. You and Lu Ming entered here alive. In the current unit, Sun Yuan and Shi Peng are already dead. That's all correct. What he didn't mention is that before being killed by the mirror demon, Wang Guifan was also alive. As for the Ye Kai who was his predecessor, it wasn't certain whether he was placed into the unit alive. After all, he might have transmigrated here. Perhaps his predecessor was also an aberration revived by the entity behind it all. When Li He was still in his scapegoat state, he had shown interest in Ye Kai. This interest could be explained by his own special ability, but it couldn't explain the question Li He had asked him on WeChat. Who are you? At the time he had replied, I am Ye Kai, and Li He's response was, no you're not. This kind of interest was never shown towards Sun Yuan or Shi Peng, who were aberrations, at least not that Ye Kai had ever noticed. If his predecessor had been human, turning into an aberration wouldn't have been anything for Li He to make a fuss about. But the reverse was a different story entirely. To Li He it was worth observing. So, what's the situation with Shi Peng and Sun Yuan now? Huang Jian gritted his teeth and asked. Right now. Ye Kai pondered for a moment. They're not human. Li He took out several sheets of paper and cast them into the brazier. The flames surged, tongues of fire licking at a long sword, its edge shimmering with a faint flowing light. The book of documents, the book of rites, the book of changes, the spring and autumn annals, the Analects, the classic of filial piety. He caressed the final stack of paper set apart. On the first page a line of text emerged. The reeds are lush and green, the white dew turns to frost. This stack was the book of songs. He shook his head in self-deprecation. Li Changji, oh Li Changji, you call poetry a minor art. Is it because you've lingered so long on this path that you can never let it go? He seized the stack inscribed with the book of songs and cast it into the brazier, reciting, as he did, I have a sword that leaves my homeland, its jade edge can sever the clouds. The fire blazed fiercely. The book of songs was consumed within it, and in a daze the flames seemed composed of countless characters, yet upon closer look they were merely ordinary fire. Boundless radiance emanated from the burning ashes, attaching itself to the sword's body one by one. The long sword floated up, glowing with a clear pure light. It rang with a resonant hum like rolling thunder. Then the hum faded, all brilliance receded, and the sword fell caught in Li He's hand. A literary heart, unseen for 1,000 years. He sheathed the long sword and wore it at his waist. Now that demons and specters roam rampant once more, the literati of this place. He smiled as if recalling something amusing. Are far too weak. After chatting with Huang Jian for a while, Ye Kai used mirror jump, and in a flash returned home, right before Huang Jian's eyes. Closing his own door, he thought, I now have a stable, somewhat trustworthy ally. In terms of ability, Huang Jian was just an ordinary man. But he was the one person in the entire building whom Ye Kai could trust the most. Moreover, based solely on the abilities Ye Kai had shown openly, Huang Jian should cling tightly to his leg. Logically, Li He had treated him fairly well, but so far he was only a neutral figure with a slight lean towards him. His actions were somewhat guiding and somewhat helpful. Following the common tropes of Xianxia novels, this could only be considered guidance for a fated junior. It was far from true nurturing. After all, even if I have the potential to become an immortal, the future is uncertain. Many who have this potential do not succeed. Ye Kai wasn't genuinely set on walking the path of immortality. According to what Li He had said before, immortals not only fail to achieve eternal life, but most also meet untimely ends. It wasn't a status worth aspiring to. I'd better first figure out what benefits immortals truly have. For someone like me with the potential for immortality, what other choices are there if I don't pursue it? Unfortunately, Li He always keeps things vague, too fond of riddles. However, he could slowly find clues on his own. After all, killing calamities would grant him abilities and memory fragments, allowing him to develop gradually. He had initially worried about what would happen if all the memory fragments he obtained were Li He's, but from the last acquisition, he had confirmed that one piece was unrelated to Li He. Even if only immortals produced memory fragments, he could slowly collect memories from other immortals and piece them together. Ye Kai opened the group chat. 202 Lu Ming, brother Huang Yu. Psi 202 Lu Ming, am telling you the truth. If you keep this up, we're in danger. 101 Shi Peng, what did he tell you? 501 Huang Jian. 101 Shi Peng, is it something not suitable for us to know? First, Lu Ming's words hinted at something unusual, even going so far as to specifically emphasize calling Huang Jian to discuss certain things. Then Huang Jian publicly stated in the group that he needed to report to Ye Kai. This gave Shi Peng some troubling thoughts. Previously, an unspoken understanding had formed in the group. Ye Kai would help them to a certain extent, and they in turn trusted him to a degree. Although it was born of necessity, it was better than living in fear and silence. But now Lu Ming and Huang Jian's actions had broken that understanding. He needed to determine whether Lu Ming had also defected to Ye Kai's side, perhaps through Huang Jian, who had the closest contact with Ye Kai, which was a very real possibility. So he had to ask. And also, Ye Kai had used the 601 account to reply to Huang Jian earlier. Was it really a mistake? Was there a possibility that he had also possessed Wang Guifan? 202 Lu Ming on nothing. After being attacked by the Faceless One earlier, there might be a gap in my window. I'm worried it might get in through the crack. 101 Shipeng, he can't do anything about it, right? Why not change rooms? There are plenty of empty ones now. Lu Ming acted very much like a normal person, but the more normal he seemed, the more Shipeng suspected him. Many actions of a mentally disturbed person are meaningless and without reason, but a normal person's are not. A normal person always has motives. 602 Sun Yuanyu and Lu Ming, are you better? 202 Lu Ming, I think so. I was probably too shocked before, all dazed and confused. 602 Sun Yuanyuan, that's great. 202 Lu Ming. 501 Huang Jian, brother Huang, could you come down and take a look for me? 501 Huang Jian, no need, I've already talked to Ye Kai. 501 Huang Jian, if you're scared you can stay in the room across from mine. 101 Shipeng, what did you talk about? Can't you tell us? 501 Huang Jian, nothing much, he's not fully recovered. If Ye Kai had denied those words, Huang Jian wouldn't have minded explaining to Shipeng and Sun Yuanyuan. But Ye Kai had confirmed them. Ye Kai had explicitly told him that Shipeng and Sun Yuanyuan were both dead, and that the two accounts in the group chat were not operated by humans. They were calamities or ghosts. Had everything they did before been an act? Huang Jian couldn't be sure. He knew he couldn't afford to take risks. He hadn't even secured his hold on the thigh yet, and besides, even if he had, he couldn't bother Ye Kai with such trivial matters. Ye Kai was indeed very strong, but that didn't mean he could casually cause trouble for him. Building favor with a powerful ally was difficult, but using it was easy if it had to be saved for critical moments. As for what Shipeng thought, there was no need to pay attention to the thoughts of a ghost. 602 Sun Yuanyuan, it couldn't be about us, could it? This situation was somewhat familiar to Sun Yuanyuan. It was a classic small group dynamic. They must be talking about something behind their backs, keeping it secret because the subject wouldn't like it. But what could there be between these neighbors that needed to be said behind closed doors? Given the current state of affairs, shouldn't they all be helping each other? She had been worried about 402 and 302 earlier, but now it seemed neither posed a danger to the neighbors. 402 had even killed two calamities. 602 Sun Yuanyu, and it's fine, just say it. Things are the way they are now, isn't there anything we can't talk about openly? The group chat fell silent for a moment. 402 Ye Kai, it's nothing that can't be said. 402 Ye Kai, he said that you and Shipeng are already dead. 402 Ye Kai, I verified it. It's true. It was precisely because Ye Kai said this. If it had been her former roommate, colleague, or close friend Sun Yuanyuan, would have been furious enough to laugh on the spot. I'm a living person, and you're saying I'm dead. 602 Sun Yuanyuan, I'm still alive, and well, I haven't died. 602 Sun Yuanyuan video. 602 Sun Yuanyuan, look, I have a video as proof I really haven't died. In the video, Sun Yuanyuan was in the kitchen, a clay pot on the gas stove, steam rising from it. Wearing heat-resistant gloves, Sun Yuanyuan lifted the lid of the clay pot, blew on it, revealing the ribs and corn simmering inside. I stewed some pork rib soup tonight, it's really good. I can't finish it all by myself. If anyone wants some, feel free to come and get it. I don't dare go downstairs. 101 Shipeng looks really good, but unfortunately, I don't dare to go up there. 602 Sun Yuanyuan, when you were crazy you said we were dead fine. But now that you're better, do you really want to curse us to death? 202 Lu Ming. 101 Shipeng, maybe he hasn't recovered yet. 402 Ye Kai, you must have made a mistake, right? I really am not dead. 101 Shipeng video. In the video, Shipeng with his hair a bit disheveled and wearing pajamas waved at the camera. I'm Shipeng, I'm really not dead. If you don't believe me, you can come and see for yourself. There was no response in the group chat. Lu Ming didn't dare to reply, afraid of getting involved with these ghosts. Besides fear, Huang Jian felt a faint sense of comfort. It was like standing on the edge of a cliff watching someone fall from it, feeling a subtle sense of relief and safety. Fortunately, I've latched onto a powerful ally. Fortunately, he agreed to take me away from here. As for why Ye Kai didn't respond, the reason was simple. It was late enough, it was time to sleep. The next day, Ye Kai woke to the sound of a gentle tapping on his window. Knock knock, knock knock. The faceless man, mouth agape, patiently tapped on his window from outside. Calamity ghost call, remaining time 17 hours, 02 minutes. Calamity, faceless man, remaining time 38 hours, 04 minutes. Skill ghost devour acquired via mimicry, remaining 9 hours. He picked up his phone, which showed a missed call from an unknown number. He checked the group chat again. No one had done a real-time task last night. Calling when there's no real-time task, and when people and phones are indoors. This proved that the behavioral pattern of ghost call had undergone a significant change. Looking at the remaining time, it was indeed time for its behavior pattern to change. The difficulty would increase from here on. However, it should still need to use the phone as a medium. As long as I control the timing of answering, it should be hard for problems to arise. Unless it uses some other means. Ye Kai thought for a moment, but couldn't figure out what method ghost call might use. Unless it could break free from the phone medium. What if when ghost call comes I just toss the phone to the faceless man? He looked at the faceless man tapping on the window. Throwing it over isn't hard. The difficulty lies in getting it to answer. The moment ghost call makes contact and takes effect is likely the instant the call is answered. Also, Sun Yuan's ghost devour mark is about to expire. The mark on Sun Yuan was placed around noon yesterday, and there are about 3 hours left now. Using it now would be a waste as he didn't have any negative effects on himself. Should he just wait for the 24 hours to pass and let Sun Yuan die passively? That was an option, but perhaps it wouldn't force out any possibly existing trump cards. Ye Kai hadn't forgotten that when facing Li He's ghost devourer, Zhao Yajing had shown no resistance and died instantly. Even if she had a trump card, she wouldn't have had the chance to use it then. The ghost devourer I use might not be as strong as the original, but the mechanism should be the same. There's still time, so I'll just mark her again. Giving Sun Yuan some time to live also gave him more time to investigate the truth. He got up quietly, took a few mirrors, and placed them on his person, and left another one by the door as before. The mirrors he carried ensured that he would have the conditions to use mirror jump in any situation. This was his escape insurance. Before opening the door, he sent a message in the group chat. 402 Ye Kai 101 Shipeng opened the door. Shipeng had been awake for a while. The events in the group chat last night left him agitated and unable to sleep well. One moment, he dreamed of all the calamities in the building coming for him to devour him. The next, he dreamed that his neighbor across the hall had revived, and while chatting suddenly turned into Ye Kai. Ye Kai had assimilated all his neighbors, leaving only him. I must have read too many messed-up books and ruined my mind. Shipeng comforted himself helplessly, then saw the message in the group chat. Huh. He cautiously approached the door and peered through the peephole. He saw the door to 102 across the hall open, and Ye Kai walked out. Wait, why is he coming out of there? Last night Ye Kai was posting under Wang Gaifen's account. No way. He watched as Ye Kai walked up to his door and casually tossed something out. Was that a mirror? Open the door. Ye Kai, looking at the passive prompt from Ghost Devour in the upper left corner of his vision, said with a smile, I know you're behind the door. He even knows that. Shipeng's heart pounded violently. If he didn't open the door. No, he hadn't shown any hostility, despite being incredibly strong. He had slain 2 calamities. He was fully capable of killing everyone. At this moment, he felt the same dread Huang Jian felt when he first faced Ye Kai. He didn't really have a choice. With a sigh, Shipeng resignedly opened the door. What do you need? You have used the ability Ghost Devour on Shipeng. Mark successful. A red mark appeared on Shipeng, slowly spreading. Didn't you say you wanted me to come and check? I'm here. I was too impulsive last night. Shipeng felt a pang of regret. Perhaps he shouldn't have said that. He couldn't show this emotion, so he forced a smile and said, no problem, you can check however you like. Would you like to come in and have a look? Oh. Ye Kai looked past his shoulder into the room. The apartment was simply decorated, nothing obvious at first glance. However, if Shipeng really had some trump card, it wouldn't be out in the open. He wouldn't go in. No need, I already know the result. I really am human. Ye Kai shook his head. You are not. I'm not. But if I were a calamity. If I were like you, I wouldn't need to be afraid of them, right? Ye Kai activated mirror jump, ensuring he could retreat at any moment, and stared directly into Shipeng's eyes. The apocalypse has already happened. Only a very few people in this building survived. You, me, and many others are dead. A bizarre entity shattered the world, resurrected us, and cast us back here, making everyone believe that this is how the apocalypse was always meant to be. Have you forgotten? Ye Kai's words did not elicit any change in Shipeng. He remained utterly bewildered. This? What do you mean by that? He seemed genuinely unable to recall anything. Could it be that 202 deceived Huang Jian and then deceived you as well? So, think back carefully. Ye Kai said, what happened on March 20th? That day, I was. Shipeng recollected, that morning I was about to leave for work when I found the unit door wouldn't open. I called the property management, but no one answered. What about the evening before? The evening before. The night of the 19th. I worked overtime that day, got home after 9, and went straight to bed. Didn't you see anything on your way back? Anything? What could there be? I just left work normally. A few colleagues were still working overtime when I left. I took a cab home. Our company offers free cabs after 9 at night. Ye Kai watched Shipeng closely. As he spoke these words, Shipeng's expression was confused and a bit anxious, but no physical changes occurred. No prompt appeared in the upper left corner of his vision either. What were you doing 2 months ago? Ye Kai abruptly interrupted him, shifting the topic. 2 months ago. Shipeng paused. I had just switched jobs from my previous company and moved around that time. This apartment is closer to the office. In those 2 months, did you see anything strange? No, I didn't, Shipeng replied. Until I received that. Notice I didn't encounter anything unusual. What about a year ago? What were you doing? Ye Kai asked about the past instead of what happened after the apocalypse for a reason. Earlier, he had found a newspaper dated March 25th in Unit 502, and from the information obtained from Wang Gaifeng and Lu Ming, he could basically confirm that this unit had been reconstructed by some behind-the-scenes entity, and it was highly likely that this entity had altered everyone's memories. From this he deduced that the apocalypse might actually have occurred in the future relative to the present time. At some point in the future the apocalypse would strike, killing most people. The behind the scenes entity then reconstructed the entire world, throwing both the living and the dead into it. However, due to reasons still unknown, the entity chose to start counting time from March 20th rather than continuing from the real timeline. Real humans like Wang Guifan and Lu Ming could still under mental shock awaken some memories of the future, while the anomalies created by the entity likely could not. Zhao Yaoyang and the other deceased neighbors when facing death and encountering calamities also suffered intense mental shock, yet it did not awaken their future memories. What about their memories from before? Past memories shape who we are today. Assuming the entity had planted something in them, perhaps tracing back could reveal clues. A year ago, Shi Peng smiled bitterly. So many things happened a year ago. Where did you work a year ago? What was your supervisor's name? What was the receptionist's name? I worked at. Shi Peng thought for a moment. I worked at Xinghua Heavy Industry. My supervisor was Dong Xiao. The receptionist. I forgot. That wasn't working. Might as well go further back. Where did you go to elementary school? Your questions don't seem related to whether I'm human or not. Yi Kai brandished a kitchen knife. Alright. My elementary school was. Shi Peng suddenly froze. Yi Kai saw that Shi Peng's body began to flicker with mosaic-like patches like an image that hadn't fully loaded. I can't remember. So the created beings indeed had some flaws. Yi Kai tensed up, bracing for any possible change. Someone tapped him lightly on the shoulder. Yi Kai jerked in surprise. Mirror leap. The next instant Yi Kai landed at his own doorstep, quickly closing the security door. What just happened? It couldn't be the faceless man, and certainly not the ghost call. None of the neighbors in the building would have the nerve to touch him. It couldn't be the anomaly's trump card either. That left only one possibility. Yi Kai opened WeChat and found Li He. Was that you just now? Li He smiled. Li He, you should leave. Did Li He mean that he should leave this world fragment? Earlier he hadn't mentioned a time limit, but just now, when Yi Kai was about to uncover Shi Peng's secret, he suddenly appeared to stop him. Was he protecting Yi Kai or protecting Shi Peng? No, if Shi Peng had a trump card, he wouldn't need someone to protect him. As for himself, protection for a kindred or for a candidate immortal, Li He wouldn't go that far. There was something dangerous hidden in Shi Peng, or perhaps in all anomalies. Is there something dangerous in Shi Peng? Li He smiled. He didn't say it was dangerous, so maybe it wasn't. You said before that I'm no different from them. Do I have something similar too? Li He didn't reply immediately. After a moment Yi Kai received another message. Li He, you should leave. When will I know? Li He, when you become an immortal. Smile. Yi Kai stared at the mirror for a while. He couldn't see anything unusual about himself. You used ability Devour Spirit on Yi Kai? Unable to mark. He didn't think Li He was joking. This matter would only be revealed upon becoming an immortal. Was it related to the entity behind the scenes? The anomalies created by it would freeze and malfunction when asked about the distant past. Was this an inherent trait, or was it a defect caused by some reason? If he continued exploring this world fragment, he would certainly stop him. But to leave. He looked out the window. Countless world fragments of various sizes floated in the distant void. To leave the current world fragment, he needed to resolve all calamities. His phone rang. 101 Shi Peng, you suddenly disappeared. Just now 402 Yi Kai. 101 Shi Peng, I'm really a living person. I answered all your questions. 101 Shi Peng, if you have any other questions feel free to ask me anytime. Yi Kai didn't reply. After thinking for a while he sent a message to Li He. What's the difference between Shi Peng's Sun Yuan and ordinary humans? Li He, in my eyes there is no difference. Sun Yuan pushed open the fire door. Her real-time task was issued again, presenting a binary choice. Before deciding she mentioned it in the group chat. 602 Sun Yuan heading out for the task, soon he'll call you in 15 minutes. 101 Shi Peng. 602 Sun Yuan, if someone else can answer you can call them too. She left an opening. Yi Kai had already met Shi Peng. Since Shi Peng was still alive it should probably be fine, right? But he hadn't said anything in the group either. This left the others in perpetual doubt. If she specifically designated Shi Peng to answer, the misunderstanding would only deepen. 402 Yi Kai, call me. 402 Yi Kai in 20 minutes. 602 Sun Yuan, okay. This brought her some relief. Though Yi Kai was a calamity in the current situation, he held the most sway in the entire unit. The neighbors' relationships were shattered, no one trusted anyone, yet they were all willing to believe Yi Kai's words. Even Lu Ming's ravings were agreed to by Huang Jian if Yi Kai endorsed them. His willingness to answer her call meant she still had a chance to reintegrate with the neighbors to prove she was alive. When did this start? A calamity had become the leader of a group of humans. Horror novels are thrilling to read, but when they become reality, the apocalypse is truly absurd. Sun Yuan chuckled, wiped the corner of her eye, and closed the door. Her phone clutched in hand, the incoming call screen flashed as the fire door shut. The caller displayed 402 Yi Kai. This call had no vibration and made no sound. Knock, knock, knock. The faceless one's tapping ceased. It left the window of 402 and crawled downwards. Yi Kai picked up a phone with a lock screen password, grabbed a knife and a mirror, and opened the door. 20 minutes was enough, he would try once more. The only hint about the faceless one was a single word show. This could be a safety measure like the mirror demon's hint, keep your movements consistent. Or it could also provide a clue to counter it, like the doppelganger's hint, do not be alone with a doppelganger. Failing to turn off the BGM in time last time didn't necessarily mean the faceless one was invincible. Ye Kai unlocked the phone. In the bottom left corner of the password screen was emergency call. He pressed 112 and called. Mirror shift. Real-time task remaining 0940 Sun. Yuan glanced at the task progress and cautiously edged to the side of the fire door, positioning herself to open it. She had done this every time in her previous tasks and was quite adept at it. She looked around. The hallway and walls were splattered with new black spots. That was Xin blood. Other than that, the door frame torn open by the doppelganger, the fallen fire door, and the cracked burst concrete remained unchanged. In the apocalypse, going out was dangerous, and she didn't dare open the door to clean. A chilling breeze blew from Unit 601 nearby. Logically, she knew there was no danger inside. But that didn't stop the fear from gripping her. Sun Yuan peeked inside. What are you looking at? A voice came from her phone and her body stiffened. It was Ye Kai's voice. Weren't we supposed to talk on the phone later? Had he come up directly? Nothing. She turned around explaining, I was just checking her apartment. Huh. There was no one behind her. In the corner, she couldn't see the call timer on her phone had already started. Where are you? She asked cautiously. Real-time task remaining 0630. Beep 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 beep. The phone emitted a continuous busy tone. Accompanying it, the scrape sounds from outside grew more urgent. Tap 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 tap. Rapid footsteps approached from outside the window. The faceless one was closing in fast. The window at 302 was a casement style with two panels that could open. Last time Ye Kai opened the right panel. This time, he opened the left. Last time the arm it extended wasn't marked by the ghost eater. If I'm lucky this time, ITLL extend the marked arm, and I can create a quiet environment and cut it off. That would be a stroke of extraordinary luck. Ye Kai didn't trust the cleaver in his hand. Ordinary steel might be utterly useless. A stench of blood hit him as the faceless one's arm reached into the room again. On its arm was a red patch glowing with a faint molten light. In the past period, the red patch hadn't grown much. Ye Kai tossed his phone over. Beep 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 crack. The phone sound was cut short, emitting a faint crunching noise in the faceless one's grip, followed by a thin wisp of smoke. The faceless one opened its mouth. Though it made no sound, Ye Kai felt a shockwave thick with a heavy stench slam into him. It hurt. He winced, but didn't cry out, and even his breathing remained steady. The room fell instantly silent. The faceless one's arm moved slowly through the dark, the red patch of the ghost eater, the only most conspicuous source of light. Ye Kai bided his time, and when the arm came near, he swung the cleaver down. The faceless one seemed to hear something, pausing its movement for a split second, making the blow go slightly astray. Clang. Sparks burst in the darkness. Ye Kai's heart turned cold. The cleaver truly wasn't enough. Sparks meant that even in a quiet environment, the faceless one's body was too tough for the cleaver to break. This was the most powerful weapon he could find. If this didn't work, then... Mirror shift. Hiss. Ye Kai closed the fire door, clutched his chest, and sat on the floor. After a few deep breaths, he managed to recover. He unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a bruise, a mix of blue and purple diagonally across his chest and abdomen. He pressed it a few times. It hurt, but thankfully nothing was broken. The faceless one's attack was that powerful. Its defense was also inexplicable. Even in a near-silent environment, he couldn't break through. Was there really no way to deal with it? He took out his phone and found Li He's WeChat. Faceless one, any weaknesses? A cleaver can't handle it. Li He not strong enough. This is the strongest weapon I can find. I can't ask others to help, they're all too scared of the faceless one. I also tried to set up a quiet environment as much as possible, but it seems sound doesn't affect its strength. Li He, oh, strongest. Is there anything stronger? Li He, yes. What is it? If there was a stronger weapon combination, Ye Kai thought he might try again to kill the faceless one. Killing a calamity would grant memory fragments and abilities a significant boost to himself and could further unravel the mysteries. Li He, you... Ye Kai was astonished. The faceless ghost was too powerful, so Li He had to intervene personally. Impossible. He had never shown a tendency to protect his neighbors, otherwise no other calamities would exist in the building. When his identity was still that of a substitute, he had even actively killed Zhao Yajing, an aberrant neighbor. From this one could infer that he would not protect Shipeng, another aberrant. Nor did he have any motive to actively help him. He was merely a junior who might ascend to immortality. Even if they were once neighbors, the Tang dynasty was many years ago. Was the immortal Li He truly the same Li He who was his former neighbor? Apart from devouring Zhao Yajing, was there truly no other way for him to become human? Ye Kai was deeply suspicious. The specific abilities of an immortal were still unclear. But the scene of slaying a dragon witnessed in his memories was enough to offer a glimpse. Perhaps he simply doesn't care. Killing an aberrant outright doesn't touch those taboos. Are you worried I might touch upon things I shouldn't know too soon? Li He, your cleverness is rather inopportune. Because he was about to touch upon the arrangements of the hidden existence, he was willing to personally eliminate the calamity to send him away as quickly as possible. Were the arrangements of the hidden existence embedded in the past of those aberrants? Those people had already died. Was it because the dead were easier to manipulate, or were there also arrangements on humans? It could modify everyone's memories, implying that setting up these things shouldn't be difficult for it. What would it arrange? He wanted to ask Lee but gave up. Lee had been cryptic many times before. Thinking back now, it was probably for the same reason. Okay. After thinking again, he sent another message. Are there other immortals alive? Lee, yes. They also don't die. Lee, naturally. The real-time task was completed. Sun Yuan stood frozen at her doorstep. The task completion notification had appeared minutes ago, but she ignored it as if she hadn't seen it. Her phone had slipped from her hand, eerily floating in midair. The screen showed the caller as 402 Yikai with a call duration of 17 minutes and 13 seconds. Go downstairs now and knock on 501's door. Yikai's voice came from the phone. Okay, Sun Yuan asked tremblingly. As long as I get him to come out, does that prove I'm alive? Why ask so many questions? The voice in the phone suddenly turned stern. Are you trying to pry for information? The more I look at you, the more you seem like a ghost. Sorry. Sun Yuan's voice was laced with tears. After the dozen or so minutes of conversation, she was completely bewitched by the ghost call. The ghost call first used Yikai's identity to intimidate her, then told her there was a ghost among the neighbors. For everyone's safety, he was going to find this ghost and eliminate it completely. This ghost was well hidden. He had already verified Peng's identity, confirming he was a living person. Now it was her turn, Sun Yuan, to prove herself. The only way to prove herself was to assist him in catching the ghost. Otherwise he would have to kill her. I'm really not a ghost. Sun Yuan trembled on the verge of tears. But she had no choice but to obey Yikai's demands. Go to the 5th floor and knock on the door. The phone hid behind her. If Yikai were present at this moment, he would see semi-transparent, ghostly tentacles spreading from the phone, lashing out at Sun Yuan only to retract instantly, as if burned. Only one tentacle remained resting on top of Sun Yuan's head. He had not revoked the mark on Sun Yuan. At this moment, except for part of her head, her entire body had turned red. The 24-hour deadline was approaching. After the full 24 hours, the Ghost Eater ability would be triggered passively. Huang Jian looked through the peephole. Could the leader be coming up for an inspection? Without prior notice. Perhaps it was a surprise check to see if he was behaving improperly. This was a critical moment for leaving this place with the leader. With my years of work experience, I absolutely wouldn't make a single slip. He thought to himself. But what appeared in the peephole was Sun Yuan. Hello, could you open the door? Sun Yuan's voice trembled slightly as she said, I have something to discuss with you. Coming to his door. At this time, Huang Jian certainly couldn't open the door. Yikai had already told him that Sun Yuan and Peng were not human. Although Peng had claimed in the group chat that Yikai had verified his identity and that he was a living person, Yikai himself had not confirmed this in the group. Therefore Huang Jian would not believe Peng. Nor would he believe the unverified Sun Yuan. As for why Yikai didn't respond in the group, you have to understand leaders are always busy and some oversights are inevitable. As a competent subordinate, Huang Jian naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to demand an explanation from his leader, but would instead proactively understand the leader. He was probably busy eliminating calamities, as the current world fragment could only be left after all calamities were cleared. Although he couldn't really help in this regard, wasn't the fact that the leader didn't assign him work indicative of something. It showed the leader's consideration for his subordinates. Working under such a good leader was a blessing. So Huang Jian must not cause trouble for the leader. What is it? Huang Jian said, just say it directly if you have something. It's very important. Sun Yuan stammered. I want to. She originally had nothing to say and couldn't fabricate a story on the spot. She heard Yikai whisper behind her, tell him I sent you. I am it's Yikai who sent me to find you. He asked me to tell you to go see him, Sun Yuan repeated after Yikai. He wants me to go see him. Huang Jian glanced at his phone. Yikai hadn't mentioned him in the group chat. Work that the leader hadn't assigned, but someone else was relaying it. Isn't this just a scam office politics? I understand. Let me verify this, don't rush. Only after he confirms it will I open the door. Huang Jian sent a message in the group chat. 501 Huang Jian 402 Yikai, are you looking for me? Sun Yuan is knocking on my door, saying you're looking for me. This is about investigating the ghost. Upon hearing the WeChat notification, Sun Yuan panicked. How can you say that in the group? Withdraw it. Come out right now. If the ghost in the group sees this, it's over. Investigating the ghost. Huang Jian glanced at Sun Yuan. For such an important task as investigating the ghost, the leader wouldn't contact me as trusted aide, but would have you inform me instead. Who do you think you are? Are you as close to the leader as I am? Wait. Something's wrong. He saw the conversation between Sun Yuan and Yikai and the time it occurred. Call Yikai in 20 minutes. It hadn't even been 20 minutes yet. There's a problem. The group chat flickered as Yikai replied to him. 402 Yikai, don't trust 500. Yikai glanced at the upper right corner of his vision. 3 active marks for Devourer with Sun Yuanyuan's mark counting down to its end in less than 2 hours. Shipeng's mark remained intact and ready for use. Only the mark on Faceless was unusable. 3 lives. This reassured him. ID planned to decide whether to cancel Sun Yuanyuan's mark after the call. Now he could go up and see for himself. Ye Kai gathered a mirror, a cleaver, and a mop handle before opening the security door. Could these things really affect Ghost Call? He doubted it. After all, Ghost Call's form was similar to Mirror Demon, never showing its true body within the unit building. But he had nothing else to use. Unless Li He. But what Li He killed wouldn't grant him abilities or memory fragments. He'd have to do it himself. Fortunately, there was still time on the Devourer's mark. Using Mirror Leap, he flashed to the stairwell landing between the 4th and 5th floors. From here, he could see Sun Yuanyuan flickering with red light, standing at Huang Jian's door, her face a mask of anxiety and conflict. Behind her floated a phone. The phone churned with thick black chi from which extended several translucent tentacles. One rested firmly on Sun Yuanyuan's head, the only area not corroded by Devourer. The other tentacles shrank back occasionally, darting toward her only to recoil, as if burned by the flashing red light. So the area covered by Devourer had this effect. That made sense. After Zhao Yaoyang was marked by Li He, the mimic never knocked on her door. I'm not lying to you, that group chat on your phone is fake. Ye Kai told me himself. How could I not know? Sun Yuanyuan, as if not seeing Ye Kai at all, continued her desperate attempts to get Huang Jian to open the door. Ye Kai used Devourer on the phone. You have used the ability Devourer on Ghost Call. Target is in a protected state, cannot be marked. Can be marked after protection is lifted. Ghost Call had already extended its tentacles, yet it still couldn't be marked. Protected either because it was connected to Sun Yuanyuan, who was already marked by Devourer, or because the tentacles weren't its true body. Like how Ye Kai could wield the cleaver, but the cleaver wasn't Ye Kai himself. Ye Kai coughed. What are you doing? Getting him to open the door. If he opens it, it proves him not. Sun Yuanyuan answered mechanically. Ye Kai frowned, stepped up to the 5th floor, and casually dropped a mirror. Her current state was clear. She was controlled by Ghost Call. Who asked you to prove it? It was you. Sun Yuanyuan turned slowly. Ye Kai kept his distance and looked into her eyes. Her eyes were hollow and lifeless. What did I say? You said there's a ghost in the unit group chat, and you wanted to catch it and told me to. No, you're fake, you're not human, you're a ghost. Sun Yuanyuan struggled and lurched toward him. Ye Kai dodged, readying Devourer, while swinging the mop handle at the tentacle on her head. Unexpectedly, he didn't miss. The tentacle connected to Sun Yuanyuan bent into a shape, and the floating phone dipped downward. It worked. Sun Yuanyuan, having missed her target, crashed to the floor. Ye Kai ignored her, swinging the mop handle at the phone. The drifting tentacles offered no resistance. The mop handle struck the phone, which wobbled and fell, then stubbornly floated up again, drifting away from Ye Kai to a spot not too far off. The call on the screen was still active. There must be some limitation. It can't hang up the call on its own, and the tentacles have a limited length. So if he could just pull it out of the phone and mark it, that would be it. Huang Jian, where's Faceless now? He shouted. Just left the 2nd floor, heading up. Huang Jian shouted back through the security door, feeling a surge of excitement. His leader really could handle Ghost Call. He even had the energy to ask about the other calamity. He must be planning to take down both calamities at once. Go get him, he yelled. Ye Kai glanced at Huang Jian's door with a strange look. Go get him. Time was short. He didn't dwell on it, keeping Mirror Leap and Devourer ready as he grabbed the tentacle on Sun Yuanyuan's head and followed it to the floating phone. He's fake, kill him, killing him proves you're alive. His own voice echoed in his ears, fading when he let go of the tentacle. It was definitely this thing causing trouble. Ye Kai grabbed the phone in one hand and the tentacle in the other and yanked hard. A translucent jelly-like object wreathed in black chi was pulled out of the phone. It immediately transformed into a tentacle so quickly that he had no time to use Devourer. The tentacle had grown longer. Sun Yuanyuan struggled to her feet, her face blank, ready to lunge at him again. Stop right there. Ye Kai barked, startling her into a shiver. She froze in place, but her face remained conflicted. Clearly Ghost Call hadn't given up on beguiling her. It has no direct attack ability, it needs to beguile and control others. Ye Kai tested, pulling the lengthened tentacle, which was slowly retracting back into the phone. Only the tentacle connected to another target can be attacked and pulled. Ye Kai stared at the phone in his hand, and the tentacle extending from it, muttering to himself. Then what about this? Mirror Leap. With a flash, Ye Kai appeared on the 1st floor. The phone, shrouded in black mist, appeared with him, leaving a long translucent jelly-like trail between the 5th and 1st floors, which immediately solidified into a tentacle. A muffled thud echoed from upstairs. It worked. Ye Kai laughed, activated Mirror Leap, and appeared instantly beside the mirror on the 5th floor. Sun Yuanyuan was clutching her head, curled up on the landing between the 4th and 5th floors. Ow! SSS. The tentacle could transmit force. Had he accidentally pulled her down just now? Forget it, no time for her. Mirror Leap. Mirror Leap. Mirror Leap. Huff. Huff. After more than a dozen consecutive leaps, though only a moment had passed, Ye Kai felt an intense fatigue in both body and mind. This skill had no cooldown, but in practice it consumed physical and mental energy proportionally to the distance traveled. When he activated Mirror Leap again, many of the mirrors that had appeared green in his vision were now red. This meant his remaining stamina and energy weren't enough to support such long-distance leaps. A pulling force came from the phone indicating Ghost Call was slowly retracting its tentacle. After all those leaps, Ghost Call's other tentacles outside the phone had been absorbed back into its body during the tug-of war, leaving only one stretched back and forth between the first and fifth floors, 7 or 8 times, likely several hundred meters long by now. How you're not doing so well either. Ye Kai gritted his teeth, steeled himself, and selected the farthest mirror in his vision, located at 302. Mirror Leap, a faint pop sound was heard, and Ghost Call hidden within the phone finally revealed its true form. Only a small piece of blacky-wreathed jelly-like substance remained connected to a tentacle that might be hundreds of meters long. The jelly-like object flailed about frantically, desperately, trying to return to its phone. So this is the thing. You have used the ability Devourer on Ghost Call. Mark successful. Ye Kai breathed a sigh of relief, then noticed a figure in the dark room by the window, a person in red robes with a sword at their waist. Li He turned around, revealing his teeth. What a coincidence. You have used the skill Devouring Ghosts, consuming one marker. All negative effects have been dispelled. The Calamity Ghost Call has been resolved. You have obtained the ability Manipulation. You have obtained a memory fragment. Manipulation connect to a target, and with their consent you can control their actions and share their vision. Cooldown is no less than 1 hour after use. The fatigue across his entire body was swept away. Ye Kai stood up, facing Li He. There was no wind in the world. Fragment. The air in room 302 was as stagnant as a pool of dead water. What are you doing here? Li He did not answer. He raised a finger to his lips. Don't scare it away. A profound silence fell. The window was wide open and a scratch sound came from outside, the faceless one crawling up the wall. Li He gently drew his sword from his waist, gripping the scabbard with one hand and the hilt with the other, his thumb braced against the guard. A faint hum emanated from the scabbard, the resonance of the literary courage. Is this the literary courage? Ye Kai whispered. Li He nodded slightly, offering a faint smile, his gaze fixed on the window. He spoke, his voice low. Recite a poem. Huh. 1,000 years later, when the literary courage is drawn again, it deserves a fine poem to herald its return. It wasn't that Ye Kai was being modest, but he knew absolutely nothing. Whatever literary foundation he had was returned to his teachers the day he graduated. All he had now was a mishmash from short videos, his mind filled with cheap thrills and shallow plots. He might manage to recite a few lines from a web novel. It's just to soothe the literary courage, Li He said. Haven't you memorized even a single good line? A single line. Ye Kai frowned, his face a mask of exasperation. Hadn't Li He abandoned poetry? Was this a poet's occupational hazard? Besides, Li He himself was praised as comparable to Li Bai, yet here he was asking him for a poem. Why bother? The scratch sound outside the window ceased. The faceless one seemed to sense something hesitating in its advance. Otherwise the literary courage might scare this little fiend away. The literary courage in the scabbard grew restless, emitting a series of sharp clattering sounds. Got it. Ye Kai thought for a moment and was about to speak. It must fit the occasion. Li He added unhurriedly. Fit the occasion. Got it. Ye Kai recalled a line he had read in some novel. To cast oneself into the fray of blades. To slay amidst the mortal world. The hum of the literary courage ceased, and Li He smiled. From Li Bai's poem to his cousin. You probably only know those 2 lines, right? Still, it fits the occasion. I admire the sentiment. Watch closely. He suddenly began to recite, calm and unhurried. In youth I knew not the world's ways, my companions were all heroes bold. Thud 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 thud. The faceless one stirred, pressing against the wall, charging towards the window of room 302. Refusing Gene's rewards I spurned glory, striking Gene I sought no fame. Bang, bang, bang. The faceless one's palms slammed against the glass. One of its arms snaked through the open window, grasping for Li He. It opened its maw in a silent roar, and a shockwave blasted through the glass, towards them, reeking of decay. Li He's expression did not change. The literary courage left its scabbard. To cast myself into the fray of blades, to slay amidst the mortal world. He waved his hand casually, and a visible sword aura shot towards the faceless one. It first shattered the incoming shockwave, then severed the creature's fingers, followed by its arm, the window, and finally its body outside. The severed shockwave transformed into a gale that swept through the room, and the sword aura left a deep gash in the wall. To bow to the high-minded in court, hailed as a hero by all the world. The sword aura vanished into the void outside the building. The faceless one stood frozen, then split into 2, halves slowly dissolving into the air. Crack. The window glass let out a soft sound, a hairline fracture appearing as the 2 panes slowly shifted apart. Li He sheathed his sword and ceased his recitation. This is enough. Ye Kai asked, isn't there more? He felt that the poem wasn't finished yet. It must be a fairly long poem, right? Of course, but this is enough for now. We take our pleasure in the moment and stop when the inspiration fades. The Calamity Faceless One has been resolved. The current world fragment has no more calamities. You may now proceed to other world fragments. 2 lines of prompts appeared in the upper left corner of Yikai's vision, pushing aside the previous notifications. His phone vibrated incessantly. He took it out, unlocked it, and saw that the WeChat group was in an uproar. 501 Huang Jian, did you resolve the ghost call? 501 Huang Jian, it must have been you. I saw you drive away the person from 602 at my door just now. 101 Shipeng, I happened to be at the door and saw him appear and disappear instantly. I thought I was seeing things. So it was related to the ghost call. 101 Shipeng withdrew a message. 101 Shipeng, I happened to be at the door and saw you appear and disappear in a flash. I thought I was mistaken. So you were dealing with the ghost call. 602 Sun Yuan, my head hurts. So dizzy. How did I end up downstairs? 602 Sun Yuan, is the ghost call gone? 602 Sun Yuan, I think 402 was looking for me just now. Where did he go? 602 Sun Yuan, how did I get driven away? He was the one who told me to ask you to open the door. 202 Luming 501 Huang Jian, brother Huang, you have to believe me, there are ghosts everywhere here. 202 Luming, they are all ghosts you can't trust. 402 501 Huang Jian, the faceless one has been eliminated too. That's great. 501 Huang Jian, you must be exhausted, right? Why don't you go home and rest? He'll bring you some fruit later. After eliminating 2 calamities in a row, some fruit was included in the distributed supplies. Huang Jian also knew that in this apocalypse money no longer held any value. He had programming skills and was quite good at it, but that was also useless in the apocalypse. Equally useless were the fruits he was about to send. But, and this is a big but, even though they were useless, he could provide emotional value to his leader. Isn't making the leader happy an important job in itself? 101 Shipeng, the faceless one too. That fast. 602 Sun Yuan, the prompt says we can leave now. Does that mean there aren't actually any ghosts here? 202 Luming, brother Huang, don't trust that prompt. If you want to leave, be sure to take me with you. We're the only 2 real people here. You have to believe me. 501 Huang Jian, Yikai quickly skimmed through the group chat messages. Meanwhile, Li He was slowly caressing the literary courage. We can now go to other world fragments. Yikai hesitated for a moment before speaking. You said earlier that when I leave this place I should call for you. Li He shook his head. No need. That was just a fleeting thought. Now I wish to emulate Li Bei's story and wander alone drinking wine. The window along with its frame shattered and fell to the ground with a crisp, continuous clatter. Li He took a step forward and planted his foot on the windowsill. Yikai suddenly thought of something. Are you worried about revealing more information? Being clever in such matters is untimely. Take it. He tossed the literary courage over. Yikai caught it instinctively. You have obtained the One Dan sword. A notification appeared in the upper left corner of his vision, and at the same time a sword icon materialized beneath his skill status in the upper right. One Dan sword equipped. Yikai was taken aback. Why give this to me? Li He turned his head, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, where Yikai couldn't see. No particular reason, just a whim. But Yikai truly lacked a weapon. His skills were mostly supplementary. His only offensive and defensive ability, Ghost Devourer, was about to expire. Until he acquired his next skill, he would have to rely on things like kitchen knives, which were of limited use against calamities. Even if he were to cancel his imitation of Ghost Devourer, right now his mimicry ability would enter a cooldown period, rendering it unusable for a time. This would leave him in a temporary state of combat vulnerability. At that point, with only Mirror Leap and the newly acquired control, he would be quite helpless against calamities. The situation would only improve once mimicry's cooldown ended, and he successfully copied a powerful ability. He had witnessed the One Dan sword's immense attack power firsthand. First in Li He's memories, where it cleaved off a black dragon's leg, and then when a single long-range strike killed the faceless one he couldn't handle. Logically, obtaining such a weapon would directly fill his weakness, so he shouldn't refuse. But what will you use? Me. Li He said, are you worried about an immortal? Well, indeed Li He was an immortal, so there was no need for him to worry. Immortals are immortal. If anything could kill an immortal, that wasn't his concern, and perhaps a sword wouldn't change that. Since I've gifted you this sword, you should give me something in return. Li He said, how about a poem? One from the ancients will suffice. A poem. Yikai felt deeply aware of his own cultural inadequacy. In this situation, the only thing he could think of was Li Bai boarded the boat about to depart. Li He wasn't Li Bai, and he himself wasn't Wang Luan. Rightly, he had once said he wanted to emulate Li by wielding a sword and chivalrously roaming the world. A yin knight with a rough spun had a woo hook gleaming like frost and snow. Still, he had memorized this poem before, but not well, so reciting it now inevitably came out haltingly. Li He glanced back at him and nodded. Li Bei's chivalrous wanderer, not bad. But next time memorize it properly. Ahead in the void, a faintly glowing open doorway appeared. He took a step, treading on air, and walked towards it. Let me ask you once more, who are you? I am Yikai. Good. Remember that. Read more classics in the future. The door flickered and Li He's figure vanished within, after which the door itself disappeared. Only a faint, indistinct recitation remained, its source unknown. Though dead, the chivalrous bones retain their fragrance unashamed among the world's heroes. Room 202, Lu Ming, what's going on outside? What is that in the sky? Room 202, Lu Ming, there must be a new ghost, they're trying to toy with us to death. Room 501, Huang Jian. Room 202, Lu Ming, photo room 202, Lu Ming, something also fell down, is there a problem upstairs? Room 101, Shirpeng, when the door was open something got in. It looked red. Room 101, Shirpeng, I opened the window and saw it was a window frame that fell. Who among you has a broken window? Room 501, Huang Jian. Room 402, Yikai, are you there? Room 402, Yikai. Huang Jian breathed a sigh of relief. He too had seen that door in the void outside his window earlier and noticed a red something entering it. His first thought was Li He, as he was the one most associated with the color red in the building. His second thought was the boss isn't going to abandon me, is he? He wasn't under 35 anymore. No, wait. In the current situation, he desperately needed to cling to a powerful figure. The announcement said there were no more calamities in this world fragment. But that also meant no more future supplies. They had managed to resolve several calamities in the past 2 days, generating extra supplies, but those would eventually run out. Moreover, Sun Yuan and Shirpeng, those two non-human neighbors, were still completely fine. Lu Ming seemed to have recovered, but was still essentially insane. Even though Yikai had certified him as human, Huang Jian didn't find him safe or harmless. He had to stick with Yikai? Among all the neighbors, only by staying by Yikai's side would he be safest. Room 501, Huang Jian, I just washed some fruit, I'll bring it over to you. Room 402, Yikai, no need. Pack your things. Pack his things. Huang Jian quickly agreed. Was he finally going to be taken away? Room 101, Shirpeng, do you know what that door was just now? Room 101, Shirpeng, I saw a red shadow go inside. Room 402, Yikai. Huang Jian glanced at the message popping up on his phone. The boss seemed a bit displeased. He hadn't even acknowledged Shirpeng's question. The replies seemed disjointed, but the experienced Huang Jian knew that abnormal behavior had its reasons. Perhaps he was harboring some anger right now. That red shadow, just now. Damn, could it be Li He? Wasn't Li He the boss subordinate? Did he quit? No wonder when Sun Yuan and the ghost caller were calling him out earlier, he didn't show up, and only Yikai came up. Is this right? This is clearly wrong. He needed to quickly make his presence felt and soothe the boss mood. He hastily packed a few things, then picked out some decent-looking fruit from the distributed supplies, washed them, and packed them into a few boxes. Yikai opened the info for the One Dan sword. One Dan sword, forged by Li He from the 4 books, 5 classics, and numerous Confucian texts. Enhances the user's attack power. The more profound the user's scholarship, the greater the boost provided by this sword. The master said, let the ruler be a ruler, the minister a minister, the father a father, and the son a son. This sword cannot be used to violate ethics and hierarchy. A minister cannot slay his ruler, a son cannot harm his father. The master did not speak of strange forces, disorder, or spirits. This sword can harm all tangible or intangible specters and monsters, with the damage amplified based on the user. The One Dan is the sword of Li He, the ghost poet. When used, one can enhance its damage by reciting poetry or soothe it when it becomes restless. Must be relevant to the current situation. You can sheath the One Dan, when sheathed it cannot be detected by conventional means. While sheathed, the One Dan possesses self-repair capabilities, which can be accelerated by reciting classics. Based on your current level of scholarship, you can unleash one of the One Dan power minimum 1. This equipment. If this were in a game, it would definitely be epic tier gear. It has damage amplification, further bonuses against non-human races, and can even stack more damage through poetry recitation. It can even repair itself if its durability runs low. If there's any downside, it's its dependence on the level of Confucian knowledge. Yikai had never invested points in that area before, so he could only unleash one of its power. Incidentally, even an illiterate person could unleash one. Also, using the sword's buff requires reciting poetry, and his repertoire in that area was also quite limited. The good news was that his offensive capabilities were now covered, and were quite powerful. The bad news was that it required a fair amount of finesse to use effectively. Yikai gathered his belongings. There wasn't much to carry. If the New World fragment harbored calamities, they would be rewarded with fresh supplies once vanquished. He packed some clothes, a small amount of food and water, and all the knives and mirrors he had collected from the building. The mirrors were tools for Mirror Elite, while the knives were for Huang Jian. If anything needed cutting, he would use the kitchen knife first. He wasn't ready to use his One Dan for such mundane tasks just yet. 402 Yikai, 302 501 Huang Jian, bring all the knives. 501 Huang Jian, got it on my way. Yikai waited on the 3rd floor for a moment before Huang Jian appeared before him, carrying a bag in both hands and dragging a suitcase. Here, Huang Jian said, slightly out of breath. He noticed that room 302 was in complete disarray, as if a fierce battle had taken place. The entire living room window had vanished, and on the walls flanking where it once stood were 2 deep gashes, as if something had been slashed across them. Yikai held a medium-sized backpack in one hand and a sword in the other. Whoa. Huang Jian swallowed hard, quickly took out a box of washed fruit and offered it up. I washed some fruit, would you like to try some? He said cautiously, let me carry your things. He naturally took the backpack from Ye Kai's hand and put it on his own back. Then, pretending to be nonchalant, he pointed at the two marks by the window. Boss, were those made by a sword? Man, when did the boss get a sword? A boss with a sword is a different breed. Ye Kai nodded. What did you call me? Boss. Huang Jian said, feigning casualness, but his heart was in his throat. At work I called my team leader boss, it's a habit. I wasn't sure what to call you, so I thought I'd stick with boss. He glanced at Ye Kai. Should I change it? No need, Ye Kai said. It's fine. Time to go. Huang Jian felt relieved. Calling Ye Kai boss was a slight gamble, a risk that might displease him. But if it worked, it would bring them closer. Just like with his old team leader. Calling him leader kept things strictly professional, but calling him boss, especially when others said leader. While that KPI at the end of the year was always a bit higher. No calamities remain in this world fragment. Proceed to another world fragment now. Yes. A faintly glowing portal appeared before the window. Ye Kai glanced at the top right corner of his vision. Ghost Eater Mark II, 2 hours remaining, copied via ability, Mimic Mirror, Leap Manipulation, when Dan's sword equipped, memory fragment 1. At most 2 hours of Ghost Eater left. He stepped into the glowing portal, Huang Jian following close behind. You have entered a world fragment. This world fragment contains a group chat, Huitong's supermarket work group. You are not in this chat, or a member can invite you in person. The supermarket has multiple sections. Closing fire doors and room doors between sections can block calamities. Calamities exist in this world fragment. Butcher, 15 hours remaining, frozen corpse, 42 hours remaining, leaving the original world fragment. Ghost Eater ability marks have been reset. A stream of notifications flashed by as Ye Kai and Huang Jian appeared inside the supermarket. The once neat shelves were toppled, lying haphazardly on the ground. The floor was littered with chips, cookies, braised eggs, wafers, banana milk, and various other snacks. Many snack packages were trampled, their contents spilling across the floor. Several signs hung overhead, some dangling crookedly by a single broken string reading, snack section. In the distance, fire doors had descended, sealing this area into an isolated enclosed space. Huang Jian looked regretfully at the items on the floor. So we ended up in a supermarket. He muttered. I wouldn't have brought so much food if I'd known. Supermarkets were never short on supplies. Even without the entity behind this providing goods, people could surely survive on what was here. Shoo. Ye Kai signaled for silence. According to the prompts, since this place was completely sealed off, it meant it was either a safe zone or a quarantine zone. A safe zone would be fine, but if it were a quarantine zone, a calamity was sure to be present. Moreover, the scent of blood hung in the air. Not far away, a collapsed shelf suddenly creaked, then was pushed aside. Huff. Huff. A figure emerged, over 2 meters tall, corpulent, and covered in blood and grime. Strange chains were wrapped around its body. In its left hand it held a long boning knife, in its right a cleaver. It breathed heavily, advancing towards Ye Kai and Huang Jian, crushing the shelves underfoot with a screech of twisted metal. You have used the ability Ghost Eater on Butcher. Mark successful. Ability Ghost Eater copied via Mimic, remaining time 1 hour, so each use consumes an hour of remaining time. Just like with the Mirror Demon. Ye Kai glanced at it only briefly before turning his attention to the approaching Butcher. Since this was a calamity, it was the perfect chance to test how much power when Dan's sword could unleash in his hands. He dropped a mirror at his feet and threw another small mirror towards the Butcher's flank. The Butcher snorted, perhaps in disdain for his poor throwing technique. Stay hidden, Ye Kai said, and as the mirror reached the Butcher's side, he activated Mirror Leap. Oka. Huang Jian barely uttered a word before he saw his boss vanish from his spot, only to reappear in midair beside the calamity, sword swinging down. Clang. The Butcher reacted swiftly, raising its cleaver to block the one Dan, while thrusting the boning knife towards Ye Kai. Sparks flew as the weapons clashed. Mirror Leap. The boning knife found only air. Ye Kai reappeared in his original spot, and a sizable notch had been chipped into the Butcher's cleaver. The one Dan sword's power at 1 is still too weak for this situation. It's also because my own strength is lacking. It seems he'll need to recite poetry. Ye Kai threw out several mirrors to increase his mobility and began to chant. Amidst the white blades I stake my body, amidst the red dust I slay men. A notification appeared in the upper left of his vision. This poem has already been used and is ineffective. Change the poem to activate the effect. So picky. Ye Kai couldn't think of anything else at the moment, only the song of the gallant knight came to mind. 10 steps to kill one man, 1,000 miles leaving no trace. Within 1 minute the one Dan sword can unleash 3 of its power. The more complete the recited poem, the greater the boost to the one Dan sword. Thud, thud, thud. The Butcher charged at him, wielding both blades. Ye Kai activated Mirror Leap again, appearing at the Butcher's side, drawing the one Dan sword once more. A look of alta-human cunning flashed across the Butcher's face as it swung both blades. The cleaver parried while the boning knife slashed in from another angle. The opponent had 1 sword, but he had 2. 1 to block and 1 to clang. This time the one Dan sword cleaved through the cleaver. The sword continued its arc, slashing into the Butcher. A dull thud of flesh being cut, and the Butcher's arm was severed instantly, the blade burying deep into its body. The Butcher let out a blood-curdling scream. Su Zhishuan shuddered as he heard a harrowing beast-like cry. He was hiding in the clothing section of the supermarket along with his colleague Xie Yan. Huidong's supermarket was quite large, offering them plenty of hiding space. After locking away the latest calamity, the frozen corpse, they had been hiding here for some time. The clothing section was well stocked, so they grabbed several garments, spread them on the floor, and found it relatively comfortable to lie down. With the supplies provided by the system and what they had brought from other areas, they were faring better than their colleagues in other zones. At least their surroundings were decent. Did you hear that? He called to Xie Yan. It seems to be coming from over there. I heard it, Xie Yan replied, propping herself up and putting down the book she had taken from the book section. Good sleep makes a good woman. After a moment's thought, she said, next to us. That's the snack section. Isn't the butcher there? Could someone have gone over? Who would be that reckless? Su Zhishuan said. Everyone knows the butcher is in the snack section. Why would anyone go there for a mission? He pulled out his phone and scrolled through it. Besides, no one is doing missions right now. Xie Yan lay back down. Let them be. As long as we don't open the fire door. But if they die, more calamities will appear. How can we ignore it? Su Zhishuan said. We've barely managed to reduce the number of calamities, and now someone's being foolish, undoing all our progress. What can we do? Xie Yan pulled a dress over her legs. Just focus on ourselves. Suddenly her voice trailed off as she stared in disbelief at the prompt that appeared in her field of vision. Xiaosu, look at the prompt. Huh? Su Zhishuan glanced at it and widened his eyes. Calamity, butcher, has been resolved. Supplies will be distributed shortly. I thought there were still over 10 hours left. Yeah. Xie Yan murmured. What happened? Note, you can only equip 3 abilities at a time and possess a maximum of 6 abilities. Exceeding this limit will prevent you from acquiring new abilities. Abilities are only usable and count toward cooldown when equipped. You have acquired the ability Devour. This ability has been temporarily stored. Devour, choose one of 2 effects, remove one of your abilities and enhance another ability. Enhancement direction is random. Remove 1 memory fragment and immediately reset the state of all your other abilities, including cooldowns and markers. This ability has a cooldown of 12 hours. You have obtained Memory Fragment 1. Ye Kai never expected to obtain such an ability from the butcher. Among the 3 abilities he currently possessed, 2 had significant drawbacks. Imitation was flexible, but each use triggered an unpredictable cooldown, greatly reducing its practicality. Manipulation required linking to a target and the target's consent to take effect. Though its cooldown was short, it was heavily restricted in use. Both of these skills could be improved by Devour. I can only equip 3 abilities at a time. I need to keep Imitation. Manipulation can be used as material to enhance another ability, or I can use another ability to enhance it. Since I can use memory fragments to reset states, I need to keep 1 fragment in reserve. For now, I can only open 1. Ye Kai decided to use a memory fragment. The previous 2 uses had yielded Li He's memories, leading Ye Kai to suspect that Li He's presence had influenced the fragments. Now that he had switched to a different world fragment, and Li He was no longer present, whose memories would he obtain? Might he hear the voice of the master that Li He had mentioned? He had Huang Jian stand guard nearby, and used the memory fragment obtained from killing Ghost Call. His vision jolted, then steadied. Ouch! A hand looking somewhat youthful pressed against the ground, and the vision shifted again, rising and stabilizing. The owner of the memory had stood up. He dusted off his clothes, bent down to pick up a medicinal herb, raised it above his head, and waved it joyfully. Master! Master! Not far away, an elderly man who was also picking herbs looked up. His hair and beard were white, his age impossible to determine. He wore a Taoist robe, and carried a bamboo basket on his back. Master, look, is this it? Yes, it is. The elderly Taoist approached, took the herb, and examined it in his hand. Next time, don't rush. Pull it out slowly. He crouched down and showed the herb to his disciple. Look, you've broken off some of its roots. That diminishes its medicinal properties. From the perspective, Ye Kai could see that many of the herb's roots were severed with white sap dripping from the breaks. Oh, still, Jiao, you did well. I only described it once, and you accurately identified the herb. You're far better than Bao and Liang. Bao? Liang? The elderly Taoist stood up and called out. Come over here and take a look. 2 children who appeared to be about 10 years old responded and ran over. The Taoist handed them the herb and had them examine it. Look at your elder brother Jiao. He's already found the herb. Use this one as a model to find yours. Wow, big brother is amazing, one of the younger children exclaimed. He found it so quickly. The other child muttered something under his breath, too softly for Jiao to catch. Moi. The Taoist tapped his forehead. Bao, how can you think that way? I teach you all the same. If you can't find it, how can you blame others for succeeding? But big brother is different. Bao argued. He can hear things. Hear what? Jiao's vision shook as he jumped up to cover Bao's mouth. Bao? Didn't we agree not to tell anyone? Master isn't an outsider. Bao dodged and retorted. Didn't father say that the master's profound arts might cure your affliction? But you've said nothing about it all these days. The Taoist separated them and led Jiao aside, his expression stern. Jiao, what is this about? I can hear some strange voices, Jiao said. When I was looking for the herb just now, I thought about whether there might be one nearby, and then I heard a voice telling me that particular plant was it. Did you recognize the voice? Jiao shook his head. Was it me, the old Taoist asked. It sounded somewhat similar. Jiao hesitated, but it was still different from your voice. I see. The old Taoist patted Jiao's head. Before I sent you to find the herb, I had already surveyed this area roughly and knew where the herbs were. The voice you heard must have been mine from that moment. But, Jiao was puzzled, you didn't speak. What you heard doesn't require someone to speak aloud. I've been like this since I was a child. Master, is it an illness? Can your talisman water cure it? The old Taoist crouched down, grasped his shoulders, and looked into his eyes. Jiao, this is not an illness. This is an immortal bone. Zhu, Bao, Liang. No answers came to him. Ye Kai felt a flicker of familiarity, but after pondering for a while he still couldn't determine whose memories these were this time. In any case, he certainly wasn't called Zhu as a child. These memories had nothing to do with him. It seemed they were Taoist priests. Whether it was the master or the two figures Bao and Liang, their attire was largely in the same style as the Taoist robes. Ye Kai knew, though, with many differences in detail. Combined with their manner of speech, they likely hailed from some ancient era. All three young acolytes referred to the old priest as master. Could this be connected to Li He's master? It couldn't be that much of a coincidence. Probably not, after all. Master was just another term for teacher. What intrigued him most was the immortal bone the priest mentioned. This term had appeared once before in Li He's memories when a Taoist had come to treat him. Li He had chased him away with curses. Would this priest be any different from the one Li He had encountered? Ye Kai continued watching as the memory fragments shifted. A bustling street market. Zhu walked down the center of the road, holding a banner aloft with Bao and Liang flanking him, each leading a horse. The two had grown taller since before, suggesting they had been following the old priest for some time. Zhu glanced back. Two horses pulled a carriage where his master sat with eyes closed, resting. Looking up again, he saw the characters on his banner: Master Taiping, saving the world with talisman water. Zhu, don't look around. The old priest's voice sounded directly in Zhu's ear, and he quickly faced forward, ceasing his wandering gaze. It seemed only he could hear it. Bao and Liang beside him kept turning their heads. He cleared his throat, and only then did the two straighten up. Passers-by on both sides stopped to stare and murmur, their words constantly drifting into his ears. I've heard, Master. Yes, talisman water can cure illnesses. Can it cure anything? Then what about? They say he's already over 100 years old. He was a centenarian during Emperor Shun's time. Then wouldn't he be 120? 130 now? That's a godly being. Who knows, maybe he's a demon. Why are his disciples so young? Could he be planning to use them for alchemy? The disaster of the witchcraft curse should serve as a warning. Zhu couldn't help but look towards the speaker, then averted his gaze after a moment. Probably couldn't find him. Ye Kai thought. This Zhu seemed able to hear the thoughts of others. The old priest's earlier communication likely also relied on this ability. But this power had its drawbacks, like not being able to tell who was speaking right now. They traveled for a while, when suddenly several soldiers burst out from the side, blocking their path. The leader saluted from horseback. May I ask if you are the revered Master Yuji from Langia? My lord, the provincial inspector, is delighted to hear of your arrival, and wishes to invite you for a meeting. The hands holding the banner trembled slightly. Zhu looked back towards the carriage. Master. Yuji had somehow already appeared behind him. Zhu, don't be alarmed. Then he cupped his hands towards the soldier. That is my intention as well. Please lead the way. Yuji. Ye Kai was quite familiar with this name, especially his famous quote from a certain game. Do you believe? So this was the Three Kingdoms period. Zhu, could it be Zhang Zhu? Right, Zhang Zhu, Zhang Bao, and Zhang Liang were supposedly brothers. They were part of the Yellow Turbans, one of the warlord factions. He wondered if this Zhang Zhu would call upon the Thunder God to aid him. But how did Yuji get connected with them? Was this in Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Or perhaps the famed figures of the era had connections not recorded in the novel? It didn't matter anyway. He couldn't remember much of Romance of the Three Kingdoms himself, just the spear tip arriving before the flash, the dragon-like charge following strategies devised within a tent to win 1,000 miles away, and the unstoppable wave, and Xiao Qiao striving to become stronger. Oops, seems like he mixed things up. Well, no big deal. Romance of the Three Kingdoms wasn't exactly official history anyway, so mixing it up is fine. The author isn't going to come after him. As for the more historically accurate records of the Three Kingdoms, Ye Kai had only heard of it, never even touched its cover. So was Yuji an immortal? Over 100 years old, and still moving freely, taking on disciples, curing with talisman water, and asking if you believed. Ye Kai hadn't seen his combat prowess, but guessed it couldn't be too poor. Immortal matters were hardly for a mortal like him to judge. He decided to treat him as an immortal for now. He continued watching. A single lamp flamed small as a bean. Under the dim yellow light, Zhang Zhu placed a roll of bamboo slips on a nearby shelf, and took out a new one. The oil lamp's flame was tiny, and the slight air current from his movements nearly extinguished it. Zhang Zhu quickly shielded it with his hand, only carefully removing his hands once the flame steadied, then bent down to unroll the bamboo slips. The text on the slips was in vertical columns. Ye Kai saw the first column read, Taiping Jing Volume 43. A complaint came from the side. Brother, this lamp is too dim. Why don't we just read tomorrow? Zhang Zhu turned his head. Only then did Ye Kai notice two other tables behind him, where Zhang Bao, and Zhang Liang each sat studying by the faint light of their own oil lamps. The bamboo slips before them were more than half read, though he couldn't make out their content. Ye Kai guessed they were also parts of the Taiping Jing. Yes, brother Zhang Liang also complained. It's already this late, and the light is so weak. My eyes are really sore. How far have you two gotten? Zhang Bao's voice sounded a bit sheepish. I'm on volume 17. I've reached volume 22, Zhang Liang said. The master's Taiping Jing has 170 volumes in total. We've only read a tenth or so, and it's already taken us 2 months. Zhang Ju said to truly master its techniques, one must practice repeatedly, which takes even more time. I've read to volume 43, and I still often feel it's too slow. I wish I could go without sleep. But we are still young. We can take our time to learn gradually. Zhang Bao said the master is already 135. Even if we don't cultivate successfully and live that long, spending 20 or 30 years of patient effort should be enough to finish reading the entire Taiping Jing. Exactly. Why are you so anxious, brother? Zhang Liang asked. The master doesn't only have us 3 disciples. If each disciple learns a few volumes, the Taiping Jing can be spread across the world. Zhang Ju didn't answer. Ye Kai heard some faint, indistinguishable sounds. A cacophony of chirping like birdsong, flowing water, wind, and rain, all mixed together. Among them were sounds resembling human laughter and screams, as if many people were talking at once. It was too complex. Listening to it gave Ye Kai a headache. He was immersed in Zhang Ju's memories, and this was what Zhang Ju was hearing. It's too late. Zhang Ju murmured to himself. Soon it will be too late. The memory fragments ended here, and Ye Kai snapped back from Zhang Jiao's memories. What was it that Zhang Jiao had heard? What was the too late he had spoken at the end? Based on Ye Kai's limited historical knowledge, the Yellow Turban Army was a peasant uprising that was later suppressed. If there were immortals on Zhang Jiao's side, could the Yellow Turban Army really have been suppressed? Or perhaps those who suppressed them were also immortals. Actually, it might not be so. He had assumed Yu Ji was an immortal, but in truth Yu Ji was not, or it was possible that Zhang Jiao never became an immortal. Li He once said that there are still some processes between having potential and becoming an immortal. More information is needed. However, he would not open the next memory fragment for now, since Devour Ghost had less than an hour left. Even if not used, it would soon disappear, causing imitation to enter cooldown. He might need memory fragments to reset the skill for the next imitation. Huang Jian placed a box of washed fruit beside him. I checked and saw that many snack packages were torn and not very clean. Luckily, we brought fruit. I washed them with the bottled water over there. Huang Jian did not ask what had just happened to Ye Kai. This was the rule of a wage earner. Don't ask about things the boss doesn't mention. Pretend you didn't know, pretend it didn't happen. If the boss is willing to tell you many things, then congratulations in advance, a promotion and raise are coming. He only saw that Ye Kai stood still for a few minutes as if lost in thought. When he recovered, he smoothly picked up where he left off. Was he cultivating? No, there were 2 calamities here. The boss had just killed one, perhaps absorbing the benefits from that calamity like experience. He worked in game development and was familiar with this situation. If a player kills a monster without a drop, wasn't that a waste? Many games have simplified to auto-fighting with microtransactions and auto-cultivation, allowing players to level up without much effort or hassle. Leveling up and becoming stronger. That's the core need of players. Could it be that the boss, being a calamity, doesn't have such needs? Earlier in the unit, the boss was also very proactive in fighting monsters, clearly, because there were benefits. As for the verses, the boss muttered while dealing with the calamity butcher. Could that be the boss' hobby? Huang Jian reminded himself to be more observant in the future. Ye Kai casually picked up an apple and took a bite. How long has it been? 6 minutes. Huang Jian glanced at the countdown in the upper left of his field of vision and said confidently, I took a look around just now. This snack area is quite messy with nothing useful. There are 2 fire doors, both with switches that should be accessible from our side. He pointed to the left and right sides. The switches for both fire doors were on the side near the snack area and could be opened by them. Ye Kai bit into the apple and walked to the left fire door, standing there for a moment. The passive prompt of Devour Ghost did not trigger. The right fire door also did not show a passive prompt. No targets to mark. Perhaps both sides were safe. No, it was also possible that they were too far away, or after all, the passive detection range of Devour Ghost was not very far. Then he decided to make some noise. Those who would flee from it should be harmless. Those who approached him would be calamities. Ye Kai took 2 steps back, then rushed forward and kicked the fire door. Boom. The clothing area of Huitong Supermarket was at the edge of the mall, with one side against the wall and fire doors on 3 sides. Su Jixuan and Xia Yan leaned against the wall, terrified. Has the butcher been resolved? Xia Yan's voice trembled. Is the butcher over there? It's over there. Su Jixuan was also trembling. Is there someone in our supermarket who can fight that thing? They were both supermarket employees. When the apocalypse struck, they had just clocked in the morning and were trapped here. Those who came early were here. Those who came later hadn't entered the supermarket yet and were tossed who knows where. Their only group chat was the Huitong Supermarket workgroup. All other chats, including various workgroups, became unusable after the apocalypse began, and private messages were also impossible. If someone could deal with it, they would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Xia Yin carefully took out her phone. Let's ask in the group. Su Zhishuan also took out his phone to check if others had similar situations. Some had already noticed the notification of the butcher's death. Even if they hadn't, they all received supplies, so the group chat was buzzing. Finance, Xia Yin, did someone go to the snack area? Warehouse manager Wang Yue, isn't the butcher there? It just died, or was it killed by one of ours? Cashier Lu Wenwen's sister Xia, aren't you in the clothing area? The snack area is right next to you. Finance, Xia Yin, Xiao Su and I are here. We heard a loud bang next door. We don't know what happened. Business manager Su Zhishuan, first, there was a loud scream, then we saw a notification that the butcher had been resolved. A few minutes later there was a bang. The group chatted chaotically for a while. Su Zhishuan checked and saw that everyone who had been alive before was still there. Xia Yin also noticed this. Everyone said they hadn't gone. She couldn't help but move closer to Su Zhishuan. Xiao Su, did you notice? They all said they didn't go. It probably can't get through. Su Zhishuan could only think that way. Since it wasn't human, what else could it be in the current environment? Naturally, it was a calamity. He knew that the snack area had 2 fire doors that could be opened. But based on past experience, calamities wouldn't open doors. Perhaps the act of opening a door was difficult for them. Boom. Another loud bang. The fire door in the snack area shook. The fire doors inside the supermarket were rolling shutters that would sway when struck. Xia Yin shuddered. Xiao Su, maybe we should go to the department store area next door. Next to them was the department store area, separated only by a fire door. It's fine. Su Zhishuan forced himself to calm down. It probably can't get through. Calamities can't pass through fire doors, right? The system notification also says fire doors can protect us. It's fine, it's fine. Despite saying that, he still gripped the fruit knife in his pocket. But the system didn't say it's a new calamity. Xia Yin said, it definitely can't get through. The supermarket's fire doors are all double-sided switches. If it could open one, it could open others. Rumble, rumble. The fire door slowly rose. Oh! Xia Yin screamed, frantically grabbing a clothes hanger and waving it in front of her. Stay away, stay away. Su Zhishuan also took out his knife and tremblingly opened it, but he had no hope that it would be of any use. The fire door stopped rising and the vast space fell silent. Scrape, scrape. Footsteps. Something was stepping on the ground and approaching. Stay away, stay away. Xia Yin closed her eyes and swung the hanger wildly. The footsteps stopped. Then a strange voice rang out. Don't be nervous. Xia Yin opened her eyes, and she and Su Zhishuan saw 2 people in front of them. A young man holding a sword, and behind him another person carrying large bags. Yi Kai smiled, revealing his teeth. I'm here to join you. Are you welcome? Su Zhishuan's teeth chattered. Xia Yin's vision went dark. Welcome? How could that be? These 2. They looked human, but the pair knew with certainty that they had never seen these people before. These 2 weren't part of the supermarket's work chat group at all. The apocalypse struck that morning when the early shift had arrived, but the late shift hadn't yet. Because it happened so early, the supermarket wasn't even open and there wasn't a single customer present. Over the past 10-odd days hiding from the calamity, they had confirmed this fact time and again. And now 2 people appeared. They came out of the snack section, the place where only one thing existed. The calamity, the butcher. It was only through the combined effort and cunning of everyone in the supermarket that they had managed to trap it there. During that process, someone had died, spawning the calamity known as the frozen corpse. Fortunately, that calamity appeared in a sealed-off area with no one around, otherwise many more would have perished. Calamities cannot be stopped by human force. That was a lesson the supermarket survivors had already learned with their lives. So what could these 2 be? Are you 2 human or ghost? Su Zhishuan asked. At that moment, he was already regretting why he hadn't gone to the department store section earlier. Even if he had been found there, he would have at least bought himself a little more time. That's what you ask? Yi Kai said. Of course we're human. If you don't believe me, ask him. He gestured towards Huang Jin beside him. The boss is lying again. Huang Jin thought, but he certainly had to play along. After all, although the boss wasn't human, he didn't kill people either. He was a good calamity, that one. Yeah, we're human, Huang Jin said. If we were calamities, do you think we'd be having a nice chat with you right now? Where did you come from? Su Zhishuan lowered the fruit knife in his hand. There are only so many employees here. We've been stuck here for over 10 days and have never seen you before. We came over from another world fragment. He glanced at the upper left corner of his vision. A passive notification for Ghost Eater had just appeared there. Ghost Eater, non-identical targets available for marking nearby. 2. Another. We came over from another world fragment. He glanced at the upper left corner of his vision. A passive notification for Ghost Eater had just appeared there. Ghost Eater, non-identical targets available for marking nearby. 2. Another aberration. Remembering his previous encounter with Yi Kai made no move, merely noting this silently. He hadn't had a chance to observe an aberration up close for a long time. This time, he should watch carefully. Oh, I see. I was just saying you 2 young men don't look like bad sorts. For a moment, I almost thought you were thieves who snuck in last night. Huang Jin brought out 2 boxes of fruit, and with the fresh produce as an icebreaker, the 4 of them were soon chatting. Whether the deterrent effect of the butcher's death played a part in this friendliness was open to interpretation. Yi Kai for one didn't think so. A sincere smile was plastered on his face. Yeah, we used a similar method. We just stayed in our apartment waiting for the calamity's time limit to end. Then Huang Jian and I packed up our things and left that world fragment. We had no choice. We were in an apartment building with no supplies. Once the calamity was gone, we were out of food. Oh, you're asking how the butcher died. Ye Kai drew his Wandan sword, its blade reflecting a shimmering cold light. It's thanks to this sword. A friend gave it to me. I didn't think much of it at first, but later I discovered it's incredibly sharp and sturdy. Don't go spreading that around, okay? Calamities are scary, sure, but some of them can be killed. Earlier Huang Jian and I even took down a fake human together. Hearing this, Huang Jian couldn't help but puff out his chest. He felt he hadn't contributed much, but the boss was praising him. Besides, what was wrong with saying he and the boss took down the fake human together? Wasn't it the truth? Even if the boss said they teamed up to kill the butcher. Even supports get assists. Oh, you two are really something else, Xie Yin said. What was the fake human like? The fake human can take on the appearance of anyone, Huang Jian said. It can even mimic your acquaintances. Once it transformed into my mother's form and knocked on my door. If I hadn't been cautious, I might have opened it without thinking. But calamities can't leave their world fragment, right? Su Zhishuan suddenly asked. How could they? Haven't you tried leaving? Huang Jian gave him a strange look. The system warns you that a calamity exists in the world fragment and you can't go to others. Oh, I've never actually tried. Su Zhishuan started, but was cut off by Xie Yan. Xiao Su, what are you saying? Haven't we all tried? Otherwise, why would we be stuck here waiting? Well, Su Zhishuan shot Xie in a dissatisfied glance, looking somewhat embarrassed. It's fine, Huang Jian said, trying to smooth things over. Maybe he just forgot. It's only human. Ye Kai just smiled. The Wandan's sword lay at his side, its plain scabbard concealing its edge. Zhang Jiao stood up from his chair and glanced at the report on the wall. There wasn't much to see, really. The report's data was from before the apocalypse. Inventory personnel changes, all of it was from that time. These numbers hadn't changed in a long while. Only on the employee roster had many names been crossed out. He thought for a moment, then wrote 2 new names on the list. Ye Kai, Huang Jian. Then he checked the WeChat group. No new members had joined. Not in yet. The room was very quiet. He listened intently for a moment, then nodded slightly. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Zhang Jiao's office was open. Someone knocked on the door frame and walked in. Manager, I just received a quest. Haven't posted it in the group yet. Oh. Zhang Jiao looked over. Zhang Chao, is that you? What's your quest? Go to the snacks section, book section, fresh produce section, and grain oil section within 2 hours, and stay for at least 5 minutes in each area. Zhang Jiao nodded and sent a message in the WeChat group. Huidong Supermarket Work Group, Zhang Jiao purchasing Zhang Chao, will be doing a quest shortly, passing through the snacks section, book section, fresh produce section, and grain oil section, staying 5 minutes in each. Please confirm the situation if you are in these areas. Cashier Lu Wenwen grain oil section is safe. Front desk, Huang Fei book section is safe. IT Su Shui, too many cameras are damaged, can't cover many areas. The frozen corpse should still be in the fresh produce section. IT Su Shui, also I just saw Xie Yin and Su Zhishuan sit down at the edge of the surveillance range near the clothing section. IT Su Shui can't see clearly over there, no idea what they're doing. Purchasing Zhang Chao finance, Xie Yin merchandising, Su Zhishuan, how are you guys doing? After a while there was no reply from Su Zhishuan or Xie Yin. Purchasing Zhang Chao, are they still there? IT Su Shui image, IT Su Shui still there. The image showed Xie Yin and Su Zhishuan sitting on the floor. Unfortunately, they were at the very edge of the camera's view, and only their movements could be discerned. They seemed to be talking to someone, or perhaps looking at something. Why aren't they replying at all? Zhang Chao muttered to himself. The butcher is already dealt with, there's nothing for them to worry about there. A WeChat notification sound rang out. Merchandising, Su Zhishuan, help. What's wrong? What happened to you two? Asked cashier Lu Wenwen. Let me check the surveillance. Hopefully they're within camera range, said IT staff Su Shui. Is it a new calamity? There was no warning, said fresh produce staff Qin Yuhang. Don't panic. It's nothing, said Zhang Jiao. Su Zhishuan, I don't know where those two came from. Hey, stop staring at your phone, Ye Kai said, noticing Su Zhishuan constantly checking his device. Tell me about the situation here first. You can play with that later. Is someone messaging you on WeChat? Oh, it's nothing. Su Zhishuan hastily sent the half-typed message and put his phone away. Someone in the group was talking about the butcher. I was just checking. By the way, we just got here. The system said we need to add you to the WeChat group in person. Ye Kai pulled out his phone. Which one of you will invite me, eh? Su Zhishuan and Xie Yin exchanged a glance. This group is our work group. Everyone in it is. Xie Yin trailed off, stopping mid-sentence as she saw the look on Ye Kai's face. Though Ye Kai was smiling, his eyes were fixed on her. His hand occasionally brushed over the long sword resting beside him. Ahem, well, Xiao Su, why don't you add them? He'll explain things to them first. Oh, alright. Su Zhishuan reluctantly opened the group chat, navigated to the member list, and tapped the add button. I might not have the permission to invite people to this work group, he said while attempting to do it anyway. Under normal circumstances, he indeed lacked such authority, as the Huitong Supermarket Work Group was an enterprise group. But now in the apocalypse, under the control of the unknown entity behind it, all things were different. A page popped up on his phone. Invite Yi Kai and Huang Jian to join the group chat. Before joining, please verify their identities. His phone vibrated. WeChat notification banners slid down from the top of the screen one after another. Financia, Yin, those two Financia, Yin say they're from outside Financia, Yin killed the butcher. Financia, Yin, they're chatting now. When did Sister Xia learn to type so fast? Should I stall for a bit? Su Zixuan's finger hovered over confirm, not pressing it. Yi Kai leaned over. What's wrong? Having some trouble. Let me see. Su Zixuan quickly pulled his phone back. Confirm. No, it's fine. There was just a long disclaimer. It's done now, all done. Check your phones. He wouldn't dare let Yi Kai see the group chat. Newly added members couldn't see previous messages, which was their only chance to secretly communicate. They couldn't let these two see the earlier conversations, especially what Xia Yin had just said. But it seemed. His phone buzzed twice as Yi Kai and Huang Jian joined the group. You have joined the group chat. Until you leave this world fragment, you will also receive real-time tasks. A notification appeared in the upper left corner of his vision. Su Zixuan invited Yi Kai to the group. Su Zixuan invited Huang Jian to the group. Procurement Zhang Chao Financia. Yin, you're saying those two killed the butcher. Are they even human? Cashier Lu Wenwen, that was the butcher. How could they kill it? Fresh Produce Wang Liang bullshit. Asked them where they're from. Zhang Jiao welcome. Yi Kai Huang Jian. Procurement Zhang Chao withdrew a message. Cashier Lu Wenwen withdrew a message. Fresh Produce Wang Liang, why did you guys withdraw your messages? Yi Kai, did you really kill the butcher? Yi Kai, hello, everyone, we came over from another world fragment. Huang Jian, hello everyone. Yi Kai noticed the name Zhang Jiao in the group chat and paused for a moment. Yi Kai, the butcher thing was just a coincidence. Maybe it wouldn't have lasted much longer even without us. Business manager Su Zixuan, I just talked to them. In their previous world fragment, they also killed the calamity known as the fake human. They're very strong. Fresh Produce Wang Liang, then go kill the frozen corpse. Zhang Jiao, so you're experts. Welcome. Fresh Produce Wang Liang withdrew a message. Fresh Produce, Chen Yuhang, sorry manager. Brother Liang had a bit too much to drink. Cashier Lu Wenwen, welcome warehouse. Wang Yue, welcome great masters. Huang Jian, thank you everyone. We just arrived, hope you'll take care of us. Yi Kai, smile. Yi Kai, you flatter me. We just stalled for time until the calamity passed. Su Zixuan and Xia Yin smiled awkwardly, but Yi Kai ignored them. He tapped on Zhang Jiao's profile in the group chat. It looked like a very ordinary WeChat user with a common scenic photo as their avatar. However, Yi Kai certainly didn't think this was an ordinary person. What era was it, and what ordinary person would name themselves Zhang Jiao? Especially since he had just seen Zhang Jiao's memory fragments, and now he encounters someone named Zhang Jiao. It was almost certain that the Zhang Jiao in this group chat corresponded to the Zhang Jiao from the memory fragments. Was Zhang Jiao an immortal? He must be. How else could he have crossed thousands of years to appear in the modern era? Immortals do not die. After seeing Zhang Jiao in the group, he temporarily abandoned any thoughts of showing off his powers. Was he strong? In front of ordinary people with his abilities of mimicry, mirror, leap, devour, and manipulation along with his one-dan sword, he was certainly strong. In front of an immortal, that was another matter for now. However, did this Zhang Jiao also need to die once to revert to his immortal state? Yi Kai remembered clearly that Li He from his neighbor's memories had been an ordinary person. After the system announced his death, he saw his existence in the mist of scapegoat. It was only after devouring Zhao Yajing that Li He was resurrected. Something like that. Yi Kai tried tapping on Su Zixuan's WeChat avatar to add him as a friend. Add failed. He tried Xia Yin and a few others in the group, but also failed to add them. Should he try adding Zhang Jiao? Yi Kai thought for a moment and decided to give up for now. He glanced at Su Zixuan and asked, is Zhang Jiao your manager? Su Zixuan nodded. Yeah, he's been here for a few years. I joined last year, and he was already here then. Manager Zhang has been here for 3 years. Xia Yin added from the side. I've been here longer than him. I've been here for 4 years. Manager Zhang came after me. Do you know Manager Zhang? No, Yi Kai shook his head. It's just that the name feels a bit strange. Like I've heard it somewhere before. Is it that bad? Su Zixuan scratched his head. Is it that strange? Isn't that the Zhang Jiao from the Yellow Turban Rebellion? Huang Jian said. I remember he was from the late Eastern Han Dynasty. We learned about it in history class. Let me think. Zhang Jiao led the Yellow Turban Rebellion, which dealt a blow to the Eastern Han's rule, directly leading to warlord fragmentation at the end of the dynasty and ultimately causing its downfall. I can still remember the textbook answer after all these years of graduating. Amazing. Huang Jian gave himself a mental pat on the back. Eastern Han. Yi Kai said with a strange look. Isn't it the 3 kingdoms? Well, it's kind of the same. Huang Jian was about to cover for his boss when he heard him continue. Oh, right, the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty split into the 3 kingdoms, right? That's one way to look at it. Huang Jian thought about it. Indeed, Romance of the 3 Kingdoms also mentioned the Yellow Turban Army. That's right, boss. Don't you find it a bit odd that he shares the exact same name as that Zhang Jiao from the Yellow Turbans? Yi Kai's gaze swept across Su Zixuan and Xia Yan's faces. What's wrong with him being named Zhang Jiao? Su Zixuan said. It's common for people to share names. I had several classmates named Wang Chao and plenty named Zihan. Yeah, his name is a bit unusual when you think about it, but it's not our place to dictate what people call themselves, Xie Yin said. If it were me, I'd definitely be gossiping about it behind his back, Yi Kai said with a smile. After all, the name is exactly the same as a historical figure. Having worked in an office before, Yi Kai simply didn't believe that Xie Yin wouldn't gossip about something like this. A distinctive name like Zhang Jiao couldn't possibly escape workplace chatter. Was it because he was an aberration? If Zhang Jiao was here, were Zhang Bao Zhang Liang, who also studied under Yu Ji along with Zhang Jiao, and Yu Ji himself also present in the modern world? And if so, where were they? His WeChat buzzed. Zhang Jiao Zhang Chaos task requires going to the fresh produce section. In a moment, you guys should help lure the frozen corpse away from there. Zhang Jiao follow the same procedure as before. Following the same procedure as before. This proves they've done this kind of thing previously. It makes sense in this world fragment the required tasks are split up. Although the stay time in each area isn't long, having to reach several areas means the risk of encountering calamities increases significantly. They could certainly trap the calamities in one area, but they might also encounter a task that just happens to involve that area. So everyone must cooperate with each other to help everyone complete their tasks. Yi Kai stood up and Huang Jian followed suit. Zhang Chaos task requires us to help lure away the frozen corpse, right? Yi Kai said, since we're new here, we might as well help out and familiarize ourselves with the environment at the same time. How do you usually do it? Su Jixuan and Xie Yin stood up. When we did tasks before, we would leave the areas with calamities for last, Su Jixuan said. This time Zhang Chao should go to the snacks, books, and grain oil areas first. Then lure the frozen corpse away from the fresh food section, so he can go in and stay for 5 minutes. That sounds dangerous. Yi Kai said. Are you going to open the fire door and let the calamity out? We don't have a choice, it's the only way to give him a chance to complete his tasks, Xie Yin said. This is how we've been doing it, taking turns with the tasks. We can use the shells to block them for a while, Su Jixuan said. We did this before. As long as there are shells blocking them, it slows the calamities down, giving us time to escape. Then we close the fire door on the other side, and we're safe. Yi Kai nodded. If everyone here were ordinary people, using nearby tools to block the calamities would be perfectly normal. But if there were cultivators, doing it this way would be quite unnecessary. Is Zhang Jiao not awake yet? Or is he like Li He just watching the show? Then let's go prepare together. Yi Kai said, holding his sword, looking excited. Huang Jian watched him from behind, feeling a bit uneasy. If the boss wanted to, he could definitely deal with that frozen corpse. It wasn't that Huang Jian blindly trusted his boss. The boss had already dealt with several calamities. It's just that he wasted more time on the ones without a physical form. So, is the boss watching the show? Procurement Zhang Chao will go to the grain oil area and the books area first. Cashier Lu Wenwenim in the grain oil area, you can come here first. Front desk Huang Fei in the books area, but I don't plan on staying. It's too boring here. Business manager Su Jixuan, the fire door between the clothing area and the snacks area is open. There are 4 of us here now. Don't just talk about it. Yi Kai said, setting aside his Wendan and raising his phone. They don't know what Huang Jian and I look like yet. That's not good. Come on, come closer. Let's take a group photo. Su Jixuan and Xie Yin exchanged a glance, then cautiously moved closer. Yi Kai image. Yi Kai, let everyone know the one taking the photo is me. The one with the backpack is Huang Jian. Front desk Dong Fei, you don't really need to carry so many bags. Oi, everything is available here. Huang Jian, these are the boss things. Warehouse manager Wang, Yue, he's your boss. Huang Jian, yes. Yi Kai, front desk Huang Fei, after he finishes his task, he'll come to the books area. I feel like reading some books anyway. Front desk Huang Fei, just come over yourself, they'll be leaving soon. Yi Kai genuinely needed to read. The boost from his Wendan depended on his Confucian studies. The supermarket certainly wouldn't have original copies of the 4 books and 5 classics. And even if they did, he wouldn't be able to understand them. However, there should be plenty of commentaries and interpretations on the 4 books and 5 classics, which people generally enjoy reading. They were easy to read, and you could directly look at the annotations written by others. Some even included illustrations and various small stories. He remembered that a supermarket near his home had once displayed books like the Analects and pictures Spring and Autumn for beginners and Poetry Primer for babies. These books often came in a series. Buying a few deluxe editions to fill the bookshelf at home was quite impressive, making anyone who saw them think the family was very cultured, as long as they didn't look too closely. Besides that, to temporarily boost the buff ratio of his Wendan, he also needed to stock up on some poetry. He hoped the supermarket's book section had these things. Otherwise, he would soon be entering a period of low combat power. The cooldown for mimicry could be skipped immediately, but at the moment, there was no suitable target. The 4 of them arrived at the fruit and vegetable area. All the produce had been cleared out. The shelves were empty with nothing but a few withered leaves. Huang Jian was a bit disappointed. There's nothing left here. No, Xie Yin said. On March 20th, Manager Zhang had us move all these things into the cold storage so we wouldn't run out of food later. Since then, every time we resolve a calamity, new supplies are provided, so the supermarket stock hasn't been used much. Manager Zhang said we could replace the old supplies with the new ones and cycle through them. Packaged food in the warehouse doesn't spoil easily, so we can use it slowly later when there are no more calamities. Being this frugal, could Zhang Jiao intend for these people to live in the world fragment forever? That shouldn't be the case. In an apocalypse, no matter how many supplies a supermarket has, they will eventually run out. Furthermore, if he truly cared about the supermarket staff, he could easily kill the calamities himself rather than letting the employees take the risks. Or, does he want to weed out some of the employees? Ye Kai followed Su Zhishuan weaving between the shelves and stopped in front of a fire door that radiated a chilling cold. The surface of the fire door was covered in condensation with frost clinging to its edges. Waves of cold air blew out from the gaps around it along with a pungent stench of decay. Opening this fire door leads to the fresh food section, Su Zhishuan said. Ever since the frozen corpse spawned, it's been in there. No one has seen what it looks like yet. However, the cold storage is connected to the fresh food section, which only has an entrance there. With it blocking the way, we can't use the cold storage either. It hasn't opened the cold storage door, has it? Xie said. It's so cold. It was indeed cold. Ye Kai felt the temperature around him was close to freezing. And this was just a tiny bit of the frozen corpse's aura leaking from the fire door. Probably not right, Su Zhishuan said. Our cold storage is small, its cooling power isn't that strong. Besides, the cold storage door is closed, it shouldn't be able to open it. Devourer of Ghosts still had a little time left. Ye Kai walked up to the fire door, getting as close as possible. Devourer of Ghosts, there is a markable non-identical target nearby. This target is protected. It can be marked after the protection is removed. The passive detection range of the Devourer of Ghosts skill wasn't large. This notification meant that the frozen corpse was very close to him, or even. Bang! The fire door shuddered, sending droplets of water flying. Ye Kai took a step back. Through the fire door, a roar echoed from within. Ye Kai and the other three pushed the shelves and display stands of the produce section in front of the fire door of the fresh food area, leaving only a small space around the fire door switch on the side. Behind them, the fire door of the grain and oil section was already open. In a while, Zhang Chao will be in the adjacent general merchandise section. He'll notify us, Su Zhishuan said. Then we'll control the fire door of the fresh food area to rise while retreating to the grain and oil section. The frozen corpses will chase us, but be blocked by the shelves, slowing them down. Next, when the frozen corpse is about to catch you, you close the fire door of the grain and oil section. At the same time, Zhang Chao opens the door from the general merchandise section, enters the fresh food area, and closes that fire door. That's the plan, right? Ye Kai completed the latter part. Yes, Xie said. As long as we can slow down the calamity's speed, it's actually quite safe. We've done this before without any issues. Actually, if you run too slowly, there's still danger. Su Zhishuan added, if you get caught, it's over. If that's the case. Huang Jian thought for a moment and said, it's best to let it appear at another door first, then open this one. That gives us more escape time. There's no way to guarantee that, Su Zhishuan said with a wry smile. For some reason, most of the store's surveillance cameras are broken. If the cameras were working, we could use them to track the calamity's movements. Right now, only a few cameras are functional, and their coverage is very limited. Xie agreed. Yeah, there are no working cameras in the fresh food area, so we don't even know what the frozen corpse looks like. It should be able to sense us, Ye Kai said. We can first place more people on the other side to attract the frozen corpse over there, and then we open the door on our side. Then, because we'll be directly exposed to the frozen corpse, it will abandon the others and prioritize chasing us. This way we'll have more time. Can it really sense us? Su Zhishuan hesitated. Ye Kai's method was actually very effective. The only prerequisite was whether the frozen corpse would truly act as predicted. Originally, one person could have coordinated with Zhang Chao, but now, Su Zhishuan hesitated. We need at least two people. If the frozen corpse's behavior didn't match Ye Kai's theory, it could directly result in 2 deaths. The risk would be even greater. He'll ask in the group chat. Ye Kai nodded slightly, and a line of prompts finally appeared in the upper left corner of his vision. The ghost devouring ability copied by imitation has its time limit expired. The imitation ability has entered cooldown. Cooldown duration 48 hours. There were 3 ability slots. Ye Kai thought for a moment, removed Devour from them, and placed Control in its place. Imitation, cooldown, mirror, jump, control. He decided to keep these 3 abilities for now. There was no immediate need to use Devour to eliminate the cooldown of imitation. He would let it cool down naturally to conserve resources. Without suitable poems to feed his literary courage, and without ghost devouring, if he were to face the frozen corpse now escaping, would be absolutely no problem with mirror jump. But if he wanted to fight it heat-in, it would be quite difficult. Unless he could use control and coordination to create a favorable terrain, there might be a slight chance. With the other party's agreement, Ye Kai glanced at Huang Jian, who instinctively shrank his neck in confusion. Was the boss always this talkative? Had said so much in such a short time. It didn't quite match the impression he had of the boss. But then again, he hadn't been around the boss long in the last world shard either. Zhang Jiao opened his phone. Still hasn't added me. He frowned slightly. It can't be that they haven't heard of me. Is my fame really that low after death? The great worthy teacher fell into a brief moment of self-doubt. People in this era should have all studied history right. However, Yi Kai might indeed be a bit different even though he was told there was no difference. But Zhang Jiao only trusted what he had seen himself. He picked up his phone and sent a message in the group chat. Zhang Jiao, how are things going for each of you? Procurement Zhang Chao, I've spent enough time in the grain and oil area and the book area. I'm heading to the snack area now. Finance Yin, we've blocked the door between the fresh food area and the produce section. In a while Zhang Chao can coordinate with us from the general merchandise section. Well, lure the frozen corpse away. Operations Manager Su Jixuan, Yi Kai just came up with an idea. He roughly explained Yi Kai's plan. Procurement Zhang Chao, I don't have a problem with it, but if we do this once someone need to come to my side. Operations Manager Su Jixuan, yes. Front desk Dong, Fei open the door with you. No way, that's too scary. IT Su Shui, yeah, that's too dangerous. If something goes wrong, two people would be in trouble. Both the person opening the door to lure the calamity and the person doing the task faced certain risks. Among them, the person doing the task was in greater danger, because it was difficult for them to grasp the perfect timing for opening the door. If they opened it a bit too early or too late, they could be killed by the escaping calamity. Communicating only through group chat made it hard for ordinary people to achieve perfect coordination. Warehouse Manager Wang Yue, does that mean two calamities might appear at once? Fresh food Qin Yuhang, that's too risky. If two calamities appear at once, our space to complete the task becomes very limited. At the very beginning of the apocalypse, the task only required them to reach a designated area. Later it became 2 areas, and now it has increased to 4 designated areas. The task difficulty was increasing. Currently Zhang Chaos task area included 1 calamity. If he failed, the next person's task area might include 2 calamities. If 2 people went to his side and both failed. If a task area contained 3 calamities, there would be no point in even attempting it. It would be no different from directly facing the consequences of failure. Procurement Zhang Chao Zhang, Jiao Manager Zhang, what he said makes sense. How about finding someone to come with me? He really hoped someone would open the door with him. Everything his colleagues said was true, but for him personally, having company might increase his chances of survival. Zhang Chao was quite confident in his speed. Back in his university days, he was second only to the sports students at the school sports meet. Whether he could outrun a calamity was uncertain, but outrunning anyone else was no problem. While the calamity was busy killing, he would have more time to escape. Cashier Lu Wenwen, I'm not going anyway, don't count on me. Zhang Jiao, as long as someone is willing to go with you, I won't interfere. Procurement Zhang Chao, it's not that dangerous really. It's like before. Once Su Jixuan opens the door on his side, the calamity will definitely chase after them. We're just buying them time. Procurement Zhang Chao, this is for everyone's good. He emphasized this point. The group chat fell into complete silence. Oh, no one responded to him. Yi Kai sent a message. Yi Kai'll do it, smile. Zhang Chao stood in the snack section. The shelves were in complete disarray, yet a distinct shorter path cut through the This must be the work of the butcher. The trail left by the butcher began at the fire door, a remnant from when they had lured it away from another section. There was a pause in the trail, evident from the pileup of shelves. Perhaps because no one was in the snack section, it remained pinned beneath the shelves. It only stirred when those 2 entered. That's likely what happened. Having been trapped for half a month, they had pieced together the calamities' patterns through various means. The calamities they encountered once isolated generally didn't attack the fire doors on their own. They only became active when someone approached from the outside. As long as they kept their distance, the calamity would remain stationary. Thus, the supermarket staff split up based on their needs and interests, staying in contact via group chat. They didn't all cluster together because the manager Zhang Jiao insisted on preserving some personal space for colleagues. Su Jixuan and Xie Yin said the newcomers neutralized the calamity butcher, but it seems they left no trace. Zhang Chao was certain that calamities couldn't be dealt with by human force alone. What's the deal with those 2? In the photos sent to the group, Yi Kai was carrying a sword. Could he have fought the butcher with it? Impossible, that had to be a distraction. The butcher was immensely strong and wielded 2 cleavers. If not for the fire door being reinforced by the system, it wouldn't have held. That sword. Who even uses a sword these days? Even if the blade itself didn't break, a human's strength couldn't match the butcher's. It was on a completely different level. A machine gun might stand a chance. Maybe their real weapon is in that Huang Jian's backpack. But that's not right either. Any weapon would leave some trace. Especially since Su Jixuan mentioned they heard screams. He searched the floor for a while, but found no marks. Yi Kai had long since retrieved his mirror. Anyway, the sword is too improbable. Maybe they have something like a 5 thunder talisman. Using Yi Kai as a decoy could be Huang Jian's way of hiding his true method. Right, that kind of method would leave no trace. It wasn't that Zhang Chao was superstitious, but with all these calamities appearing, he was starting to think the old ways might be the real science. Using talismans and artifacts to vanquish demons seemed like the proper approach. The sound of a fire door rising echoed through the space. He saw a figure appear behind the rolling door. Hello, Yi Kai said with a smile. I'm here to help. He wasn't carrying his sword, the literary heart had been put away. A biting chill seeped through the fire door, carrying a faint rancid stench. Thump thump. The fire door between the fresh produce and general merchandise sections shuddered under heavy blows. Yi Kai, the frozen corpse, has been lured over. Manager Su Jixuan, opened the fresh produce door at 220 sharp. Purchaser Zhang Chao. Purchaser Zhang Chao understood. It takes a minute for the fire door to fully open, Zhang Chao explained to Ye Kai. When it's half open, the calamity can get through. So we'll open it 40 seconds after the other one starts closing, and then you'll go shut that one. It takes half a minute to close. Ye Kai pointed at himself. He wasn't worried about the frozen corpse. The mirror was already in place for a quick escape. It was just that this was the most dangerous part of the entire plan. Don't worry, the calamity's movements are slow. It's quite safe. Zhang Chao reassured him. You guys killed the butcher, so this calamity should be nothing for you. Ye Kai smiled, but didn't reply. He had originally planned to handle this himself, and offer help if Zhang Chao got into trouble. But now Zhang Chao was directly suggesting he do it. So be it. A faint mechanical hum started as Su Zhishuan opened his fire door. The frozen corpse stopped pounding on the door where Ye Kai was. Zhang Chao watched the clock, and at 45 seconds, he flipped the switch. The fire door rose, releasing a gust of frigid mist that spread across the floor. Ye Kai activated Mirror Leap, and within his range various mirrors appeared in his vision, ready for a quick retreat. Wait. In the vision of Mirror Leap, a massive mirror surface was marked, one that was expanding in a single direction. That was the floor. The ground was turning to ice, and it could be judged as a mirror. The frozen corpse could turn the entire floor of the fresh produce section into ice. That alone showed how powerful it was. Not waiting for the fire door to rise fully, Ye Kai used Mirror Leap to enter the section, landing right in the center of the mirror. Then he saw it. In the direction of the vegetable and fruit area, a humanoid calamity encased in ice and emitting a faint blue glow turned its head to look at him. So that was the frozen corpse. It wasn't large, about the size of a normal person. Ye Kai thought, casually tossing out two mirrors. One was thrown towards the fire door control switch, the other in the opposite direction. This ensured maximum mobility. Crack, crack. The frozen corpse made sounds of ice cracking and grinding as it walked towards him. A chilling air rose from his feet. Ye Kai looked down and saw a faint blue light spreading from the ground up his body. Lifting his feet became increasingly difficult, as if they were freezing to the ice. This wasn't normal temperature conduction, it was clearly the frozen corpse's ability. Movement was restricted on the ice. Ye Kai's mind raced, and he used Mirror Leap. He first jumped to the fire door switch to lower the door. Then he immediately jumped to the mirror he had thrown further away, leaving the fresh produce section from there. Clank, clank. The machinery whirred as the fire door descended rapidly, likely sealing shut before the frozen corpse could reach it. Meanwhile, Zhang Chaos' door was almost fully open. Zhang Chao watched nervously from outside, not entering immediately. Only when the other fire door was almost closed did he carefully step onto the icy floor and enter the section. See, I told you it wasn't hard. No danger, right? Has your task timer started? Ye Kai asked. It's already started. Zhang Chao took out his phone and sent a message to the group. Purchaser Zhang Chao done. Lured the frozen corpse out. Accountant Xia Yin, it actually works. Future tasks should be easy then. Cashier Lu Wenwen, once this calamity is resolved, we'll be completely safe. Fresh produce Wang Liang, good. We should all have a drink then. Ugh, it's freezing. Zhang Chao shivered. If I'd known the fresh produce section was this cold, I would have worn more clothes. He had grabbed a few clothes from the clothing section, but they weren't winter wear and couldn't withstand such low temperatures. Hey, you go get me some clothes. He called out to Ye Kai. The clothing section door is over there. He tried to raise his hand to point, but found his movements were stiff. From Ye Kai's perspective, Zhang Chaos' body was being gradually covered by a faint blue light. The source of the light. Under the fire door of the vegetable and fruit section, a stronger blue glow was emanating. Was that fire door stuck on ice? It hadn't fully closed. It Su Shui image. It Su Shui, what the camera in the produce section caught. Should be the frozen corpse. In the image there appeared to be a completely frozen person standing before the fire door. The figure's surface was a deathly gray covered in a thick layer of frost. Fresh goods Wang Liang looks just like frozen pork. Finance Xia Yin, don't say such disgusting things. Are we going to eat pork anymore or not? Manager Su Zhishuan, it is a frozen corpse. I just lured it out of the fresh goods section. Manager Su Zhishuan, it's not fast. I feel it's much slower than the butcher. Front desk Dong Fei, it didn't push the shelves aside much either. Seems its strength isn't great, right? Manager Su Zhishuan, anyway it just feels very cold. Before the door was open, cold air was seeping out from the fresh goods section through the fire door. Fresh goods Chin Yu Hang, if we could control it and put it in the cold storage, it would save electricity. Warehouse manager Wang Yue, true, but we can't let anyone know. If customers find out, they'll all be scared away. Huang Jian, does it just stay by the fire door? Huang Jian hadn't gone with Ye Kai. Ye Kai had arranged for him to evacuate to another area with Xia Yin earlier. After all, Huang Jian didn't possess Ye Kai's extreme mobility. Also, Huang Jian was now needed to carry his backpack. He used to carry his own bag when going out and never thought much of it, but now with Huang Jian carrying it. Even though it had only been a few hours, it felt much lighter. He probably couldn't go back to the old way now. Huang Jian, let me tell you. Xia Yin beside him said, we discovered earlier that the calamities follow people. If they can't find anyone, they stop in their tracks. Like this frozen corpse, it must have failed to find anyone, so it just stays put. Oh, I see. Huang Jian nodded. Though he felt something was slightly off, the theory didn't seem wrong. It matched what happened in the apartment building earlier. The calamities there would knock on the doors of households with people inside. Although this seemed a bit odd to Yi Kai since there was no precedent for calamities entering homes to reside, a little peculiarity was understandable. His phone rang. IT Su Shui video. IT Su Shui, something's off. The ground beneath it is freezing, but it seems to be melting itself. In the video, the frozen corpse seemed to be melting with chunks falling off its body. The fallen pieces instantly merged with the icy floor, vanishing without a trace. Fresh goods, Qin Yuhang, maybe this is its normal state. When there's no one around, it's just a puddle of water. Cashier Lu Wenwen, anyway, there's a door separating it, so it shouldn't be a problem. Fresh goods, Wang Liang, interesting. He'll head back to the fresh goods section to check it out later. Zhang Jiao, the door isn't closed. Procurement, Zhang Chao. The door isn't closed. Huang Jian glanced at the video in the group chat, but didn't see anything unusual. Is this door closed or not? He asked Su Jixuan beside him. It should be closed. Su Jixuan was also uncertain. It certainly looks closed from here. The fire door is designed to close all the way once the switch is pressed. It's already closed this far. Yi Kai photo. Yi Kai indeed. In the photo, Zhang Chao stood frozen in place, a look of terror on his face. Traces of ice were spreading across his body from the bottom up. Apart from his head and torso, which were barely intact, his limbs were already frozen solid. Yi Kai, I just asked. He can't walk anymore. Yi Kai, standing on the ice, one freezes quickly and becomes immobile. Yi Kai, I must immediately close the fire door to the department store section, or it will freeze over here too. I guess I can only ask if he has any last words. After a while, Yi Kai uploaded a video. Do you have any last words? Save me. Zhang Chao broke down. You can definitely save me. It seemed Yi Kai expressed his inability, and Zhang Chao grew more agitated. You walked over the ice just fine earlier. Save me. Frost was spreading across his body. Are you working with the calamity to harm me? Zhang Chao trembled. Why won't you save me if you can? I can't save you. The video ended. Yi Kai, it seems he has no last words. If he still had a ghost eater, Yi Kai might have been able to save him, or at least attempt it. Unfortunately, he didn't have one. True, he possessed the potential to become an immortal, but that potential wouldn't guarantee his survival. Besides, when he sent Yi Kai in to lower the fire door, had he ever considered that Yi Kai might die because of it? Yi Kai sighed inwardly and pressed the switch for the fire door. The ice layer created by the frozen corpse would expand slowly, and only the fire door could stop it, provided the frozen corpse hadn't made it outside the fire door before it closed. Combining the information from the group chat, the frozen corpse's abilities were essentially confirmed. It could freeze the ground around it, and it could disassemble its body, transforming into a blue light that traveled through the ice at a speed far exceeding its humanoid movement speed. This blue light was likely invisible to ordinary people. When it came into contact with a person, it would climb onto them, causing their body temperature to plummet rapidly, resulting in a freezing effect. Even if it didn't transform into its blue light form, merely standing on the ice would cause one to freeze at an unnatural speed. Fortunately, he had sensed the onset of freezing and immediately used Mirror Leap to escape. Yi Kai didn't dare gamble on whether he could activate Mirror Leap after being completely frozen. As for what would happen if he were fully covered by the blue light. Cashier Lu Wenwen, why didn't you save him? He's not dead yet. Warehouse manager Wang Yue, yeah, he's not completely frozen. You could try to save him. There's a mop in the department store section. Use the mop. Fresh goods, Qin Yuhang, although he looks fine, his body temperature is dropping too fast. It hasn't even been half the mission time, has it? Fresh goods, Qin Yuhang, even in a normal cold storage at 10 to 20 C, it shouldn't render someone immobile in less than 2 minutes. Fresh goods, Qin Yuhang, and even though he can't move, he's not shivering when he talks. That's very abnormal. Warehouse manager Wang USI. Cashier Lu Wenwen, you're just not going to help him even though he's not dead. Cashier Lu Wenwen, at least try. If he dies, another calamity will spawn. Huang Jin, the boss, must have his reasons. Yi Kai didn't check the group chat. Only after confirming the fire door was down and the ice hadn't spread to the department store section did he pick up his phone again. Yi Kai, the frozen corpse, freezes the ground around it. If we let it into the department store section, it will become its territory too. If Zhang Jiao weren't still in the group, he wouldn't have bothered to explain so much. Cashier Lu Wenwen, just don't let it get to the department store section, right? Yi Kai, then you do it. Lu Wenwen didn't reply. After a moment, a new notification appeared. Notification: Procurement Zhang Chao has died. Fear released. Calamity: Giant rat spawned. Eliminate the giant rat or survive for 48 hours to resolve this calamity. Hint: 1 gives birth to 2. Cashier Lu Wenwen, see, I told you we should save him. Storekeeper Wang USI, it's already like this, forget it. Fresh food, Qin Yuhang, wait, I think I heard a rat gnawing on something. The group chat immediately fell silent. After a moment, someone finally sent a message. IT Su Shui, having rats here is actually pretty normal. Storekeeper Wang Yue, we did a rodent extermination on March 15th, and then the apocalypse hit on March 20th. There were no rats in the warehouse. Storekeeper Wang Yue, what could the beverage section use to feed rats? Do they eat soda cans? Yi Kai glanced at the sign above. The beverage section was right next to the general merchandise area. To get to the book section, he had to first go through the clothing section, then cross from there. Yikai book section Huang Jian. Huang Jian Roger. Yikai fresh food Qin Yuhang forget about the rats pull back. Fresh food, Qin Yuhang huh? Is that the calamity? Fresh food Qin Yuhang no way I didn't even see it. Yikai pressed the switch for the fire door. With the sound of mechanical operation, the rolling shutter fire door slowly rose. He flipped his right hand and grasped the Wendan. Wendan sword equipped. Compared to other areas, the beverage section was slightly better off. Not a single shelf had fallen. But many of the drinks and some of the alcohol on the shelves were missing. He caught a whiff of liquor. It's nothing, what's a rat matter? The newcomer doesn't know shit. If it were a calamity, we'd already be dead. In the corner were two people, one clutching a bottle of alcohol, the other trying to pull him up. Brother Liang, let's hide somewhere else first, we can come back later. Ha, trying to trick me away. This expensive wine. Do you even know how to appreciate it? Yikai tapped the shelf with his scabbard. The younger man looked up and gave an awkward smile. Hello, you're Yikai, right? I'm Qin Yuhang, Brother Liang. He. Move. Yikai ignored them, sweeping his gaze across the shelves. On one of them, he spotted a crimson glow. Approaching the shelf, he could hear the sound of gnawing. It must be the giant rat. But could it be this small? I'm not leaving, I haven't had enough. Hiccup. Can you help me carry Brother Liang away? Qin Yuhang pleaded. I can't move him alone. Yikai glanced at them. The drunken Wang Liang glared back. Once out, they didn't flee but found a nearby shelf and continued gnawing. The pierced shelf wobbled and crashed to the ground. Wang Liang, still reeking of alcohol, sat up straight, his eyes suddenly clear. Hiccup. Well, little Chun, let's get out of here. There, crash. The wine bottles on the shelf were pierced and shattered. The corresponding part of the shelf was also easily breached like paper. Squeak. A piercing shriek. The crimson glow split into two, and from both sides of the shelf 2 rats rushed out, each the size of 2 fists, their bodies glinting with a metallic sheen. Once out, they didn't flee but found a nearby shelf and continued gnawing. The pierced shelf wobbled and crashed to the ground. Wang Liang, still reeking of alcohol, sat up straight, his eyes suddenly clear. Hiccup. Well, little Chun, let's get out of here. There really are rats. He wasn't wrong. Xia Yan arrived at the door of Zhang Jiao's office and knocked. Manager Zhang, I need to talk to you. She looked around and lowered her voice at Yikai and Huang Jian, who just joined the group. Xiao Su and I both think there's something off about them. Zhang Jiao sat up straight. What's the matter? They came out of the snack section and they resolved the butcher. Xia Yan said the way they look, they don't seem like athletes. I don't think they could have beaten the butcher. Not just unlikely, it should be impossible. If 2 people could defeat the butcher, would they still need to use terrain to avoid calamities? Judging by appearance isn't really appropriate. Zhang Jiao said maybe he has some kind of ability. Ability? Can't be. The system never said anyone could have abilities. With so many of us, not a single one has developed an ability. Xia Yan said that Yikai told me he has a sword that's extremely sharp, and that's how he killed the butcher. A sword? Yeah. Xia Yan continued, I saw that sword. It didn't look like much. Even worse than the one my old man bought. Not even a single gem. Zhang Jiao chuckled. A practical sword wouldn't have gems. Or maybe there's something in their backpacks. Xia Yan said they also mentioned that in a previous world fragment, they together killed another calamity, called the pseudo-human. She recalled, I don't think their expressions were fake. When he mentioned it, Huang Jian could barely suppress a smile. Xiao Su even tested whether he was a calamity, but maybe I let something slip and they got wary. They both said no. Also, what Xiao Lu said makes some sense. Zhang Chao could still talk, but he just ignored him. And Zhang Chao was frozen solid, yet he was completely fine. That doesn't add up either. Anyway, Manager Zhang, I think we need to be careful. The calamity in our own section was just resolved. Why would they be in such a hurry to come out? Something's definitely wrong. Alright. Zhang Jiao smiled. Although a calamity might take human form, you're being too cautious. I'll have a chat with them. If there's a problem, I'll let you know. Xia Yan got up to leave, but at the door she turned back and added, still uneasy. We need to find a way to get that sword of his for inspection, and those backpacks too. They're too dangerous. Xia Yan left. Zhang Jiao glanced at the door as it closed softly. He tapped the table lightly, then listened for a moment. A sword. A sword. Indeed. He picked up his phone and sent a message in the group. Zhang Jiao, Yikai want to talk. Yikai, sure. Then a notification popped up on Zhang Jiao's phone. Yikai has sent a friend request. After driving away Wang Liang and Qin Yuhang and locking the giant rat in the beverage section, Yikai led Huang Jian to the book section. Let's split up, Yikai said. Find all the books about poetry, the 4 books and 5 classics, Confucius, Mencius, everything like that. Okay. Huang Jian agreed. Boss, are you interested in that stuff? Yikai nodded. Then, Huang Jian probed further, earlier when I saw you kill the butcher you recited a poem. Is it that you like? He thought for a moment, poems that show off. Showing off. Yikai felt Huang Jian's understanding of him was a bit off. Am I someone who likes to show off? When I act, it's fitting for the occasion. Oh, Huang Jian understood instantly. So it's showing off, but you can't call it showing off. It has to have that feeling of showing off. The boss doesn't show off for others, he shows off for himself. I'll start by looking for poems with a killing intent or a sword spirit, and show them to you when I find them. As for the 4 books and 5 classics, what do you want? Please don't be those massive commentaries. There's no way a supermarket would have those. Killing intent, that sounded like it fit his needs. But as for the 4 books and 5 classics, Yi Kai hesitated. Something simple. You are now friends, you can start chatting. A small line of text appeared on the WeChat chat interface. Yi Kai thought for a moment, then sent a sticker over. Yi Kai, hello Zhang, Jiao, what's the story with your sword? My sword. So Su Jixuan and Xie Yin did talk. Yi Kai wasn't surprised by the leak. He had already confirmed their identities as anomalies, and deliberately mentioning the sword was a test in itself. If they had told others, Yi Kai would prioritize assuming the informant was an anomaly and might deduce further information from their actions. What surprised him was that they had told Zhang Jiao. This puzzled Yi Kai. Was it because Zhang Jiao sided with the anomalies? Or perhaps the anomalies themselves were unaware of their own nature? Both were possible. Being immortals didn't mean they shared the same stance. Li He believed anomalies and humans were no different, but other immortals might not hold the same view. Yi Kai had previously tested Shipeng, who didn't consider himself an anomaly. Now it seemed this perception might be widespread. Yi Kai, a gift from a friend. He had initially planned to subtly confirm Zhang Jiao's identity, but after a moment's thought he decided to ask directly. Yi Kai, are you an immortal? Zhang Jiao's reply was a bit delayed. Zhang Jiao, you know of immortals. Did the one who gave you the sword tell you? A question mark arose in Yi Kai's mind. According to Li He's and Zhang Jiao's memories, his ability to see could be called having immortal bone, a potential to become an immortal. Since he had potential, what was wrong with telling him about the existence of immortals in advance? It was like how every elementary school student knows they will become middle schoolers. It's not a secret, even if he might not succeed. Yi Kai, I know. Yi Kai, since you, the great virtuous teacher, are an immortal, are your fellow Taoist Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang and your master Yu Ji also immortals? Zhang Jiao, child. Zhang Jiao, no. Yi Kai felt his question was indeed a bit rash. After all, becoming an immortal might not be a good thing, and if one didn't succeed, they would surely be dead. Either way, it wasn't a pleasant prospect. Yi Kai, sorry, I just recalled many legends about them and got curious. Zhang Jiao, my 2 younger brothers lack immortal bone. My master has it, but unfortunately lacked the opportunity. Opportunity again. Yi Kai, my friend, mentioned opportunity too. What exactly is the opportunity to become an immortal? Zhang Jiao, when the opportunity arrives, you will know. Do you wish to become an immortal? Yi Kai, not sure yet. I've heard immortals often die suddenly, but I don't know what benefits there are. Yi Kai recalled a message. Yi Kai, not sure yet. Just heard the price is steep, but I don't know how it feels. Zhang Jiao, I saw it. Yi Kai felt a bit awkward. He sent it out of habit, tried to recall and edit, but the other party had already seen it. Zhang Jiao, no one knows my master's identity now. Oh, they all call him Old Immortal Nanhua. How did you confirm my master's identity? Yi Kai, after killing calamities, there are memory fragments. I saw some of your memories. Zhang Jiao, I see. Understood. Zhang Jiao, if you want to know about becoming an immortal, go see for yourself in the memory fragments. From his words, Zhang Jiao seemed to have understood something. Yi Kai was confused. Zhang Jiao, those with extraordinary abilities born with them, are called Wu. But in this apocalyptic age, Wu are different from my time. Yi Kai, Wu are those with immortal bone. Zhang Jiao, correct. But after the witchcraft calamity, few used this term. All so-called arts and powers originate from this. The witchcraft calamity. Yi Kai noted the term, but didn't intend to delve deeper. It was thousands of years ago, likely irrelevant to the present. So-called Wu seemed to be just a shorthand for those with immortal bone. What mattered to him was that Wu had immortal bone, but Wu in this age differed from Wu of Zhang Jiao's era. Something must have happened in between to cause such a change. Yi Kai, I have one more question. Yi Kai, can immortals easily remove the calamities in the world fragments? Why don't they? In the previous world fragment, Li He's refusal to deal with calamities might be due to his lazy nature and reluctance to interact with neighbors. Or perhaps the generation and resolution of calamities were the only source of resources. But here Zhang Jiao had a supermarket's worth of supplies, no need to rely on the meager resources from calamities. Moreover, Zhang Jiao wasn't uninvolved, he coordinated matters, and even came to verify things based on employee reports. Zhang Jiao, since my death 2,000 years have passed. Zhang Jiao, why should an immortal from 2,000 years ago govern the affairs of the mortal world 2,000 years later? Yi Kai, some of your employees aren't human. Zhang Jiao, is that what you think? Laughing Zhang Jiao, that's all I can tell you for now. Yi Kai let out a breath. Zhang Jiao spoke in riddles, but he was still better than Li He. He was right. Immortals weren't obligated to manage mortal affairs. Moreover, by now the former acolyte Yellow Turban leader and great virtuous teacher Zhang Jiao had been dead for 2,000 years. With 20 years per generation, that was 100 generations. It was unreasonable to expect an immortal to intervene. Immortals might inherently lean towards non-interference, or perhaps they were bound by certain restrictions from meddling in mortal affairs. Otherwise, history would be filled with records of immortals. So many that even a history-blind person like him couldn't ignore them. Li He, a mere scholar, could sever the dragon's feet with his self-forged civilized heart sword. If that sword appeared on a battlefield or in the hands of a master, it would inevitably overturn history and reshape the world. Also, his final remark about some employees not being human and Zhang Jiao's cryptic response were major issues. The existence of anomalies was certain, confirmed by the immortal Li He's abilities, and he hadn't denied it. What did Zhang Jiao mean? Was the judgment wrong? Impossible. Surely he and Huang Jian counted as humans. The reactions of Wang Guifan and Lu Ming earlier could serve as supporting evidence. People like Peng who glitched at a simple question couldn't possibly be human. He'd have to search through the memory fragments for answers. He casually picked up a complete guide to home cooking and put it down. Better to focus on raising his Confucian level, first find some poems, and boost his immediate combat power. However, the bookstore section in the supermarket mostly had baby books and practical recipes. It didn't seem like a good place to find such things. Boss, look, I found some. Huang Jian ran over with several books. These are all related to the 4 books and 5 classics. They shouldn't be too difficult. Indeed, they weren't. Yi Kai looked over the story of the Analects Children's Phonetic Edition, reading the 4 books and 5 classics with your child, Illustrated Phonetic Edition, and Classic Chinese Texts, a 21-day crash course on the 4 books and 5 classics. Great, just great. The only problem was he'd have to read them all in secret. Fresh produce, Chun Yuhang, the rats in the beverage section might truly be a calamity. Just now Yi Kai drove the rats out. They don't look like ordinary rats. I took a photo. In the photo, the rat's body shimmered with a metallic and glassy sheen, its fur standing on end like sharp spikes. Su Shui, it does look abnormal, but if it's a calamity, isn't it a bit small? From the photo, the rat's height is less than a quarter of a single shelf tier. Compared to ordinary rats, it's already large, but as a calamity, it's indeed too small. Such a small calamity had never appeared in Huitong's supermarket before. Business manager Su Jixuan, did it attack you? Fresh produce, Chen Yuhang, no, it was only focused on eating, but look at this video. In the video, the rat was frantically gnawing at the shelves, consuming everything from the steel and wood of the shelves to the wine bottles placed on them. The sound of continuous gnawing filled the air, and the rat's body slowly grew in size. A flash of sword light passed. The rat froze for a moment, then split into 2 halves. Immediately, the 2 halves writhed and transformed into 2 identical rats, each scurrying to a different shelf to continue gnawing. Su Shui, if it doesn't attack people, is that acceptable? Business manager Su Jixuan, if it keeps eating, we don't have that much to feed it. Finance, yeah, Yin, could it be related to that sword? Finance, yeah, Yin. Business manager Su Jixuan, Xiao, Su, didn't he tell us about that sword? My memory hasn't been great lately. Oh, I got distracted and can't recall clearly. Business manager Su Jixuan, it might not be related to the sword. Fresh produce, Chun Yuhang, have you tried attacking it with something else? Fresh produce, Chun Yuhang, I haven't tried. They closed the fire door, and Wang Gu and I left. Fresh produce, Chun Yuhang, we're in the grain and oil section now, with Lu Wenwen. Su Shui, there's a camera in the produce section that can capture a bit of the scene. The floor there has also frozen over. Su Shui image, the image he sent showed the monitor mostly occupied by the fire door, capturing only a small patch of the floor. The floor, originally covered with anti-slip tiles, was now overtaken by a faint blue layer of ice. Warehouse manager Wang Yue, damn, the fresh produce section, the produce section, and the beverage section are all in danger now. The group chat fell silent for a moment. Su Shui, there's also a camera in the beverage section. If anything happens, they'll report it in the group. Yi Kai had been reading for a while. To be fair, this book for absolute beginners was quite easy to follow. Even though Yi Kai had almost completely forgotten classical Chinese, he could read it smoothly. The only drawback was, based on your current study situation, you can utilize one of your literary heart's power, minimum 1. There was no fluctuation at all. It's fine, it's understandable that modern people level up slowly in Confucianism. I wasn't a bad student in school, they'll definitely learn these things with time. It's just that it takes too long. He flipped through another dozen or so pages. What did I just read? I don't seem to remember. Wait, didn't I read this part before? Oh no, I didn't. Who wrote this book? Is this what the original text meant? It's wrong, isn't it? Finally, he folded the page corner and closed the book. I must be getting sleepy. Let me calm down and he'll read again later. Beside him, Huang Jian, who had been flipping through books like 300 Tang poems and reading poetry from childhood, also put down his book. Boss, taking a break. I'll continue in a bit. Yi Kai stood up. How's your search going? There are 2 poems in there. The first is Li Bei's The Ballad of the Swordsman. The Swordsman. No good. Yi Kai shook his head. The Ballad of the Swordsman had already been used, it couldn't be repeated. Oh, then there's another one, Wang Weiss, The Ballad of the Old General. Yi Kai took the book and looked at it. Not bad, The Ballad of the Old General. Meanwhile, in the beverage section, after Yi Kai struck the giant rats numbered 4, the 4 rats gnawed ceaselessly at the shelves and goods, the constant crunching sound filling the area as their bodies continued to grow. After a long while, the gnawing stopped. All the shelves and goods in the beverage section were completely devoured, and the spilled drinks on the floor were also entirely cleaned up. The 4 rats had grown to the size of adult pigs. They twitched their noses, sniffing around the entire space with anxious steps. And they grew more and more frantic. Suddenly, they stopped staring at each other, slowly circling. When there's nothing to eat, rats will devour each other. One slightly larger rat couldn't hold back, lashed its tail, and opened its mouth towards the smallest one. Squeak. Su Shui, the beverage section might be completely empty now. Su Shui, everything the surveillance could cover is gone. Su Shui sent an image. Without explanation, everyone would have thought it was just a picture of an ordinary empty space. Apart from the lowered fire door, there was only the bare concrete floor with anti-slip tiles. Su Shui, earlier the rats appeared in the camera already bigger than dogs, but now they're not visible. Front desk Dong Fei, are they not moving anymore? Just like the other calamities. Business manager Su Zhishuan, hard to say. Warehouse manager Wang Yue, people back home say that when rats are too hungry the big ones eat the small ones. Cashier Lu Wenwen, that's disgusting, stop it. Warehouse manager Wang Yue, I wonder if rat poison would work on these rats. We still have some left over in the warehouse. Front desk Dong Fei, yeah, maybe rat poison can deal with them too. Fresh produce, Chen Yuhang, how much is left? Who can go and spread it? Warehouse manager Wang Yue, quite a lot, enough for 2 or 3 rounds of extermination for the whole supermarket. Finance, yeah, and if Zhang Chao hadn't gotten into trouble, he's fast, he could have tried. Cashier Lu Wenwen, I think he could have saved Zhang Chao then, but he did it on purpose. Fresh produce, Chen Yuhang, it's hard to say. Who knows, when a calamity might go mad, anyone would be scared. Finance, yeah, and I don't think he should be afraid. He even killed a butcher. That frozen corpse didn't seem that scary. Su Shui video. Su Shui, the surveillance camera in the beverage section went offline. This is the last segment before it cut out. In the video, a huge shadow was cast on the rolling door, then the camera feed suddenly went black. Fresh produce Wang Liang broke down. I knew the purchasing department was taking kickbacks. Zhang Jiao, for the next real-time task, whoever's task includes the beverage section, will go and spread the rat poison. This request seemed fair enough, no one objected. A line of prompts refreshed, and Yi Kai looked up from his intense reading. Calamity frozen corpse, remaining time 31 hours. Calamity giant rats, remaining time 40 hours. You have received a real-time task. You have received a real-time task. Within the next 2 hours, you must spend 5 minutes in each of the following 4 areas: the produce section, the grain and oil section, the book section, and the front counter. If you fail to complete the task for the next half hour, when the calamity targets you, it can directly pass through the partition doors between these areas. In this world fragment of the supermarket, the penalty for failing a task was far more severe than in the apartment building. In the building, as long as you didn't open the door for your neighbor, they couldn't enter your home, and others remained safe. But here the fire doors couldn't hold anyone back. Wherever the failed individual appeared, the calamity could follow. This further fostered cooperation among everyone. Even if luring the calamity away from someone put oneself at risk, it was still a lesser risk than the consequences of a failed task. Otherwise, a failed individual, while fleeing for their life, could easily drag the whole group down with them. For areas, among them the produce section is occupied by the frozen corpse. It has already taken over 2 areas, the fresh food section and the produce section. If we follow the old method, having someone lure the frozen corpse away while I close the corresponding fire door, it would only expand its actual territory, not reduce the risk I face. There's no safe approach. To complete this real-time task, I have to confront the frozen corpse hidden. Yi Kai thought for a moment, then sent a message in the group chat. Yi Kai, I've received a real-time task. Yi Kai, I need to spend 5 minutes each in the produce, grain, and oil, book, and front counter areas. Fresh food Chen Yuhang, isn't the frozen corpse over in the produce section? Su Shui, yeah, the floor over there is already frozen solid. Su Shui image. Warehouse Wang Yue, that task won't be easy. Fresh food Chen Yuhang, how about I help lure it away? But you two need to grab its attention first. He felt that Yi Kai's earlier warning to leave the beverage section had saved his life. Other colleagues might not help, but he should. As for having Yi Kai and the others distract the frozen corpse, it was because he was also afraid of being caught by it. Cashier Lu Wenwen, don't do it, he might just abandon you to the corpse and run. Finance, yeah, Yin, listen, I'm older than you, so we'll call you Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, can you try killing the frozen corpse? Finance, yeah, Yin, I don't mean anything by it. You and Xiao Huang together have already killed 2 calamities. Why not give it a shot? Front desk Dong Fei, the front desk is fine here, you can do this one first. Fresh food Wang Liang, yeah, I agree. Give it a try. If you kill it well, I'll be grateful. Business manager Su Zhishuan, last time we tried to lure it away from the fresh food section, it ended up taking over 2 sections, and Zhang Chao didn't finish his task. Luring it away this time probably won't be easy either. Zhang Jiao, do you need our help? Yi Kai? Yi Kai will try first, if that doesn't work he'll come to you. As expected, few in the supermarket were willing to help him. Chen Yuhang was one. Su Shui, Wang Yue, and Dong Fei were neutral. The others more or less showed they didn't want to help. As for Zhang Jiao, was he saying that because of his status in the group, or did he genuinely intend to help? Forget it. After thinking for a while, he sent Zhang Jiao a WeChat message. Am I considered a witch now? If I die, will the calamity released be stronger than theirs? Zhang Jiao, of course. But I wouldn't advise trying that. Yi Kai's mouth twitched. If the calamity released by a witch's death was stronger, then the calamity released by a real human should logically be even stronger than that released by an aberration. Just like after Wang Gaifen's death, the faceless one she released was far more powerful than the previous calamities. As for the immediate threat of the frozen corpse with Mirror Leap at his disposal, his own safety was guaranteed. No need to overthink it. Huang Jian, standing nearby, glanced at the group chat, then at Yi Kai. The boss has a task too. Really? Isn't he a calamity? Why is his task the same as everyone else's? Could the boss actually be human? Should I ask? No, better not risk offending him. Boss, do you need me to do anything in a bit? Huang Jin asked. Bring me that poem from earlier again, Ye Kai said. In a moment, if I can't recite it all, you take over. The Ballad of the Old General was a fairly long poem. He was cramming at the last minute. He knew the first part, but if he needed to maintain the buff later, he might not remember the rest. Huang Jin nodded. Cheerleader. Got it. Let's go. He'll open the door from the general merchandise section in a bit. With a flick of his wrist, Ye Kai summoned the literary courage sword equipped. Huang Jin's eye twitched in response, feeling ashamed of his earlier thoughts. How could I have thought the boss was human? I still don't understand him well enough. The fire door between the general merchandise and fresh food sections was emanating waves of biting cold. A faint foul stench seeped through the gaps between the fire door and the wall, carried by the frigid wind. Ye Kai held a mirror in his hand. You go to that fire door. If a fight breaks out, and the frozen corpse's ice starts getting close to you, retreat. Huang Jin nodded. And boss you? Huh, worried about me. Ye Kai chuckled. He had already placed mirrors in the book section and the clothing section. As soon as Huang Jin opened the fire door, he could retreat in an instant, far faster than Huang Jin could ever manage. But of course Huang Jin had no idea about this. So he gave an awkward smile and stepped back. Ye Kai dropped a mirror on the ground, reached out to flip the switch, and the fire door began to rise. A bone-chilling cold surged out. In his mirror leap vision, all available mirrors lit up. From under the fire door, a pair of ice blue feet emerged, and the frost began to spread. Go boss! Huang Jin shouted, holding up his 300 Tang Poems Phonetic Edition. A deeply distorted sound echoed out. I shot the white-fronted tiger on Zhongshan, and I can rival the yellow-bearded boy of Yi. The full form of the frozen corpse came into view. It was Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao, who had been killed by the frozen corpse earlier, was now part of it. I fought across 3,000 li, and my sword once faced 1,000,000. I shot the white-fronted tiger on Zhongshan, and I can rival the yellow-bearded boy of Yi. The full form of the frozen corpse came into view. It was Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao, who had been killed by the frozen corpse earlier, was now part of it. I fought across 3,000 li, and my sword once faced 1,000,000 soldiers. A line of text appeared. Within 1 minute, the literary courage sword can unleash 5 of its power. Continue reciting to increase this further. Let's give it a try. Ye Kai flashed forward, thrusting his sword at the frozen corpse. Clang! Clang! This strike left a deep white scar on the frozen corpse, but could not cut deeper. Mirror leap. My base attributes are too low, Ye Kai realized instantly. The literary soul could indeed provide a powerful buff, but if one's own attributes were insufficient, the damage dealt would be limited. It was like the first attack against the butcher, where even with the base buff, it didn't produce enough of an effect. Then I need to enhance the buff's power. Han troops charge swift as thunderbolts, foes' cavalry crumbles before caltrops. Wei Qing's victories came not from. Realizing he couldn't recall the next line, Ye Kai decisively shouted, Huang Jian. Continue. Huang Jian immediately picked it up. Wei Qing's triumphs were heaven's favor, Li Guang's failure was fate's cruel design. For 1 minute, the literary soul sword can unleash 6 of its full power. Continued recitation can further enhance this. The frozen corpse reached out to grab him, and Ye Kai decisively used mirror leap to shift away. Ha ha ha. Zhang Chao, sealed within the frozen corpse, let out an unintelligible laugh. The ice on the frozen corpse's surface began to crack. Wisps of pale blue light seeped out from the falling ice chunks, sank into the icy ground, and then rapidly surged toward Ye Kai. He swung his sword at them. The blade sank into the ice, carving a shallow gash, severing the threads of blue light, which then dissipated into nothing. Ha ha ha. The frozen corpse charged at Ye Kai. It was faster than their last encounter. Once arrows flew blinding every IU, today willows sprout from my left elbow. For 1 minute, the literary soul sword can unleash 8 of its full power. Continued recitation can further enhance this. Seeing the frozen corpse about to reach him, Ye Kai used mirror leap to shift to a farther location. The wisps of blue light changed direction with his movement, their speed far surpassing the frozen corpse's. Ye Kai seized the opportunity to strike down, and the blue light dissipated. Ow! A large amount of ice fell from the frozen corpse's body, revealing a more brilliant blue light beneath the frozen layer. Ye Kai struck again, and the light dissipated once more. But this time he felt a significant resistance. The frozen corpse was strong. Much stronger than the butcher. Based on its behavior, it seemed that assimilating a person made it even more powerful. Ice continued to fall from the frozen corpse's body. At this rate, finishing it within a minute seemed unlikely. Swear to make the spring flow at Shul, not like Yingchuan's feudal drunken rage. Real-time task progress book area completed. Produce area 0420. Remaining grain oil area 050. Remaining front desk 050. Remaining the literary soul buff, however, had only 35 seconds left. It was time for a risky move. Gritting his teeth, Ye Kai severed the blue light under the ice, then facing the charging frozen corpse, he did not retreat, but unleashed a full-power strike. A human-like mocking smile appeared on the frozen corpse's face. Clang! The blade sank into the frozen corpse's body, but couldn't go deeper. The literary soul was stuck. The frozen corpse's hand reached down to grab Ye Kai. The envoy recruits used by the River Imperial Edicts send generals out 5 ways. Front desk Dong, Fei, haven't you come over yet? From the department store area, follow the signs around to the grain and oil section, head out past the freezers and dairy products, and you'll see the checkout and front desk Yikai. Fresh food Qin Yuhang, maybe he's lost warehouse Wang Yue, not likely. I didn't get lost on my first day even before the signs were up. Finance, yeah? Yin, could he have gone straight for the frozen corpse? Fresh food Wang Liang, see, I told you, let's see the real deal. If he can take down the frozen corpse too, he'll definitely thank him, right? It Su Shui, no, the monitor in the produce section caught him. It Su Shui image. In the image, Yikai stood with his back against a wall, sword in hand, as a sapphire blue arm reached out from beyond the frame, grasping for him. It Su Shui, in just a moment he appeared, and then vanished again. Cashier Lu Wenwen, no way, does he have superpowers? Finance, yeah, Yen, if it's superpowers, fine. I'm more worried it's something else. Business manager Su Jishuan, it shouldn't be that bad. Yikai took a deep breath, steadying his body. Without specialized training, he was still too weak in every aspect. He had relied too heavily on Ghost Eater before and hadn't noticed this flaw. Now, after using Mirror Leap consecutively and continuously parrying and blocking the frozen corpse's attacks, his stamina was failing. Because he had drawn the frozen corpse's attention, Huang Jian was relatively safe. The ice hadn't spread in his direction. The frozen corpse also didn't attack him. The literary soul buff had less than 20 seconds left. Even though it was stacked to 10, time was running out. More importantly, his stamina was also dangerously low. Should he retreat? There was still plenty of time in the real-time task. He could rest and come back. Huang Jian recited the final line. Scorn not the old general of Yunzhong, still fit for battle to win glory. For 3 minutes, the literary soul sword can unleash 12 of its full power, current maximum capacity. 3 minutes. There was still time. The sapphire blue arm reached for him, and Yikai, rallying his spirits, raised his sword and slashed. Clang. The arm fell to the ground and then dissipated. The frozen corpse froze for a moment. Boss, keep going. Huang Jian's shout came through. Fresh food Qin Yuhang, they haven't made a sound. Business manager Su Jishuan, did they leave? Fresh food Qin Yuhang can't be. The calamity isn't cleared. How could they leave? Finance, yeah, and they came from outside, so maybe it's different. Cashier Lu Wenwen, if we hadn't been told ID suspect, they were already dead. Cashier Lu Wenwen, anyway, let's just hope they don't create a new calamity. It Su Shui, wait, the monitor changed. It Su Shui video. In the video, the floor was covered with non-slip tiles showing no abnormalities. It Su Shui, this is the produce section's monitor. It was frozen before. Front desk Dong Fei, are you sure? How did it recover? It Su Shui, I'm sure. Fresh food Qin Yuhang, we haven't gotten any notification either. Did the frozen corpse move somewhere else? Cashier Lu Wenwen, best case, they destroyed each other. Front desk Dong Fei, don't say that. If he helps us get rid of the frozen corpse, we should still thank him. Yikai gritted his teeth and swung his sword. After its 2 arms were severed, the frozen corpse seemed somewhat panicked, transforming directly into a deep blue light and darting erratically within the ice layer. Its speed was even faster this time. Yikai realized he couldn't land a hit. Every attack only struck the ice. But this wasn't in vain. In the vision of Mirror Leap, the massive mirror surface corresponding to the icy ground was gradually shrinking with each of his strikes. Finally, only Yikai stood before a small patch of ice with the frozen corpse backed into a corner with nowhere to run. He plunged the literary soul directly into the ice. A plume of smoke rose, accompanied by a faint, barely audible scream. The calamity frozen corpse has been resolved. He sheathed the literary soul sword, caught his breath, and opened the group chat. Then he smiled. Yikai, thinking about me. The boss is incredible. Huang Jian was the first to express his admiration. The boss had just been darting between mirrors, evading the attacks of the frozen corpse, while relentlessly dealing damage to it. Although he looked a bit disheveled at times, that was only because the opponent was too powerful. The opponent's strength was the problem, not the boss. Moreover, defeating such a powerful foe only proved the boss' superiority. The boss overcame a formidable enemy with a single sword stroke, a feat worthy of 1,000,000 soldiers. Alright, that's enough. Yikai waved his hand dismissively. After the arduous battle to slay the frozen corpse, he realized something more profound. Formidable abilities were truly formidable. If he still had the Devourer, he wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. He could have simply marked and devoured it while also avoiding all his own negative status effects. The only time it hadn't worked well was against the Faceless Man, and that was solely because the Faceless Man was overwhelmingly powerful and massive in size. But that wasn't a failure of the Devourer itself, it was likely due to his own weakness. He glanced at his mimicry ability. Cooldown remaining 39 hours, he wondered if he'd ever get the chance to copy Zhang Jiao's ability. Speaking of which, he had never actually met Zhang Jiao in person, only exchanged a few words with him on WeChat. He shifted his attention to the rewards from this encounter. You have resolved the Calamity Frozen Corpse and acquired the ability Extreme Cold. This ability has been temporarily stored. Extreme Cold, upon activation, a 10-meter diameter deceleration zone is created around you, slowing all entities within by 50. Any entity remaining in this zone for more than 10 seconds will rapidly lose body heat. You have obtained a memory fragment 1 with this. Yi Kai now possessed 5 abilities. Upon acquiring the next one, he would have to decide which ability to devour. He swapped out control and attempted to activate extreme cold. A dim pale blue halo expanded outward. Huang Jin shivered. Why is it suddenly so cold? He tried to tighten his clothes, but the movement became agonizingly slow. Boss. He stammered, a hint of fear in his voice. What's happening? It's nothing, Yi Kai said. Just a test. A test. Huang Jin thought of the frozen corpse they had just killed and swallowed hard. I knew the boss had a reason for targeting other calamities. Look at this now. The boss might be able to plunder abilities from other calamities. This meant that as long as the boss kept hunting calamities, he would only get stronger and stronger. He had definitely chosen the right side. He couldn't help but feel fortunate about his decision. If this were a company, the boss would be the most promising startup. Joining before the boss had made it big, even filling the void left by a departing key employee. Once the boss became a titan of industry, wouldn't his own status as a founding member be unbeatable? He smugly gave himself a mental pat on the back. Yi Kai tried taking a few steps forward and found himself slowed down as well. So this is how the deceleration effect manifests. Mirror Leap was still usable, but it consumed significantly more stamina while under this effect. That was to be expected, as covering the same distance under these conditions required more physical exertion. B. Boss. I. It's F. Freezing. 10 seconds had passed, and the hypothermia effect was beginning to set in. Yi Kai could also feel his own body temperature plummeting and a wave of drowsiness washing over him. He quickly deactivated Extreme Cold. Extreme Cold provided excellent crowd control, but it didn't discriminate between friend and foe, and Yi Kai himself wasn't immune to its negative effects. This made the ability somewhat situational and restrictive to use. Real-time mission progress: book area completed, fruit vegetable area completed, grain oil area time, remaining 0500, front desk time, remaining 0500. There were still 2 steps left in the mission. Yi Kai stowed his Wunshin sword with a flick of his wrist, motion for Huang Jin to follow, and set off to complete the remaining 2 areas. It Su Shui, the frozen corpse was resolved. It Su Shui, that fast. Warehouse Wang Yue, what happened? Did you do it? Yi Kai finance Xie Yin, could it be an ability? Fresh produce, Chun Yu Hang, that cultivation stuff from the novels isn't real, is it? Are you a sword immortal? Fresh produce, Wang Liang, you read too many novels, it's rotted your brain. He must practice martial arts. I've seen many skilled martial artists before. Yi Kai, which sect are you from, and who is your master? Maybe I know them. Cashier Lu Wenwen, you're the one who killed the frozen corpse. Can you kill the giant rat for us too? Business manager Su Jixuan, that sword was really handy. Did you use it to resolve the frozen corpse? Did Huang Jin coordinate with you? The discovery that another calamity had been resolved caused a huge shift in the group's atmosphere. Yi Kai glanced at the messages, his expression unchanged. Yi Kai, yes, business manager Su Jixuan, that's still impressive. I apologize for doubting your abilities earlier. Cashier Lu Wenwen, Huang Jin, brother Huang, is also amazing. If brother Huang saw us in danger, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing, right? Huang Jin looked at the group chat, but didn't reply. They only want to get close when there's something to gain. Do we even know each other? Can't they keep some distance? Meanwhile, Lu Wenwen, who didn't receive a reply, was undeterred. She thought Yi Kai might be powerful, but he was too cold. Even if she tried to cozy up to him, she might not get anything out of it. But Huang Jin was different. Yi Kai had personally admitted that the calamity was killed thanks to their combined efforts, which meant Huang Jin wasn't weak. Since Yi Kai was his boss, he probably had to let the boss take all the credit. Therefore, he must really crave recognition and praise from others. She felt she understood workers like Huang Jin perfectly, having real strength, but being suppressed by the boss, never getting the admiration and appreciation they deserved. She understood it all too well. She, Lu Wenwen, was in the exact same position. Even though she was just a cashier, it was definitely because the boss deliberately didn't give her a chance to shine. And now, Huang Jin was her opportunity. In this apocalypse, facing these terrifying calamities, surviving as an ordinary person was incredibly difficult. If she could latch onto a powerful ally, even if it wasn't the most powerful one, she wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. She glanced at Wang Liang and Chun Yu Hang in the distance. One was a drunkard, the other an idiot. It was pure luck that those two had survived this long. Since the apocalypse began, all they did was drink and spout nonsense, and yet someone had even saved one of them from the giant rat's clutches. If it had been me. The sound of machinery whirred as the fire door slowly lifted. Yi Kai, empty-handed, and Huang Jin, laden with bags, appeared in the doorway. Yi Kai nodded to the people inside and walked straight in. Huang Jin followed behind him, casually pulling a box of fruit from his bag. What a perfect opportunity. Lu Wenwen's eyes lit up. She quickly stepped forward, reaching out to take the fruit from Huang Jin's hands. She planned to proactively help him carry things to gain his favor. After all, as the saying goes, you have to be proactive to create opportunities. Huang Jin warily pulled his hand back. This isn't for you, he said, turning to Yi Kai. Want some fruit, boss? The real-time task had been completed. They first lingered in the grain and oil section for 5 minutes, then spent another 5 minutes at the front counter. The duration was brief, yet it was plainly evident that compared to before, both Lu Wenwen and Dong Fei had undergone a remarkable shift in their demeanor. Gone was Lu Wenwen's former pickiness and sarcastic tone. She now displayed a fawning attitude toward the pair, especially Huang Jian. Dong Fei, besides expressing gratitude for their disposal of the frozen corpse, also discreetly reminded them not to forget about the giant rat. It wasn't just the two of them. The tone within the WeChat group chat had also turned overwhelmingly one-sided. Ye Kai remained stone-faced throughout. The true identities of these people were still uncertain. Although it appeared that the aberrants and ordinary humans were largely similar, knowing that differences existed made it difficult for him to simply treat them as ordinary people. Returning to the library section, Ye Kai used the memory fragment. He planned to review the memory before going to meet Zhang Jiao. The wilderness stretched out before him. The lush soil was exposed with sparse vegetation. The few remaining trees stood as bare trunks, their leafless branches pointing starkly toward the sky. A yellow wind swept across the land, kicking up clouds of dust. A group of people, their faces numb with despair and their bodies barely clothed, crowded around Zhang Jiao. Many of the earthen jars they clutched were already chipped or broken. Some lacked even a complete jar, holding only fragments of pottery they had scavenged from somewhere. Zhang Jiao lowered his head slightly, let out a sigh, then turned to work with others to haul a large vat down from a cart. The crowd immediately stirred with restless energy. "Don't push. There's enough for everyone," Zhang Jiao shouted with effort as he opened the vat, revealing nothing but extremely clear, watery porridge. Faint, indistinct voices echoed around him. "It's spring plowing season. Ordinary folks should be diligently tending their fields. Aren't those causing trouble at this time nothing but troublemakers? Grassroots. Even the grassroots are gone. Within 10 li the bark has all been stripped from the trees." He let out another sigh. The scene shifted. Yu lit a talisman and tossed it into the air. The charm burned up mid-flight, its ashes falling precisely into a wine cup. He picked up the cup, swirled the contents with his finger, and mixed the ash evenly with the water within. "Drink this talisman water, and your illness will be cured." He handed the cup to a sallow, emaciated patient, who thanked him profusely. "Thank you, immortal master. Thank you, immortal master." Zhang Jiao watched the patient leave. "Master, in which volume of the Classic of Great Peace is this talisman water described?" Zhang Bao asked from beside him. "I wish to learn it too." Yu did not answer. His gaze turned to Zhang Jiao. "Jiao, can you answer Bao's question?" "Volume 132, Zhang Jiao said. "Bao, at your current pace, you should be able to reach that volume in about half a year." "Oh, I have already read that volume," Zhang Liang interjected. "But no matter how I try the talisman water I make never has the master's efficacy. Yet my elder brother can already heal the sick. Is it because he possesses immortal bones and I do not?" "You simply need more diligent practice," Yu said. "Your aptitude may not match Jiao's, but with hard work and perseverance you can compensate. When one guards the one for long enough, form transforms into spirit." As for Bao, Yu pondered for a moment. "My Classic of Great Peace comprises 170 volumes. If you wish to achieve something, you can only master half of it. Within its pages there are methods for governing the state, cultivating the self-arcane arts, and divine powers, and rites of incense and sacrifice. You may choose 2 of these paths to pursue with focus." "I." Zhang Bao hesitated. Zhang Jiao bowed respectfully. "Master, this is a momentous decision. Allow Bao a few days to consider it." These 2 memory segments were fragments of Zhang Jiao, and the others distributing porridge to save the starving in their dialogue with Yu. Could Yu's Classic of Great Peace truly enable ordinary people to cultivate and master arcane arts comparable to the shamans who possessed immortal bones? If such a treasure existed, why had he never heard of it? Logically, it should have had countless disciples. Could it be that successive emperors had kept it hidden for themselves? That was possible. The great aristocratic families might also hold some private copies. However, if emperors could use the Classic of Great Peace to mass-produce loyal followers, the dynastic cycles of rise and fall would have been fewer and far more brutal. In any case, he needed to investigate the whereabouts of these 170 volumes. If he encountered a library setting or met someone knowledgeable about history, he could ask. Ye Kai continued watching. Night had fallen. Zhang Jiao raised his hand to knock on the door, but before his knuckles touched the wood it swung open. Yu's voice drifted out. "Is that Yu Jiao? What confusion brings you to seek me in the middle of the night?" Zhang Jiao stepped inside, and the door closed behind him. The extinguished oil lamp flickered back to life on its own. The interior of the room came into view. Yu sat on the bed, his hair slightly disheveled, having just woken up. Zhang Jiao bowed. "I apologize for disturbing you, master. Today, while rereading the Classic of Great Peace, I came across a passage stating that heaven and humanity are one. If governance is flawed, calamities will descend from heaven, harming the body and bringing disaster upon the nation. Yet when I observe the world, it seems to differ considerably from your teachings, and thus I am troubled." Yu chuckled softly. "Jiao, are you suggesting that your master's views are mistaken?" "I wouldn't dare. It's fine. After all, this Classic of Great Peace is merely a narrow perspective shared by my ancestors and myself." Yu gestured for Zhang Jiao to sit. If it were flawless, wouldn't I have already ascended to immortality and achieved eternal life? The fact that I have only attained longevity and not immortality proves that it contains some errors. Immortality. Zhang Jiao's gaze lifted slightly, looking forward. Master, are you not yet an immortal? No, Yu Ji stroked his beard and said, I have merely practiced some cultivation. Then the many methods for achieving immortality described in the classic of Great Peace. Yu Ji laughed heartily, pointing a finger at Zhang Jiao. Those are just failed methods meant to deceive mortals. Why are you so captivated by them? You possess immortal bones, you naturally progress swiftly in arcane arts. But you are destined to become an immortal, so do not get bogged down in mundane cultivation. Master, have you ever seen an immortal? Can a person truly become one? I have, Yu Ji said. Otherwise, why would I so relentlessly pursue this path? Yet after over 100 years of cultivation, I have still not discovered the way to immortality. Which immortal did you see, Master? Yu Ji shook his head. I do not know. He never gave his name, but he asked me a single question. What is the most yielding, yet also the most unyielding? What is it? Zhang Jiao asked. I naturally do not know. Yu Ji shook his head and laughed. If I knew, perhaps I would have already become an immortal. Yi Kai had encountered this very question in another memory fragment. Li He had mentioned that this was merely the immortal's first question. Unfortunately, the memory fragment ended there, and Yi Kai did not get to hear the rest of the conversation between Zhang Jiao and Yu Ji. Ordinary people could also cultivate, but those with immortal bones would progress faster. That was the reality in Zhang Jiao's era. Later, this must have become impossible. Firstly, because emperors could not secure their thrones through arcane arts alone. Secondly, if any ordinary person could master arcane arts simply through cultivation, science and technology might never have developed to its current state. At the very least, the proportion of human contribution to various devices and technological achievements would have been significantly higher. What happened between the era when everyone could cultivate and the time when only those with immortal bones could ascend? Was it the age of dermas and a depletion of spiritual energy? Or was it something else entirely? The memory had not yet finished. Zhang Jiao had clearly ascended to immortality in the end. Could the subsequent memories reveal how he achieved it? The perspective lowered. From the memory, Yi Kai could only see the ground paved with stones. Yu Jia's voice carried a hint of anger. Jiao, is it true that you created this method of using talismans and prayers to make believers feel full even by drinking plain water? It was me. It has nothing to do with Bao or Liang. I know you always act after careful planning. There must be a reason for this. Why? Zhang Jiao bowed again. Previously, I followed your example, Master, using charm water to cure illnesses, and at the time, I believed they were healed. But later I discovered that most of the patients still died after a few days. Even in death, there were no visible injuries, but I thought their deaths must have had a reason. Yu Ji sighed. Bao Liang, you may withdraw. Jiao rise. The perspective rose until it was level with Yu Ji. Yi Kai saw for the first time Yu Ji showing such a weary expression. What are your thoughts, Jiao? Your disciple believes that the so-called cure by charm water is probably nothing but deception. The charm water did not heal their ailments, it merely made them believe they were healed. Yu Ji chuckled softly. Deception? You are right. Then why do you continue to use deception to fool them? They need food to fill their stomachs, Zhang Jiao said in a low voice. Your disciple has none. So you can only resort to trickery. Yes. Even if they still starve to death after a few days. Yes. Do you know that if you had not deceived them, they might have gone in search of food, and perhaps not starved to? Zhang Jiao raised his head. Does Master not know? 50 li outside the city, there is not even grassroots left. Within 100 li, all birds and beasts have vanished, and yet refugees keep pouring in. We go around healing people, and Master surely knows that those people are not sick at all. They are merely too hungry. He turned his hand over, and millet poured out ceaselessly from his palm, piling up on the ground. This too is deception, only easier to see through, Zhang Jiao said. The refugees outside the city are all doomed to die, and the so-called charm water cannot cure them. Under these circumstances, letting your disciple have them die with full stomachs is better than. Yu Ji raised his hand to cut him off. Say no more. He turned around. Behind Zhang Jiao, the door creaked open. Go. Do what you must. Master, I have nothing left to teach you. Magical arts and divine powers, magical arts and divine powers. Are they all deception? All illusions? Yi Kai could not believe it, but this was clearly spoken by Yu Ji himself. But how had Yu Ji lived to over 100 years old? If everything was an illusion, as he said, then how could one explain the black dragon Li He slew and the commoners whose lifespans were shortened in Li He's memories? There must be something real. Next, would Zhang Jiao become the great virtuous teacher? This is today's charm water. Finish your tasks and then distribute it. Understood. The crowd acknowledged in unison, and Zhang Jiao turned and left, entering another room. Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang were already waiting there. Elder brother, Zhang Liang said with some worry. Today the governor of Yeqing issued an order that we must disperse the followers, or else he will lead troops to expel us. Zhang Jiao nodded. The followers are increasing day by day. It is natural for the governor to be concerned. I will handle this matter. You need not worry. Just continue liaising with officials in various places as usual. Is there any news from the palace? Everything is as usual, Zhang Bao said. The 10 regular attendants control the flow of information, only most memorials are intercepted, and they have no guard against our affairs. However, elder brother. Moi, are we truly going to rise up? Of course. Bao, if you have any concerns you may leave on your own. Liang can take over your liaison duties inside and outside the palace. You are skilled in magical arts and divine powers. It would not be difficult for you to vanish from the crowd and escape. Zhang Bao gritted his teeth. We 3 brothers advance and retreat together. If any calamity befalls us, there is no reason to let you face it alone. But if we succeed. He smiled. When elder brother gains the world, you must also give me a share. Zhang Jiao shook his head. You and I are brothers. I need not hide this from you. The Way of Peace now has 360,000 followers with 36 regional leaders. They say we are powerful. But in truth we are outwardly strong and inwardly weak, unable to withstand a single blow. Elder brother, don't deceive me. Zhang Liang said. I have also studied the way of governance from the scripture of peace. Now the Han dynasty is declining, showing signs of collapse. We use the promise of a peaceful world to win over followers, and moreover we have the support of local officials and the 10 regular attendants in the palace. How can we not succeed? I heard it. What? For over 10 years I have widely taken disciples, healed the sick, and cultivated ties with officials. The local officials all think I am educating the people, and indeed I had that intention, Zhang Jiao said. But unfortunately the collapse of heaven cannot be saved by human effort, and the scripture of peace cannot cure the world's suffering. You have always been curious about what Master said to me that night. Today I will tell you. Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang leaned forward. Magical arts and divine powers are nothing but deception. How can that be? Indeed it is so. Master also saw that I had realized this, so he let me go. Zhang Bao was the first to come to his senses. The arts we cultivate are real and not false. How can they be deception? He raised his hand, and a whirlwind formed in his palm, then dissipated. Zhang Liang seemed thoughtful. So after that day elder brother began to add thin gruel to the charm water. Because charm water cannot sustain life. Exactly. Zhang Jiao continued. To solve the world's difficulties, a little magical arts and divine powers are useless. The world's difficulties must be solved by the people of the world themselves. I spoke of the peaceful world to the people thinking it would make them yearn for it. But now I find that this path is blocked. They are merely struggling to survive. Even at this moment among my disciples. Zhang Jiao pointed casually. There is someone thinking of betraying us. Who? Zhang Bao's eyes widened. He'll go kill him. Zhang Jiao stopped him. Kill one, and there will be more, he said. During the witchcraft disaster weren't enough people killed. Yet even now there are still those who practice witchcraft. I suppose elder brother has a plan. Zhang Liang asked. It is merely to practice deception. Zhang Jiao's deception. Know the magical arts. What are they? From their conversation, the time of this memory should be before the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Even though Ye Kai had returned most of his historical knowledge to his teacher, he still remembered that in history the Yellow Turban Army ultimately failed, and Zhang Jiao died in the same year of the uprising. If he had already predicted that his uprising would fail, why did he persist? Did the deception he spoke of achieve any effect? What effect? The time left for Zhang Jiao to become an immortal was running out, but his preparations for immortality had still not appeared. Li He once said that most immortals did not meet a good end. He thought of a possibility. But could it be? The autumn wind was bleak and desolate, the cries of battle drifting in from outside. By order of the northern general, 100 taels of gold, and a noble title to whoever captures the rebel leader Zhang Jiao. 50 taels of gold, and a lesser title for the head of Zhang Jiao. Capture Zhang Bao, Zhang Liang, and the other rebel commanders. Amidst the chaotic footsteps someone pushed the door open and entered. Brother. Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang shouted urgently. We must flee. Lu Ji's forces are upon us. Unhurried and unflustered Zhang Jiao traced patterns in the air with his finger carving channels into the ground that formed a mysterious array. Flee? Where would we go? To Guangzhong, Zhang Liang suggested. Guangzhong has been cultivated for a long time and has many followers. We can plan our next move there. Xiaoqiang is also an option, Zhang Bao added. The commander there has talent. We could. Zhang Jiao shook his head. You two go. I will remain here. Brother, why? It was all trickery, Zhang Jiao said. I claimed that my arts and spells were mere illusions. You refused to believe me, Bao. Now you must see the truth. But I possess an immortal bone and have inherited the master's teachings. Where in this world could I not go? But if I retreat, where can the common folk flee? Bao, tell me, what was our oath when we rose up? The blue heaven is dead, the yellow heaven shall ascend. Liang, do you recall the words of the scripture of great peace? That heaven and humanity are one. I do. Heaven and humanity are one. A ruler must share the fate of his nation, and all the noble houses and common folk of the land must bear the consequences together. The runes on the ground emitted a dim, shifting light. Zhang Jiao clapped his hands. There is no retribution, heaven's way is flawed. And so I shall replace the blue heaven with the yellow heaven to ensure that retribution is swift and heaven's way is made whole. Brother, you. With a casual wave of his hand, Zhang Jiao sent the two of them stumbling backward out of the room. Go. This is what I must do. Standing at the center of the array, Zhang Jiao murmured to himself. Immortal. So this is what it means. Master the ascension you could not achieve, I shall attain. This room hasn't been searched yet. Don't let Zhang Jiao escape. Amidst the chaotic shouts and the harsh sounds of hacking and kicking, several soldiers burst in. Zhang Jiao remained silent. The memories of that scene rapidly blurred and faded, dissolving into a blank void. Without any clear reason, a thought surfaced from the depths of Ye Kai's mind. If he couldn't survive, he would just wrap a yellow turban around his head and become a yellow turban bandit. End of memory. Ye Kai snapped back to the present, shaking his head to clear it. Huang Jian immediately leaned in. Boss, that was 30 minutes this time. Ye Kai nodded. The last one had been 6 minutes. This memory had been longer, so half an hour made sense. Zhang Jiao had spoken of becoming an immortal, but from the scene in the memory and from his own knowledge of history. Zhang Jiao had clearly died. In Li He's memory, he might not have died, but historically, he certainly had. Zhang Jiao's talk of ascension made Ye Kai consider a possibility was death linked to becoming an immortal. After all, Li He had also died at the age of 27. If there was any evidence to the contrary, it was that Li He had once said that immortals rarely die of natural causes, most meet sudden violent ends. Rarely still means it happens. It can't be ignored. Also, regarding the arts and spells in the scripture of great peace, Zhang Jiao called them tricks. So what was the trick he used at the very end? Ye Kai was silent for a moment. Huang Jian, do you remember how Zhang Jiao died in history? Well, Huang Jian scratched his head. I don't recall exactly. Wasn't it that he was defeated and killed during the Yellow Turban Rebellion? Defeated and killed. That did seem about right. Huang Jian looked at Ye Kai's expression and asked cautiously, we don't have any history books here. How about I keep an eye out for some, boss? No need, Ye Kai said after a moment's thought. He'll ask someone. How's the poetry collection going? Found one. The Swordsman by Jia Dao. He handed over a book titled Tang Poems for Children Illustrated Edition, flipping to a specific page. It was a short poem. Only 4 lines. Ye Kai's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Come with me. We're going to their office. Huang Jian agreed, but a flicker of doubt remained in his mind. Would someone in that office really know history? Even if they did, how would the boss know? But that was the boss' business, so he didn't ask. A knock came at Zhang Jiao's office door. Xia Yan appeared in the doorway. Manager Zhang, they're here. She shot a meaningful glance inside. It's fine. I knew he was coming, Zhang Jiao said. Come in. I've been waiting for you. Ye Kai knew he hadn't told Zhang Jiao he was coming despite having added him as a contact. Did Zhang Jiao know he had seen the memory fragments? Maybe not the specifics, but he clearly knew he had seen something just like Li He. To Xia Yan's ears, this statement corresponded perfectly with Zhang Jiao's earlier message in the group chat to Ye Kai want to talk. So she had no objections, especially since she had previously suggested to Zhang Jiao that Ye Kai's sword should be checked. Ye Kai placed his hand on his literary heart sword as he entered the office, while Huang Jian remained outside without being asked. Huang Jian. Xia Yan said, feeling a bit awkward. Why didn't you go in? The boss is inside. Zhang Jiao was a middle-aged man in his 40s dressed in a suit. Apart from the refined gentleness that seemed to emanate from his very bones, Ye Kai could not connect him with the great virtuous teacher at all. Unlike Li He, who retained many traits of the ghost of poetry, the Zhang Jiao before him looked more like an ordinary office worker. Sit, Zhang Jiao said, pushing a cup of tea toward him. Relax, put your sword away. Ye Kai's hand trembled slightly as he retracted the literary heart and sat down. You? He began, choosing his words carefully. The great virtuous teacher. Indeed. And this place? Ye Kai glanced around the room, hesitating. An immortal in an office. And looking like an office worker. It seemed a bit absurd. You want to know why I appear in this form, right? Zhang Jiao said, taking a sip of his tea. Ye Kai nodded. How about this then? Without any visible movement, his attire changed. The suit transformed into a Taoist robe, a horsetail whisk appeared in his hand, his hair was tied up in a bun, and a wispy beard adorned his chin. He was the spitting image of a Taoist master from a TV drama. The environment around them shifted as well, becoming the very room Ye Kai had seen in Zhang Jiao's memory, where Zhang Jiao and his brothers had studied by lamplight. Ye Kai turned around. Behind him a shelf was densely packed with bamboo scrolls. The outermost scrolls were all labeled Scripture of Great Peace, with smaller characters beneath indicating the volume number. I don't know what you saw in my memory fragments, but you should know about the Scripture of Great Peace. Zhang Jiao said, I have all 170 volumes. It covers everything: the art of governance, methods of self-cultivation, magical arts, incense, and offerings. Do you wish to learn? Ye Kai shook his head. You said it was all a trick. I won't learn it. He paused. Are you saying that what I'm seeing of you right now is also a trick? Clever. Zhang Jiao wiped the air with one hand, and everything in Ye Kai's vision returned to normal. He was still sitting in the modest office, a cup of steaming tea before him. An immortal can change form at will, unbound by physical constraints, he said. Since you possess an immortal bone, you can easily pick up such tricks without needing to learn from the scripture of great peace. Now after seeing my memories, do you have any questions? A few, Ye Kai said. The first question is, did you really die? Zhang Ju let out a faint bitter laugh. Of course. According to your history, I died in 184 AD, the same year as the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The records claim I died of illness and that my corpse was later dug up and mutilated. Quite the ruthless method indeed. Why? Ye Kai asked instinctively. That year. Now you'd call it the end of the Eastern Han during Emperor Ling's reign, Zhang Ju said calmly, as if it had nothing to do with him. Famine ravaged the land, people were displaced, corpses piled upon the roads. Then a great plague struck and the government was helpless. Holy water couldn't cure the sick, but it was all the people could believe in. That's why the way of great peace flourished. Declaring that I died of illness would shatter that belief, stripping the sect of its very foundation. So, you didn't die of illness. Zhang Ju didn't answer. He shifted the topic. What did you see? Ye Kai recounted his vision. That deception you mentioned at the end. What was it? The yellow heaven shall rise. Huh. Ye Kai pondered. In the memory fragment you told Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang that the heavenly Tao must be made whole, and about the yellow heaven rising. Does it have something to do with achieving immortality? You're too clever. As it stands, that's not a good thing. Zhang Ju shook his head. Enough of that. Tell me about yourself. What kind of world fragment were you in before? And how did you discover that some people weren't human? In a residential building, Ye Kai replied tersely. The calamity would spawn after a neighbor died and roam the corridors. Anyone stepping out for a real-time quest could be attacked. I talked to a neighbor and found he couldn't recall things from long ago. When he tried to remember, his body would flicker and glitch with mosaic spots, like he was about to crash. Crash. That's a fitting description. And then you were stopped. Yes. Zhang Ju nodded slightly. The immortal who gave you the sword stopped you, didn't he? Yes, Ye Kai said. Now I've discovered that Su Jixuan and Xie Yin here might not be human. You haven't had such deep conversations with them. Ye Kai wasn't surprised that Zhang Ju could monitor his actions within the world fragment. He was an immortal after all. I can copy other people's abilities, Ye Kai said, glancing at his mimicry skill, which still had 35 hours of cooldown. I copied a friend's ability earlier, so I can tell. Copying an immortal's ability. Zhang Ju chuckled. And he even gave you a sword. He must think highly of you. Who is he? Li He. Huang Jian grabbed a chair in the office across the hall and sat down, focusing on his book. 300 Tang Poems Phonetic Edition. Tang Poetry for Kids Illustrated Edition. Classic Culture Series Reading Songs CI from Childhood Illustrated Phonetic Edition. His backpack was also stuffed with books the boss might need, like The Analects for Children Phonetic Edition and Reading the 4 Books and 5 Classics with Your Child Illustrated Phonetic Edition. The boss hadn't finished them yet. If the boss got too busy to read, well, then he could read them on his behalf. That way if the boss ever had a question, just ask him directly. Hey Sister Xia, what are you? Su Zixuan's grumbling voice trailed off as Xia Yin dragged him over. Huang Jian glanced up briefly, then went back to his book. These books look childish. Okay, they were childish, but they met the boss needs. The boss needs were Xiao Huang's goal. The two of them sat down in front of him. Hey, you're reading? Xia Yin peeked over. Phonetic Edition. Huang Jian shot her a glare, and she quickly corrected herself. Oh haha, reading's great, really great. I just came to chat. She was trying to get through to Huang Jian while Ye Kai was away. It's just that you two killed 2 more calamities in Xiao Su, and I wanted to ask. How did you do it? Is there some trick? Trick? Huang Jian thought for a moment. There actually was one. Listen to the boss, don't overthink things. That's it. He glanced at the closed door across the hall, recalling that Ye Kai had asked about Zhang Ju before, but these two never gave a straight answer. By the way, what kind of person is your manager? Huang Jian asked. How long have you known him? There's a question I'm not sure I should ask, Ye Kai said. Did immortals exist before the apocalypse? He paused, then rephrased it. Since immortals are immortal. Before the apocalypse, were you here? Working. You're too clever for your own good, Zhang Ju said. Excessive intelligence invites ruin. Oh well, you're right. Before what you call the apocalypse, I wasn't here. The original manager of this place was a man named Zhang Tao. He died in the apocalypse. And you took his place, didn't you? Ye Kai raised his tea and downed it in one gulp. Then you altered the employees' memories to make them think you'd always been here. Yes. Why would you do that? As an immortal, you shouldn't need to. Ye Kai pressed, more confused than ever. And I can't figure out what your goal is. If Zhang Ju had replaced someone to appear in the world, then Li He might have done the same. He and his neighbors could all have had their memories altered. Li He didn't seem to have any agenda, and neither did Zhang Ju so far. If their goal was pleasure or travel. Well, immortals could use their arts to manifest a physical form and walk the normal world. Why wait until after the apocalypse? My goal. Zhang Ju's expression didn't change. I can't speak for others, but I can tell you mine. Since the Han Dynasty, Taoist practitioners have strayed further and further from the path until they were dismissed as charlatans. Of course, that's also tied to mortals being unable to cultivate. So I intend to correct this and carry on the Taoist legacy. It's already the apocalypse. What's the point of fixing things and finding someone to carry on a legacy? Ye Kai kept that thought to himself. By the Tang Dynasty mortal Taoists couldn't cultivate anymore, he asked. In Li He's memories he had once seen a Taoist transform into a monstrous form, and his speech suggested a man of considerable cultivation. The Tang Dynasty. Zhang Zhu mused. Without extraordinary fortune, no they couldn't. Suddenly he paused as if listening to something. That's enough for now. Your lackey is in trouble. The door opened. Ye Kai, utterly bewildered, was pushed out by an unseen force. 2 notifications popped up in the corner of his vision. Su Zhishuan has died. Xia Yan has died. Be boss. Huang Jian stammered, trembling. I was just chatting with them here a moment ago, and then they just dropped dead. Generate calamity, red-dressed woman. Eliminate the red-dressed woman or survive 48 hours to resolve this calamity. Tip: do not speak. Generate calamity, corpse collector. Eliminate the corpse collector or survive 48 hours to resolve this calamity. Tip: he likes corpses. 2 calamities generated at the same time. Ye Kai was also startled. Originally there was only one calamity giant rat which was isolated and not urgent to deal with. Now suddenly 2 calamities spawned. With 3 calamities present at the same time, 3 areas were occupied. The next real-time mission would bring greater danger. What did you talk to them about? Nothing much, just asked about their impression of Zhang Jiao and some things about Zhang Jiao. That's all. Yes, that's all. Huang Jian, clutching 300 Tang Poems Phonetic Edition, still shaken. When the problem occurred, I was asking them where Zhang Jiao used to work, if there were any rumors about his life. At first they insisted there were none, then I asked about Zhang Jiao's wife and children. Su Zhishuan said Zhang Jiao was over 40 and still unmarried, but Xia Yan claimed he was already married and his child was in middle school. Then they both froze for a moment, had a few words of argument, and Su Zhishuan suddenly said he remembered the manager should be Zhang Tao. Xia Yan also changed her story, saying it should be Zhang Tao. I asked shouldn't it be Zhang Jiao, and then they went wrong. Ye Kai nodded. Indeed. Like Shipeng, the neighbor in the apartment building, their memories had certain limits. Once those limits were crossed, problems arose. Unlike Li He, Zhang Jiao did not take action to save these 2, allowing the calamity to generate. In the previous world fragment, he possessed Ghost Devourer. As an anomaly, the calamity generated by Shipeng should not be too strong, easy to handle, just a waste of time. Was that why Li He was so eager to drive him out earlier? Boss, why is that? Huang Jian asked nervously. They are not human. Like Shipeng and Sun Yuan, Ye Kai said. There are defects in their memories. When those defects are touched, problems arise. The defects could be missing or jumbled memories. Shipeng had missing memories while Su Zhishuan and Xia Yan exhibited jumbled memories. Then, Huang Jian interpreted in his own way, like a corrupted file. Corrupted file. Ye Kai thought about it, and felt Huang Jian's description was quite apt. It was indeed like a corrupted file. Yes. While they were talking, their phones kept ringing with constantly refreshing group chat messages. Cashier Lu Wenwen, how did Sister Xia and Su Zhishuan both die suddenly? Cashier Lu Wenwen, what were they doing? Fresh produce Chun Yuhang, it shouldn't be a mission. If they had a mission, they would have said in the group. Front desk Dong Fei, if they had a mission to go to the beverage area, they would have asked us to help lure away the calamity. Warehouse, keeper Wang Yue, who was the last to see them. Front desk Dong Fei, I saw them go back to the office. IT Su Shui, I saw them in the office. Sister Xia brought 2 people to see Manager Zhang. Cashier Lu Wenwen, are they the 2 new arrivals? Are they in the office now? IT Su Shui, I'll go check. Fresh produce, Chun Yuhang, don't go. Fresh produce, Chun Yuhang, IT Su Shui. Fresh produce, Chun Yuhang, in case of danger. A door marked surveillance room opened and a thin young man with glasses walked out. Hello, you're Ye Kai, right? He asked. Are you Huang Jian? Ye Kai nodded. Su Shui, he said. I just saw the system notification. Xia Yan and Su Zhishuan both died, generating 2 calamities. Do you know what happened? From any angle, Ye Kai and Huang Jian were the most suspicious too. Granted, they had killed 2 calamities. But since they arrived, 3 people had died. Zhang Chao was killed by calamity, but Xia Yan and Su Zhishuan were in the office area. Calamities would not break through multiple doors to kill inside. Huang Jian glanced secretly at Ye Kai. This matter depended on the boss attitude. I know. Ye Kai nodded. They are not human. He just tested them and made them contradict each other to death. Su Shui's expression turned serious. This was tantamount to a confession. But he knew he was no match for Ye Kai and the other. They could control the fire door and pass through, indicating they were not calamities. Could a human achieve such a feat? Or perhaps it was a combination of calamity and human. Why? He asked. They died and calamities are generated. Why do this? Is your goal to kill more calamities? Zhang Jiao was watching. He and Huang Jian had asked about him without being stopped. Might as well verify Su Shui's identity. So Ye Kai smiled. Don't you think the name Zhang Jiao is a bit strange? Wang Yu heard sounds coming from the depths of the warehouse. He was the warehouse keeper and had been guarding the warehouse since the apocalypse. Once a calamity even spawned in the warehouse, if not for his careful dodging, he would have been killed right in the face by the calamity. But after the calamity naturally resolved, he still returned to the warehouse. When you get old, you get used to staying in one place. That's what he told his colleagues. I'm used to the warehouse. He had worked here for a long time, ever since the supermarket opened. So he knew the warehouse like the back of his hand. Even with eyes closed, he wouldn't take a wrong step. The supermarket warehouse was as familiar to him as home. Hee. Damn calamity again. Lucky it's not near me, making an old man's life difficult. Wang Yu muttered to himself, not the slightest intention to check, not even sending a WeChat message. He quietly stood up, tiptoed away from the desk, and gently opened the warehouse door. Creak. The door made a moderate sound. The noise from the deep warehouse stopped. Wang Yu's heart chilled. Ignoring the sound, he dashed out with all speed, slammed the door shut, and quickly locked it from outside. Scary as hell. Wang Yu shuddered. Just before closing the door, he saw a figure in a red dress with a pale face and hollow features floating through the air quickly toward him. If not for his quick reflexes, he would have died on the spot. Hee, I see you. A faint voice came through the thick warehouse door. Wang Yu shook his head, opened WeChat, and typed a line. Warehouse Keeper Wang Yu, there's a red-dressed one in the warehouse. Warehouse Keeper Wang Yu scared me to death, almost didn't escape. Cashier Lu Wenwen, didn't you take a photo? Fresh produce Chin Yu Hang, as long as you're safe, taking a photo is too much to ask. Warehouse Keeper Wang Yu, the old man didn't get this far for nothing. By the way, why hasn't Su Shuai replied? Su Shuai's forehead was already beaded with cold sweat. So his voice raspy, he turned his head toward Zhang Jiao's office. He's a fake. Yi Kai smiled faintly. I never said that. Su Shuai's throat went dry as he stared at Yi Kai. Then, are you even human? What do you think? You're a calamity. Su Shuai pointed at Huang Jian. And you're human. Is it possible that both of us are human? Yi Kai said. We just have abilities. Doesn't that make more sense? Abilities? Su Shuai's expression turned odd. There was no such category in the system notifications. Zhang Jiao had mentioned it before and colleagues occasionally discussed it. But no one took it seriously since none of them were ability users. If it were true, it might explain what they saw on surveillance. Yi Kai could have some spatial or speed-related ability allowing him to appear and vanish in an instant on camera. Huang Jian might have abilities too, but he hadn't shown any so far. Su Shuai's eyes darted from Yi Kai to Huang Jian and back. It wasn't a solid reason, but he had no choice but to believe. After all, if they wanted to harm him, he wouldn't stand a chance. Then, what about him? He wanted to point at Zhang Jiao's office, but didn't dare. What's his deal, eh? Zhang Jiao must know what was happening, yet he seemed uninterested in intervening. Since it had come to this. Yi Kai smiled slightly. His situation is different from mine. He is the great sage of the yellow turbans. Su Shuai's eyelid twitched. Huang Jian stayed silent, thinking the boss was lying. It Su Shuai, I'm okay, thanks to Uncle Wang Yu. Wang Yu, it Su Shuai, is everyone safe over there? I want to change places for a bit. Warehouse Wang Yu, am in the snack area, is safe for now. One calamity has been locked in the storage room. Fresh Chin Yu Hang, Liang Ge, and Lu Wenwen are with me in the grain and oil area. It's fine here too. Receptionist Dong Fei, the front desk, is fine. That announcement really startled me. It Su Shuai, I need to talk to you in person. Dong Fei, can you come to the grain and oil area? The grain and oil area and the front desk were separated by railings and fire doors, but there was a direct route, without other zones in between. Receptionist Dong Fei, that's fine. But can't we just talk in the group? Fresh Wang Liang, just come over, why ask so many questions? It Su Shuai, warehouse, Wang Yu, Uncle Wang, it's too dangerous for you to cross several zones from the snack area. Don't come for now. Warehouse Wang Yu, okay. Receptionist Lu Wenwen, actually we could go to the office instead, to Manager Zhang's place. Fresh Chin Yu Hang, ya. Su Shuai didn't reply. By then he had quietly opened the office door and followed Yi Kai and Huang Jian into the grain and oil area. Behind them the door to Zhang Jiao's office opened silently. 7 people gathered in the fresh food area. Except for Yi Kai and Huang Jian, the other 4 looked at Su Shuai with strange expressions. They thought he wanted to discuss something about the two, but instead he brought them along. Given what had happened earlier, the 4 felt uneasy. Lu Wenwen spoke first. Brother Su, what's the matter? She asked. Why did you bring Brother Huang and Brother Yi along? It's not about them. Su Shuai coughed. Actually, I should thank them for helping me discover a problem here. He continued. Do you remember what Manager Zhang originally? Stop. Yi Kai interrupted him. If you don't want anyone to die, don't say it. Su Shuai remembered Zhang Jiao's original name, but hadn't died from it, proving he was likely human. But he couldn't let it slip casually. All supermarket employees' memories had been altered. If they were human, they could correct their own memories. Lu Wenwen and Dong Fei both took a step back as if ready to flee. Chen Yuhang and Wang Liang, whom he had saved, looked equally puzzled. Let me explain, Yi Kai said with a light cough. Just before Su Jixuan and Xie Yin died, Huang Jian, Lu Wenwen and Dong Fei both took a step back as if ready to flee. Chen Yuhang and Wang Liang, whom he had saved, looked equally puzzled. Let me explain, Yi Kai said with a light cough. Just before Su Jixuan and Xie Yin died, Huang Jian was chatting with them. They talked about your manager Zhang, and then Xie Yin and Su Jixuan started to suspect him. The 4 looked even more confused. Lu Wenwen wanted to speak, but seeing the one Dan in Yi Kai's hand, she wisely held back. When their suspicion reached a certain level, they suddenly died at the same time. Huang Jian thought about it, and felt the boss wasn't wrong. Indeed, it was all true. He just didn't mention that Su Jixuan and Xia Yan were both anomalies, that's all. Chen Yuhang was the first to react. Are you saying there's something wrong with Manager Zhang? Ye Kai shook his head. If it weren't to explain to you, I wouldn't have said this much. Honestly, I'm afraid you'll overthink it. If you think too much like they did, new calamities will appear. The four gasped in fear. If they couldn't see or speak, it wouldn't be a big deal. They just had to close their eyes and mouths. But not think. That kind of thing, the harder you try not to think about it, the more you do. You? Dong Fei tried to push away thoughts of Zhang Jiao and looked at Ye Kai. So they really weren't killed by you? Of course not. Why would I kill them? That makes no sense. Ye Kai said, there has to be a reason, right? What's the reason? Then Manager Zhang has no reason to kill them either, Chen Yuhang retorted. Ye Kai said nothing, looking at Su Shuai. I know the reason, but I can't tell you. Su Shuai said, if you knew, you'd probably die too. He felt he understood Ye Kai's meaning. Zhang Jiao had replaced Zhang Tao's position for some purpose, knowing that purpose would be fatal. He didn't fully trust Ye Kai either, given Ye Kai's apparent capacity for killing. But since Ye Kai hadn't harmed him, maybe he was still safe. This is ridiculous. Wang Liang muttered, but no one paid attention. Everyone fell into suspicion. Ye Kai's phone buzzed. Zhang Jiao, nice probing. Zhang Jiao mimicking Lu Ji, trying to influence me by breaking beliefs. Zhang Jiao had seen through it. Indeed, after Su Shuai appeared and realized he was human, Ye Kai had thought of this approach. He replied, to pass on the Dao lineage, wouldn't the title Great Sage be more fitting? Zhang Jiao, in today's world, continuing the Dao requires immortal bones. It wasn't needed before, but now it is. So a Wu with immortal bones held. He replied, to pass on the Dao lineage, wouldn't the title Great Sage be more fitting? Zhang Jiao, in today's world, continuing the Dao requires immortal bones. It wasn't needed before, but now it is. So a Wu with immortal bones held such a special status. No wonder Zhang Jiao had asked if he wanted to learn the Book of Peace earlier. But even if given another chance, Ye Kai still wouldn't want to learn it. His reasoning was simple. First, if something were truly powerful, how could it be lost or discontinued? Second, after 2,000 years of development, shouldn't the world be better than before? That didn't make sense. Ye Kai looked up, and everyone except Huang Jian was staring at him. Your phone buzzed, Su Shuai said warily. No one spoke in the group chat. Who sent you a WeChat message? Who sent you a message? Zhang Jiao. Ye Kai did not conceal it. Zhang. Manager Zhang. The five people besides Huang Jian exchanged bewildered glances. Chen Yuhang took out his phone, attempting to send WeChat messages to the others. It's not working, I can't send you guys messages. Why can you and Manager Zhang exchange messages? Su Shuai also felt a lingering sense of dread. If Zhang Jiao and Ye Kai could communicate via WeChat, there must be a connection between them, but why would Ye Kai make them aware of Zhang Jiao's problem? Because of superpowers. Ye Kai said casually. He knew that the moment the phone notification chimed, the fragile trust between him and these supermarket employees had shattered. As an outsider, he had disrupted the precarious stability of this world fragment, revealing numerous suspicious traits, especially his ability to slay calamities. A rabbit may coexist peacefully with another rabbit, but it could never believe it could live in harmony with a tiger. The trust between them had always been a thin veil of decency, and the ringing of the phone had torn it apart completely. But so what? Ye Kai had never truly needed to fear them, he merely required their cooperation. The only one worthy of true caution was the immortal Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao had no objections to his actions, perhaps even condoning them. And there was a reason for this leniency. He needed a shaman with immortal bones to help him continue the legacy of the Taiping Jing during the apocalypse. Even if that reason wasn't entirely convincing, it was enough. Superpowers. That's actually a thing. Wang Liang leaned forward slightly. How do you get them? Do you need to dig out zombie cores or something? Wang Liang had been into apocalyptic zombie novels for a while, where characters enhanced themselves through zombie cores and blood cores. Although the others were somewhat frightened, they still perked up their ears. How would I know? Ye Kai said. I just woke up one morning and had it. He wasn't lying, but of course no one believed him, and naturally no one dared to say they didn't. Then let's get more sleep. Yeah. Maybe you'll wake up with superpowers too. Su Shuai looked at the others around him, then at Ye Kai and Huang Jian, and thought about Zhang Jiao, his heart filled with unease. Could this Zhang Jiao really be the great virtuous teacher that Ye Kai had mentioned earlier? That's impossible. Chen Yuhang was shaken awake. Last night, after Ye Kai and Huang Jian returned to the office area, the five of them, gripped by fear and anxiety, dared not separate. They retreated from the grain and oil section and slept together on the floor at the front desk. An extra fire door seemed to offer a sense of safety, though in reality it probably made no difference. Calamities could be isolated. Their fears stemmed from the real-time tasks that could appear at any moment, as well as from the outsiders, Ye Kai, Huang Jian, and Zhang Jiao. Under such immense pressure, he had no idea when he had fallen asleep. Hey Xiao Chun, wake up. He opened his eyes. Brother Liang. What's wrong? I've received a task. Wang Liang's lowered voice was tinged with urgency. I have to spend 5 minutes each in the front desk grain and oil general merchandise and clothing sections. Front desk. Aren't we already at the front desk? Chen Yuhang, still groggy, took a moment to fully process this. You got a task. Exactly, Wang Liang said. That's why I came to discuss it with you. What do you think I should do about this task? The commotion they made woke the others. Why not post it in the group chat? Lu Wenwen suggested. They've both killed 2 calamities already. We could ask them to take care of this one too. They might not be willing to help. Chen Yuhang said. It's not their task. They've killed 2 calamities. Su Shuai said. One they killed when they fell and the other they killed during their own task. Should we give it a try? Let's try. We have nothing to lose. Lu Wenwen said, already preparing to send a message in the group, but then she paused. Dong Fei, why don't you send it? Me. Dong Fei waved her hands frantically. No way, I'm not sending it. Brother Wang, you should send it yourself. Yi Kai had said Zhang Jiao was problematic, yet he and Huang Jian still went back to the office to rest. Yi Kai and Huang Jian had already left the office. Yi Kai had finished reading all the books Huang Jian had found earlier and needed to find more. Huang Jian, having stayed up all night to finish the poetry books on hand, also needed to restock. Boss, you finished 3 books so quickly. You're truly remarkable. Huang Jian complimented. Yi Kai's face darkened. He knew Huang Jian was trying to flatter him, but the quality of the flattery. Those weren't much. Indeed they weren't. Considering a child's comprehension level, the Chinese classics sold in the supermarket were quite basic with pinyin annotations and illustrations, so the actual information content per book was not substantial. Furthermore, the literary courage sword judged that his scholarly level had not improved. Based on your current scholarly level, you can exert one of your ability minimum 1. Seeing the boss' displeased expression, Huang Jian was puzzled. Had his flattery missed the mark? Or was the boss so driven that he was dissatisfied with his current level of literacy? Huang Jian decided to drop this topic in the future. As a calamity, the boss also valued his pride. A low guttural roar was heard. They had reached the entrance to the clothing section. The clothing section was the only way to the book section unless they took a detour through the beverage section, but the giant rat was there. Yi Kai had attacked it before. After taking a sword strike, it had split into 2. With their current methods, unless Yi Kai was willing to try activating extreme cold to freeze himself and the giant rat to death, there was no other viable option. What about mind control? There was no one to control besides Huang Jian, and Huang Jian was just an ordinary person with no special abilities. Sending him in would be nothing short of suicide. In the warehouse, the calamity spotted by the stock clerk Wang Yu had distinctive features, most likely the red-dressed woman. The one in the general merchandise section now was probably the corpse collector. The known hint about it was he likes corpses. Perhaps they could use a corpse to distract its attention. The corpse collector pounded on the fire door on the other side, producing a dull, heavy sound. Its strength was clearly far less than that of the frozen corpse. On the other side of the general merchandise section from the fire door leading to the beverage section came the sound of scratching. That must be the giant rat. Then there was the fresh produce section. Yi Kai remembered there was a cold storage room inside, but its door was locked. Yi Kai thought for a moment and sent a message in the group. Yi Kai, is there a corpse in the cold storage? Fresh produce. Chen Yuhang, fresh produce. Chen Yuhang, no. Yi Kai, a wrong question. Are there any Peppa Pig scraps in there? The cold storage is still locked, right? Wang Liang turned to Chen Yuhang for confirmation. It should be locked, Chen Yuhang replied after a moment's thought, adding, the frozen goods inside were never taken out, and after the apocalypse, manager Zhang Jiao told us to stockpile everything for later use. When the frozen corpse spawned in the fresh food section, we pulled out. As long as it hasn't opened the cold storage door, it should still be shut. The frozen corpse probably can't open it, Wang Liang said, narrowing his eyes. So the cold storage is still locked. Lu Wenwen's eyes lit up as she interjected. If he wants the pork inside, we can make him clear out the calamities for us. Wang Liang chuckled and nodded. Exactly what I was thinking. Since he needs that pork, he'll have to help us finish our tasks first. I don't know if the department store and clothing sections in my task are safe. Asking him to eliminate the dangers in those 2 areas shouldn't be too much to ask. Uncle Wang is trapped in the snack section. Su Shuai chimed in, as if finding a justification. If we can confirm the department store and clothing sections are safe, he can regroup with us. Right, Wang Liang said smugly, pulling out a set of keys. I've got the cold storage keys. If he wants the pork, he has to get through me first. But why does he want pork? Dong Fei asked weakly. Wasn't he asking about corpses earlier? The question was ignored. Who cares why? Just knowing he wants pork is enough. Wang Liang chuckled and sent a WeChat message in the group chat. Fresh food Wang Liang, there's a lot of pork in the cold storage, and I have the keys. Fresh food Wang Liang, but I happen to have a task. I need to go to the front desk grain and oil department store and clothing sections. The first 2 are no problem, but for the department store and clothing areas, I'll need your help to check them out. Fresh food Wang Liang, once I finish my task, I'll open the door for you. Yi Kai, is this a good idea, oi? Chen Yuhang asked. His sword can slice through shelves. Shelves are nothing like a cold storage door. You think that thing can cut through steel? Let him try, Wang Liang scoffed. The system said doors can block calamities. If it can block those, there's no way he's breaking through. Chen Yuhang felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what. Yi Kai, it's not that I specifically need the Peppa Pig fragments, any corpse will do. The cold storage door stood wide open, its severed lock lying on the ground, cold air blasting out from within. Inside, the shelves were densely packed with pork, chicken, and various other meats. The system did say doors could block calamities, but it never said the locks could too. Besides, Yikai wasn't a calamity, so what did blocking calamities have to do with him? Initially, Yikai had no intention of breaking the lock. After all, having an extra door that could block calamities was a good thing. But Wang Liang refused to open it for him. He didn't plan on killing anyone though. Murder was illegal. Well, laws might not mean much now, but he still considered himself a law-abiding citizen, and there was always a mental barrier. Besides, killing people would spawn new calamities, and casually taking lives wasn't a good idea. Huang Jian shuddered from the cold air, but gritted his teeth, and helped Yikai haul out some meat. Boss, are you taking these because? He probed, to deal with the corpse collector. Yikai nodded. Yeah, he likes corpses. Likes corpses. So that was the hint about the corpse collector. Boss, do you have that system too? Of course. Chen Yuhang came running over holding a set of keys. Wait. Chen Yuhang shouted. I'm bringing the keys. How did you guys get the door open? Yikai held a plucked cold chicken in one hand and a pig's head in the other. The fire door to the produce section was open with Huang Jian and Chen Yuhang sent to the other side of the security door. One was a poetry reciting tool, the other an ordinary man. Neither counted as combat power. He had already placed mirrors in several positions ready to escape at a moment's notice. The fire door slowly rose. The bare cold chicken suddenly twitched. Activating his mirror leap vision and preparing to flash away, Yikai lifted the chicken to take a closer look. It wasn't his imagination. As the fire door ascended, the chicken kept twitching, its movements growing more violent. Was it reviving? No. The chicken's body was still ice cold, its head still hanging limply. And it had no organs, so how could it come back to life? The chicken's claws slowly clenched at the air. Yikai tossed it aside. Huh. A long drawn-out breathing sound echoed as a pitch-black, smoke-wreathed humanoid figure appeared behind the fire door. The corpse collector. Yikai's right hand twitched, and the literary heart manifested in his grasp. As the corpse collector emerged, the pig's head in Yikai's left hand gave a violent twitch of its ears, its snout opening and closing as if desperate to bite down on something. The corpse collector slowly advanced toward Yikai, while the cold chicken head tossed aside also staggered to its feet, wobbling toward him. The corner of Yikai's eye twitched. So this was what it meant by the corpse collector liking corpses. Anything dead it could control, but it didn't seem too fast. It should be. Yikai casually tossed the pig's head aside and thrust the literary heart straight at the corpse collector. A probing strike. But he missed. Just as he was about to pierce the corpse collector's body, his vision blurred. What the literary heart struck was a pig's head. Its ears flapped, its mouth still opening and closing. It was the very pig's head just discarded. The pig's head and the corpse collector had swapped positions. Had thrown the head close by, so now the corpse collector's distance to him had closed instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Yikai shook the pig's head off his sword and leaped backward. He landed in the middle of the department store section. Looking up toward the clothing area, he saw many garments had left their racks, writhing and crawling across the floor. If the corpse collector could control corpses and swap places with them, then this seemingly slow-moving corpse collector might rival Yikai in agility. Does your supermarket sell leather clothes? Yikai asked without turning around. The question clearly stumped Chen Yuhang. You have real leather. It can control corpses and leather counts as corpse material. Yikai said quickly. Do you have anything made of real leather on you? Throw it away now. The moment the words left his mouth, Huang Jian's face changed. He hastily pulled a wallet from his pocket and tossed it aside. Just as he reached for his belt, the corpse collector which Yikai had been watching closely vanished. In its place lay a twisted leather belt. Huang Jian's heart rate spiked instantly. He was standing between the produce section and the general merchandise area right at the fire door, while the corpse collector had been an entire department away, a safe distance of over 10 meters. Earlier, when the boss thrust his sword at the corpse collector and it vanished in an instant, he had already grown wary. So when the boss told him to discard all leather items, he immediately threw away his genuine leather wallet. But as he was about to unbuckle his belt, in the blink of an eye, the corpse collector was suddenly right in his face. Damn! The pitch-black corpse collector, wreathed in roiling black miasma, pressed tightly against him. An indescribable, bone-chilling dread flooded Huang Jian's entire body. He even felt he could smell the stench emanating from the corpse collector. It was a thick, cloying scent like death itself. Bang! His backpack burst open, spilling clothes, emergency rations, and other items onto the floor, among them a mirror. The mirror spun in the air, reflecting the light. Yikai appeared abruptly behind him, gripping his shoulders. Mirror step. Yikai teleported Huang Jian to a shelf further away, then blinked back, thrusting his literary blade at the corpse collector, which had not yet moved. The sword tip met resistance, and a leather jacket hung from the blade. The jacket writhed and struggled. He slashed at it, and with a few swift cuts, it was shredded into pieces that fell to the ground motionless. Looking up, he saw the corpse collector, still emitting black smoke, had retreated back into the clothing section. This is tricky. Teleporting another person was possible, but the physical toll was immense. After covering just over 10 meters, Yikai felt as if he had just sprinted 100 meters while carrying someone on his back. He couldn't use it often, not yet. Using it again so soon would likely drain his stamina to an unacceptable level. Ye Kai inwardly pondered how to break the deadlock with his current skill set. Mirror Step was certainly the core skill. A Devour was useless in combat, and Mimic was on cooldown. He could swap in Control and Frostbite as backup, but their limitations were significant. There was a memory fragment that could instantly reset Mimic's cooldown, but even if he used Mimic to copy the Corpse Collector's abilities, what then? Fight it for control over the corpses, or use them to blink around? Neither would help him destroy the Corpse Collector. What he needed was a way to pin it down. Boss! Huang Jian's voice cut through his thoughts. The man was holding up his pants, shouting in relief. Thanks for saving me again, boss. Chen Yuhang meanwhile felt a wave of relief, silently thanking his luck that he wasn't wearing any leather. Working in the supermarket meat section didn't pay much, but being poor had its advantages, he mused. At least it was safer. Beyond that, he was in awe of the abilities Ye Kai had displayed. Previously, he had only seen Ye Kai stab through a shelf in person and had learned about his powers secondhand through photos Su Shuai had taken. This time, however, he was witnessing it directly right before his eyes. He might act a bit flashy, but his abilities are the real deal. And that sword of his is unrealistically sharp. He didn't even have it in his hand a moment ago. It just appeared out of nowhere. It's just me, Huang Jian, him, and the Corpse Collector here. The cameras are down. If they were a threat, now would be the perfect time to strike. But even so, he hasn't made a move against me. That rules out the theory that he's a calamity. Despite the shock, Chen Yuhang finally confirmed one thing with absolute certainty. Superpowers are real. Even though Ye Kai had saved him, he had previously maintained the possibility that Ye Kai and Huang Jian were somehow compromised. Only now was that possibility completely eliminated. If I could get powers like that, maybe I wouldn't have to spend my life hiding from calamities. But how? Did he need to eat something special or kill a calamity to gain experience? He watched Ye Kai and Huang Jian even more intently, trying to glean some clue. Ye Kai frowned. In the brief moment they had, the various corpses under the Corpse Collector's control had begun to gather and move towards them. The fastest was the frozen chicken, which outpaced even the Corpse Collector itself, its two featherless wings flapping frantically as it scurried over. Seeming to realize that Ye Kai was a hard target, the Corpse Collector split its forces, sending some towards Huang Jian and Chen Yuhang. You two fall back, Ye Kai said as the possessed leather jacket, frozen chicken, and pig head were still approaching. They couldn't offer much help here and would only become a liability. Even if it meant reducing the number of calamities, he couldn't just let them die. All right. Chen Yuhang immediately moved to open the fire door behind him, preparing to retreat to the grain and oil section. I'm not leaving, Huang Jian said. I still need to recite poetry for the boss. Poetry? Chen Yuhang glanced at Huang Jian, wondering if it was related to his ability. That would explain why he carried books around, probably because he hadn't memorized them. Huang Jian, for his part, was well aware of his own limitations, but he trusted that the boss would find a way to deal with the calamity. Besides, if the boss couldn't handle it, then, as an ordinary person, he wouldn't survive long anyway. All right, be careful. Ye Kai said nothing more. He had thought of a possible plan, but it required someone to act as bait. Do you trust me? He asked without turning around as the various corpse parts writhed and crawled closer. I trust you. Huang Jian nodded vigorously. Then don't resist in a moment. Ye Kai used control on him, and Huang Jian saw a prompt appear. Ye Kai has used control on you. Do you agree to let him control your actions? Note the control lasts until he cancels it. Control my actions. Huang Jian thought of Sun Yuan, who had been controlled by Ghost Call, and chose to agree. Ye Kai felt his vision split in two. One eye saw the Corpse Collector, the other saw his own back. It felt very similar to when he had used Calamity Seed Zombie. He heard the fire door close behind him as Chen Yuhang shut the door to the produce section. Now that I'm controlling Huang Jian, I wonder if the literary blade can. An idea struck him. The literary blade vanished from his hand and appeared in Huang Jian's before instantly returning to his own grasp. It worked. However, he found that other abilities could only be activated from his own body. That was enough. He could set up a double trap. Ye Kai blinked forward, landing directly in front of the frozen chicken. Frostbite.